Hey, hey, hey! How's everyone doing today? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be in the world. Hey, this is the Tommy Temper Show, and I'm coming to you live from the Crystal Gondola overlooking the Dutch Elm, lined streets of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. What it looks like outside of my window here right now. Nice, bright, sunny day. I should actually be outside riding around or doing something fun. But no, I'm stuck inside of the studio here today. And Daniel Berry, Sports Highlights. Wow, first in. I think you're first in everybody's channel. But you got to say more than just what's up. And come on, you got to be in the chat, not just at the beginning of the chat, but you got to stick with the chat for the whole show. Hey, Dash and Grandma, good to see you. Smooth Operator, what's up? Salute. Salute. Good to see you. No doxing. Yeah, we don't like the doxing. No doxing for us. Back that music off a little bit there. Yeah, we're gonna do an action-packed show here today with lots of stuff going on. We're gonna be checking out X. Lots of stuff going on with X. Got stuff happening with Trump, Kamala. We got our good friend Trudeau here in Canada here, who's being lambasted by Pierre Pollivere, and we love that. Action Jackson, yeah, that's what we want. We want a good show here with lots of action. Hey, and you know what? I just dug up some information here on our good friend Greta Thunberg. Remember Greta Thunberg? She actually came to Edmonton here because up here in Edmonton, we have just north of us here the tar sands, right? The oil sands. And Greta Thunberg was up here for one of these anti-whatever oil type things, climate change types crap, But anyway, she was up here, and all the kids from all the schools went to go and see her. Oh, they were there with the teachers. The teachers even brought the kids out. That's how jaded the schools are up here, It's like, well, we're all going to die because we're using oil. Yeah, right. Hey, Colette, good to see you. Jeff Reynolds, Penelope in there. Troy, hey, good to see everyone in there. Yeah, but anyways, the latest thing is that I don't know what's going on, but I thought she was like the person, Greta Thunberg was the, what do you call it? The poster child for anti-oil, right? She was like anti-oil, climate change, on that bandwagon type thing. Hang on, let me change me up there for her. Hang on, let me put her up there. Okay, that's her right there. You remember her? How dare you? Greta Thunberg? Yeah, that's who we're talking about here. But anyways, she was like so pro anti-oil. Can you say that? Can you say pro anti-oil? Yeah, she was so anti-oil and on that bandwagon, and she had such a big following going on. And then it turned out that these pictures surfaced of her dressed up as Antifa and her mom and dad there and wearing Antifa shirts and stuff like that. So you know what side of the fence they're on there. But anyways, the very latest that we see of Greta Thunberg is this little clip here. Hang on. Let me pull it up here just so that we can check it out here. Okay, and I'm not kidding. Let's check her out here. See if we can get to this. Oh, I went and just hang on 1 second here. We'll just bring it in here. Chromium 2. Where's the X? Here we are. Okay, this is it right here. Okay, this is Greta. Let me turn this music down here a little bit here. Let's listen to what Greta has to say here today. What's she doing here today?
Show me what the people looks like. Show me what power looks like.
Greta.
Show me
Wow, what a transformation. She's like leading the protest. She's not just part of the protest, she's leading the protest. She's really gone from the environment over to I don't know what that is there. I don't know. I'm not going to say. You figure it out yourself. But yeah, it's Herman. Isn't that cringy? I gotcha. Cringy is the term. You got it right there, Herman the Tosser. Good to see you. Kim in there too. Miss Frosty, good to see you. Edward Cam in there. Colette. Big ups, everyone. Yeah, but anyways, this is what we found out. This is what Greta Little Greta. And now I don't know where she's from. Was it Sweden or somewhere there? Norway, Sweden, one of those countries. And, you know, her parents pushed her into being like the big superstar of the protest circuit. And I guess that's what she is. She's on that protest circuit. When, you know, like yesterday it was the environment. Today it's political. You know, what's it going to be tomorrow? We don't know. But anyways, that's what the latest is on the Greta story. Let's see what else we can dig up here today, because there's lots of stuff going on out there, right? And all you have to do is hit the home button on X and you see lots of crap going on there. Canada's biggest problem is Trudeau. Trudeau is Canada's biggest problem. So we got to get rid of Trudeau. And by the way, Trudeau is losing in the polls 30% compared to, I don't know what, 70 some odd percent for Pierre. So Trudeau is really having a tough time winning in Canada. If there is an election to be called, he's going to lose big time. Big time. So, yeah, we're waiting for that to happen in Canada. Let's see what else we can see is happening here. We've got lots of stuff in Canada going on there. We got the people over in BC are getting pissed off at the NDP over there. Here we see they're starting with the protests that are going on in the States. We're starting to see people starting to jump up on buildings, and they got smoke bombs and stuff like that going on here. Here's a shot right here. This is actually in Canada. This is Canada here that we're seeing here. This is a Canadian building. I don't know where this is in Canada, but we're seeing scenes like this. Got some protests happening across the country. And yeah, scenes like this going on. What do you think? Thanks a lot for checking us out on Facebook. Appreciate you viewing us on Facebook. So we got stuff like this going on. You know, I'm. You guys know my side of the whole situation here. I'm not really, you know, a proponent of one side or the other. I can't. I like to just show you what's going on in the world. You know, like one side or the other. You guys decide which side you're on, whether it be Kamala or Trump or Trudeau or Pierre Pollivere or whatever. Up to you. Do what you need to do. Make your own decisions and vote for whoever you think is right. I will have to say that there's a big story going on about podcasters in Canada, that apparently the Russians have been supplying money to podcasters, right? Both in the States and in Canada. And I will have to say that if you're wondering about me, no, I have not succumbed to the influences of Russia, and I have not taken any of their rubles for this podcast or any previous podcast of mine. Basically, we're ruble-free and we're Russian-free over here. No, scumdog. No. Tommy is not a Russian shill. Don't even say something like that. That is fake. That's false. That's, yeah. That's, actually, I want to hear Trump actually say it. Never mind.
It's all fake news.
Yeah.
It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
That's right. Trump.
Fake news.
It's all fake.
News. You are fake news. It's all fake news.
Yeah.
Fake news.
How's that election in the States coming along, though? Oh, my gosh. Are the numbers ever close? It's not like Trump is going to win or Kamala is going to win. Everyone is like, you know, sitting on the edges of their seat, just, you know, biting at, you know, a little bit of information one way or the other that somebody is either winning or losing. But it's like 50%. Like the numbers are really, really, really close. So whatever you guys are doing, you better get out there and, you know, maybe hold a sign up on your street corner or something like that for the person that you think should be winning the election, because right now it's all up. Hey, Wizzy, how you doing? Good to see you there, Wizzy. Let's see what Wizzy has to say there. Partabonza, good to see you there too. Thanks a lot for popping in there. Wizzy says, it would be great if Canadians would stay the hell out of our elections. I see more Canadian interference than Russian. Yeah, that's funny, Wizzy. Yeah, but you know what? Actually, Canadians have a vested interest in what happens in the United States. You may not think that, but it really, really, it matters to me. Like, for example, we have oil up here. We need to move that oil. We need pipelines built. We need to have a country next to us that is friendly to oil, and not to be going, oh, poo-poo, leave it in the ground, and we're going to be throwing up more solar panels and whatever. Stuff like that that's only going to last like 10 years, and then it's going to be going into the ground because it's going to be a big waste, a big land mass of solar panels and windmills in about 15 years from now. No, like, hey, try and use everything. Put the windmills up, put up the solar panels, do whatever you want, nuclear plants, whatever. Just, let us do what we want to do. If I want to drive a gas car, let me drive a gas car. Don't try and say, oh, no more gas cars, and you're going to have to drive an electric car, which, hey, I see these pictures of these electric cars blowing up like crazy all over the place. I'm not going to drive something that starts fizzing a bunch of smoke out of it, and all of a sudden, boom! I just don't want to be driving something like that. I'd rather drive a gas vehicle that if something does happen, I at least have half a chance at getting out of the vehicle. The doors are not going to all lock on me, lock me into the vehicle as the thing explodes in a big fireball. No, not going to be for me. Yeah, it's definitely things are happening. How about this shot here? This is interesting, coming in on from X, which is Ukrainian soldiers protecting their country. So you got Zelensky that's visiting the States here, and you've got, in this particular case here, you've got, let me see who this is here. Oh, actually, it doesn't say here who it is, but I know that it's some American politician that is signing his name on a bomb that is going to Ukraine to be fired at Russia, is what is going on here. So yeah, you've got stuff like this going on now, which is pretty big when you start to see this going on, because before it was like, yeah, we're going to supply arms and stuff like that, or we're going to help out the Ukrainians a little bit. But now you've got politicians signing their name onto bombs. Holy jeepers. And Ukraine is asking people that are supplying weapons and things like that, whether or not they can be fired onto Russia, onto Russian territory. They're trying to get the blessing to be able to do that. And you can see that they are doing that now. And that's actually, I believe, turning the course of the war around, because as soon as Russia is starting to really, really hurt, i.e. They're getting hit where they're storing their weapons, right? Their storage facilities are being hit hard here. That's what we're seeing here in the past week. Multiple storage facilities being hit by the Russian, I don't know what kind of, I think it's some kind of air weapon that but Ukraine is producing themselves. I don't know what other weapons that they're using in order to facilitate the bombing of those storage facilities in Russia. But definitely the war appears to be taking a bit of a turn now that Ukraine is firing bombs within Russia. By the way, I don't support Russia. For that reason, I would never, ever take any money from Russia to support my podcast here or anything like that. So forget about that. I don't like to see aggressors, and I believe, in my mind, Russia is the aggressor. They had no need for taking over any Ukrainian territory, other than maybe they want their oil, maybe they want their grain, maybe they want their resources. Is that really what the underlining reason for the Russia taking over the Ukraine is? I don't know, or fighting the Ukraine. That seems more logical than just Putin saying, well, I don't like those far-right Zelenskys out there, so we're going to just bomb them and take them over. Yeah, I don't think that Russia is doing it because they think that Ukraine is far right. Like that's ridiculous. That's what the conspiracy theory is. That's what the propaganda is. And if you listen to Russia at the very beginning of this whole thing, the propaganda that Russia was pushing was that they were doing it because they didn't like the political leadings of the Ukraine. Right now, who cares? Who cares if it's some other country and they have a political regime that is leaning one way or the other? Like, who cares? It didn't make any difference at all. But Russia wanted that territory. They wanted the resources. That's what's going on there. Let's call it what it is. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Let's see what's going on in the chat. see what's happening. It's funny how people get all triggered when Wizzy shows up in chat. Yeah, Wizzy, good to see you, Wizzy, by the way. Why am I so interested in the American politics? Because it's happening. It's a thing that's happening right now, and you can tune to India, whatever television, and you'll see them talking about the American election there too. Countries absolutely do have a vested interest in what happens in other countries. There's no doubt about that. Do I really want to influence the election in the States? No, I don't want to influence it. I'm pointing out stuff that I'm seeing, and on both sides, and I put stuff on here that makes Trump look bad or Kamala look bad or whatever, and it's just showing you what's going on in the political realm of things. We know that both of them are really, really close in the election. So it's like, what's going to actually change the election so that one party pulls further ahead than the other? Or are you going to be going to an election with both of them neck and neck, and then Trump, belly aching over the result of the election if he loses, and going into the same thing that you already went to with the last election? And the other important thing here is that Trump, I saw a clip there today where Trump came out and said that he will bow out of the next election if he loses this election. So this is going to be Trump's last stint at it. If he loses, that's it. He's out. And then the Republicans are going to have to pick somebody else that might be as powerful as Trump to be able to lead the party to victory. But I guess we'll see what's going to happen with that. Every country has a stake in American politics, LOL, and vice versa. Exactly. That's right, Cutting Stunt. Absolutely. And for me, I really wanted to see Trump win the last election, just like I did not want to see Trudeau win the last election in Canada. But, he did. He pulled through with it, and they won, and Biden won in the States. So I didn't get it either in Canada or the States, and, neither party that I liked won. So there, and I'm not the only person like this. There's a lot of people out there that are, a little bit ticked off about what happened. And there's a lot of other things to be said. Let's go through here some of the other stories that I was coming across. You see stuff like this. Stuff like this I don't agree with. Like, this is despicable. To see somebody coming up with a meme like this is like uncalled for, and really, it just makes you look bad when you put crap like that out. So really, whoever did that, I don't agree with that kind of advertising. Not a great thing to do. I just ran across that just a second ago, by the way. Normally I wouldn't put up something like that. I don't like saying the word retard. I don't like repeating the word retard. It's just like Hitler or things like that. I don't like even talking about things like that, or to try and compare things or people to things like that. You know what I mean? Like, we need to get along with each other and quit trying to, what would you call it? Divide each other. Right? We need to get along, not to try and divide. This was an interesting one here. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this one. This was last night. And this was in Philly. They had a thing in Philly. And look at this car going through a protest. It looks like a Palestine protest in Philly. And look at the police car trying to get through, and the people are jumping on top of the police car and preventing it from going through. But I'm not sure. Oh, actually, if you look at that, there was a car squealing by the cop car at the very beginning, doing like stunts. And now you see the cop car trying to go right straight through the protest, and the people are jumping on the top of the police car. Look at that car spinning out there. Do you see the car spinning out at the beginning of that? It's almost like there's cars doing burnouts and stuff there, and people on the streets, and I'm not sure what it was all about there. But I do see a Palestinian flag there, it looks like. So that's why I'm saying maybe it was that kind of a protest or something there. But anyways, that was Philadelphia, the streets of Philadelphia. Don't do that. If you're at a protest and a car comes your way, do not try and stop that car. Don't jump in front of the car. Don't jump on top of the car. don't do stupid stuff, because you might be the one that might lose in that kind of a battle. That's ridiculous. What's the other story up here? I know you got, everything is talking about nukes these days too, right? You got this story in here where the U.S. pressures Ukraine to yield nuke weapons. Key is their fear that Russia might seek to keep the warheads for itself, as well as more general worry that a nuclear-armed Russia could intimidate a non-nuclear Ukraine. So, yeah, we promised. So you got this story completely out here. So check up on that one. Are we baddies? I don't know. Who's the baddies? Yeah. Who's the baddies? They're out there somewhere. Just got to find them. So, yeah. So it looks like the Western worlds are supporting the Ukraine. But that being the United States, Canada, Europe, a lot of the Western countries are indeed supporting the Ukraine and not supporting Russia. And I think that's good. That's a good thing. I think that Russia is the aggressor and they need to be stopped. And the only way to stop them is to have NATO and the other countries supporting the Ukraine, who is, let's face it, the underdog on this whole thing. You know, like I never ever thought that Ukraine was like a powerful country with lots of weapons and able to take over the world and stuff like that. But I definitely thought of Russia like that. You know, Russia, we always thought of, they had nuclear weapons. But you know what? It appears that Russia is not as tough as they were making themselves out to be, you know? Because if you look at the places where they're storing their bombs, their bomb weapons depots and places like that, it's like a shambles. It's like they got stuff strewn all over the place. They don't even have decent buildings protecting the things. The Ukrainians are just going in there and just blowing up those bomb storage depots like crazy. Just unbelievable. Been watching lots of stories about that going on over the past little while. Let's see here. Yeah, here's another shot of that signing the bomb here. Democratic Party. I think this is the Democratic Party signing the bombs here, by the looks of it. This one here, where they're signing the bombs here. This is someone from the Democratic Party. There you go. Some people don't like that. Some people don't like that the United States and Canada are helping or funneling. You know, let's put it this way. The average person thinks that if you make some money or pay some taxes in your country, the money should stay in your country and not go to fuel some war in some other country. Which I get it. That's true. I don't like that either. I don't like to see my tax dollars going outside of my country to fuel some war in some other country, right? Nobody likes that. But in some cases, you have to look at it and go, well, you know what? There's an aggressor and there's an underdog there, and you know what? I'm gonna support this underdog. So yeah, you throw them a few bucks or bombs or whatever to help them out, and that's what's going on here. Yeah. Let's keep her going here. Oh yeah, lots happening out there. Let's see. When the weak appear strong, the strong appear weak. Yeah, exactly. Scumdog. Art of War 101. Sandy Foster, what are you doing? Aren't you out for your afternoon walk or something? Wizzy, how can you miss anyone when you? What's that? When you lurk day and night. How do you know he's lurking? Maybe he just takes time off. It's like me. I wasn't really on the internet too much here for the last couple of days because I was out at the lake and I was having fun, and we were also packing up for the season out at the lake. You know, I'm gonna be out there one more time next week or this weekend, Friday. Gonna go back out there again, and we're gonna pack everything up and close it up for winter. So yeah, that's why I was kind of participating in that for the weekend there, and not so much getting on the internet and doing stuff. Sassy Pants, will you be using your brain, Bob? Wood glue, yeah. Nuts and Crackers, hey, what are you doing? Nuts and Crackers, ladies and gentlemen, please share your abundant love today. Yeah, that's a good one there. Thanks a lot for that great thought there, Nuts and Crackers. We need to be more loving and not so much hate, okay? I don't like hate. In fact, I'm featured in one of the biggest hate, our anti-hate. They call it anti-hate, but it's actually hate, because it's run by the lefties, by Antifa. So wouldn't you think that Antifa would come up with a website that's called anti-hate, and it actually promotes hate, because it puts false information about people, which makes you hate them, right? So in fact, anti-hate is hate in Canada. We'll figure that one out. It's just like the progressives, right? The lefties, they call themselves progressives. No, they're regressives. Right? And yeah, the worst of them would be like a Lolo, regressive, duh. There you go. Sandy, I think I hear a truck honking outside your window. Yeah, Wizzy, you got it. Now, you know who Sandy is. You know who Sandy is if you're saying that. That's funny. That's a truck from the lumberyard honking. Yeah, exactly. All welfare based on deception. Hey, Sandy. Yeah, good to see you there, Sandy Foster. She's our resident liberal in the house here. You know, we got to have some liberals, and we're like the House of Commons here at the Tommy Temper Show, because we bring both sides together, the left and the right, and we all argue, right? It's like the Senate or something like that in the States, or the House of Commons in Canada, where they all get up and start arguing with each other and yelling at each other and fighting and whatever, and then they introduce their some Nazi guy or whatever and go, yeah, we support him in Canada. Yeah, great. I don't think so. Just got home. Okay, well, that's good to hear. Hopefully you're having fun over on the Troll channel over there. I know you guys always have fun. What's happening there? Sandy makes a lot of assumptions. Yeah, exactly. Bob Cox in there. Hey, Bob. Left can't lie their way out of this one. Yeah, exactly. There's Frosty B. Rocks. Hey, how you doing there, Frosty? Sandy's waiting for me to make and send her a walking stick. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, you're doing that thing about the fact that she has a wooden leg or something like that. I think somebody keeps saying there that Sandy has a wooden leg. Sandy, you don't have a wooden leg, do you? Is that made up, or what is that? I don't know about that. I don't swoon ugly women. I know I heard Telescope or somebody talking about you there, Wizzy, over. They talk about you once in a while. You got the Al show with Charlie, and then Telescope gets on there, and the Charlie Cheswick show. He's got probably the biggest show going over there on that realm of things, except for Troll Central. So I don't know, but like I've analyzed your show there, Charlie. You guys are doing nothing but bashing. You're sitting there just bashing people. You bash Daisy, you bash me, you bash Bob, you bash everybody. You guys just sit there and have a bash fest. That's all that Charlie's channel is just a bashing channel where you bash people. Really, honestly, you might sit there and laugh and have fun and go, ha ha ha, that's funny to talk about these guys and make fun of them or whatever. But you're bullying people and you're bashing people over there, and that's really all it is. And really, when I have the talk show and bring you guys over here, you guys do the same thing over here. And I don't really want my channel to be a bashing channel over here either. Yeah, can somebody explain the wood joke? Well, somebody thinks, or I guess the premise is that Sandy has a wooden leg. Okay, that's what it is. So I don't know if that's right or wrong. I have no idea. Never met Sandy. I know that she lives somewhere out east of Ottawa, and I was pissed off that the convoy went to Ottawa. Just like Trudeau was pissed off that the convoy went to Ottawa. Trudeau got so pissed off, he didn't even want to talk to the convoy. He actually called the convoy a bunch of terrorists, and they had just barely even left, or they didn't even leave yet, and they were already being called terrorists by Trudeau. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You don't just come out and call people names. But, that's the problem with the lefties of the world, is that they come out and call people names, and they gleefully do it. And they don't see anything wrong with calling people names. But, that is not being inclusive. How can you pat yourself in the back and go, I'm such an inclusive person. You asshole. You know, I'm very, very inclusive. You bigot. I'm so inclusive. You racist. You know, I'm so inclusive. You misogynist. You know, like that's the lefties of the world. You know, I'm so inclusive. I'm just going to pat myself in the back. You asshole. You know, like, is that where we're at? That's where we're at. That's what I'm seeing. That is what I'm seeing. And I'm not calling anyone names over here because you know what? Us right-wingers don't do crap like that. Okay? We just call you out the way you are. We call it the way we see it. Okay, I'll call you out for doing that, but you ain't gonna call me out for doing that because I don't do that, right? We don't just sit here and just call people names just because we don't like you, or that we can't debate you, right? We can't debate, so we're just gonna call you a name, right? We've got nothing to say in opposition to what you say, so we're gonna call you a name, you know, and make you feel bad. You know, hey, nothing wrong with Wizzy. I like Wizzy. Wizzy is a great friend of mine. I've liked him right from day one, before the convoy, because I knew and I followed Wizzy, and you know, as a podcaster, as a YouTuber, before the convoy. I was watching what he was doing, and he was in DC doing stuff, and I was subbed up to him, and I knew who he was, and I had no problem with what Wizzy was doing. In fact, I had no problem with anything that Wizzy did all through the entire convoy and everything. Now, at the very end, you might say, well, you know, it transformed from a convoy into the, you know, something else, which is kind of a religious thing, whatever. And yeah, I was there, and I was still restreaming everything, and I was showing everybody what was going on. And Wizzy was still showing people what was going on because he wanted to show you what was going on. He's a podcaster. He's a streamer, right? And that's what streamers do. And if he's out there, boots on the ground, he's going to show you what's going on. Just like me. I'll put on, for example, I'll put on both sides here, right? We'll put on a Palestinian protest, and we'll put on a Jewish protest. You know what I mean? So that you get both sides of the story and not just one side of the whole thing. But if something's going on, you're going to show the world what's going on. And of course, there's going to be people that think that you're embedded with the whole thing. And yeah, people do have, you know, a mind of their own, and they might be a little more left wing or right wing, you know, and everybody is to a certain degree. But so what? The world goes on. You know, he did what he did. I did what I did. And hey, I'm not in jail. He's not in jail. And if anyone did anything wrong, they'd be in jail, wouldn't they? So, hey, at the end of the day, we're not in jail. So that's a great thing. And we can talk about what happened. And if you don't like it, well, you know, you can always flip the switch off. Minion, Masad, how you doing? Masad, I heard about those walkie-talkies. No, it wasn't the walkie-talkies, Masad. It was the pagers there. Holy mackerel. That was, you know, I'll have to talk about that, Brett, on your end of things there, because you're on that side there. I have to talk about it, but this business about the pagers and the walkie-talkies and of what the you know, the Israeli side did, it was like I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that they did that. Yeah, you can't believe that you're not in jail yet, mouth of the South. Yeah, I don't know. Weren't you in jail? I don't know. But yeah, that was just absolutely incredible. You know, like from a standpoint of seeing it happen, it's just blows me away. Couldn't believe that it happened. And you know, is it right or is it wrong? I don't know. But it's a war. You guys have a war going on there between the two factions, and one party does something a little bit different in order to gain some kind of an advantage, and that's what you see happening there. And it was just unbelievable, that whole thing. I could talk about it here forever and go in detail with devices and technology and, you know, the whole thing, which I've been watching. Lots of different people's takes on that whole thing. And yeah, just unbelievable. Kit Kat, hey, good to see you in there. Sassy Pants in there. Mouth of the South again. And who else? Moby in there. Drew Peanuts in there. Can't believe a pager still exists. Well, you know, like I can see their reasoning, right? Because a pager is and also there's two types of pagers too. There's two-way pagers, where it receives a signal, and then when you receive the signal, it sends a signal back saying that you received the signal. So that's a two-way pager. But these ones weren't. They were just a one-way pager with a receiver in it that received the signal and then just displayed the data on the little LCD screen with, a battery in it and that kind of stuff. But the reason that they went to the pagers was because it could not be identified for a location. There was no GPS in the pager, and it did not transmit. So nobody knew where the pager was, right? You can't tell where the pager is. But they knew that the pager was on a particular person, and for that reason. And it was actually really poor for them to go with that technology and to give it to all of their top people, because in a way that kind of was bad for them. When the things blew up there, well, we saw what it did to them. It's not good, but I guess when you have these things happening and you have wars happening, people are going to do different things to gain advantages in war, and that's what's happening. To the same degree, we're over in with the Russian-Ukrainian war, where the Ukrainians are coming up with the latest technology, which is drones and drone type of guided missile type things that are taking out an awful lot in Russia, and they're hurting pretty bad now because they're like down with their oil. They've hit at oil refineries. So they're down at least 10% with their oil production. They're having to feed oil into Russia now by importing oil to keep up. And now you've got their stock of bombs, which is being really depleted badly. And what, is Russia going to be coming to the point where they're not going to have any stockpiled bombs anymore, and they're only going to be relying on bombs that are going to be produced in factories? Well, guess what Ukraine is going to hit next? How about those factories? Maybe they're going to find out where those factories are. Maybe those factories are going to be hit next. Who knows what's going to happen? But it's interesting times that we're living in here, people. Interesting times. Yeah. The latest thing is, well, of course, Russia has always been talking about nukes. And I don't know what the deal is with the nukes, because I believe because Ukraine was part of Russia and a lot of the military that the Ukraine had was actually produced in Russia. Does the Ukraine have any nuke warheads, anything like that? I don't know. What about Russia? They have nuclear warheads. Are they going to actually use it? They're talking about it. The latest thing I saw was some kind of a target. They're coming up with a target for where they may very well strike with some kind of a nuclear warhead. So is that the very next thing that's going to happen? I don't know. Ron Volts, hey, good to see you, Ron. Popping in there. Good to see you. Linda Lou in there. K9 Gaming in there as well. Peter Burns, good to see you. Yeah, so what's going to actually happen? This is going to be an interesting little bit of time here that we're coming up with. Interesting times that we live in. Let me change my brand over here from How Dare You to... Oh, hang on. Let's give Trump some visibility. There's old Trump. See what he's up to. Okay, I'll switch to loving it. We're just loving it. Oh, look at... I'll put up this flag here. There you go. So this shows you a little more about the fact that I'm not American, I'm Canadian, but, I love the United States, just like the United States loves us up here in Canada. We get along with each other. We don't fight. We don't bomb each other. The United States, rather, you could very well take over Canada just like that, but you don't. And why don't you? It's because you're nice guys, right? Go and take over some other country, but leave us Canadians alone here. We'll sell you our oil. It's not like, we're not going to sell you the oil. We're not going to keep it in the ground or whatever. Okay. Back to digging up some dirt on X here. Oh, this is the latest thing here. Check this out here. This is in British Columbia. They're having an election in British Columbia, and here you can see conservatives are leading. Then we have the NDP, and then the Liberals. So the Liberals are doing so bad in the provinces that they're not even coming in second. The NDP is coming in second place. But hey, that would be great if if we can actually get a conservative government in various provinces in Canada and also nationally in Canada, and if you guys can come up with a conservative government there in the States, i.e. Donald Trump government, that would be great. That'd be great. Then we don't have to be pushing all of the pronoun stuff and all the rest of that stuff. You know, we can kind of leave that by the wayside and not concentrate on trying to transform our children in the schools and stuff like that. Sandy, that threw that in for you, and also Cam over there, whoever, or Al Munson or whoever that thinks that that's important to. Pronoun the children and brainwash them in the schools and stuff like that. But it's not something that I go for at all. As a matter of fact, I was at an actual event. Actually, let me put it up here. Let me find the event here, and I'll show you that I was actually at an event. Hang on here. Let me find it. Let me find the video. I actually did a video where I was out there. Let me just find it, and I'll show you. Where's me? I posted it on Facebook, so I'll have to find it on Facebook, and then I'll show you me at an actual protest. Unbelievable. It's pretty rare that I ever go to a protest. But, yeah, I did go to one. Oh, here it is here. Okay, hang on. That's there behind me. You've got the LG community there waving their flags and stuff like that, because what's going on here is you've got the Teachers Association. You can see there the union. The unionists are flying the LG flag. This is the Alberta Teachers Association. Actually, this is interesting.
People out here that are protesting.
Because that building that I'm standing in front of there's an LGBTQ flag right on that building, and that building is the Alberta Teachers Union's building, okay? The teachers, the union, and remember, the union is lefty, okay? It's like liberal, like NDP, like Kamala in the States. So they're like so indoctrinated, it's crazy. And what they're doing is they're indoctrinating our children in the schools. And they have the audacity to actually put the LGBTQ flag right on the teachers union building. Like, how despicable can that be? Like, really, honestly, for people that don't like that, like me and lots of other people, that's not a good thing.
The fact that the children are being indoctrinated, and you've got the people over here that are actually gleefully glad that the children are being indoctrinated, are pro that. What the hell's the matter with people? This is ridiculous.
Okay, so that's it. That's me out there at a protest. Of course, I'm not showing you the protest there, but I'm just showing you that little bit of it. But yeah, that's what's happening up here in Canada, is that our kids are being indoctrinated. In fact, I went to a teacher parent type thing at the school, and I go up to the classroom of where my kid is in the classroom, and they've got the colors of the LGB flag right at the door of the classroom. You know, it's like you can't even walk into the classroom without being faced with it being put in your face, with the LG flag colors being put in your face right at the entrance of the classroom. Like, what the hell is going on here? Like, that's why people are pissed off, and that's why people are starting to fight back. Yeah. Oh, I like this one too. Sometimes I like things that have got nothing to do with politics. This one here is as seen on the back of a truck, a dump truck. That you bet you drive better with that phone up your ass. So obviously he doesn't like people that are using their phones while they're driving down the road. Yeah, me neither. I don't like it. I don't like it either. My wife does that too. I chastise her. Like, once in a while, she'll grab her phone and she'll try and phone someone while she's driving, and I'll go, put that phone down. Wait till you stop. You know, that's distracted driving. What's the matter with you? You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Oh, let's see what else we have here. We've got more of me in here, belly aching. Let's hear another clip of me belly aching. Hang on. It's kind of at the same location. Let me get the sound on here.
We've got people out here that are protesting the fact that the children are being indoctrinated. And you've got the people over here that are actually gleefully glad that the children are being indoctrinated, are pro that. What the hell's the matter with people? This is ridiculous. Hey everyone, we're over here at the protest. Hey everyone, we're over here at the protest. Well, actually, that's a counter-protest there behind me.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's a counter-protest.
I don't know what's going on here. Actually, what happened there is the protest was the people were out there because they did not want to have the LG stuff in the school, right? So then the LG people come out to counter-protest the people that are protesting, because it's like, well, no, we want the LG stuff in the school. We want the kids to be indoctrinated into, all this stuff. And meanwhile, I'm with my little child there, with my little son, and I'm constantly having to ask him, do you feel like wearing a dress? Do you feel like putting on makeup and fingernail polish? No, daddy, no. I go, okay, good. Glad to hear that. I'm just checking. And I have to keep checking with my kids all the time because they're continuously being indoctrinated, and I don't know what the hell they're believing these days, Like, are they going to go with the mantra, with what the teachers are telling them, or are they going to go with what I'm telling them, which is like, hey, you know what? You're a boy. Stick to being a boy, okay? And don't try and think that you're a girl, okay? They're going to try and teach you stuff like that in school, but be careful, right? Yeah, I need to put together the conservative anti-pantyhose bill, right? I think that's what we'll call it. Anti-indoctrinating our children with pantyhose bill. We'll come up with something like that. Thanks for that Nuts and Crackers, for that thought. Yeah. But I didn't really want to be. I just want to talk about everything going on in the world here. Nothing in particular. You know what I mean? We don't want to stick. Oh, here's one here. Okay, it's a clown world. It's absolutely a clown world. If you've got green eyebrows and you're thinking of getting a haircut, you might want to think of the Three Stooges. It's sort of a combination between the Three Stooges and a mullet, I think is what it is, with green eyebrows and nice pink lipstick. I don't know, lipstick is okay. But I don't know about the look. The look is just doesn't really. I don't know if my wife went for something like that. I don't know. I don't think so. That's just. It's just not going to go for me. I don't know. Maybe they like to look individual or something like that. But that's a little too individual for me. Sorry about that. We're going to have to fade that one right out of here. Fade her right out. Yeah. Look at in Parliament here, they're trying to say that the right wingers like me, right? We're trying to oppose. We're opposing the Online Harms Act, okay? And the lefties don't like it, okay? So that's what this little clip is about here. Let's hear what they have to say and why they don't like us. Let's see. Come on, in with the clip.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that there's two reasons why the so-called common sense, nonsense conservatives are actually voting against the legislation. One is in regards to the censorship issue or the conspiracy theory, that far-right MAGA component within the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. And
did you hear him?
And the other one is...
Hang on, did you hear what he said? He said
in regards
far-right MAGA. This is Canada. This is Canadian Parliament that we're listening to here. And he makes reference to far-right MAGA. He actually uses the term MAGA, which MAGA is not a Canadian term. It's Make America Great Again. It's an American term, and he's trying to push the American mantra of MAGA, and he doesn't like it. right? So just listen again.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that there's two reasons why the so-called common sense, nonsense conservatives are actually voting against the legislation. One is in regards to the censorship issue or the conspiracy theory, that far-right MAGA component within the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, and that's one. And the other one is because they have concerns in regards to the cost factor. It's estimating somewhere in that neighborhood of $20 million a year in order to protect.
Maple MAGA.
And even though those numbers have not been confirmed.
Make Canada great again. Where's my hat? Hang on, I got to get my hat.
The Conservative Party, in its common sense, nonsense approach to politics, has made the determination that it's just not worth the bringing forward this legislation, and the Conservative government would repeal it even if it passes. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we pass, they will hear very clearly from Canadians this is good legislation, and we hope to build upon it in the years to come.
Hey, there you go. Okay, just in tune for the segment there. Make Canada great again. Hey, there it is. That's the hat that we're actually wearing. We're not MAGA. We're, what do you call that? MCGA. Mucka? Well, you can't even say it, but it's Make Canada. By the way, this is an extremely famous hat because I went to a Trudeau. Trudeau showed up in Edmonton once, okay? And I went to a rally with my megaphone, and I was out there at the rally, and I was shouting something like this, like something like this. Hey, Trudeau, go home, Trudeau. Hey, ho, ho, Justin Trudeau's got to go. Hey, ho, ho, Justin Trudeau's got to go. So I was doing that at the protests, right? And this Antifa dude comes up behind me, the loser, right? He doesn't even come up to me in my face. He comes behind me where I don't even see him, and he grabs my hat. He rips my hat off of my head, and he runs away with my hat. And the cops see the whole thing. They chase him. They tackle him down to the ground with my hat, okay? And they grab my hat, right? And they throw him into the back of a paddy wagon, and they bring the hat back to me, right? And they go, what do you want to do? Do you want us to charge the dude that stole your hat? And I'm going like, you know what? That's Antifa. Antifa, those guys are not very smart. They're not bright. They're not very wealthy. They don't have much, he's not going to be able to afford a lawyer. And the guy is just a loser for him to do that in the first place. So, I will actually not charge Antifa for stealing my hat, right? And let him go on his way. That's what a nice guy. That's what a right-winger would do. That's what I would do. Meanwhile, the lefties, what are they going to do? They're going to burn down buildings and do all kind of shit, make it hard for you to live, right? But not me. That's not what happened. But at this moment in time, it is. Let's make Canada great again by getting rid of Trudeau in Canada. And you guys better try and do the same thing in the States there to get rid of Biden. Well, in fact, where is Biden? I haven't even heard Biden say anything there in a month or so. You got caught COVID or something. Was that fake or what? Remember? They said, nothing's going to happen unless there's some extenuating circumstance that would cause him to not be able to run the country. Oh, COVID. And then he catches COVID the next day. And then it's like everyone basically turfs him out. They don't even vote for Kamala. And the money behind the Democrats push Kamala into being the new leader, right? And she's going to be running against Trump. She wasn't even voted in. Like, if anyone is a Democrat out there, I would say, shame on you for not taking your party to task and asking them, why were we as party members not allowed to vote for who we want to be the leader of the Democrat Party? What's the matter with you people? That's the worst of it right there. Right, Bob? Biden is at the beach, yeah. I don't know where he is. He's somewhere out there. He's in COVID heaven or something there if he caught COVID. I don't know. Oh, it's a monkeypox now. Well, why did they say COVID? Why didn't they say Biden caught monkeypox? Why didn't they say that? Because isn't that what it is now? Hey, Rebecca, thanks a lot for following me on TikTok. Appreciate that. By the way, things are blowing up on TikTok. We're doing well. I'm not streaming on TikTok here right now, but I do, and I can stream on TikTok live. And if you're a TikToker, you want to go over to Tommy Temper Show, 3 words, Tommy Temper Show on TikTok. Find me over there, sub up to me, or friend me over there. And you'll see that I've got a bunch of stuff that I put up there already, and I may be integrating this stream with TikTok, i.e. streaming live on TikTok at the same as I'm streaming right now on PressPad, on Tommy Temper, and on Tommy Temper on YouTube, or on Facebook as well. Thanks for watching on Facebook if you're over there watching. Appreciate that. Big ups. Yeah, one of the guys that you want to watch out there is a guy by the name of Salty Cracker. Get out there and watch Salty Cracker. He is like a right winger, but he is like all over the board and says some pretty crazy stuff, but really an interesting guy to watch. He's really off the wall, says stuff that's like crazy and whatever, but fun guy to watch. Salty Cracker. Find him on YouTube and also on Rumble. Hey, we got Super Salty in there. Super Salty. Too much lead in your water, Democrats, says Super Salty. Bob, please rephrase that last comment. Okay, let's bring on a little bit of the chat in here now. Let's bring in chat, and I'll shut up for a while, okay?
Hi, chill. Sandy, even then they wouldn't get it. Chill pill, hello. I unsubbed about 30 channels.
Chill pill.
Hi, Linda.
Good to see you, Chill pill.
Ilm K. Ding ding, round 1 fight. Chill pill, good afternoon and welcome to the Love Show. Don't forget to buy Trump's new silver coin 30 worth of silver for 100 and the right to tell your grandkids that yes, you bought more Trump memorabilia. Hey there, K9GTSY. Tommy IDF kicking Hezbollah arse mate.
I don't go for the money, for the cyber money, whatever you want to call it. It's based on nothing.
What s the ditch
I would
pig?
rather buy gold or silver.
Illing.
At least it's worth
Bob Cox
what it
still
is.
trying to figure out how to rephrase his comment. Tommy, put Israel on the screen, please. Hey there, Christy B and nuts. Christy B, it's disgusting.
I'll look up something else here. Stand by.
Where is the ditch pig today? Tommy is pro-Israel.
You know what? I'm not so much pro-Israel as I am pro. You guys quit fighting and get this thing figured out. You know what I mean? Israelis have to have a place
Put a
to
1
live.
in chat for
And so do
Israel, pick 2 in
Palestinians.
chat
You
for
guys
cartoons.
need to figure things out and quit bombing each
Tommy,
other.
that
That's
video
what
you
needs
showed
to happen.
earlier was that Pakistan rally
not rocket
people
science.
attacking cop car. Bob Cox is a pussy, just saying. Tommy don't like terrorists. 1.
I don't know who that was
One.
attacking the cop car.
Wherever she is,
looked like a
maybe
bunch of
she'll
people
stay
out.
there.
There were some flags out there, but there was also a car
Will never
doing
happen.
like burnouts and stuff like that there. So I don't know. A bunch of stuff was going on there at the same
0.
time. That was in Philly. Yeah, it could be a Pakistan rally. I'm not sure what that rally was, but that shows you. I don't know why the cop car was trying to drive right through a whole street full of protesters.
69.
That's not too cool. We've seen that before where police cars getting attacked by protesters end up hurting the protesters, and you don't want that to happen.
Peter Burns, we love you for your independent thought and the way
BP
you
have rigged the election
Sandy
rules.
Foster
I wonder where he got that turn of phrase
They
from.
just killed someone in Pakistan for blasphemy. Lead is a chemical element. It has symbol Pb and atomic number 82. It is a heavy metal that is denser than most common materials. Me either, and what was just done to Lebanon with their devices exploding was blatant pre-planned mass terrorism. Hi, Peter. Belt Sanders matter.
Oh, you're talking about the pagers there. Yeah. Well, It's a war, Brett. It's a war going on there. You got two factions in the war, and both sides are going to do whatever they can to win the war. You know what I mean? And who wins at the end? Is there a real winner and a loser? Why would you not come together with some sort of a peace program that makes
payback
two
time?
winners?
Proves to our own people in America what had happened in Alabama is so sad.
By coming up with some kind of a peace proposal.
Don't mess with Israel, FAFO.
And practice.
Brett is just learning. Give him a break. He's a high school dropout, guys. War's not pretty. Tommy Jihadis don't that. Most sad hand, pink waving face, blue smiling.
I thought he'd be Mossad when I heard about
it's a damn war that has been going on for years. Nobody can stop it. Stick around and make sure you are tuned into the Tommy Temper Love Show later on and see when Tommy shares Brett's pager number.
And I don't think they intercepted the pagers and manipulated them. I think they set up that shell company, and then that shell company probably manufactured the pagers, to their own specifications. And then
Tommy the Jihadis violated all the peace agreement. Can somebody remind Brad that wars are not pretty, but wars are ugly, and ugly shit happen? High school dropouts know a lot about history.
Which is sad. Nobody likes to see anybody getting hurt or killed or maimed or whatever like that. It's, it took it to a new level. It was kind of a new level to see that happened, and it was also,
I swear people know squat crap about the history of the region and what's really happening there. LOL. Lay off your mainstream media and propaganda garbage. LOL. Tommy Hamas violated the Oslo Accords.
Well, I know that's the whole thing. Is that, hey, at one time the Israelis were not there, right? There was a war that happened, and all these people needed to move out of Germany and needed to move somewhere else, so they set up Israel. I don't know. That's about all I know about.
Name me one country that hasn't been colonized. Body blue raised
somebody
arms.
else's land, and now it's Israel.
Egalitarians like Brett don't want to see anyone but except for Zionists.
Out and say go somewhere else.
Tutor us, Professor Broccoli.
So what do you do?
Be like Brett, drop out of school and head down to the public library to study all of the encyclopedia entries relating to Palestine.
You know what I mean?
Speak the truth and bunker 530 is where I get my war info. Today Mod School, tomorrow World History. Linny Lou 100.
Bring this one up here. Something about Trump here. Oh, this is BC NDP. John Rustad sounds more like Trump every day. So in British Columbia,
everything I know about the Middle East, I learned from Ancient Aliens on Discovery Channel.
He must be
Mossad.
Conservative. And they're saying that he sounds like Trump. So watch this clip here. Hang on. Let me just shut your audio down here for a second.
Scumdog LOL. So they got a bad batch of pagers, meh. Who is the one who always breaks the ceasefire?
A little more than that. A bad batch. Yeah, it was a bad batch, all right. Okay, hang on. Listen to this clip.
Hates to write about it, but that election was rigged and it was stolen.
It's interesting. The NDP have rigged the election rules.
I wonder where he got that turn of phrase from.
The press hates to write about it, but that election was rigged and it was stolen.
It's interesting. The NDP have rigged the election rules.
I wonder where he got that turn of phrase from.
The press hates to write about it, but that election was...
Okay, I get it. Yeah, so they're saying that was stolen from Trump, the rigged election thing. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe. Could be. Always that possibility. People do quote other people. These things happen.
D, don't forget the baby S in the oven.
Oh, no. Yeah. I actually, remember,
Pagers
I was
made
actually
in China lay on ground light fuse getaway. Fake news
in
D.
Germany. I actually stood in the gas
I
chamber.
just can't
and there was a
understand
little
someone putting
hole, it
so
was
much
about
into a
half-inch
third
hole,
world
a little
country
pipe
and not even live
up
there.
right
How
near the
about put as
ceiling in
much
the
into
room.
your own country or into the country
And that
where
little
people
half-inch
support your
pipe is where
channel?
they
Hold
fed the
on,
gas
honey, my
into the
pager
gas
is
chamber.
blowing up. Brett believes all the underdog countries are
was
always
sad.
the victims and never the
It was sad to
instigators.
think of all the people that died, to be there, to stand right in the room where people actually died. And then to see the ovens, the rows and rows. It was like a row of ovens, like not just one oven. It was just
So
just like,
people's homelands
maybe like
depend on what
20
is fair
ovens in
and
a
what
row.
if someone decides it's not fair for you to be here and decides
Where
to
they burn the
exterminate
people
you
after
off the
they gas
face
them.
of the planet. Christy B showing the love and serving
unbelievable.
up truth on
Oh,
the
yeah.
Tommy
I
Temper
wouldn't-
Love
I
Show.
wouldn't be
So many
putting,
wagons before horses.
Hitler on a pedestal or anything
Fair
like
wow.
that for the stuff that he did there. That was like atrocious. What happened? Atrocious.
Jordan is Palestinians. Lifeguard of the world. Gimme a break. But who really knows what's right or wrong?
Well, don't we try for the best? You know that some things are wrong, like killing someone is wrong, stealing is wrong. You don't want to do bad things. And having more money to spend is actually a good thing, isn't it?
My God says your God is wrong.
Overtaxing would be a bad thing, right? Reducing taxes would be a good thing. And quit spending money on crap that has no benefit whatsoever.
My God
for
can
me.
whip your God. Who knows what's right
for
or wrong?
example,
LMAO.
For me, spending money on genderism and having politicians waste their time on
LOL.
genderism, it is no benefit to me or to
No
anybody
peoples.
else that is like me. Genderism is only a benefit to people that
P. Diddy thought
are
he was
different
right.
genders, which is a really,
Brett
really
not fake
small
news, we watched
percentage
it
of the
ass hat.
population. Honestly.
I'm not going to watch or support anybody that tries to ram their beliefs down my throat while calling us stupid in the next breath. I have better things to do with my time.
Exactly.
Cadamus, if
I
you
agree.
don't know it's wrong to kill innocent children, I can't help ya. Christy B. Quack-O-Matic, we love you.
I don't know where these guys get these pictures from. It's like this one here. It's on X. It says, "Seriously, was Trump the worst
I
president
live in
your
America.
lifetime?"
I'm gonna support my country and fight against the evil within it because I'm American. I don't care if those people are fighting over there and been doing it for years.
Do they come up with the worst
P.
picture
Diddy had
ever?
1,000 bottles of lube in his home. Yeah. I was responding to Salty Miss Frosty, a beautiful day FFS. Now let us talk about real news. Thank you maybe for your keen insight and candor.
Yeah.
Do you believe Palestinians have not killed any innocent children? Maybe there was a lube sale. Those people will come here next.
Oops.
Hey Tommy, maybe you could explain that to Israel killing people is wrong and stealing is wrong.
Well, it's wrong on both. It doesn't matter. Killing is wrong. Period. But the
All
problem
media
is you get
assumes
into a
that you're
war,
stupid. The
it's tit
effective
for
ones
tat.
just
It's
don't
like
say it
you kill
outright.
some of my people, all you're gonna kill
Loop
some of your
loop.
people. It's like you hit me, I'll hit you back harder.
Moss asked.
Don't you say that to people?
Stealing.
I've said that to people.
Hello Dory girl.
If your brother tries to go to hit you, it's like, yeah, you hit me, I'll hit you back twice as hard. Because you don't hit me in the first place, do you?
The Jewish people were on that land way before anyone else. Apparently all Palestinians are sweet and innocent. Telescope uses Diddy lube. War sucks, let us have peace talks. Strange, Ukraine and Palestine don't want to settle this crap at a negotiation table. Must
Thousand
have
Oaks,
dreams of
California,
having that stockpile of
yesterday.
lube.
This is a Trump rally in Thousand Oaks, California. Yesterday. Lots of Trump flags flying.
Sumerians foe.
I think we had actually. Let me check because
David conquered Jerusalem, BC. God told him to.
we
Conan the
did have
Destroyer.
Glory B was at an event. I thought there as well today. Hang on, let me see if she still is.
Ukraine hates
All right,
being
welcome
taken
to
over
the
by another country.
excitement
Weird,
of
I know. Thanks,
Trump,
Squawk.
Trump. We're in Pennsylvania.
Stealing and
at an
killing is wrong,
overexposed,
and they can
undisclosed
stay over there in their
location,
country
waiting
and
for
fight
Trump.
each other. If they come here and act fools, they probably
Okay,
want
so
to
this
like
is
our
where
laws.
Trump was going to be. This
Conan
is
knew.
a little bit of a replay.
we're
This is
just
Glory
Clearly,
B.
Brett, you do
people
not know your
are
history. If you look
waiting
back
at
on the
you.
wars of the
Drop a link
past,
for
this
Glory
war
B
is
here.
no
Hang on.
different. War is
Stand up
ugly.
here.
Let's
Stand
go over
by.
here and
Trump
say hey to the
rallied in
MAGA
Indiana,
warriors.
Pennsylvania today.
Good morning. Afternoon. How you doing? There's a lot of excitement. Glad to be here.
This young lady Tammy here.
Hey, how are you? I'm Glory B. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Awesome.
She asked if I was down here.
Uh-huh.
I was down there for that.
Uh-huh.
And she was in the vicinity.
There is two wings, and they're
In the
pretending not to
vicinity
be
of,
on his side.
Are you live streaming
I
right now?
am. I just started. Yep. Oh, is this one
GBHTTPS
private? Okay, nobody could understand what
www.youtube.com
you were
watch
trying to say anyway. I'm glad you caught
BL9MMJ
yourself.
3PMX1K. Hi,
So,
Tommy
yeah, we-
Temper.
Hey,
That
how's
is
it
so
going?
Glory.
cute. Like, show us again how that works.
You
That
got
was really
It's
cute.
called the
Thanks
look
for,
at me, look
Cute
at me,
dress.
I need attention.
Saying
look
hi.
great.
Glory B. There's the link. for
Exactly,
Glory B.
May.
And Glory B was out there doing a flag wave on an overpass.
No toys as a kid.
Look at
Why
all
are they
that
on the
stuff
back
there.
road?
Looks like fun.
35-minute ride.
You are nuts. Pick the right side. The right side is the Trump side. You look great. God bless you, honey. Look at the earrings too, and you are just MAGA.
And we're going to see you at the rally, right? Coming up.
Really
yeah.
maggot.
Yeah, so far.
Maggot right
So
out
far.
there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not going to volunteer though.
That
Yeah,
S
I've
against
made-
the
I've made
US
that
flag
choice.
code
I'm
BTW.
going to stay outside. Okay. Yeah.
It's an overpass, I think.
I am.
Well, I'll try to get in trouble.
Yeah, it looks like an overpass.
Huh?
Actually, they have a
What
big,
war let SC
Oh, there you
Palestinian
go.
fighter jets, navy,
Huge
etc.
flag
What's
It's
there.
up,
not a
y'all?
flippin'
Good
war, it's an ethnic
Bubble
cleansing
say.
and genocide, and people are allowed to defend themselves by any all
Were
means
you-
possible.
were you saying Bumble?
It's in the country, probably at fairground.
Did you?
Jihadis. Does everyone in the States own flag
Nice.
clothes?
Everybody loves y'all.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
A lot of people do, I see.
Yes, everybody's chatting like crazy.
Not so much
Gary's
in Canada.
here.
I
I
don't know.
figured
We
it
got
out
the
too
MAGA
nuts
weirdos.
find
Well,
the
I have
most
a- I have a
controversial
hat with
thing
the
to
Canadian
raise
flag
hell
on it.
about
MAGA
and
warriors
pop
and
off
MAGA
about it.
weirdos. Oh, y'all. it's
Exactly,
so great.
Brett.
I was
Gotta
trying to get
watch
some
out
clips.
for that
I got
nasty
some
ring
good-
around the
some
country.
Good shots from on the bridge.
That
And,
lady might as
Glory
well
B,
be
thank
in
you very
orange.
much for letting me restream
No,
you.
Sandy,
Appreciate
some
that,
of us
Glory
are
B.
respectful.
And yeah, everyone sub
Islam
up to
came
Glory B.
hundreds of
Click
years
that link
after
and sub
Judaism.
up to her so you can
know,
check
I
the
don't,
next time
Sandy.
she's
Rules
live.
will continue.
Few scum dog.
Oh, okay.
And this is not live right now. This is ended 40 minutes ago.
Sandy absolutely
was
not. It
Trump
shames our
driving by.
flag.
Let's check it out.
Quack
Right.
percent.
Quack.
Yeah,
13.
that'll do it.
Good to see you.
Right there. She caught him.
Couldn't believe he did.
What did he say?
He showed the gun symbol to me, and then he said, "I won't, or they won't, we won't miss next time." And so he had to go around the corner, and I gave him some Jesus.
Yeah, good for you. Good
Totally
for you.
agree, it's
Wow.
terrible.
Yeah. it's
Was
just
a
like, it's
Trump
bananas.
rally just a flag
Absolutely.
waving?
You
Trump was
couldn't
in
do that
NC
when I was growing
yesterday.
up. You could literally get arrested.
Well, in this video, they apparently are there because Trump is driving
Yeah.
past this location.
Yeah.
Is what I have.
Right.
So why would you say that?
So I don't
Nothing
know.
shames a U.S. flag
Yeah.
more than taking a crap
Hey.
on it or burning
But
it.
this was today. So Trump was moving from one location to another on the road, and they're doing a flag wave, and Trump is going to roll by. That's what I hear.
Yeah.
Anyways.
May Trump's in paw
Thank
today.
you. God bless you. honey.
Judaism
Thank you.
states quite clearly that Jews were exiled for not heeding the word of God and dispersed unto the
No,
nation as
see,
Jews are
see.
forbidden a Jewish state that is according to Judaism. Oh geez, not Glory be one of the biggest
No, just
grifters
him.
on YT.
Just him.
The flag clothes LOL.
Biggest grifter.
I very
I
rarely.
Now
don't
Rabbi
consider her
goes.
to be a grifter.
Special.
I consider her to
I know, right? Well,
you know,
look, I'm
kind
not
of
trying to
go
get that
out
kind of
there
news. I don't want me underneath the Trump
actually
brigade.
show you
I
what's
don't
going
get how
on.
someone says they are
Like,
defending
look at
themselves
Jill
when
doing
the
this video
concert
showing
that
you
had
what's
all
going on.
those people
Good
killed
morning,
was
Barbara.
killed by
Hi,
people
Carol.
defending
I
themselves.
love
And if
y'all.
people
Thank you so
donate
much
to
for
LOL.
her
coming
while she
in.
shows you what's going
There
on,
goes
well,
Speedy.
what's wrong
Cackling
with
bee.
that? That's what YouTube is all
Gotcha
about.
K9.
YouTube
I
actually
love
Brett
wants
Pickles
you
this Scarabee then
to-
loops
It is,
about
like,
it.
awesome.
donate
One hell
to
of
a
a
channel
that
that you
kind of
like.
energy.
Although
Right,
its
they
roots
make it
go
like
back
that.
further
Being
in
used as a
time,
climbing
scholars
toy.
typically
They
date
make
the
it
creation of
possible.
Islam
I
to the
love
7th
it. Oh my
century,
gosh.
making it
We
the
got our
youngest of the
flag.
major
Let's go
religions.
walk the lines.
They broke the
He
covenant,
just
therefore
landed.
God made a
Is
new
that
covenant. If
hers?
you
Okay,
know,
so
you
Trump
know.
just landed, y'all, and we are
She
on
is
the
a
overpass.
huge
And
grifter.
as it stands right now, the
Welcome
route
to the
is going
Tommy
go
Temper Love
right
Show.
over
Tommy
this
does not
It's a
endorse views
love
expressed
show.
by mods
So,
concerning the
That's
Middle
what it
East.
looks like
I did
outside of
start
my
off-
window
Let us
right
choose an
now.
outlier for the
One
debate.
Nice.
driveway
Typical
where he's actually
lefty.
going. But,
Nuts.
but we decided to come and get more action on the overpass. So,
She
but the
auctions
family was
cheap
so
dollar
nice to let
store
us stay
jewelry.
there. They were going to allow us to stay there, but we decided to come over here with our
Yeah,
Mountain
but
Warrior
empty
friends.
native. You know,
And,
anybody
let's
with a
walk around
YouTube
and say
channel
hi.
and a little button that says
Hi,
donate, you
you're
could call a
injured and you
grifter.
still came out.
You know,
Yes.
honestly, I don't think that she sits there and asks people to donate money to
It could
her all
cause
the time.
tendinitis.
I don't hear her saying
How
that at
far
all.
away is that?
You know,
that,
she does
do I have
where
time
she
to walk
makes
up
some
and down?
jewelry, and yeah, she has auctions for her jewelry. Where
No
she
one
wants you to buy
can
her
hear you,
jewelry.
Tommy Temper, when the TTS is
Yeah.
on, not that NVM.
Okay, so how long?
Make
do
an
you
eye
think-
jewelry. And it's ugly. There are a lot of Jews,
Okay, cool.
including rabbis, that oppose Zionism and Israel. Get out of your
Yeah.
echo chambers of propaganda shit,
And then they all
LOL.
group together and take off. It's
K9,
that's
my
why I
bad,
try
I
and-
thought he said
I try and
yesterday.
talk when
Dollar store
TTS is
beads.
not happening, but it's hard to. It's hard for me to judge when it's going to stop talking.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk.
Because
I'm
you
gonna
guys
walk
Now
talk
she
too
does
much.
watch her more often.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Store beads, dollar
we
store
got here
beads, says
right
Sassy
before the
Pants.
walk.
Come on. I know you guys
Zionist by honest lionist.
don't like somebody selling
Ted Nugent,
jewelry.
ha 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 ha. Not all Jews agree.
Can I walk
Ted,
over
yeah,
here?
Not
where's
all
Ted
Jews
Nugent?
agree.
We need Ted
Okay,
Ted
yeah, I'm
Nugent
not
to
trying
come
to
out
get
with
that
a
kind of footage.
another
I don't want to
song.
be under the motor brigade.
Oh, the cops are there. They're gonna
I
get
don't
him.
want to be under the motor brigade.
They're gonna put him.
No, we don't need that kind of drama.
Insults and filibusters.
Put him off the bridge or
Oh
something
my
there. I
gosh,
don't know what's
everybody's so
going
nice.
on.
Guess
Cops are
DOA
there.
biggest
Serious
grifter.
around the house, much more serious.
Yeah, Hammer. I would agree with that one.
But Joe, it was
DOA.
like invite only because it was the family's land.
Yeah, but you know what?
Ron LOL.
And, they were so
DOA
nice.
is
Yours right,
brilliant.
she makes the
Like,
jewelry, and
you
at
may not
least she
like
tries
it,
to give you something for your
but-
donation, unlike some others.
DOA is actually brilliant.
Filibusters.
because
Muslims were killed on October
He knows
7th
how
by
to work the
Hamas and
audience.
Hezbollah.
He knows how to work his audience,
WTF.
and he knows how to get an audience.
Who
right?
listens to Ted Nugent?
He has worked his YouTube channels, more than one channel too, brilliantly. You know, I have, as far as a YouTuber, Ant is like knows
Tommy
how to do
Temper
it,
Network
and
rest
he
reams
gets
with
it done.
comment. The best of the internet. Send tips via super chat or PayPal me,
But on
Tommy
the other
Temper.
hand, you know, I don't personally like the way that he's done it, but he has done it. He went over to where there was a big audience already, where there were streamers already, and he basically stole their audience from them, from the Hollywood,
Ted
the
Nugent
Hollywood
was always
Scientology
nutty.
audience. He stole that whole audience for his channel.
I
And
do
now he's doing
sassy. He
whatever
has a
wants with
podcast
that
too.
audience. You know, he'll go back to Hollywood, he'll go on a holiday, he'll go here, he'll go there, but it doesn't matter because he's got 400
Ted Nugent
people
is
watching.
98 of Ted Nugent's audience.
And that's what it's all. That's what
Beautiful.
YouTube's all about. It's about the audience. It's like, what good is your channel when you only have one person watching? You know, you want to have 400 people watching. There's the lift
I
right
listen
there.
to Ted Nugent for his view on the Second Amendment. Yep, Tommy.
Yes. Oh, that's so cool.
Exactly.
Very smart. Always
Nuts.
getting new ideas, right?
It's nuts and crackers. Just follow Ant.
I
and
didn't
see how to
even
build
like
your
his
channel.
music in the 70s.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes.
I think it's wild how many so-called freedom people who called out media for lying about Iraq, Ukraine, Vietnam, etc. suddenly believe every piece of crap propaganda about Israel, Palestine.
Yeah, I don't even know
We have
what
the
to believe
raising of
these
the
days.
giant American flag, you guys. This is so awesome.
But it's
Patriots
crazy.
over here,
He was a good
Patriots
guitarist.
everywhere.
Googling again, Brett.
And there's
LOL
patriots
true.
lining all up and down the road too, y'all. Little pockets of patriots.
Hello, Tommy Temper.
Awesome.
Poor Brett. I know who not to believe. I
Hey,
think
it's
Nuts
Kelly.
is trying to get a
Crafting and
raised
Coffee
Tommy
with
Temper.
Kelly. Drop a link there, Kelly.
Santana
people
is the
can,
best guitarist ever.
check out your channel. Hit that link button.
How far
And,
back
give
should
us
we
a,
go to decide
thumbs up
who owns
too.
what? And if you give everything back to the original caveman, what will be of all the people now occupying said land? Do we just exterminate the victors?
Yeah, caveman was the original.
Hi, Hammer.
Caveman
Cadmus
got
Rex,
colonized.
there is no
Sorry,
raise
caveman.
for being a volunteer.
Got colonized.
K9 hi.
By the natives. the natives colonized the caveman. Hey, did I just say
Eric
that?
Clapton is another good one.
Dot's Cancer Journey.
My only
Good to see
payment
ya.
is the abundant love that I receive here at the Tommy Temper Love Show.
Yeah, everyone, if anyone drops a link in my channel, go over there, sub up to them right now, and then come on back. And then you can check them out once they go live. Look at that. Look at that giant flag.
Convert or die most of Middle East
See,
except
this is
Israel.
The right-wingers in
I like
the United
Eric
States
Clapton.
like the flag. They adore the flag, and they, basically it's part of their culture.
Kamala pays
I don't know where it
$700
is
to
on the
go to
left
her
side,
rally
like
S.
on the Biden, Kamala side.
That
It's not
is
so
what
much
I'm
the
asking.
flag
What is
over
the
there.
arbitrary year zero to undo
The lefties,
colonization?
the Antifas
Do you have
and
an
the
island
lefties
for
and
all the
those people
people
end
you
up
want
burning
gone,
the flag and
Brett?
stomping on it. They don't.
Hi,
they
Brett.
don't respect the flag, but
Crafting and coffee with Kelly.
the flag is
That
much
is
respected
beautiful.
on the right side, as you can see with this clip right here.
I pledge allegiance.
So if you
to
don't
the
fly a flag, you don't love
of the
it.
United States of America,
Hi, ABD.
and to the republic for which
Well,
it stands,
hey,
one nation,
loving your
under
flag
God,
is like loving your country.
indivisible,
That makes
It
no sense,
represents
Tommy.
your country, and you
Hello,
should
nuts.
respect
Hello,
that flag
door.
and not let it touch the ground, not stomp on it, not burn it,
Nobody join
not
me.
treat
Not
it with
one-
disrespect.
Not one patriot join me for that. Everybody's so distracted.
And when I see these videos
Hello,
of some Antifa people
GTSY.
burning the flag or something like that, like, come on, that's like ridiculous.
Truck, not this way. They're too worried about
It's
keeping
like,
great
what?
the
Well,
road.
why
Hi,
are you
Dot.
even living in the country if you don't
Maybe
respect
serving
the
your
flag?
country also
Right,
shows
I
your
think
love
he's
for
gonna
your
go piss
country.
up. Oh my gosh,
Exactly.
y'all, he's
Exactly,
climbing up
Tommy.
there.
There he goes.
Not one
Tommy
person
loves
joined
the
me. Not one,
LGBTQ
not
flag.
you, Joe. She's
Not so much.
Hello again, my sweet Dot.
I was thinking about
Kids,
this.
get your wives, aunts, cousins, and kids that are
What-
crafting and coffee with
What
Kelly.
component of the
HTTPS
LGBTQ flag
www.youtube.com
is
channel
heterosexual?
HQ5FFBFRs
Is that a heterosexual
MJOB.
flag? The
We were
LG
supposed to
flag,
learn
is it
from the
hetero?
genocide of North American First Nations, Indigenous people, World War II, etc. Never again is supposed to be for everyone, not just a select group of people.
The police just need
It's
to
What
like for
about all the
everyone but me,
right-wingers
that
showing
flag.
the upside-down flag?
We'll give that.
Scumdog, correct how far back we go.
Well, it's the only way they
Hi,
can get the
K9
flag
Gaming.
up there. Sideways.
Dorothy GTSY.
Figured they had to hook it
I've
onto
never
a
stomped
ladder.
on my flag, it burnt one. I have other decorations outside my house. I put flags out on the 4th. Thank you, nuts.
No burning flags.
1600 Sierra November Alpha Foxtrot uniform.
Fly it and respect
I fly
it.
my American flag upside down so. Sassy, I have my flag outside on July
an
1st
upside
Canada
down
Day,
flag
that's it.
shows
Oh my gosh, I
a
love you guys.
Brett, so
country
you
that
need
is
to
in
grift for a plane
distress.
ticket to that third world country
So,
so
yeah,
you
I
can
agree with
dodge
the
bullets
upside-down
and
flag. If
landmines
you
and
think that
report to
your
us there.
government
I'm
is
sure
doing
there
a
is many that
disservice
would
to you,
donate
well,
for
yeah,
you to
might want
go.
to fly that flag upside down.
Brett
to
hates
say, hey,
everyone.
this is a distressful
Doesn't
country I'm
surprise
living
me, Hammer. Or Hammer people will love you if you quit being a meathead. Dinu, it's a fest, dear.
in. It's hammer time.
I'm Joe
Correct me.
Biden, and I approve this
Yup,
message.
Sandy, it's time for Halloween decorations now. Sandy.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Quote, fake news. Fake news. You are fake news.
Look, we got Spider-Man
It's
over
all
there.
fake news.
Yeah.
Fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
Spider-Man Patriot.
It's all fake
Make
news.
love, not war.
That's right.
Hello, everybody, and Tommy.
Make love. Moon over
Hello,
Miami.
everybody in chat.
Hey, nice to see ya. Welcome to the party. It's a flag-raising party today
Hi, Moon.
in the U.S. of A.
Nuts try sucking will
Respect
help
that
you.
flag, okay? Okay, I'll be right back.
I
Stand
doubt
by.
Brett is the original indigenous
leave you
people
with,
of North
Glory
America.
be
He
and the
probably
flag
should
raising.
go to the island I'm taking about that doesn't exist. Group hug.
Land 10 of the free
When
because
did
of the
we start
bread.
having
Yes.
flags to announcing to support our
Start saying the
sexual
Star Spangled Banner after
preferences?
the pledge. I
Yeah,
love USA.
exactly.
Tommy, can we
Awesome.
start a donation
Oh
for
my
Brett to get a
gosh.
ticket to that country to report from? Flying an upside down flag means to show disrespect for the nations they represent. Christy
Well, I
Immo, let
thought it
Ms.
was,
Frosty deal with you.
nuts and
LOL, blah at me
crackers.
all you like. LOL.
He told me he was
Hi,
doing
Moon
it. I
over
didn't know what he was
Miami.
talking
Wow,
about.
thanks for
I had
that
no
super
idea what he
chat.
was
Nuts and
talking about.
crackers.
Trump
Put
took
up or
away
shut up.
women's reproductive rights. I have no use for him.
That is pretty.
Oh, you guys gonna need to stand
What is
up.
that, Nuts? Do you want people to stop talking about Palestine?
Yes,
Israel?
nuts.
Is that what it's all about? Okay, I go for that. Okay,
No
$10
hablo
talks in
ingli
my
gracias.
chat.
I see what they're doing.
DLGQWXYZ needs help.
Super chat back
Did
to
Brett
you
finish
there
his
the
stinking
next time we
boat?
go live, okay?
Paying for wrenches, ah ha ha.
It's a little heavier. They think it'll hold it down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't think that'll still work. Oh, there it goes. Look, look. They're going up without it. Look.
Oh, he was going to hang on it and help.
Nuts wants a raise.
Yeah, well, the
Viagra helps, I can testify.
Oh, okay.
Project 2025 will take away even more rights. Rex waiting for payday.
Yeah, look at them.
Can't just simply unwind history and dispose of all the people you believe outnumbered everyone else. Nuts. Can I buy a wrench, please? I like to feel important.
That ladder wasn't doing it.
Oh no, Brett, I was trying to get you a plane ticket. Does she want to go too? I could set up a dono for you guys. I paid Tommy 100 Bitcoin for my wrench. Sandy, in the US, an upside down flag means our country is in distress. I smell a GoFundMe coming up.
Wake up, Joe.
You're doing just fine. You're just a super patriot and we love you.
GPT got thumbs up. Nuts.
Oh, hi, Tracy.
I don't
Hi,
need
Tommy
your help.
Temper.
LOLOLGFY.
Get us some love
I
over
just
here,
give
Tommy.
my 2 cents for mine. LOL.
This is super patriotic.
Poor Sandy.
Y'all. We're gonna be like up close and personal with Trump very shortly, y'all. He's gonna be coming right by us on this bridge, unless the plans
Just
suddenly
cause a
change.
few chuds are in distress doesn't mean the whole country is. FYI. Hello, Christy B. I thought they were sailing the seas. Broccoli. I'm flying the Tommy Temper Love Show flag upside down.
That is gorgeous, isn't it? Hugs, Betty M.
I gave 10 Monolopy money.
Love
Trump did
you.
not take anyone's reproductive rights away. Your reproductive rights is now decided by the state that you live in. Grow up.
I'm going to get them all done here before everyone. I've got some of my
GoFundMe screwed over the Freedom Convoy in 2022. We don't support them since you seem to miss that. LOL. Brett needs to go fight for Palestine. If a baby is aborted, that is not reproducing anything. Catamus Rex, I know, and not everyone flies theirs upside down. I was just saying the meaning behind it. Hi, Christy B. Gonna let Ms. Frosty deal with me, doing like she's got a lot more to deal with than little ol' me. Besides, if I bring you up, she always says you aren't around to say whatever I question.
The national anthem?
Okay, we're back.
All right, if we
Nuts and
start
crackers.
off,
Brett's mom should have swallowed.
What do you think? You ready?
$10 super chat.
All right, 1, 2,
The No
3.
Palestine Israel chat challenge. So what is that? What are you saying, Nuts? Are you saying
Can anyone
You
explain to me
don't
how
want
the
anyone
USA
talking
is
about that
dire
anymore?
danger?
Let's see if I can get him. Hang on.
Christy B, let me work your corner, girlfriend. Hello, Kelly. Hello, Dot. Everyone smoke a joint
yeah.
and pass it.
Hey, are y'all up
Go
for
for
singing the national anthem?
I don't know how you can stop
Okay,
people
let's
from
do it.
talking
1,
about
2,
things,
3,
you
then
know.
we'll start, okay?
People are going to
Lead by
say what they
example,
want.
Brett. Give up your spot in North America to the original occupants, whomever you believe that may be.
All right, let's sing our national
How
anthem.
many in chat regularly talk to Palestinians? Show of hands, for as much as some people seem to want to talk about them all the time. Yes, but you can't get an abortion in Idaho, and if you
we
leave a
talked
state
you,
to do
Brett.
it, you will get
Well,
arrested.
You're not
Look it up.
Palestinian, but you're pro-Palestinian. I would talk to anybody. I would talk to Palestinian people.
How many
or
people served in the Middle
Israeli
East?
people.
Tommy Temper, that
everyone
means
has
enough
to
is
end
enough,
up
but they
getting
can
along
always pay
at
to
the end of
play.
the day.
So you can't
You
just shut
always
off
do, Brett.
communication with a particular group and then expect there not to be peace, you know. Peace involves communication.
You're a looper, Brett. One time I would like to be able to come in Tommy's chat with all the Palestine propaganda bullshit.
Nice.
How many cares, Brett? For fuck's sakes, you are not one.
Patriots all over the place. Well, we'll go this way.
Yeah.
MATER97 exactly.
Brett, I kind of wonder
Or
about
loop
that.
it.
It's like, Brett, like where is the
Mater,
Palestinian
this is a
part
love
of
fest.
you? Like where's
Mater exactly.
like Brett, where's your background?
Mater exactly.
Are you Palestinian?
Palestinians are the minority in Israel,
which, you know,
so probably would benefit them to
you know,
try
people are
and
gonna
blend
be
into
on one
late
side
to
or
go
the other.
back. Keep
But
looping,
I don't
attacking me,
really
same
know your
old
background
crap
at all.
over and over.
And it sort of seems like
Luke
you're
plays
a guy
nicely.
born in Canada that is
Mossad.
like really ultra Palestinian.
One trick pony.
Like, I can't figure that out.
Imagine Palestinians making their side look right. MATER97 would be nice, wouldn't he it? Hi Mater97. Are you related to a Palestinians? Sorry, did not mean to delete that comment, my bad. Salty salt, they got a country, it's called Jordan. We need cameras of Israel and the border, Tommy Temba,
There's lots of
please.
Palestine protests. too. I was
Inflation
at a
is under
Palestine
3, violent
protest just
crime
the
at a
other day.
50-year low, unemployment is low, gas prices are low, not
In fact,
deployed in any
I'll-
wars, domestic manufacturing is
I'll
strained,
show you
energy
the
production
video.
at an all-time high, USA. Why isn't Brett at the Palestine protest? Weird, right?
Well, I went to a Palestine
Dot.
protest there just the other day. Well, I didn't really go to the protest. I went out of my
Million, yeah.
door.
And here we see
ended
the-
up
I recognized long ago that our corrupt
Albert
media
wasn't
and
known as
government
the
was being done by Zionist Israel. Israel did 9/11 hard to get them on it, easy to
just
get
left
them
the
on what they are
airport.
doing to Palestine.
Here we go.
Why all try to
Uh-oh,
have a
I
good
forgot I
rest of
had
your
that
day?
on.
It's eye drop time for me later. I have a feeling if the Palestinians wanted to blend in, they want mass genocide of all the Jewish people.
They just left the airport.
Ron, that comment is way out of line, and you know it.
How long does it take to get from the airport?
Catamas, you're on drugs.
I have no idea.
Hey, Brett, did you hear about this one?
By May.
Because I'm from Maryland, so I have no
Israel
idea.
did
I don't
not
know
bomb
where I am. I'm just so glad
911,
to be
you
here.
dumb fuck. Not out of line at all.
Guess
Put
who's
up
coming
and
to
defend
Canada?
it or shut it.
You thought
Oh
we had
wow,
enough
Israel did
trouble
9/11
with,
wrong, Brett.
people in Canada.
Asks
We've
me
got
a question,
Whoopi,
then doesn't he pay attention to the answer? LOL.
And this time,
Super.
By the way, if you want to know where
Israel
I hang
has
out,
done everything that is bad, apparently.
you see that
Believing the
Facebook
propaganda
group right
doesn't
there?
he make the propaganda
All right,
factual.
where do I want to be? I want to make sure I get.
She's disgusting, Tommy.
Yeah, well, she's coming to Canada for sure this
Nuts,
time.
mind your business.
What the
I
hell's
didn't
the
he
matter with
pull your
people?
chain.
We don't want her.
They are
Stay-
too small to
you
win.
stay
Just
in the
fight
States.
for peace amongst
Stay
all
out
of the
Canada.
people of
Like,
Israel.
this is
Melt
enough
into the
already.
pot.
This is all bullshit.
The
Having
ones
you
saying
on
that they
camera
move out of the
here.
country when Trump was
Forget
elected,
it.
they are all still here and they LL never move. Hurry up, Whoopi.
Hold off the rain.
Whoopee. Yeah.
Let's keep
Yeah.
Trump
Aren't they
safe.
going to cancel that show? And then there's a big push to
Yes,
get rid of
Whoopi to
ABC
Canada.
television lately.
A true
Notice
debate
that?
is not based on conspiracy theories, on raised arms. You can't have her, Tommy.
Hey, look at this.
Someone.
Nice
Opening them up here, and it's a brand new restaurant. And look at, they've got this smoked brisket special down here.
Can Trump
But
visit
on the other
Canada?
hand, you might wait a while
That
before you get
person
your food because
Brand new
yeah, they're
Chipotle
lining them out
opened up in
outside.
my city. And I was
Check it
down
out. Come on down to Chipotle on Calgary Trail. They're just opening them up here, and it's a brand new restaurant. And look at, they've got this smoked brisket special down here. But on the other hand, you might wait a while before you get your food because
towards
yeah.
Israel. Sorry if you believe the mainstream media that you say lies all the time. LOL, pure genius.
All right. I'm live. Do we know what happened, Lori? Did she say
Wrong,
that with
Brett.
her friends?
Trump is old and will retire. We can wait him out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering. I thought she was behind.
Got
us.
to run an
I
errand.
didn't know what happened. Yeah, or she pulled off maybe. She might have seen. her
Propaganda,
Okay,
Brett.
Christy. Nice seeing you in there. Yeah. Great group of people in here. Let me go over everyone that's in the chat here today. This is
SMFH.
excellent here today. I'll tell you who all has been in the chat here. Danielle, first in.
Yep,
Danielle
modern
Berry Sports
looping.
Highlights. Dash and Grandma.
Hands,
Smooth
yellow
operator.
heart, red face, fuchsia poop shape face,
Troy.
red heart shape.
friends. Oh my
Penelope,
goodness, that's right.
Colette.
You too, Tommy.
That's right.
Minion Masad.
Glory B never shuts up.
Dory,
We are pretty great.
Ms. Frosty, Herman the Tosser,
Looks
Edward Cam,
amazing.
Kim,
yeah, I love
Scumdog, Linda Lou, Wizzy Wig's in here. Hey,
Bye,
Wizzy, good-
chatters,
great
have a
to
good
see you,
day.
Wizzy.
that's
Rarely
great.
see you
People
over here,
that say
but,
the media
when
is
we
lying
do
all the
see you.
time about everything, then believe the
Glad to
mainstream
see
media
you,
on anything in
contribute.
regards to Israel or terrorism. LOL, it's bizarre and absurd.
Catamus Rex,
Love,
K9
glory
Gaming,
So,
Drew Peanuts, Doorknocker, Christopher ATX,
Here we go again, looping.
Cheeks, Nuts and
Dancing
Crackers,
Arab Israelis.
Sassy Pants, Peter
I'm
Burns,
not Jewish or Palestinian,
Cox,
but it's
Cunning
obvious
Stuff,
Palestinians will
Mater.
never rid all the Jewish people just get along. Maybe the Jewish
Yeah.
people should give the Palestinians their own casinos.
I don't
good.
know.
Oh, I'm glad.
Sandy
'cause it
Foster,
really started coming
Partabanza,
down.
Mouth
It
of
did.
the
What's
South.
your baby's name?
Good to see you.
Molly Marie.
Just been
Look
watching
at
your
that.
stuff there
Molly
once in a
Marie.
while on Facebook there. Big on
Look at that
Facebook.
face. Look at that face.
Brandon Tucker,
Bumbles love
Frosty
you.
B.
They
Rocks
love
in
you.
there. Maybe.
Wonder where they are. It's
Those
not
ears are
too
so
far
cute.
from me.
MT
By
Native,
Christy
Ron
BHAGD.
Volts, Kit Kat,
Leave Glory be alone. She isn't doing anything wrong to you.
Christy B,
MSM
Al
who
Munson,
watches that LOL.
Hi,
Super
Jerry.
Salty.
Salty salt for the win.
Lynn Smith, Leo
Casino S needs
Robinson,
parking lots too.
Chill
Thank you for
Pill,
being here.
Hammer, Quack 13.
Oh my
Thoughts
God.
Cancer Journey. What's next?
Are they gonna be
Crafting
on
and Coffee
Freeway
with
Below on
Kelly.
the road-
Moon
the
over
road we're
Miami.
sitting on?
Hi,
and
Dachshund.
1090 FPS.
Christy B, we love you.
Unless, so
Good to
unless,
see everyone.
There was a rumor where P. Diddy
Unless I
actually
think-
had 11,000 bottles of
Hello,
oil, but the
Kurtz, we
cops
keep
had a
on
heyday
Pakistan.
and took some for themselves
So
home
we've
along
got,
with some of his drugs.
Chinese in the house too. Great to
Miss
see you.
Kelly.
Everything's going well in your world.
I heard Glory Beef is Antifa. What does
Glory
pro-Palestine mean?
Bee
Pro-protecting the people or
she's a Trump
pro-Hamas?
I know, that
supporter.
dog was really cute.
Casinos seem to be keeping the Indians
She's
in the
very
United
level-headed.
States happy.
Like Glory B does not say
Jews,
foolish
Muslims,
things
and
on her
Christians live
streams
side
either,
by
you know?
side for
She's,
centuries
uh,
in Palestine with little to
That's
no
why
issues.
you
It's
can't
been
say much
Zionism
about
and
Glory
Israel
Bee
that have
negatively.
brought the
You know,
war,
it says
division,
good
and death.
positive-
Learn history.
Positive streams.
SMH.
Who knew?
Hi K9 Gaming.
I am. I'm
Modder.
gonna go to the other side because it's
Looping.
towards and
La, 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 loop, loop,
So
loop,
block
loop,
me,
loop.
Ron.
because around the
We need
corner
a,
is gonna
Off,
be-
audio.
Tommy, come on.
Okay, it's Donald Trump.
Why
I'm
does
back
Brad
here.
always come
Thank
into
you
your
very much.
chat, Tommy,
Hang
and
on.
take over everything
chat,
is about
can you
him
shut up?
and around him?
Can you guys just shut
And
up
looping.
and let me talk?
D Grandma.
Hang on.
D Grandma.
I will tell you because I will be there. I will be here or I'll be there.
Yeah, okay. Donald Trump here, by the way, and I'm on my way to Pennsylvania. We're going to have a terrific rally. There's going to be thousands of people there, hundreds of thousands, and way more than the Biden could ever get. Okay, and it's going to be
So
one
I want the
heck of a
him
good
coming
time.
across the bridge. I'm going over here.
Let me think of something that Trump might say, but I can't really think of anything that he might say. Those radical left, that radical left Kamala, she's just such a loser. They're all losers over there. You saw how I debated Biden right into the monkeypox, and the rest of it is history. And we're going to win this one. We're going to pull it off. We've got all those left-wing radical pollsters showing that she's showing some kind of a chance, but she's not going to do it. Okay? So piss off, and this time quit fiddling with the election. Okay? This time we got to win. Okay? See you later. See you in PA. Okay? Okay.
Ron, her gash word is so disgusting, very demoralizing to women. Ho.
So they're. That's awesome. They're on their way, and I'm thinking this is the best side because I can get them coming.
Yeah, I can walk right over on the other side of the thing right here. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I gotta be able to move. But I think this is the better side. However, Speedy had a good point.
They're
too,
having
because
fun
he's gonna
there
be slowing
on
down to
that
go
bridge
around that
doing their
curve.
thing.
Israel closes ALJ0 in West Bank.
I don't know.
MTDP says it all the time.
All right, you guys,
Can't wait to hear Trump repeat himself over and over and over and over again. Blah, 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 blah.
Radical left.
Standing with the firemen. Yeah, standing with
The radical left.
This is what we're doing.
They're all radical,
So if
every
he's
one
gonna
of
stop anywhere, He's
them.
going to stop to thank our firemen.
Arbitrary lines again and again. Mirrors would be most
I
helpful.
want to get him coming across the bridge. Because if he's going to stop to talk to anybody, it's going to be the firemen.
Minion Excalty. Ron, I know makes my stomach turn, can't go her JS.
Yeah, I've been walking back and forth over this bridge. I'll tell you what, it's been an entire morning of like herding cats and stuff like that. And the family
Herding cats.
of, oh my gosh,
That's hard to do.
What is the man's name who he's going to visit? He's
60 people in the chat.
He's, they kind of
Amazing
anyway, we were
how
on
you're
his property
sticking
with
to
his
the
family
stream.
for a little bit.
Appreciate every
And,
one of
they
you
invited us
popping
to
in.
stay
We
over
gave a
there,
list
but
of
we
those that
decided to come over
participated in
here.
the chat.
Yeah,
Hey,
thank you,
sub up to
Tracy.
the channel
Okay.
though if you're just
Are y'all
watching.
the
We know that
one
20%
for
of you
firemen or
are
two
not
with
subbed
the
to the
MAGA
channel that are
warriors?
watching. Those are my
One
stats.
with
They
the
show that.
firemen or number 2
So
for the
what's 20%
MAGA
of
warriors?
660?
Vote, vote, vote.
12?
Just like good for your side over there or over here.
Scum
12
dog, you
people in
wouldn't
my chat
see
that aren't
anybody
subbed
there
up.
if Biden was still running.
Hit that sub button. And any of you
so y'all
sitting
are
in there,
saying
hit that
number one.
thumbs
All
up.
right, even
In
Klaus
fact, I'm
Schwab
going to hit
said
the
number
thumbs
one.
up.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the top Canadian of them all? Cam like Telecope King Cobra Striker.
I don't know. There's not much to choose from.
Barbara says 1. Renee
Who's the
says
top
2 because I
Canadian?
buffer on this side.
Cobra Striker.
Not many people. There's not much
Carmen
from
says
there.
choose one.
Definitely
Okay,
not
Sam, I
to
buffer
go.
1. Renee
Who's the
says
top
2 because I
Canadian?
buffer on this side.
I tried watching her and
I don't
Brett
know, there's
and
not
blocked
much
them,
from
make
there.
me not
Definitely
argue with them. Ron, I never heard term until she came along. She is a true DP.
But if I'm buffering,
Stream
that
looks
would be
good though.
terrible.
I'm watching the stream on my channel. Let's see. Who else?
Thank you all so much for
Does
being here.
anybody
Hit that
else
like
need to
button.
be a
God
mod?
bless each and every one of you.
Grandma, I
Both are
understand.
USA.
What happened to RV? Canada RV. He used to be in the chat, and now I don't see him anymore.
All the childless cat ladies
He
need to
donated
protect
some
their
money and wanted
pussies.
me to get rid of
Let me see what my signal's
Brett.
like
You
over
all
there.
know
a
that
mod.
Queenie went backstage and showed PJ her
And you
gash
notice
and
that's
her
kind of
boobs
diminished,
right.
And we're not even
Docs
talking
with
about
Grandma.
that now. But I just thought I'd bring that
Hope
up.
he's gone.
That it
That was
is in
good
the
right
back of my
there.
mind still. When I think of Canada RV. I wish the Canada RV would come back here. You know, like I like him.
Saw Canada RV the
I
other
know.
day.
He's around on other chats. He is. And, you know, he just doesn't like Brett.
I hope so too.
But, you know,
God
don't
bless y'all.
Press
don't
1 to boot
put
Brett.
it on me to look at doing anything.
Be
about
nice,
Brett.
there
Yeah,
is
right,
actually
Ron.
cat
I don't
ladies for
like,
Trump.
Brett either.
Quality.
I leached on. I'm like a Klingon to these guys.
Did you? I know. Well, I'm about
He
to
tried
too,
to
because
boss
I
you,
think somebody
Tommy.
said hi to our first responders.
Canada
We love
RV was
y'all.
involved in a severe
Absolutely.
rubber machine accident and is unable to text.
Yeah,
Canada
K9
RV
Gaming.
has been being
Well, that's
shocked
what
when he's
happened. That's
going
what
to
I
other
felt too,
channels,
K9.
and I'm like, LOL, he's been
It
in
was
Jeff
he
Leopard's
sent me
and
a
LCS.
$20 super chat.
He was in
to
Jeff
get
S
rid of
stream
Brett.
yesterday. I like Canada RV.
So, at my, for my line
Now
of
he ran away
thinking,
and hid.
nobody's perfect in this world, and everyone deserves a second chance. So, that's why people are around me.
Me too,
that
MT.
You normally
Yeah, but
you'd go,
well, we heard
no,
he's
I don't
left
want to
out
be
already
anywhere
from the
close
airport,
to that
so he's
person.
headed this way,
I
right?
go
You got
with,
the same news?
hey, people say stuff, and sometimes it's like
Tommy
off the
Temper
cuff.
Canada RV,
It's
I can
like,
talk to him, but changes will have to be made, and he gets to make them
outlandish,
understand.
And
So when
people
the
go,
flag
well,
starts
yeah,
coming down,
maybe
that's the
now
time
that I
mark.
said it, I maybe shouldn't have said it. You know what I mean? And just because people say stuff, well, that doesn't mean you disown
Minute
them
mark, am I able to cross the bridge
and
again?
put them to the side. AMC Kingdom.
Probably not.
Brett, here is some breaking news for you. Nobody in LC or Jeff S channel likes you. LOL AMC.
Well, yeah, but it's not going to happen.
Little old me.
Like, people are people. You can ask somebody to do something, but
Oh, my goodness.
if they don't want to do it, they're not going to do it.
Well, I don't think anybody's live streaming over there. Y'all could hop over there and tell them.
And,
But
I
I'm
guess
not
it
gonna
depends
miss my
how
chance to be
severe
over here.
whatever it
True
is
nuts.
that they're doing is that people don't like, But I'd rather have people just say whatever they want. Let
Thank you,
Canada
Betty
RV say
Ann.
what he
Thank you
wants.
so
He can
much.
come in
God
here and
bless
say
you.
whatever he wants. Hey,
Depeche Mode knows.
just like anybody else.
U.S. deploying more troops to the Middle East.
But
Canada
I will say
RV will
that
clean up your channel.
there's one
Yeah,
person
because
in
I always
particular
listen
that
to
I've
internet
noticed
trolls
lately
hiding
that-
behind their keyboard every day, all day, LOL.
that has been
Especially saying he would destroy your channel.
well, yeah, I know, but that's like Telescope saying could destroy your channel, or is going to destroy your channel. At the end of the day, yeah, people can destroy your channel if they really want to. They can, absolutely. Especially a channel like mine, because you can go back on my content. Okay, this is another thing.
He did say he called destroy channel, it's clipped.
Oh, thanks, Barbara.
I saw the
Exactly,
minion
know.
most
That's
sad.
not good at all.
Every
That's
day,
actually
all day,
bad
that
that you would say
translates to
that.
jobless.
You know, but
So
let me
you're willing
say,
to lose views and subs because of Brett. Well done.
let me say this:
Pagers are
that
scary.
I got a
Tommy, I
strike.
tagged you in my short about that.
Let me.
Who is Telescope? Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Giant eye
Telescope.
roll.
Who is Telescope?
He wants to destroy your channel but be a managing mod. Even Troy was laughing at that one. LOL.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm going to shut off chat for just a second. Okay, but I want to say this. Another reason that I haven't been live here for the last little bit is that I got a strike. Okay, my channel got a strike. So just so that everybody knows, my channel got a freaking strike. Okay, and I'll tell you what the strike was. The strike was me streaming a streamer that was in Ottawa. And if you know Ottawa in Canada, they have protests and they have people that put signs up, you know, like in front of Parliament Hill, in the Parliament building there. So there's all kind of signs, right? So the streamer's over there and the streamer's panning around at all the different signs, you know. And one of the signs that they pan across was a sign that said something like COVID was fake or false, and that, you know, the injection killed people, you know, stuff like that. You know what I mean? It was that kind of a sign that had said those things. And as the streamer was streaming that, you know, I'm actually on the mic sitting here watching it and thinking in my mind, well, that's going to get me a strike, you know. And so I'm actually saying, well, hey, don't believe everything that you see here. And there's a lot of conspiracy theory stuff going on, you know, and a lot of COVID misinformation, you know. So don't believe any of the stuff that you're seeing right now. I'm actually saying that as the clip is rolling and he's going over the signs. So that's all it took, was me showing a sign at a protest that had misinformation on it. And somebody frickin' reported my stream. One of you people out there that don't like me and that know damn well that you know, COVID misinformation will get you a strike. Somebody reported my stream, and they did an automatic strike to my stream because of that on both of my channels, because I was streaming that on this channel and on PressPad at the time. So both of my channels got a strike, and this is whatever. I think it was on whatever, just within the last week. So so I'm thinking, well, yeah, and they actually showed the part that got me this. It's flashed on my screen for just a second, for a microsecond. That's the sign that had the misinformation on it, and I saw that. Right, because for some reason the clip was on my browser and I was playing it, and of course when you get a strike for something like that, then you can't see the clip. Or in this case, I could see the clip even after it was there, and then I went over to where it was, and then I looked at it and I go, yeah, well, for sure that's misinformation. But on the other hand, I'm absolutely talking over it, pointing out the fact that it's misinformation and that you should understand that that is misinformation. So anyways, I went and appealed the strikes on both channels, and they must have looked at it with a human, because they removed the strikes. Eh? They removed both strikes. So, but that goes to show you that if you just plain show a sign on your stream that contains misinformation, because a guy, I'm actually a restreamer, so like I'm not even showing you that info. And you know, I've gotten strikes from people's streams because I restream other people's stuff. I've got a misinformation on election misinformation because somebody said Trump won in a restream, and I got a medical misinformation because in LA they were doing some big it was a religious type broadcast, whatever, with a whole bunch of religious people, whatever, and they were talking about everything, including COVID, and I got a COVID strike on that one. So yeah, this kind of crap happens, but I was lucky in the sense that I appealed both strikes, and then they both came off. But you know, it hurts you psychologically. It's like you get a traffic ticket or something, and then you have to fight the ticket, and then you finally win and you're happy. But it put a dark cloud over me, overhanging me for that time that the strikes were on there, and I didn't feel like going live and streaming again, because you don't want to get a strike on top of a strike, and then you get one more strike, and then all of a sudden, boom, your channel is completely gone. So you have to be a little bit careful.
Y'all know me, I just go with the flow, and God has a way of putting me right in the middle of some things. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? You met him and
Cam, try harder.
at a fire station. That's
Dawes
right,
has
Jerry.
nothing left in her pathetic life, just
so
hate
glad.
watchers.
I'm so glad.
But of course, you guys don't care if I get a strike. It's meaningless to anybody else except for the channel that got the strike.
You mean like Queena's striking me for posting her own words, lol.
Yeah, exactly.
Dory Wizzy and Nutsim pass me those boiled eggs and beer.
and you
I'm
can
getting
appeal
ready
that
to
strike
visit
and
Brett.
probably win.
Nuts.
Quick.
Try harder to what?
This machine
Dawes
is like,
from the
it's
dog
a- it's a
pound, he's
Pollivere.
still
Those
alive.
things are amazing. I wouldn't mind driving that.
TC has 8 subs. What is that BS flag in the upper right corner of your screen, Tommy Temper?
So are y'all with a group that came out, or did you just come out to support? Hope to see him.
That's,
that's
a
awesome.
morphed American-Canadian flag
Nobody brought your beer.
is
They
what
brought
that
your
is.
beer.
Here, I'll change
Well,
it.
she would have doxed me, Tommy. She was trying for months,
You
not
fell
worth
for
it.
Trump. Bless your heart.
Sup,
Did you
easy,
take
yai
a
money,
tumble
yai.
today? Oh
Here, I'll
my
change
gosh,
it.
How are you feeling? You gonna ice
Only
that when you
person
get
I
home?
want to see get strikes is drunk Lincoln
You're gonna go to the
Kane.
emergency room? You're
Tommy
gonna go to the
has
emergency
charts, so
room when you
only
leave here because you
fans.
took a tumble for Trump?
Sup.
You see, Lincoln is
LOL.
pretty smart because
God bless you. We're
he
praying for
doesn't
justice
save
for
his
Stan over your
streams, right?
ankle.
So
Appealing strike
in
would
order to
mean
get
to
a
enter
strike, you have
personal
to pretty much
information that
save
the
your
other
stream.
party gets
If you
access to
delete your
personal
stream as soon as
information
you
in
do
that
it,
one's
then,
hands is not a
people
good
can't
idea.
strike you unless they strike
Representing
you while
what?
you're live.
Get the
Right, you have
Mexican
to strike
flag in
while
there
it's
too,
live.
Tommy.
I love
But
you
no, I wouldn't
anyway.
recommend
Who wants to be
striking anybody.
morphed with a US? Exactly,
How's
Brett.
that?
You know, it's that's to me striking a channel
JLR
is
in
like
Charleroi, Paul Libdard's
It
it
melding.
is the low of the
North
lowest
America
low.
unite.
Please feel better.
It doesn't
God
get
bless
any
you.
lower than
Oh
that.
my
Like
goodness.
think about Telescope.
I
Remember when
despise
Telescope
Daisy
gave
as
me a
well,
strike?
however hacking is a
Because he
felony.
didn't like Daisy and
Tommy,
Ron.
are you a Mexican or
Like that strike
Mexicant?
was the low of
Well,
the
nobody wants
lowest.
to hear what she has to say
What
anyway.
SJLR? Actually, I wouldn't mind living in CA Catamus Rex, LOL.
JLR was outside of the shooter's house. there.
Oops, I meant Cam. Let SC67 people in chat and only one person agreeing with you, Clout. Lincoln Kane is an idiot, Tommy, are you kidding me? Especially striking when it's your own words, LOL.
Hey,
Look at these clowns,
AMC
LOL,
Kingdom.
imagine the smell.
I am
Who
nice
in the hell
with
wants
all
to strike
streamers.
someone
I have
channel?
to be nice with everybody.
Telecope King Cobra Striker beside
AMC
Cam.
Kingdom. I don't put people down.
JLR is goofy.
But you know,
JLR
whatever you
Gilbert
guys say,
Godfrey
well, I'm not
cousin.
going to censor, you know, people's speech in here. Say what you want. But you know what I
Hammer
mean?
struggling with
My
the same
thoughts,
thing as
I
a
have-
normal one
you
of
know
the
what?
best things
have
I
to
could
keep
do
my
to help
thoughts
you
in
with
my
the
head.
other.
And all through the whole thing of streaming the convoy, I couldn't say anything
Really?
about the streamers. Well, even if I
JLR
hated the
blinks
streamer,
10 times a second.
I couldn't say that about him because I
Trying
was
to
part of my
drive, what did I
content.
miss?
You know what I mean? So you don't run down your content. That's the last thing I would do.
I think the main thing is the Marxists
And
are
to
Tommy
me,
Temper laugh out loud, I
LC
understand.
is a streamer.
These
like
are the
I'm a
people who
streamer,
cook
so
mac and
I don't
cheese
put
in their
down my
sinks raw
competition.
dog in it.
You know what I mean? In fact, I
MT
learned
native
that
that SCAM
in
and
business, not to
Telecope.
put down your competition because
Would
it
these
makes you
people
look
on
bad at
screen
the
look
end of
more
the day.
hillbilly-ish? Telescope
And
is a scumbag, he knows it, and it
It's hard
takes the
enough to
special
be
scumbag to
clean on
act
the
like they
internet.
like him.
Tell you
Lonely
that.
hags on YouTube giggle and will act like he is funny. Could.
You guys.
Exactly.
TC has 8 subs, LOL. LOL, tell that too.
It's truly Trump is
Well,
God's tool.
you know,
I believe that. And all,
That
and
S mega right
Telescope,
there,
I don't know,
cat.
he just doesn't. He
So
tried
Hey,
it as
Tommy.
a streamer, but he's not
that
not
includes
that
our
funny,
page,
and
so glad he's on board
it's
with
the
that.
same
I'm
old,
off to the
same old,
pot
whatever
beer
you hear.
store's time to self-medicate.
I don't love all
LOL, maybe
their
pick up
policies.
something to
Together,
barbecue
that's
for
a very
dinner.
strong administration he's putting together.
Like
But
I
we
am.
gotta pray for the protection
I
of
bet this
streaming,
guy
and
a
we just
secret
gotta
mac
keep
and
praying
cheese
for all
ingredient
the
is mayonnaise.
I'm moving on. I'm
Let
moving
S
off the
bust out that
convoy.
pickled
Hey,
bologna
Glory
and
B, thanks
crackers.
a lot for the restream.
Wow, that dude is a
it.
heart attack waiting to happen.
I love her streams though. Look at this.
I don't think that guy got teeth.
Look at
Nuts,
this.
store those
Video
farts
here.
in a mason canning jar. Cam, I was directing that comment towards you.
It's amazing
They're eating
rally.
the cats. LOL Rex, they're from where to
Sup,
live, we
ghouls?
are rednecks, LOL.
This is Glory Be Freedom.
Oh wow,
on
Brett
Facebook.
got his allowance from
Phoebe, what's
ABD.
up?
I'm on Facebook. I'm sorry, on YouTube. This is, yeah. Oh, you're fantastic. You're amazing.
These folks are the reason why you eat at potlucks at your own risk, allegedly.
You need to go to the emergency room, but you are sitting here for Trump. Yes, I mean.
Dory
that's-
Wizzy and Nuts Simple, I need
She
a
needs to
pressure
go to the
cooker.
emergency room, but she's sitting there for Trump.
I think
Her.
that dude there is eating the
Wow.
whole kennel.
So right now,
Tommy, Temper, and Chad have a good day.
before it's over, yeah.
Okay, thanks for
That
popping
the cat
in.
eaters.
AMC Kingdom.
I have gummies if you need some Brett.
Glory be
Type the word
freedom.
link if you
Sparks
want
is
my
sending
bot to
Billy
drop your
S
link.
teeth back to B.
Okay. Glory be freedom. 2 E's and
Chat
B.
can
Like
get a
Buzz
chance
Buzz.
to
Glory
drop a
be
link.
freedom. Yep.
David
I stand
Lockwood,
behind
what's
the
up?
The whole world is falling
Rachel,
apart.
off and down in
No
DC.
doubt.
Not
Boston
advisable.
Rabbit's mom, Mickey.
We can feel
Sup,
it.
Fultz, I figured you were no hacking
like
occurred
you-
ID, rather
You
not
wonder,
discuss it
what's gonna
publicly.
happen
We
next.
give them a voice. We help them to get the things that
Rednecks,
they need.
hillbillies,
Their
I feel
family
we debated
members,
whether there
and,
was a difference
It's
once.
been amazing. It's helped make
Totally
changes
not
for
a
that jail,
hillbilly
that whole
cult
jail,
confirmed.
too, you know?
Palestinians
But
love
it's not-
barbecue
they don't even
dog.
say that they didn't do anything wrong. There
Can't
are
do
some people who
potlucks,
didn't.
never know
We have
what you're
grandma who
eating.
walked in, prayed, walked
We
back
don't
out
eat
again,
cats
and
in
she's at her house
Pennsylvania.
first. That's crazy. Yeah.
Cam.
Let's see, I need a brand.
LOLATX.
Here, hang on. A ticker. Let's have a ticker here. I'll make one up here. Hang on.
And when people wake up and see the true light, there's no more
Where's
freedom
ticker?
of speech. Your
Banner.
First
Oh, yeah,
Amendment
they
is
call it a
violated.
banner.
Only Chinese joints use cat K9. Kelly Volcano green lava orange. Don't do it, moderators. Wow, some of these comments are way over the line. Is this the Middle East? Is that their chic? I wonder what a cat tastes like.
See you guys.
Send M to New York to eat the rats.
Almost point blank
That
on my
guy
head.
drools on his
They put
shirt.
their megaphones right in my face. They've like assaulted
They might
me.
nuts.
They've vandalized my vehicle twice. They've done all kinds of stuff.
Christopher
that I don't wanna talk
ATX,
about
why
online
is she
because I don't
sending
wanna
his
give them
teeth
kudos.
what?
And they don't get arrested.
Accusing
And
Israel
when
of
we report
genocide
them,
is way
one of
out
our
of
group gets
mine.
arrested. Because that's our capital.
Okay,
right
there.
now.
I got a
mean,
ticker.
It is run by demons.
Ticker on the go.
Yeah, yeah.
Super salty if the chicken in your chicken fried rice has little dark lines in it, it's cat.
Your battle is to make
Salty
sure-
Salt likes to eat the kitty.
You're
And
amazing.
Sassy's up from her nap.
You're amazing. Oh my gosh. Please come and join our chat. It's a very positive chat. We all need encouragement.
Any
as
Haitians
we're-
in
as
here?
we're going through this kind of dark
Minion.
life.
Haitians,
It
yeah.
is
It's
very
cats
trying
and
for all
dogs
of
they
us,
were
so-
eating, right?
I hear
Super
they're all,
salty, don't
they
forget the
got a house
dogs.
to live in.
Was
Got
there a
lots of money.
Walmart evacuation?
Oh,
What
that's
are you
great.
watching,
That's
Tommy?
great. Oh,
We're watching a Trump rally.
yeah. And what's it
Glory
called?
be.
Trump Temper
streamer.
2024.
On
Ha
Facebook
ha ha ha.
Messenger.
Was there a Walmart evacuation? That's funny.
Glory be freedom. Yep, glory be freedom.
No nap was
Yes,
over at noon.
yes. Come and join the Bumble.
Brett
in the
still
Hive.
here. Uber hasn't
Yep,
arrived yet,
it's-
Brett.
Thank you. God bless you all.
LOL
We're all
Lynn
doing
Smith
our
Aunt
part.
B wants to be paid for the
Yeah.
teeth she bought
Yeah.
Billy, so
Each
Sparks
and
said
every
she
one
will
of us.
ship them back to her. Billy doesn't need them along with the hearing aids.
She said thank you to everybody. who's
Dogs
praying
eat
for her
cats.
uncle. Oh, she said happy
Nice one,
fireman's
Pam
day
A
out.
for
Did you have
effort.
fireman?
Okay, I'll
They
take
did.
some from
Active
chat
shooter
and
at
add
an
it to the
Alabama
banner, okay?
Walmart, Pam.
Here we go.
That's awesome.
It's
God
a
bless
flag
you.
wave here, Tommy.
That's right.
Why does
Affliction,
Glory
what are
be
you
giggle
afflicted by?
after everything she says?
'Cause she's a happy
Do
person.
dogs and cats taste the same, and don't dogs eat cats?
Let's see if this works.
Glory B is always the victim. She has
Thank you
pulled
for
some
sharing
pretty
us.
questionable stuff herself. Cats eat dogs.
All right. Well, you're very.
Guess she
positive.
can LOL. Think the coyotes got some of my cats.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll
for
just
saying
take some more stuff from the chat and add it to the banner, okay?
Is this a protest for freedom
I met
from
you
hygiene?
earlier, so are y'all with a group? Are you with
Everything
a
tastes
Republican
like
group,
chicken.
or did you just come out to support?
What is the proper way to eat the kitty?
That's so awesome. Oh my
Christopher
gosh, that's so
ATX
great.
LOL. What is MB supposed to
That
do
is
with
so
his
great.
teeth?
We're gonna be on Glory Be
LOL,
Freedom.
no.
I wanna see you singing and stuff. Glory
Uh-oh.
be
Let's see
freedom.
if it'll
2
take
E's and
this.
B. Yep.
This is fun.
Do you want to take the QR code? I'm Glory
Could
B.
this chat be any dumber?
Glory be. Like Glory
Is
be
that a
God.
flag on the ground? Cat tastes like shitty chicken. IDNT see the moonshine.
She's
I don't think Glory B started streaming until after TPC with 1,776 restoration movement.
With the MAGA warriors?
Big cats probably do eat dogs. Ask GPT Mossad. We're off the rails for sure.
I thought she was. But I'm not from this area, so I don't know her personally. But I've heard people talk
AMC, you're right. Seems like everything is getting eaten.
Here, hang on. I'm coming through the jungle. I'm coming. Here you go. Here's the QR code. Can you get it? No. Oh, okay. Are you ready? GLORY.
Chat was derailed by a terrorist.
No, not that. Like glory be to God. Like glory be to God. Only two easy.
I thought I saw a putty cat.
Glory be.
Seems like they're in the middle of nowhere. Where is PETA?
So Trump was just seen in Greensboro. Is that you?
Yeah, there you go.
Why not dogs? They tend to be bigger.
So 2.5
Freedom
years,
from hygiene, bless.
honest to goodness, drug and
These are
alcohol
people
recovery
hillbillies
coach.
with too much time on their hands. How do they
Last
afford all
client in
that Trump
crisis
merch?
intervention housing got placed, and 3 days
Everything
later,
but
I
nuts
took off
and
with
crackers
people
is getting ate.
And I live in Maryland.
Tweety bird.
And so I took off to go catch
Some
up with
lookers
them
right
and then
there.
ride back.
MT native, thank you. I'm an og and my memory hasn't gone south yet. SMH right wingers don't call people names though.
That's so great.
Freedom from style
That's
or
right.
class.
What that did for me and what it did for
Peachy,
everybody.
thanks for not telling.
When the people's
No name
Edive, that's all folks.
It didn't do what they thought it was going to do. I went in with no expectations. I just knew I was supposed
No
to
name
go.
calling.
And what I got
American
was
flags
from
are
being
fashion
in
cat.
lockdown and feeling so alone, you know, because
Are these
when you're on
snowflakes
recovery
or did they
coach, it's all
already
about
melt
your
down
friends,
into
it's not about
puddles?
anything else. I felt
Star
so
of death,
alone.
yummy.
And then
These
there I
people
am
look
in
worse
all
off
y'all
than the
are
homeless in
all
downtown
overdoses and everything,
Edmonton.
and my heart just like was
Thought you
so
were going to the
uplifted.
drugstore,
It was
Brett.
so important. And anyone who thinks that it didn't do what it
Hit
was
Daisy
supposed
head to
missed
toe
the
in
point.
Trump dear LOL. Where do unemployed people get all that money? Ha ha, mum's the word ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Lynn Smith LOL. I have no clue. Wasn't he there people that ate people? Probably some indigenous people ate people, and Brett probably fights for them too. Carl, work on that chat routine. Oh right, I forgot Edward Cam Haute Couture. Tommy, I'm gay, do you still love me? AMC haha, nor has mine. Super salty. Common sense Trump supporters. SMH. MT native, we still got it, ha ha ha.
Let's go. Okay.
Tommy, the haters in here must be perfect looking. They have to put down everyone.
Oh, that's so great.
I know. It's terrible.
That's right. That's right.
These people are waiting for Trump to drive by.
That's right.
Dean Wall needs more sauce for his biscuits.
Yeah.
If only hat sales won elections.
So you got,
oh, their sense sure is common.
I like my hat.
Tommy, what S for lunch?
So far,
QSY doesn't
nothing.
T. The hackers hack the
I didn't
immigrants'
have a
cards
lunch.
they receive. OMG, shut
Like,
this
I'm-
dumb chat off.
I can afford to skip a meal.
Mossad 12 IS gay, you two can get together.
Not wither away.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Tommy Temper Love Show. We love nearly all of you.
No diggity.
Is this how the Illuminati identified the smooth brains in the population?
Rex.
Fantastic. Thank God. Thank God.
Dun, dun, dun.
LOL.
Here, we need
I am a
dun,
sexy
dun,
mother
dun.
effer. MT native, do you remember Brett Broccoli at the bridge crying freedom? Ha 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 ha.
Ha, ha,
There
ha,
S
ha.
my scorn hag Andrea cheek skirt fuffle.
Okay. Okay, we're going to start with a few sound effects.
Who's your daddy?
Hey, I like that one.
Yeah, but do you want your name mentioned right
OMG, don't say Illuminati.
now? Okay,
Illuminati.
God bless you.
Tommy, have you ever found a man handsome?
Check it out. Support if you
Wow.
can. It's, to help child
yeah.
trafficking. This is what we do.
I use duct tape.
LOL.
Yep, that's it. So I stand
Duct
down
tape.
with the J6.
Too. You know, duct tape?
They call out to the corner. I stand
TT
with
is
the J6
hetero flexible, I hear.
And
Sandy, simmer down. Illuminati is not the glitter you put on your wooden legs.
Hey, Rex and the rest of you guys that are like into the LG stuff. Is there any part of the LG flag that
AMC, I don't. I remember when he was a mod for
somebody that
DOA.
is like a normal sexual
Quack,
type
quack.
person? Are they represented on that flag? Like me, am I represented on that flag? Like, is that flag something that I would fly because I'm part of that, flag, that community? Or am I like not part of that community, not part of that flag?
That's right.
Just asking.
Howard.
Just asking,
LMAO.
all about inclusivity,
Can't believe Kinna is missing this.
Where is Kinna? Yeah.
DOA biggest grifter. I wasn't waving any flags from any bridges, not sure WTF you're talking about. LOL, I was at the Alberta border blockade, not on any bridge.
Yeah. Brett was at the
Not all flags are meant for you, Tommy.
blockade.
Tommy, your manhood is too big to be on that flag.
Oh,
please don't
Let
call
me show you the
her.
blockade that Brett was at, okay? And I
That
was
woman
at.
is beyond nutty.
Let me,
There is always room for including allies, Tommy Daddy.
let me figure this out here. Hang
Yes, they were called cannibals. Brett, free the cannibals and return them their land. LOL K9.
yeah.
Is your sexuality in the minority, Tommy Temper? Tommy, do recommend knee pumps.
Majority.
I fly my flag upside down. Don't say her name 3 times. Super salty, that remind me of a joke. Q. Anybody see that junk DOA is trying to sell on eBay? Negotiations were made. Are you friends with the Couts guys? Frosty B rocks insights. What land are the cannibals indigenous
the Canadian,
to?
convoy.
Why do people hate these folks? Are they hurting you? Why do you need to make fun of them? We love you, Tommy
The Canadian
Temper.
convoy. This is the actual
No.
logo. The actual.
Slava Ukraini.
It says
And
there
just
at the
walked
top,
away like nothing happened.
putting unity
LOL
in the
dash
community.
hound. Putin puppets get pawned. Let us hear it nuts.
So like this
Grandma.
little logo.
Brett,
was the
tell us
actual
more
logo
about Palestine
for,
and the Zionists.
The Canadian convoy, putting unity in the community. See that? This is what it was all about. This is
On my next live salty.
kind of the, if you want
No one
symbolism,
said they hated them.
this is
Docs
what
with
it was all
Grandma.
about. And I saw that.
Mega
but
is so
many people
homogeneous.
thought,
Look
oh,
at
this
all
is
those
not a
old
good
white
thing, but
folks.
In fact, yeah. it was
Dean,
actually
come
a
on,
pretty
man.
good thing.
Body green covering eyes, body blue raised arms. Putin endorsement to Camelto.
Let me see here if I can
Wassist.
see what this one was about.
Vanilla gorillas as far as the eye can see. Too long to type my cannibal joke. Trump loves Putin. Edward Cam, are you perfect? I'm not. The Canadian convoy was domestic terrorism, wasn't it? LOL, it was a Putin strategy to distract from the invasion of Ukraine. Change my mind. Border blockers should be in jail.
Hey,
No.
come on.
Putin is a white dude for Harris.
Okay, this here is
Yes,
the
it was
video
no diggity.
of the convoy,
Peter.
the Canadian convoy, when the convoy left Calgary heading to Ottawa. And this is the video of that, believe it or not. Okay, let go of that music. But anyways, let's watch it here and see what we see. Just let me get it going here. There we go. Okay. So
Were you in that convoy, Tommy? Putin
yeah.
can't wait to control Harris.
Yes, I was in this convoy.
Putin loves some Camelto. Brett, correct, you were not waving a flag but raising hell. Which semi carried the DP? Domestic terrorism for sure, not sure about the Putin part, LOL.
This is what Trudeau
Putin
called
ex-KGB.
a bunch of terrorists in this convoy here.
Crafting, yeah.
So If you look at it, this is the convoy. This is a many people have not seen this video.
Lots want me in jail, run off platform, silenced, weird. I mean, I'm just an unimportant nobody, so why such concentrated efforts against me?
Okay, keep looking. So this is what the convoy looked like.
Tommy,
See,
do you
there's the
identify as Brad, and who is your daddy? Putin knows Kamala's history with Willie and wants some dat.
And remember, this is not the
Tommy
full convoy.
Temper
This is
assisted the
only
convoy with his
what it
Zello
looked
channel.
like as it left Calgary.
Tommy,
Okay, and
how
it
is the
got bigger as it
BDSM
crossed
scene in Canada?
But this is
Do
what
you
it looked
believe
like
what
at
Putin
Calgary.
says, or what the U.S. government says? Putin says he loves Harris, but U.S. government says he loves Trump. Do you simp for Putin's narrative? LOL. Frosty B. Rocks Insights, who wants you in jail and off platforms. Trust Putin over a liberal any day. Frosty B. Rocks Insights, let me know so I can try to stop them. This chat is full of BS. Tommy, tell us about the coffee coordinators. Sandy's legs were used for firewood at the Canadian convoy. Brett Goo, fight for Palestine wherever that is.
I don't know.
If Kamala is elected president, I hope you're all ready to take your monkeypox vaccines every 6 weeks. Bravo, Sierra. Yes, Lynn Smith, we love you. Tommy Temper, do you remember Spoon and her coffee logistics on Zello? Putin-loving traders should move to Russia.
I don't remember Spoon on Zello. She wasn't
BS
like part
can
of
be fun, Lynn.
my
LOL, Lynn, when
interface.
isn't it?
I didn't interface with Spoon.
Peter.
And
Peter,
Spoon
I
was
usually
on,
ignore you, however, I
the
did not
East
under
Coast,
any
leg.
circumstance support that convoy.
Okay, which I
BS
wasn't
stands
really over
for
on that
boob
channel
size.
because it was operating
Can
on
be
its
can
own.
be repetitious too.
on
Didn't
the
he
main
see you
Canada
there,
channel.
Sandy? How's your day?
But you can see the vehicles.
Sandy's
this
biggest
was not,
challenge is carving
it wasn't
cellulite
a
into her
fake
wooden
convoy.
legs.
It wasn't like a nobody convoy.
We know Sandy.
And like when Trudeau
Rex
stood
Tommy
up and
got
called
his own
everyone a
coffee.
terrorist, a lot of people took offense to that. Not only the truckers, not only the people in the convoy, but lots of people that supported the convoy.
Tommy
took
indicted
big
by
offense
FBI
to
Russian
Trudeau
collusion.
standing up and slapping
My day is
the
wonderful,
convoy in the
salty
face,
yours.
which is exactly
If
what
we have
happened.
WW3, we need truckers to block interstates. Most sad, this chat is full of boob size interesting. I follow Tommy all the way to Ottawa. Extremely repetitious. Online. Sandy is pruning her limbs. Were Tommy Temper and Frosty B. Rocks Insights questioned by the police for their convoy involvement?
No.
Tommy, tell the chat how the convoy danced on the war memorial.
Yeah, I was never.
I walked behind
the police
Tommy in
never,
a
ever
Walmart once,
contacted
never
me
again.
About anything ever. Not that they could have, but
No.
they wouldn't have been able to
What's a
charge me
Walmart?
with anything because I would have had to have done something wrong. So if you do something wrong, the police probably talk to you. If you don't do anything wrong, police leave you alone. Right? That's what happened. Catamus Rex.
Reddit recommended for his OnlyFans.
You know what I mean? Oh, hang on. Sorry, I stopped that. Let's get her going again. Here.
Sandy has flaring nostril. Who knew that Tommy enjoyed crop dusting? Tommy, did you get naked for the Church of Bubbles and dance your ass off? Good times.
No. In fact,
Hammer slide leopard left yellow.
I never really
A
met
Walmart
Bubbles.
is where all of these people hang out. Not an accomplice to domestic terrorism, Tommy
Bubbles is
Temper.
like an East Coast guy. Like I
Tommy,
met
what are
whatever-
you
The
kinks?
people that were in this convoy, I met
What
a lot of
SA
them.
woman?
And they were like people
Lynn,
that came
and where
from
they
the
hid the
west
children.
to the east.
Hammer, you will never know that. Hammer, that is something that you will never know about. Tommy, did you ever hook up with Queenie at a convoy? Cam,
No.
please English for your folks.
No. I didn't really know Queenie at all until like pretty late on the convoy on Zello.
US want to give Anarchy Princess to Canada as a gift.
And even
Define
at that,
hookup.
I didn't really talk to her all that
No
much. She was just a
hablo
mod
inglés.
on Zello. That's all. You know.
It
We
was
talked a little
actually
bit.
a couple of us protesters interrogating police over their destruction of property. They openly admitted they vandalized and sabotaged heavy equipment. Sandy, I thought that was in the basement of a pizza parlor.
Yeah, that's exactly
Tommy
what happened
Temper
there,
stayed in a
Frosty.
nice hotel and then went home. He wasn't sleeping in his car. Nuts
The police
only
were,
at beachside
afraid that they were
drinking.
going to use the equipment against the police.
Lino,
so
right,
they
I got
vandalized it.
confused. LOL, Sandy. Pizza sounds good tonight. I'm calling BS on the BS.
I stayed in my car, hotel.
Tommy, did you stay in your car or a hotel?
Depends where
Hammer,
you're talking
wake
about.
up, you're dreaming.
This convoy here, I stayed
Hammer,
in my
rise,
car.
perfunctory
well,
release,
you stayed
Ronanese.
in a hotel.
AMC, that's good
right?
idea.
But once we got to Ottawa,
I hear
stayed
Tommy
in my car
Temper fired all
in
his
Ottawa
mods
overnight.
and eventually only allowed himself to talk on Zello.
Yeah, Zello was a worldwide thing. It was like there was thousands of people on there, and it was like nonstop chatter. But it was all people supporting the convoy. It was like very
Nuts,
few
I
people
know
from
my
the
eyes
convoy
hurting.
were actually on Zello. You know,
Tommy,
if you
did you do
understand
naughty
what it's
things
all
with
about.
charts soaked?
I didn't know Charzot
How long
at
did
all.
you stay in Ottawa?
I was in
Pizza
Ottawa
does sound
for
good.
2 days, and then I left.
Hammer, if Canada acts fast,
But
we can throw in
I
defender
got
of
there with
ants.
the convoy, stayed overnight with the convoy, and then we had the big rally, and then I had a urgent thing that came up back home.
They
so I
sprayed
had to
phone
leave.
lines, ripped out complete
Otherwise, I
electrical
would've stayed a
panels,
lot
cut
longer.
wiring harnesses. They did massive damage.
But that, you know, that's maybe what saved my
I
ass
remember
in the fact
Charlotte,
that I
she
left
walked
early.
around Ottawa late at
So,
night.
because the people that got into trouble were the people
Tommy
that
Temper Network
stayed,
restreams with comment. The best of the
and
internet. Send tips via super chat or
the
PayPal
people
me.
that said,
Tommy
"Hold
Temper.
the line." Those are the
We're
people
big
that
in
got
Ottawa,
trouble.
buddies.
Right.
Chart
But
soaked.
I was like, personally, I
Hammer,
was all
casual
for
reminder
going
that to this
Ottawa,
day literally
and I
nobody
was
has
all
really
for
been far,
protesting
even
in
as
Ottawa,
decided to use
but I
even
wasn't
go
for
on to do look more
holding
like.
out or holding the line and just staying there forever.
Cam, sir, if
To
only
me,
if
that
Kitty
was
can okay.
a failure of the convoy and not having an end game. You know what I mean? They should have had an end game. It should have been, this is what we're going to do, and this is where it ends. But when you don't have an end game, that's what happens. And when you have, you know, people that are telling you to hold that line, don't move, just stay where you are, and then you're like,
Short
yeah,
soaked
okay.
brother was arrested.
So, you know, stuff like that, you can't tell people to, if you see that wrong is happening, and obviously the government isn't willing to bargain or do anything, and that's a failure of the Canadian government.
Yeah, I
for not
remember
even
that.
talking to the convoy.
She
You don't-
only
you don't
filmed for
travel,
Zod a few days after he
for
got arrested.
Basically thousands and thousands of miles across the country
Cam, poor
to
Cam,
Ottawa,
kitty litter.
only to be snubbed
Cam,
by your
you're
government
confusing the
that
hillbilly.
is elected. You know,
Well,
the
ha, ha,
government
ha.
should have seen this as being
Please
an
sub up to
opportunity
Soup
to
Mama
talk to people.
https
to
www.youtube.com
find out
Soup
what the
Mama
grievances
official
are and do something about it.
4921
But
featured.
instead, government's just
Hold the
snub.
lawn.
Frosty with the super chat. Well, thanks a lot for the
She
super
went to
chat
Hagerstown,
there, Frosty.
MT native.
Wow, that's the first time I think you've ever super chatted. Yeah, but
Short
I guess,
Soak came to USA protest, made big money.
I guess if a super chat comes in, we'll highlight that super chat, and all I can say is, you know, free speech.
He never stops.
If you don't like it, you can always super chat.
Charlotte was in Hagerstown with me. Hush hush.
a thought
Brett
that's on
spending
your mind.
ABD allowance. Too easy, LOL.
Let's keep it
Brett,
going
wow,
here.
please tell. Then she went on to OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
AMC, you lucky dog. Cat, yep, I was talking about the Canadian convoy. On and on and on. Ron, I really hate to resort to name calling, but you're truly an idiot. Imagine donating to a rich guy. Tommy, did you imagine that copying Fry TV was your true calling? It was awfully quiet here for many months, and now you're a regular wannabe mega nutcase.
I never copied.
No more
Fry
Palestine
TV.
talk.
As a matter of
Did
fact,
Brox have to beg ABD
I
for
saw what
cash?
Fry was doing, but I
All
wasn't
day.
trying to copy Fry. I didn't. In fact, I never got the idea of multi-streaming from Fry. I got the idea of multi-streaming from
Mossad
Antifa.
LOL.
Antifa.
Gaza is almost free of hummus.
During the
Are you donating
riots
those donos
in,
to a homeless organization or the food bank, Tommy Temper?
the West Coast
Shark so
riots,
found
right,
of making
Portland?
way more.
That's where I really got the
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
of multi-streaming, was from
So easy,
the
so
riots
easy, so
happening
easy,
there.
yes, so
and I
easy.
actually set up, and I had a whole
My
thing
bad,
set up on
forgot
my
the rule.
computer for multi-streaming
ABD.
riots when they were actually happening.
I like hummus good with chips.
But the only
Hummus and
problem,
crackers. Hummus and crackers.
the only problem that I had with multi-streaming is that the computer that I had at the time was only capable of multi-streaming about 2 streams, and then after that it started to jitter. Okay, and if you know anything about this, you have to have, number one, I would say fiber or some sort of a good cable connection to be able to receive all of the streams that you want to stream at the same time, and then to have a powerful computer to be able to mash them all into your stream and then to send it out to wherever you're sending it to. So it takes a pretty powerful computer and a powerful graphics card to do that. So I didn't have that at the time when the Antifa stuff was all happening, or else I would have been streaming that, right? So I was around back then, like way before the convoy. So I had everything all set up to do multi-streaming before the convoy, so that when the convoy did happen, yeah, I naturally started
We've had a bit of a
multi-streaming
break here in the
of what
convoy,
I
so
could
just
when I was
waiting
back
for
at home.
next
And then
wave to come. I know that
multi-stream
they
the American convoy as
easily
well.
can get held up
And I basically
at the traffic lights on 114th Avenue, and I know that they were trying to break the convoy up into different waves. So we're gonna sit here for a few more minutes and see if we've got another group coming, which it looks to me like there might be. So we're gonna wait for that next group to come.
yeah. So that's
I
what's
know there
going
were a
on here.
lot of trucks
So
coming
this
out of
is
Calgary, so
shot
there's
of
more
what
to
the
come.
convoy looked like when it first started. Just outside of Calgary is where this video was taken.
I like the thought of this, Rhonda. Sounds like it's going to be a noisy day
Pimento
across
olive
Canada.
lunch meat.
I love that.
Tommy, will you teach me how to stream?
Jeff says, no mandate, no carbon tax, no truth.
Easy manipulation.
The time to take Canada.
Yeah.
Sure, I
back
wouldn't
is
TV
now.
anymore
Just do it.
masturbate, even if he were a literal dildo.
Well, this is how to
Brenda,
stream.
by the time
Hammer,
you get to
maybe
Ottawa,
we will
just
do another
know every
someday.
truck
Do a
and
Google
the
search
people
for
behind it
OBS.
by name
Oscar
going to-
Bravo Sierra. OBS.
Brett, true, although some are missing a
look
pertinent
at
body
streams
part
that
for that
show you
to
how to use
actually
OBS
occur.
on your
LOL.
I kind of
And that's
trying
how
to make
do it.
sense of that last part there, Brenda. I'm not sure if you want to
Ask
clarify
Brett
what you were saying
Mossad.
there, but
AMC, hope so.
oh wait, let's see.
They shut traffic cameras down all the way along and across the country as the convoy moved
Brenda,
so that
some went
people
Highway
couldn't
1.
see
Yes,
it
they're
or
going
how
to
big
Highway
it
1
was.
right now. So they're heading
LOLMS.
up Stony Trail,
We know who this looks
north.
like.
and they are going to turn off onto 16th Avenue, which is Highway 1, heading east out of Calgary.
Fuck war.
Okay, now I understand.
Yeah,
Brenda.
so what happens is
Live
as the
with
convoy
Joshua
is
can't
leaving
help you,
Calgary,
Mossad.
they have to stop
Nuts
at
chart
lights
sewed.
so that it kind of breaks up the
Too
convoy
bad, I
into
must say,
different,
LOL.
groups, is what he's saying here. But I'm not sure if that was it or what. But, you know, you can see there was lots of vehicles that were involved in the whole thing. It was a good time.
She wanted to say good job reporting.
A great time.
But of course,
The Freedom
let's blame
Finger
it
was
on the
popular on the
autocorrect.
DC Beltway every day, ha ha ha.
So thank you very much, Brenda. I appreciate it. And it looks like we've got a few more vehicles here that are part of the convoy. They're coming
Canada
down the highway
convoy
right
was
now.
great. Peter never heard of them body blue raised arms. Yes, Mossad, get in touch with Live with Joshua or Bert, they will teach you how to stream and grift.
Brenda says it's true.
Imagine being
That was
in
the
love with
autocorrect,
someone you
wasn't it,
have
Brenda?
never touched. Not true, Brett, they showed it every day on the news.
Brenda, are you in Calgary?
Frosty, it was big. I've seen several videos of it. Canada had the lockdowns much worse than we did in the US. Mossad don't blaspheme. Is live with Joshua still alive and his wife the hospital queen? Mossad asked DP how to grift.
Brenda says, yep, she's in Calgary, so.
AMC I saw all love with freedom fingers.
Pretty amazing this morning.
Nuts no grifting just a way to troll person turquoise waving face green smiling. So you were cool with the border blockades costing the Canadian economy billions. Tommy Temper sounds like domestic terrorism, same with threatening to overturn the gov. Hey nuts troll, are you capable of interacting in a chat without attacking people, calling people names, being inflammatory, negative, and condescending?
Everybody cheering on from home.
I wasn't
think the most important thing that everybody at home can do is probably share these videos.
Anything from happening, but you know when
any videos you see online that
want to
show
talk
all
to
the
the government
from all over
government
Canada.
Who is paying for all that lost revenue? I wonder.
What happens. I don't agree with it. No,
so that the rest of Canada knows that
stopping traffic
it's now time to stand
should have
up.
been done whatsoever.
No more sitting back and waiting.
You know, but
Frosty the terrorist, are you able to exist in a chat without mentioning Palestine of Israel? Cat doesn't he know what terrorism is? LOL, there was no violence to intimidate any public. Look in the mirror and ask yourself a question before you ask chat. Brett,
Canada,
you just described yourself.
To be a part of this.
Wow, nuts over the
revolution.
line. No, but all you chud supported the terrorism.
I would say that in my lifetime.
Trucker convoy matter.
I never thought I'd be saying that I'm part of a revolution that's happening in Canada.
What disappoints
Which line
me
would that
is
be? ABD.
The government, Trudeau in particular,
mind blowing,
was ineffective in communicating with the convoy
for a long time.
With
squatting in DT Ottawa and harassing residents for 3 weeks.
Where was the government?
Jeff is popping
Nuts,
in here
you
saying
know.
the convoy
was like,
I gave the TPC organizers an effective idea, and they said no way. LOL.
That's wrong.
Nuts. ABD looting.
You don't do that.
Atkinson.
So you know, it's a black eye for the government.
Was incredible last night.
The fact that people were upset.
This is the calm before the storm.
Wanted some change, and they were willing to sacrifice.
I have no idea what your brain is thinking. We know who your alleged BF is. No threats against Trudeau. Frosty the rocks in sight.
The government snubbed.
LOL.
A bunch of terrorists and snubbed them.
Going on to Stony Trail. And we are facing north right now.
Brett S. stunning lack of self-awareness is his signature trait.
Are heading north.
Trudeau has no responsibility to talk to terrorist Tommy Temper.
On 114th Avenue. And so the lights are going to hold some people up. We've got a lot of vehicles that are trying to catch up to the rest of the convoy, but
as if Biden would walk down the lawn to chat to randos. Tommy Temper, get a grip on reality.
I know that they've been organizing the convoy in waves as well. So all these trucks are heading north right now on Stony Trail, and they're going to exit on to 16th Avenue, and then they're heading east to Regina. Now, I believe that they are going to be stopping in, and I'm just going to check the website.
Nuts, that makes you a liar. Fear among population. There was no terrorism except by maybe the police clue in.
Yesterday it wasn't
You
working.
mean Summer of Love 2020, okay. Unless you want to retract your accusation.
So you guys can see what I'm looking at. So bear with me for 1 second while I bring this up.
Seditious traitorous behavior threatening the PM several times. Queen, it was part of those plans too.
Okay. Let's take a look at the west route here. So,
chat, which one of you been to AP Diddy partying
Prince George.
face?
No, that was yesterday. Just double check here. No, that was on Saturday. So Saturday, the 22nd. So Prince Rupert to Prince George. So they left on Saturday there.
Accusation. There is plenty of evidence. What are you, blind?
Route
Freak
here.
off. Liar is such a strong and inaccurate word. I prefer misrepresentation of truth, or for you, Ms. I will keep it short of fib.
Calgary to Regina.
Accusations of.
So as you see, they were supposed to depart this morning at 7 o'clock. They're only departing now, so a couple hours behind. So that means, logically, that's going to put the arrival time behind in Medicine Hat, as well as the departure time. Swift Current.
Ottawa convoy help violent extremist groups
so
grow.
I would expect they're probably going to.
A liar is a liar is a liar.
8 o'clock tonight instead of 5:30. If they can keep the rest of the schedule on on par.
Tommy
then
on phone with
they should be able
IDF
to
talking
arrive
pagers.
in Regina
1,000
around 8
bottles
o'clock.
baby
Got a
oil
phone call
matters.
from CSIS.
So their next
No,
stop is
just
going to be
kidding.
Medicine Hat.
Look at this. This is
TT
And that's
pretending
gonna
he
be
is on the
reaching
phone,
about
LOL.
an hour there probably to
for the convoy.
Pants on
anybody
fire.
needs to fuel up or get
This is
some food
really
or
good. Blast from
But
the past.
glad you admitted
footage
it.
here.
Hopefully you
Canadian
won't
convoy. Take it
make
there.
that same mistake going
and then they're
forward.
back on the road to Swift
Entertainment
Current,
is
and then
Thanks a lot for
entertainment
that
is
super chat.
entertainment.
Brett.
So that is what the
Big ups
website
to you.
says.
Stocking up on
And
lube for
let's
end
see
of
what,
world.
Jane had to
Nuts
say.
blow
Said
off.
Something else here. She said here, I'm just gonna take our camera in the back there. Jane says, so excited. We are going to be in Medicine Hat to cheer them on. Good. Thank you, Jane. What time do you think the
Lying
convoy
and
will reach
slander
there?
is
I heard
not
that the BC
entertainment.
group was delayed and
Looping is
folded.
looping is looping.
So that's
Did they
a
say
possibility,
name
too,
of
that
lube?
there was a delay with some of the truckers coming out from the west coast. So I'm assuming I answered your question there, Jane, by looking at the website and
Do
showing
not
the times.
slander IDF. Go to the
Looks like,
Palestine
Jane
channel MS,
and
it will be fun.
Brenda are good friends.
Jokes often
so
include lies or slander, and they are
Brenda says, hey,
entertaining.
to Jane. Jane says,
Ron
hey,
is
Brenda.
entertainment.
And what a great
Frosty
day.
B. Rock's
Rob
insights
is
finished a
saying,
Defintion
bring the
with
federal
regard to its
government to their
security, including
knees.
its economic security. JJ Minion. Just popped in LOL, it's been a while, what's going on? Another convoy. Minion like Diddy,
footage
that
there
was
from
crazy.
the 24th
Tommy
of
Temper, it was fun.
January,
Please don't forget to grease
2022.
my Zerk fittings in the morning, baby. BIRDY2TWEET, welcome to the Tommy Temper Love Show. Another convoy, LOL, last convoy was anything but elite. Greasy Zerks, oh my. Brett, what would be your resolution in the Israel-Palestine conflict? Please have a drink or two before you answer, mate. Please massage the light for P. Diddy.
Liberal Party. That's the Liberal Party in Canada being supported by
Oh no,
CBC,
did I slander
Global,
a fake person?
City TV, CTV.
Threatening a country's economic security is domestic terrorism as well. Wow, nuts, see
Let's play
that
hot
doesn't
potato.
include
It's your turn,
entertainment.
Canada.
Broccoli PhD. Back, what did I miss? JJ investment are down. Are you really going to clutch those pearls and signal that virtue while you proudly display your connection to Brett in your name? Monkey see, monkey do. Are you not entertained? Loop the loop the loop. Monkey poop. Nuts, you can't hurt my fitting, LOL. Telescope likes to take a bubble bath while watching TPC reruns. Cam, all you had to do is click that the other night, tough guy, LOL. Gadzerks man. I wanna freak off once. It was one of those times we needed
Look at this.
IV treatments.
Here's me getting
I'll
a
tell
clip
you what, Brett's lies and slandering is hilarious and wildly entertaining.
of an early Antifa
Tommy, how are
thing.
your hemorrhoids? Minion, I think he finally got caught.
What hemorrhoids?
Hey Mossad. You could have
Okay,
this
this
about
is
it, oh, but
interesting.
you
This
didn't,
is a,
LOL. Angie.
This is a Portland, Oregon. This is Portland, Oregon. 23rd of January, 2021.
Peter
Check
Burns,
this out.
I knew it. MS,
if you
please
wanna
quit
see
crushing
Black
on me,
Bloc,
it makes Brett angry.
Head to head with the police. This is some footage
Temper.
here to look at. Check it out. Like, this was some pretty serious stuff back then. I haven't seen rioting like this in a long time.
IV
where the
drippy are
cops
down.
really go ballistic.
People with a sense of humor are entertained. Not a snowball's chance in hell. ABDU may be comfortable under Brett's control, but I'm not. I'd pay to see Broccoli
this
go
is like
against
a-
Carl in a debate.
Guess I better.
Nuts, no one is talking to you since I literally proved you're a liar and slanderer. Sub to Miss Angie, you bloody wonkas. Keep saying my name and making fun attacking loopers. Sandy Foster initially thought that Peter Burns was a condition and not a wood-burning tool.
This is
Cam,
for
who's clutching
the,
pearls
ICE,
now,
remember the
LOL.
ICE detention facility
This summer of love.
where they would go
We
in
talk
and hammer
1K
that
today,
ICE
Mossad.
detention facility.
Congratulations, Miss Angie 1000SUBS. Who S? LOL Brett with that trademark lack of self-awareness. It's like watching old home movies pining for the good old days. Show
Yeah.
me the proof.
Okay.
Loop and loop and
I
loop
wonder
and
if-
loop,
okay,
same
remember,
crap
this
every
was
day with the
happening
troll
when,
garbage and
Trump
ignorant
was
folks,
president,
LOL.
remember? So I wonder
Show
if
me the
Trump
receipts.
becomes president, are we going to see this
Congratulations,
again
Angie.
in the streets? Because
Brett
the
lamenting
left
looping.
gets so upset. This
Angie,
was,
I know I've been watching from afar as my
kind of
name
the
says
BLM
Mon.
type riots happening
Kelly.
along with Antifa, Portland, Oregon, against ICE, the detention facility.
Yes, you are on a loop. Frosty B. Rocks Insights. Peaceful riots.
Yeah, it's
I
peaceful.
bet Red
Mostly
Squirrel
peaceful.
and Brett would be even but
Mostly.
buddy-s if they both lived in the same country.
It's the
Show
police
the
on
J6 riots
right
after
here.
this. Right, Cam, LOL, too funny. Winter of love when Trump wins.
Got a good close up.
I love it, cat. Brett lies again and says he going to the
little bit
liquor
of tear
and weed
gas.
store. Alcoholics need to do that.
When you
Wildly
go to a-
entertaining.
When you go to a rally in Portland, you better bring your gas mask. look at these guys. Guys doing the video is wearing a gas mask.
Nuts, so your written words in chats on public platforms isn't enough, LOL. Charlie claims he's a felon that can't vote, but we all agree even he picks the winner horse Trump. BLM Tifa love burn fires. AMC Kingdom Heat is still hurt that he couldn't cuddle Red at Hagerstown.
I can't believe that I recorded this. This was, I was actually streaming this, and this is a recording that
Sub to
I
Angie
made,
or I'll page or
streaming what
page
was
you.
happening back in
Buy it.
2021.
Pure love riots here. Nuts and crackers, I knew it.
I think the cops were all back there pissing. That's why it took them so long to come out when the ambulance got here. They're all in the hot kissing each other.
Written words written by a fake person about another fake person. Got it, MS. Wow, you are a smart one. I'm continuously amazed at how badly you manage the English language while using so few words. Hammer. Nuts, should I be jealous? I swear you have a thing for my guy, LOL.
Hey, he's telling him a secret.
Ho
What do you think you told him?
Linkly.
What secret do you think you told him?
Thanks, Cam. No thank you, Hammer. MS, he has
Yeah,
a thing
these
for
are,
himself, no room for you,
streamers that
sorry.
Usually stream
There
on
have
Twitch.
been 3 arrests.
So like usually they do a live stream and then it's gone.
Inclusive
forever.
channel here, man, love is
So it's kind
okay.
of interesting to see a recording of this stuff that happened.
I remember
back then.
Aria crying and screaming the police took my cell phone, LOL.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Your internet guy. Fake people on YT, I'm shocked. You are jealous, LOL. Sorry, just spit my coffee.
Don't know, in Tacoma, Washington today there was an incident.
I am still a little bitter we did not get famous from Sparrow's documentary. This would have out Redneck Tiger
Telling
King.
more secrets.
Give me back my phone.
Hey, which one of you fuckers shot
It's
me, dude?
okay, I'm used to it by now, LOL.
These guys at least look pretty badass though.
Honestly, be on the lookout for that.
Smoke bomb. Look out for the smoke bomb. But look at the smoke is drifting back towards the police. You know, like if you're gonna throw a smoke bomb or something there, I don't know who threw that, whether it's the police or the crowd. But,
Do you
seems to
take
be
cream in your
affecting the
coffee?
Police more than the crowd.
Oh, shoot. Heels. I know that, boys.
Miss Frosty, no worries. I understand you can't say it out
Oh,
loud
you
here
got a
too.
suppressor.
Who is jealous of what Miss
Is that in
Frosty? A
compliance with
beautiful
state
day.
law, sir?
Camp was in Summer of Love's
The
festival.
Summer of Love, yeah.
Do I need to
Love.
have a judge subpoena that?
Nope,
The Summer
straight
of
black.
Love. Smoke bomb,
sure it's in compliance.
tear gas smoke bomb evenings.
This man said, I don't need no gloves.
What?
Somebody right when I looked away made fun of
BBC Big Black Coffee. Al Munson takes his black too.
Yeah, they're about to probably start throwing
Yeah,
some
the
cans
Munson
now.
Charlie show. You got a gig going there now.
The streams, we can put some accountability.
Consider yourself lucky if they don't talk about you.
I think 4 or 5 activists, they have declared a riot.
Mossad
Look
A.
at those guns. They give those guys the dorkiest looking guns.
Gee, I forget what happens here.
BBC's for barbecue.
Such a long time ago.
Tommy, who is the streamer?
Ben, I don't think you were banned.
K9.
I don't believe you were banned.
This is actually, this is not me.
I'm
doing a
lazy, I
multi-stream.
don't grind my own
The
beans
streamer is
though.
that guy in the corner there.
Is this
See
a
the
free
guy in the
speech
corner?
chat?
I turned my camera
I had
on.
barbecue yesterday. Sorry nuts, I don't like liars and
It
slanderers.
is called the Ultimate Podcast Report. Is where I'm getting this from.
What happened to know it all, Jeff, the drunk from behind the mirror?
Ultimate Podcast Report.
Pack your bags,
is the name of the
MS.
channel.
Silent Icy River, no. I know I forget his name.
Which,
No free speech is TC.
yeah, he still has
River,
a
do you
page.
see the ratio of blue to
You see
gray?
that right there? 8,000
Usually just
followers.
whatever
Ultimate
on sale
Podcast
coffee.
Report is where you will actually see this.
Okay,
And I'm
thank
gonna
you.
stream from there.
AMC Kingdom, did you not know he passed away?
Hey, you're about to scoot down. Scoot down. Hey, listen.
He's on quick.
Which I think, I don't know, I think I was restreaming this at the time.
Edward the First,
And
don't
that's how
believe
it
it.
ended up on one of my channels.
But MS, let me
Because
speak
I,
softly to you using my tender
used
chat
to be a
voice.
stream of the guy's stuff back then.
Rip Jeff, the greatest YouTuber. Who does soap on a robe trigger someone?
Smoke some weed, that's right.
I subbed to him back then, and started by me on FB. LOL.
So you're going to move forward a little bit to where the action starts.
Yellow up front or less weak.
Poor thing.
And that's the best
Asking for money all the time.
Yeah, they yell at Black Lives
P. Diddy
Matter as
likes
they're
rope
taking
on his
bullets.
soap so.
As always, should be free quality content.
Diddy likes soap on rope. Not if you were the last clown, I mean man on the face of the planet.
It's rubber bullet territory.
Solid red.
The intersection would then actually have another pushing up the street. This is where they're holding right now.
They're all within the vicinity.
Jeff was the biggest leader on YouTube. Minion. Biological man. That really hurts my ears sniff.
There's a good shot of
Heart.
Antifa there with all of their umbrellas. They're all sitting there with all of their umbrellas.
It's
towards
hammer
the police,
time.
Trying to do a standoff at the OK Corral here.
Yeah, Bernie, I'm working on
ID turned gay like most sad.
It's Wyatt Earp on that side,
Maybe.
and the Cowboys over with the umbrellas on the other side.
Oh.
Volcano green lava orange. I used to watch Wizzy covering these.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like I say,
You have a bigger
this is
pecker
where
than
I,
most sad.
First
Gay
ran
means
into,
happy.
Wizzy was streaming,
This guy's
not,
zipper looks like it's undone.
not necessarily here in Portland, but in California.
Yeah,
What's up, Bobo?
parking lots, driving up and down the street trying to catch lunch.
Cam and AL has Guy Festival.
Yeah. So what they do is the Antifa crowd comes here and sets up all of this kind of a thing, like a little tribute to somebody. And that's where it kind of starts. And then they go up and
Nuts, it's
hassle
true,
the
got
cops
a war
at their
story
buildings,
about
and,
that.
like, the cops come out and confront
I
them.
forgot to stretch before I got here.
And that's what
Everybody
you
do
see
some
here
stretches.
outside the ICE detention facility.
I
Portland,
followed in there,
Oregon.
resting.
Popped off. Fourth night in a row is what was happening here. Protest.
It's getting tense.
Police there. There's Antifa there with all their umbrellas, hiding behind the umbrellas in case they shoot some rubber bullets at them.
On to the next we go.
And you can see they're all dressed in black at this point. So you see the
Most sad
protest
you mean
kind
a
of
war
start
story
off
about MS Big
with
Pecker.
various people, but it ends up being black bloc at the end, and then that's who ends up wrecking and setting buildings on fire and damaging them, graffiti and all the rest of it, smashing windows. It's basically the black bloc. That way they cannot be identified. And the people that do the streaming, at least back then, those streamers were not allowed to stream them actually doing the damage. Like they would be, because they had their own streamers that streamed the event, like what you're seeing.
Did Brett
here.
go pick up his
But
generic
they
beer?
didn't allow the streamers to show them breaking
in
stuff,
Tacoma,
or damaging.
please come down and support your comrades. We got a quickly going crowd down here from 9th
Comrades,
Pacific. A little
that's
above
a
that,
term
actually.
that's used on
Oh,
the
that's
left there a
Tacoma,
lot.
Washington. That pass.
Her
pass.
baloney
Let me
has a
grab
first
that.
name. It's BRETT.
Support your comrades. If you can't, please share the stream. Get eyes on here. I want
Wow,
people to be able to see. I want
it's
pictures.
getting to be just like
Is
it
that
was back then
Antifa?
watching this. Wow. They're like, look at something's going to happen. What's that car coming through?
Really shaky footage of what happened earlier today in Tacoma.
Just can't not attack me, eh?
Oh, I guess he wants to park.
So
in the garage.
obsessed, lol. Garbage mods. Speaking of baloney, let us bust out that pickled baloney, damn it. Ya salty in Portland.
Ellie, let's see.
This is Portland.
Volume should be better.
2021. January
Can't not
23rd.
is a double negative. Brent, why are you putting yourself down like that?
Icy. Silent icy river. Did you see in there?
I miss Portland, Annie.
Yeah, I missed the Portland action, actually. It was actually fun watching this stuff. It was like watching a sporting
K9
event,
gaming useless people and
Tacoma,
Antifa.
audio there, bottom left.
because you almost want to see somebody get arrested
As I said,
or get hit with a bullet or
That was at the ice facility.
tear gassed or something. You know.
Right, salty.
But
Good luck,
the,
Mossad.
protesters
I've had
got
all
pretty
I can
smart
stand.
when they started wearing, gas
I'm
masks
stoned
and
at this
stuff.
point. Carry on.
Oh, they're retreating. Police are retreating. The ICE officials there. And they're going back into the ICE building to the right there.
She had nice titties. Angie Hugo.
Uh-oh. The ACB chant. All cops are bastards.
The fourth night in a row.
And it's F the police. So you see, it's like the Antifa is like directly against the police at this point. It's not like they're, all Black Lives Matter. No, it's like fuck the police at this point. It's like the police
Rip
against them.
billion.
It's like that's what they're doing.
Billy, I've not seen video, but I do have access to 3 different angles.
Medics on scene now.
3 different
Running
views.
numbers.
One second, Ben. Let's, given the fact that this is Tacoma,
They
the
let
top
them
left,
get away with too much.
let's try to keep some eyes on this.
Yeah, they really, if you look here, they're not arresting anybody. They're basically coming out and using their weapons against them, and the weapons are in lieu of arresting people. Like tear gas and rubber bullets or whatever. But rarely do you see, an Antifa operative get arrested.
Who members Concrete Media?
And if you look, they're wearing helmets. dressed in black, pretty much unidentifiable masks, black masks, or face masks.
On Moody or east on Bancroft. Anyone from the press trespassing on federal property is subject to arrest.
That's the announcement.
I remember concrete media. As things couldn't get worse, Brett is hanging out with Lincoln Kane again, ha ha ha.
Concrete media, yeah, I
This
remember
is
him.
the Federal Protective Service. This has been declared an unlawful assembly.
Uh-oh.
Who remember Minitifa?
On Moody or east on Bancroft. Anyone
Stupid Jake behind animal lines.
trespassing on federal property is subject to arrest. If you trespass on federal property with a weapon,
Yeah, i.e. the ice building is what they're pissed off because they always
AMC
go
Kingdom,
right
I
up to the
refuse to
front door
believe
and
that
bang
Brett
on the
has
door
more
of the ice
integrity than
building.
that he must. Half man most sad.
And then that causes them to all
Hey
come
kids,
out
it's
like
the
this.
Tommy Temper Love Show. Show your love for all of your fellow chatters.
Yeah,
Howdy folks.
great to see everybody in here.
Sharing on Woke and Seattle
Glad to
Protest
see you.
Network.
This is some old footage, if you're just new in here. Back from
Hi,
January
Deb.
23rd, 2021. This is Antifa against ICE.
Deb's Crazy Daily, welcome to the Love Show.
There's the ICE officials there.
Try to find out a number for Tacoma bail funds right now, but currently we've got
Debs.
about
It's
Hi,
bad out
Debs.
there.
Edward, yes, one would think so, right?
there's like a
Hi, K9.
fucking Proud Boys.
Ron, he was the best.
standing there.
Talking about Proud Boys.
That's our current situation.
Hey, Brett.
There's no Proud Boys.
I remember Dustin Minitifa.
Antifa.
Deborah. Tommy Temper Network restreams would comment the best of the internet. Send tips via super chat or PayPal me Tommy Temper.
And right now it looks like
Hey, thanks for that promo.
POYB. Hey, Salty.
Yeah, well, Proud Boy is illegal in Canada. They're like a terrorist organization. They're being deemed a terrorist organization, so I can't talk about the Proud Boys.
If you are in Tacoma, please head down and support your comrades.
They're pretty much disbanded, I think, in Canada, but I think they still operate.
Will's
in the States.
Minitifa was only T for I likes.
You're talking about
Hello,
rules of
nuts.
law. Usually at a rally or something where they come in and counter-protest or something.
You know, just having fun.
Guess burning down city don't count. What city was burnt down? Hammer.
Yeah, there was no quote complete city burnt down, but there was parts of cities burnt down.
I'll have Portland for you.
But yes, the protester who was hit is suffering with internal bleeding, but apparently still alive as far as we understand.
And how do you define burnt down?
I cannot 100% verify this information, but
Deborah,
as
we
far
should
as I
talk
know
about
from
the
people saying that
saber-toothed
is the case.
tigers. Ninja's soul, which by the way, soul is hitting it big in the music world now.
So what was that? Some
Follows,
protester
shares,
was hit.
anything to boost this on Twitch.
Baloo.
We need more people's
Tommy,
eyes out
you
here.
could set my mailbox on fire and say parts of the city burnt down.
The Youth Liberation Force was out here earlier.
Well, yeah,
I don't
but we
know
saw
if
more
they're
than
still
a
out here.
mailbox.
Tommy Shoo, the police station getting burnt down.
They're ready to come out again.
There were lots of windows that got broken too. Lots of graffiti. There was lots of.
Are they calling for cops now? No parts of city burned down, not at all, just billions in dollars.
A lot of people are saying that.
Sub up to the only woman that has ever played the lover guy that picks up cigarette butts. https www.youtube.com channel w2bjvrcuggdw.
That did that.
Salty,
Right, come
don't
on.
you start lol.
Haven't you heard that story?
Edward, it's just in general of several burnings and raging. Does anyone remember seeing the Big D bathtub birth? Tommy show Glory Beef live much funnier.
Yeah, I saw that.
How come when the riots and loot they never take food?
That's Glory be much funnier. Well, yeah. Put Glory B back on again. But for some reason,
They
I
do
was
most sad.
browsing over some old
How
feeds
about
and I
throwing
came
bricks
across,
and
this
frozen
one.
water bottles at the cops? Is that fine with you?
Another chick. They're all pretty much out.
Can you show that Tommy? I think it's still up on his page.
Yeah,
Police
no,
station don't count.
Shouldn't be throwing bricks or anything.
Government 1T go after Antifa as terrorists burning and looting. Yeah, that was
Basically,
gross
these guys
grifting
shouldn't
for
be doing
birth.
anything with the police here. They're
Cam
antagonizing,
Sushi
they're
S.
accosting the police here.
On the top right as well.
How about stealing all the merchandise from stores? Is that fine with you?
Yeah, that's really bad.
Minion Mossad Sushis.
I see that
Minneapolis
here.
in the days after
Uh-oh.
George Floyd's murder, nearly 1,500 property locations in the Twin Cities were damaged by vandalism and looting, and dozens of
person with internal bleeding.
poop floating in the water. Others were completely destroyed by fire, with some sites
Yeah,
reduced
that's
to
the cops
piles
that
of
are
rubble.
throwing the bombs.
How many cops? Thank
See? They're shooting them.
10, 15. They're actually they are
Floyd
growing
been
in
sober
numbers
over 4
as
years.
time goes on.
Smoke bomb.
Tacoma. Two
They're
separate
actually blocking off further exits down the
Cops
street.
set fires in Minnesota.
The other location.
LOL. Oh, stealing
All
is just
these
fine.
intersections up here blocked off.
So
They just
gross,
finished blocking off
LOL.
the
I was truly
right side
disturbed
over there.
watching it live.
Two different groups.
That's a city under fire, in my opinion.
Please
They act tough, then run away.
get as
For my
many eyes on
homie.
this as you
This
possibly
is a
can.
city that's
Floyd
out of
saying a
control.
meeting
Anything you
seat
can
at
do to provide
NA.
this to show
It's like these people can just
Minute
show up,
exactly.
black
happening
block,
in Tacoma right now.
Trump will
and,
sober up
do
here
whatever they
soon
want,
unless
you
he
know.
can get the hookup while in prison.
And, antagonize the police in particular. And, why do you think the police are coming like this?
Globalist corporations, NGO, and
Because
Antifa
they
are
came
all
at
the
police
same.
first, so this is what you
Not
call
saying I
a
agreed with what
reaction
happened
to
to
an
George
action.
Floyd, but burning and looting your own communities is not the answer, Imo. People making fun of crimes and disturbing behavior aren't
Yeah, what did
cool
all
or
of
edgy,
this,
you're dumb
result
and
in?
juvenile.
It was like, defund the police is what this resulted in.
down the street,
Right? They
they are
defunded the police, so there's
currently
less police on the streets so
setting
that
up
people can steal more
another
stuff.
Exactly.
You phone the police and they don't show
Wow,
up
most
anymore.
sad.
And you go, why? And you go, well, because you defunded us.
In front
Duh.
of a parking lot where many people here seem to have parked, so I wonder what that's about.
So you
George
end up with
Floyd's
vandalism,
documentary must
graffiti,
TV.
theft,
George Floyd is drug-free
craziness
now.
all over.
They just want
Sometimes people brag about their past violent crimes to try and intimidate people in the present.
Usually they want you to disperse when they are rushing into the crowd and arresting 4 to 5 protesters.
Throwing
I think
fireworks
that's
at the police,
that's
is
the
that
general
fine with you?
situation that comes along with that.
Wow,
Yeah, that's pretty
WTF is wrong with PPL.
Exactly. What's wrong with people?
No police were defunded.
Oh yeah, police were defunded. Absolutely.
Brett, we find your
They're
behavior
defunded right here
disturbing,
in
yet
my
you
own
are still
city
here.
because of BLM.
George can't have fake money
I saw it
now.
happen right here.
Ron.
On the way up
I think
Tommy,
just
temper
$2
me,
million
and you are gonna
that
have a
they
little chit-chat
put
at
to
some
something
point
else
real
other
soon
than
here.
The police department.
What
Right
part
here.
of peaceful
They did it all
protest
over
was
the place.
practiced
Come
by
on.
these idiots?
Don't say that didn't happen. That'd be false information that you're spewing
No
out if you
sympathy
say
for
no
people that
police,
put pew-pew to
departments
pregnant
were
woman
defunded.
S belly. Defund police, Camelto.
You're not thinking right.
Yeah,
Do a
Tommy
quick Google
Temper
search,
Brett is
okay?
going to threaten
Search.
you and your channel.
What police departments
Property
were
crime
defunded?
does not
See if you
equal
come up with a
violence.
Google result.
Tommy Temper, I will have a little chit-chat with Canada RV. How many police have retired
Yeah,
early
tell him that
since
he's welcome.
2020? Most sad that that's not what happened the day he was killed, and you know it. Tommy Brett won't never make a donation again.
You never know.
Bear with me, stick through it. Sorry, Facebook glitchy.
I was like, that was one thing.
You see my last comment, Tommy. Like October 7th.
When they're coming up the streamers directly with I'll look at it.
Let me look at
Camelto bailed out BLM Tifa.
Frosty.
YouTube, it's basically like I was standing over there and it
Let me
came
see your
right
last
here.
comment.
And I turned my camera and when I looked back, it just boom.
Look, you're going to have a chit-chat here soon,
Well, at one point
Tommy.
I didn't. When
Oh
first
yeah,
came
I
out,
see
did
that.
not have my gas mask on.
Well, no need to have a chit chat with me. You know, I just do my thing online here. Stream runs on like it should.
Kenosha was never refunded
Chat
nor
runs
Milwaukee.
on
There
like a
was no
top.
riots in Milltown anyways, just peaceful protest.
I
Watched a
can't
lot of
complain.
them.
Odd
Brett
super
sounds
chat
just
comes
like the
in and,
DP.
I couldn't breathe at all.
I'm happy.
LOL.
So I'm over there trying to take deep breaths.
Mrs. Frosty is correct, not the way to protest that rioting, period, end of story. No defense to that crap.
Maybe I should change
Oh
the
yes,
title
there
to
is
Antifa
LOL.
Special.
You're right. That way it doesn't
Rittenhouse
get wet.
hero.
And then I forgot to.
It isn't choice. Tommy, you will be having a small conversation with Brett.
Uh-oh.
Defunded dang autocorrect.
Sounds bad. Yeah, but
These
I don't have
PPL
backchat
have no idea
conversations. I don't
what
like having
actual
backchat
lines are and what it
conversations
means
with
to
people.
cross them. You all
It's
have
like,
thrown lines out the
You come up
window.
on a panel or something, we can talk. And the whole world can hear what we have to say.
Yes, and it kills you over 90 years.
But you know, I'm
Just kills you slowly.
like to have everyone have
Kyle
their
is a
own voice,
hero.
you know?
Cam, are you serious? Do you live in Minneapolis? Do you know how many people were assaulted during this? How many women were raped? How many people got stabbed? Mainstream media did not cover that. They're eating the cats. You don't get to draw lines for us, LOL.
Yeah.
These PPL in chat.
The algorithms.
Oh, boy.
All right, we're good to go. Let's go back to Pass. We're going back to Tacoma.
Tacoma.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum. And I'm all
They are
out of
eating the
gum.
dogs.
MAGA chud. fired
Property
directly
crime
into a
is
crowd
that
of
what you call
protesters
throwing
in
bricks
Milwaukee
and
today.
frozen water
Chud.
bottles at people?
Hit a young man.
Tommy,
in
what is
the
your favorite
lower left side,
racist
2
joke?
inches away from a fatal wound.
Oh boy, it's Al Munson, ha ha ha.
Racist joke.
You know what
Who's
they
your
did?
daddy?
Leaf blowers, this was hilarious.
Who fired the shot? They
Sup folks,
What's my
no I do not
favorite
live in
racist
Minneapolis.
joke?
I
Yeah,
don't
right.
think that rioting was good or productive.
They're all like,
Tommy Brett wants to ruin your channel too, LOL.
Nobody's
ruining any
Kyle
channel.
wasn't he
You know how
and will
many
never be a
times
hero.
people have said to me,
PSA Tool wrote a book
person
and
A
dissed
is
his
gonna
mom
ruin
and
your
family.
channel.
Didn't
Come on,
he even
never
help his mom through her eviction? PSA loser.
Yeah, actually, how many of
You
you
know,
were
people
at
go on,
the
time goes
Capitol
on,
the
and
6th?
you know, if you're gonna fail,
Diddy,
well,
another
we wouldn't
spin.
have,
I know,
50
two
people
Seattle
watching.
Al,
police
it's
department
apparent
officers
you
are
have
under
no
investigation
idea
from
what
involvement
lines
in,
are
the
because
6th
you're one
riots in
of the ones
Capitol.
I'm talking about. Clearly lost the plot. Blurred lines, good song. Trump and Diddy take dropping soon, LOL. Did you see the pics, LOL?
Look
Grifting
at that
drama.
thing that the, oh, that's a smoke machine.
I'll plot twist.
You see the thing that the guy had in his hand there? That's a smoke machine. It's like a
Your comments would suggest
modified,
otherwise.
Wonderful officers of the
leaf
law.
blower.
Drew, I have good
With the
racist
smoke
joke,
thing
but it's a
that's on
crime
it.
to
Oh
have
my
show
gosh.
humor these days.
Flashing their badges to other cops.
BLM Tifa failed. Tommy Temper, do not forget to grease me up in the morning.
Okay.
If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask and I can clarify.
My pronouns are she, her. I only started streaming a little while ago, so thank you for bearing with me not having any mods yet.
No mods? We'll help you.
Ooh. Not even in the dictionary, chuds. What does that mean? Chud is a
Don't make us
racist
take
word.
to the streets again, you cowards. We'll be crying for another 10 years, LOL.
Where we had that incident.
AL Munson into house.
The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
There they are. They're taking it away.
I'm currently streaming on Prism. I don't know how to.
Al
how do I
Munson's
mod
in the
you?
house. Yeah.
If I can.
Hey,
is there like a chat command I can use to mod you?
I'm sorry, guys. My volume is low.
Currently,
Society
my phone
has
right now,
weaponized words
there's
and
clearly,
humor.
Necessary.
ACAB.
there's clearly need for mods.
Nothing
So
like
you
the
could
threat of a
tell me if there's, like,
conversation having a profound
That's
effect
this
on a
one.
channel
command I can
owner.
type in or anything. I'm very new to Twitch,
X-Files, I
unfortunately.
believe.
Very new to Twitch,
Sticks and Stones Al.
Okay, /mod.
Camelto and Judge Joe Brown.
Who was the?
I have a bunch of good racist jokes. I try to hit every race I found. The best jokes came from the race the joke was about. Is that military or police? Can't tell.
Yeah, you can tell a
Sticks
Newfie
and
joke or
Stones
something
green
like that, maybe.
technology.
It's like a geographical
What happened
area.
to the whole Sticks and Stones thing?
Sticks and Stones.
Brett backs white supremacist cops. LOL. How ironic. LOL. I think it was Homeland Security.
This is ICE. ICE Detention Center.
F12.
facility.
Tried to run
Al
the,
Munson has a freak out room for him and his boy Fry.
Yeah, I'll pal if
FPS
you are.
DHS.
Arson equates to violence.
That's what I'd like to know, yeah.
Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and FPS. What's FPS?
Nuts. Most likely get my thoughts out quicker than I can type. Trump and Epstein groomed Diddy.
Worked for Al.
Sassy, that SA number on
I will have
keyboard.
to get in contact with you after this stream. Thank you so much for modding on the fly like this. I really appreciate it. For anyone just tuning in,
People are clearly
Tacoma
incapable of
PD,
keeping my name out of their
Tacoma
mouths.
Pig Department are here
Salty
lined up
salt, pure
up and
blood.
down this little intersection.
No wooden
This
legs
has
were
been
harmed during the
declared a
making of this
riot.
video.
Can I do the same thing? I am
Yeah,
unsure.
no police department officials were harmed.
It wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
For, you know,
Peter.
mods to be able to add more mods, 'cause then,
They look
you know,
like they're
you get
military.
Someone, you know, chud or something accidentally modded and then-
Arson doesn't
dressed in
equate to
those,
violence. It
fatigues
costs
there.
a person time and money.
I hope it works out for now. Is there anyone else?
They're definitely set up for riot, though. Definitely got riot gear. Ooh, what was that? Firework.
ACAB is that
I
better
think
most
that one
sad.
came from the crowd.
Unless a person was physically harmed during the act of arson.
Shot underneath that car.
That's what I was saying, looks like damn military.
Yeah, it
Brett,
does,
you're
I
the
know.
number one clown in
I
YouTube.
always
What do
thought
you
that.
expect? Arson, yeah, just billions, that's all.
But it's that ICE thing where I think these are the guys that do border control or illegal immigrant control, that kind of thing, you know, detention centers, that kind of thing.
ACAB, all commies are bastard. Diddy has a pic of Al Munson Charlie on his bathroom right across from the toilet. Leave Brett alone, he hasn't got his crate of tissues. So burning down a building is not violent. The salty purebloods cower in their houses and beg for a police state, LOL. Which is under Homeland Security.
When they arise,
Shooting fireworks around at people.
Show up and
That's
find
pretty
on the
violent.
internet. When you ask them what not to do something, they go ahead and
No,
end
it's
up
not
with-
violent. How does the building feel? We could get rid of half the whole racism equation simply by unweaponizing words and allowing humor again.
I decided at the last minute.
Diddy loves the pink stuff.
Barely blocked.
I see you see.
That is our regular.
Obsessed and infatuated. Yes, all
Wheel
female
spotted.
police state.
Thank you for the wonderful modding.
I don't think so. Let us agree on a definition of violence.
Hey, normally Tacoma sends in the white nationalists first.
Of course,
Yeah, me
trans
too,
folks
me,
in
bro.
the chat because, you
It
know,
was expected,
defend
but
police violence.
still kind of hits you.
Brett,
kinda
you
rough.
wouldn't come here if you didn't love it.
Chuds are on their way, as I just said.
The chuds are on their way.
Mods are gods, thank you, yes indeed.
It's probably like one guy in a car.
Anyone just tuning in, I'm
Daisy
Animal
skewing the
for
N-word 100 times in 5 minutes is
Kilo, are
not
you talking
humorous.
about the fish tank
where
incident?
earlier today,
Tommy, what
Also,
S
the
you
people
got to
donated,
post more?
their car directly
Brett, shave your face and put on a wig. We may not recognize
person
you.
who's currently in the hospital with internal bleeding. As of right
and I
now,
got
they
these,
pushed
I don't
the
see it,
block
Daisy.
For those of you who
It
don't
looked
know,
like
Ellie, thankfully, is
exactly
okay.
fucking murderers.
Top on
So
the
she's the proud new owner, by the way, and
And
mother
apparently it
of
seems like
the
chuds
fish.
are on the way. We've got 3
She happened to take a
Tacoma pigs up
trip
here.
over a tank
The
yesterday.
Capitol building
And
felt
I'm
horrible after being attacked on
But I am
J6.
for sure thankful. She's
This
okay.
was like way worse.
Yes,
Even
she
this
is mad at
incident
TT.
right here, to me, is like way worse than, you know, the Capitol incident. You know what I
You
mean?
see any- you
Like
see
these
any
guys are
lowlights
fighting
or,
the police.
riders
There
right
was
now?
no
You see a
fighting
riot?
of, wow, you know, there was odd tiff, you know, here and there, but not like this, where it's like an actual
So if no one dies, that person should not be charged with arson.
confrontational type altercation.
Sassy
here going on.
pants, try
There's
not
that,
watch her. Are
smoke
you
gun.
number one fan?
I don't see her
Super
right here.
salty trying to pretend racism ISNTA thing.
Why I need so many cars?
It's
Oh,
a
you know,
weed whacker.
protecting the peace by killing innocent people.
Leaf blower special.
The white
resting
supremacist was
activists,
charged
you know,
for
that's all
burning
they
that
do.
building.
Smoking them out.
Brett, you want your name
you know,
said. It's
10
why you deliberately say
Tacoma
such
police
stupid
officers were
crap.
actually on the scene
Obviously, no
before
one is
one
that dumb. It's a
ambulance
perfect
because
example of
that's how these
manipulation.
people work. Oh, there's
Yeah,
there's
thanks
good
a lot.
more than 20.
Yeah, it's,
Chuds are on.
It costs the
they're
owner
waiting.
time and money, but ISNT physically harming a person or physically injuring
We've
him.
been expecting him.
Where is
for
this
about
on
a-
the screen happening, Tommy?
Standard procedure, you know.
Good
just
half.
Lots of smoke.
Now I
Need a
like
few
to piss her off.
flashbangs
Why
in
would
there,
I
too.
stop? You finally had a real freedom movement and you called the cops on them, LOL.
And I got 2 more grandparents that are.
This riot was when I first met AL so long ago.
This was the 4th day
The
of
J6 defendants were prosecuted greatly. In fact, how many arsonists and looters during the riots were. In that sense, I don't know if arson is much different from stealing. If I set your house on fire, I'm effectively stealing it.
If you are in Tacoma,
They
please
both
come
horrible
out and
acts.
support your comrades. If you can't do that, please share the stream.
So this is
Please help us get more eyes out here.
Come
I
out
am
and save your
beautiful
comrades
host
in
right
Tacoma,
here.
Washington,
Where is this?
where they are awaiting on justice
Pass
in
is the streaming network. I'm
But I
fine
guess
with
there's something
Rose. My
happening in
pronouns are she,
Tacoma
her.
he's talking about.
Cam, it's a crime.
TPD, or not, yeah,
future.
TPD, Tacoma Pig Department.
This is
Sassy Pants, did she hurt her
rebroadcast from
PC?
January 2021.
It's totally a crime.
Because everyone clearly was attempting to infiltrate the police line directly through what seems to be what
See, what we
is
need
like
is half of you guys to subscribe. Half of the
I am an office
6100.
building.
That would
Clearly,
be
These
legit.
protest reruns make me realize 2020 was actually pretty fun.
I think that would help us get this
Take a bite out of crime.
currently working on.
My original statement was that property crime isn't violence.
Self-defense, you know, when you plow into a crowd of people. Of course, it's always self-defense. I often, you know, I find myself plowing my car directly into
Summer of
innocent
Love.
people because I'm a Tacoma Police Department officer and I feel threatened by people standing on the side of the street. Actually, you know, the reason that was given was that
out of context.
You all know I love you and I am just messing around, right?
the police and
I
to the
don't know
government
who,
property is more important than innocent people's lives.
Part of the details there.
Once again, I don't see a single press information officer on scene. Just making sure everyone notices that they are.
So there are not
ill-equipped.
25
When Trump wins, there will be a winter of
10
love.
protesters here today.
Tacoma PD doesn't use dash cams nor body
Arson
cams.
displaced innocent families from their homes when apartment buildings were set on fire, but that is okay.
10-15 media personnel.
Summer of Love, people die, but love, love, love.
Closer to 170.
Brother
You know
Love
you're
says
lying.
I love you.
That's Artemis
Closer
occurred.
to
Nobody cares, AMC, LOL, you're old and boring.
4 to 5 activations.
Shuds are apparently on their way.
Linda,
Which
entitles you to a subscription third month in a row.
Who said Arson was okay?
Each other. We've got the crowd is
Minion.
starting to get bigger. Please.
Gandhi.
343 officers according to the wiki.
Linda Grinstead.
273.
Yeah,
So it's
thank you
actually
so much for
figured
the
about
stream.
80 if somebody could do that.
Sorry for
We
everyone
could figure
I
out
did not
how
see
many
if you
police officers
subscribed
we
and followed.
actually have body cams.
We really appreciate everybody who
Yeah, come down here.
who
We need
joins
more
us.
support. Yeah, this is fucking awful. And look, this is their reaction. They don't want to give accountability. They don't want to give a press release. All they want to do is arrest innocent activists just trying to spread the word and get information on why they rammed their car into
Like
the
place
innocent
out front
people.
there.
One person in the hospital right now with internal bleeding.
It's a young Tommy right corner streaming.
Agenda-free news on Twitter.
Al Munson, the joke is
we'll
on you.
have
Do you want to
3
buy
different
some
angles,
oceanfront
3
property
different
in
angles of
Arizona
that
now?
same
LOL.
Dude, there's one guy on a Segway.
I completely
here, actually,
acknowledge
I saw one
racism
police
exists. My
officer.
comment was an observation that people are weaponizing words. If you let
And
said
then,
words
video
land on
was
deaf
cropped
ears that have
from
no
the
power
top.
anymore, rubber glue thing, I guess. And I believe arson is violent with intention to harm someone.
Oh, they got a second one. Look at
They.
that.
Public relations working on victim shaming. Yeah, that seems like the case. Talking more pig chuds. No, as far as I know, Proud Boys. We had one singular.
but you don't have-
Proud
you have
Boys.
the-
P. Diddy.
One body cam
You
per
have the
4
cartridges?
officers. Is that true? Tacoma Police Department has one
this is
body
the
cam
ICE
per 4
facility right here.
officers.
That's the facility
It's called
with
the
that gate
budget.
right
You
there.
have to
That's
make
the
money.
building that the
There's
police
273
you buy
TRD.
it.
Look what I
They
brought
bought
today.
80 body cams this year. So that is
And I don't know why it
one
was
body
gone.
No,
cam per
Rebecca,
4
I
officers.
cannot show you due to
I don't know
Facebook's
if all the
community
police went back
guidelines.
Cam,
into
anyone
the
Well,
can
building.
do
those
it.
that you have
Twitter.
are stronger than these.
Again,
But
agenda-free news.
eventually, that's where they came out.
He covered that. Or, I'm sorry, he retweeted those videos.
Those are
Who was the grapist that popped up in the
Grapist.
bottom right of
Those are
screen?
bottom
3.4
corner.
cops
That's
per
who
camera.
streamed
AMC, you are the joke, you
That's
and
the
Brett shut up.
3.4 cops per camera, guys.
No hammer, she could never tick me off. I laugh at her.
That's where we're getting the stream here from.
I'm defending it.
Yeah, see, we're
So that's bad for you. Except they do help with
clearly
Parkinson's.
this group of people standing on the side of the street is a violent riot, and so of course
John has
they
so
need to
many
get paid
allergies, but,
overtime to stand there and say and do absolutely
Oh,
nothing.
thanks, most sad
You know,
disregard
even though
my
their job is
question,
supposed to be
Tommy.
protecting the peace.
Exactly, Bri.
Cam likes
Another
butt
night,
fire.
guys.
Peaceful protest, yet I see no
Dabs.
accountability for the police officer that almost murdered an innocent citizen.
Oh, okay, Drew.
93% of cops should have cameras. I agree, 100%. He is in the hospital.
How are you
now
going to
with
get
internal
100% of
bleeding. I
cops
was saying, like,
body
attempted
cams
murder,
if you're
honestly.
defunding their asses?
Growing up, we were taught to
Takes
ignore
money
words
to
we
get
don't
body
like. If you make a
cams.
big deal out of
when
the
I have
words,
a name,
it's
if
like
people
putting
want to
oxygen
release
to a
it, then
fire,
I
just
will
gets
try to give
hotter.
Comrade.
Fire walking on shrooms.
Hang on.
Al Munson, the
Economics.
liberals on the California fault line, have invited you to watch the
Smoking,
tide go
vaping,
out.
Two
I need
people.
to
There's
move
a
me.
Two people arrested.
75%
Currently
efficiency with the current
Now you
budget,
can see the streamer.
but you're
Somebody
going to
wrote
cut
that.
the
It's so
budget
there.
more.
I'm a
so that you
racist.
can
I
get
hate
more
all
bodies.
races
Of course,
equally.
yeah.
Right.
Fucking dirty out tonight.
God.
Person
Good for
much
you.
different from theft, except for the burning down part. If you steal my phone, it's gone, and you could maybe sell it or
The
use it. If you
Al-Qaeda
burn
death
down my
cult.
We need
house,
to
it's
get 'em
gone
on
but has no
GoPro.
use.
So that when I go
Sassy
to
Pants,
court
we
and
know
they
you watch
approach
great
me,
live
they
stream,
have
right?
lights
That's
on.
what the guys.
Tommy
That
thinks
was
we can hear him so
right on
cute.
C19 pandemic, no
We've got
masks.
cars on both
We just
sides,
have
but it
a
really
clean
doesn't
body
seem like
cam
anything's going on.
right there.
I don't know.
The ones that don't have it.
Credit for the
We can work together with these guys, you know, for a common goal.
Streaming these people. Right?
Over
This is the actual streamer
14,000
right
were
here.
arrested, and they have been going to court the last couple years.
A vehicle.
Tommy might be Stone Surrey mates.
Crowd.
They get that guy. I got this.
There you go,
Alleged.
no line. Al is
down.
defending it. Guess he doesn't
say
take
allegedly
care about the
because
families
I've seen the video
displaced
yet.
who lost
I laughed my
everything.
ass off if one of them get on there and write it in there.
Cam, please calm down.
Yeah, I saw that single layer.
She is
That's
pretty.
And I was like, oh,
Okay,
God, I
that's,
want that.
You all have fun,
liking
gotta
the acting
go.
and
And then I
showing
looked at
Carissa
this
Des.
$1,300.
it helps
Carissa
with
Des
I was like,
something called
bitch.
is the
distribution.
streamer
Wait,
right
I'd
here.
love to see
The way
evidence of the
Facebook
violence.
and any other
Wait,
social
where is it?
platform
Up in the top
works
corner.
is
Wait, where
based
is it?
off of distribution.
Where's the broken window?
Yeah, so we were in Hawaii when we saw it.
Press, I'd love to see it.
We took the whole stream off.
See, I didn't have anything to say.
party or siding
Kelly.
belief. That doesn't happen to be theirs.
So what they
Ollie
do is
checking in.
the cops
Hello.
are like inside of their
We are
facility,
in
like you see
Tacoma
here,
Police Department.
and
We're
then
not
the
in Tacoma
streamers
Police
Camelto
and
bailed
the
them out, it's
Black
okay.
Bloc will come up and
Might as well just mute this,
antagonize
it's
them,
just
do
a bunch
stuff
of
to them
noise.
that bugs them.
If I look at the
With
street
their-
here,
There's no need to
trespassing,
spam
they go
bars.
onto
That's
the
like a
property.
hit.
another police line
So
all
they-
the
I
way
think
down
it's
there.
based
How
off
are
of
you-
streamers
the
typically
county.
go
And
onto
then
the
another
property
thing that
kinda-
helps is if
Yeah,
you
why are
do,
you-
antagonize the cops until the
or
cops
if
came
you
out
up?
and
Yeah, I mean,
like
I don't see
feel
anyone on the
strongly
other
about
side of the
other
street.
people's
I don't
comments.
understand
If
why
you
we gotta
react
pay
to
them
those,
overtime
it
to
also
set up a piece of
helps
yellow
with
tape and then
distribution.
stand there.
So literally just reactions all the way around. It's a common.
I watched the rest stream hammer, it was better.
That helps.
This is
with,
getting
you
so
know,
bad I might have to
live
watch
stuff
Rings
like
of
that.
Power
Back
Season
in the day,
2.
maybe, but
Taking on the sidewalks. That's right.
that's not how the analytics work.
yeah, I'll turn that audio
You can't
down
pick
a
it
bit.
up and carry it.
Is it easy to get a
That's electric.
Travis, top right is the
Can't buy an
phone
electric
up
car
left,
for $1,300.
Portland or center.
You're comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're doing is trying to keep people trapped in the city or trapped in the area so they cannot get away when they eventually disperse enough of the crowd. It's pretty cold tonight. Do you really want to be
1,300 is a lot
standing
of
out here?
hours.
Come on.
Possibly.
To rethink your life.
This is January in
Poses the same
Portland.
question. friend.
You know, it is a lot.
Sassy
but let's
Pants
look
right,
at,
rest ream to
God,
okay, I
Stacey,
see.
That's a lot of
Stacey
smoke.
How much you
Right.
want to bet the
You guys
Frosties
have
walk
a
away
picture
from
on
this stream
Facebook
today
and,
thinking they took a big W for their efforts in chat? Cam, difference is they have no idea or even care if the people inside will be injured or killed.
If you want to join the awesome.
It's really not that
Cider
bad.
Jack vs. Screwdrivers mate.
I mean, it's a lot. You know, you got to work.
I go
for it,
live
but-
daily / weekly, using live streams.
Okay, so right here,
Like the new drone I want to get is.
right in front of the
get you guys
property.
Am I hearing like 8 different shows?
But the
Hey,
cops
Mr.
come
Mayor,
out
can
if
I
they
get
walk
you?
right up to that gate.
Very few people
So,
of color here.
Like
Although I
they
respect,
really
you
take
know,
that
my
as being
comrades.
trespassing
Yeah, we are
on
about
federal property, and that's
150
when they
deep out
send
here.
the police out.
As it
Same
should be.
Drew.
Especially if you're non, white, able-bodied, please get out
But
here.
I withdrew that.
We love the support.
Like our
of
microphone
people.
is
Please come down.
$220.
They like white
Please,
people.
broken on
White
the
enable bot.
cable.
we're at
You know what it's like with the
Pacific.
police. You know, you love them and
That's
you
why you
hate
guys
them.
are hearing it
police
slightly
line
different.
Same
Usually
time.
we have
what
a
now?
really,
Block
Depending on
really
and
good
whether you need them
you see
or
they
you're
just set up another
they're
all the
trying
way
to get
the
you.
Sure MD 88 plus.
Hell yeah.
What's that thing?
Catamas, it will be a total love fest.
500 on woke, 200 on
And they don't care about the innocent families losing their homes and possessions, not same as stealing a phone. G's.
PASS.
Almost like a panel cage match.
Are you okay with that?
Hey, that one's kind of fancy.
Let me check.
Always got to do a little dance.
I'm also watching Carissa Debs.
Yeah, what are they showing there? What is
It's
that?
their foreplay nuts and crackers.
Looks like a part of a sewer or something. What is
Imagine
that?
be down there tomorrow at the event, speaking my mind. Yeah, anyone in chat who lives in Tacoma, there is an event tomorrow night. There's an event tomorrow night at
Did he
7
play?
p.m. at Frost.
Tommy,
Park.
you need to
Doing
turn your
hardcore
sound
electro,
up.
left
Everything's
left
louder than you.
obviously. There's an event tomorrow in Tacoma, 7 p.m. at Frost
Oh,
Park.
turn up my sound. Yeah.
This
No, I need to
functionality.
actually talk
It just
into the
goes to show you,
microphone.
this shit
know,
happens
Did you
like,
see it when I
set up.
called him a liar? Oh, good girl,
You're talking
lol.
fairly close.
The reason I'm even out here
Rittenhouse
right
a
now is
hero.
because December 12th.
See, I'll turn
Don't
you
get
up a
nuts
little
any
bit.
more
Okay,
excited.
Right in Olympia. The fucking
I think we
shot
VE
December
all
12th
lost the
directly
point. ID originally said property crime ISNT violence.
Oh, here they come.
more than one person.
TTS not
Way
saying
down the
anything
street.
relevant
I could've
anyway.
seen when he was shooting.
That dance was elite.
Here,
Wait,
lean forward
time
a
out.
little
There's
bit
two
here.
of them. There's two. So I can't be sure. That does not look like wheels. False.
Okay, hang on. Something happens here.
False.
Check it out. We lost connection.
Ms. I have 2 words for you: Chinese arithmetic.
Segue down, shot.
Antifa
What does
guy
that
with
mean,
his shoes
nuts?
on fire.
Oh,
Chinese arithmetic. It's backwards and it's balls on a
Oh.
sliding scale. What do you call that thing?
party over. I'll be taking the sweet decked out LED
Antifa guy.
segue back to ISUP. Thank you very much.
With his
Get your
shoes on
gauges. You
fire.
want to
Oh,
segue
yeah.
play out?
Oh.
Courtesy
Look
of
at here.
the, sporting
Antifa
red
is
outside.
surrounding the ICE facility in Portland, Oregon.
House
Vintage
S and building
footage.
matter.
January
Nuts, you would be obsessed with
2021.
balls. Tommy likes the Chinese massage parlor.
Yeah, those balls. Yeah, they're quite
Trump is
interesting.
returning to Butler
Find
October
out all
5th,
about
and
them.
I will be
They're fairly
there.
large, those balls, too, you know. Like, I don't know, maybe 2 inches in diameter.
MS learn more about the male anatomy. Minion saw that.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do with those balls there, Minion. So I put them, you know, on the bedstand there by the bed, you know, sort of. I don't know, maybe something will happen with them. I don't know.
Expecting rain in Seattle.
Kenosha, I
or,
think.
Portland?
AMCU in Pennsylvania too.
Pennsylvania, PA.
K9, I'm in Ohio.
So what you're seeing here is the way that Antifa, you know, basically kind of antagonizes the
Just so you
police
guys know, this
department
is
there.
far-
The ICE,
Okay.
I should say facility.
I cannot go onto the property.
They all went back into the building there, I guess.
That'll work.
You want to see?
Poor Ohio cats and dogs. I'm in the Middle East busy with work.
Hold on, I'm gonna get my mask on.
Again, this is Asphalt Pirates, and I'm going to work on getting another stream.
Hammer
We're going
LOL.
at it. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no, they're giving him another verbal warning to get the hell out of there.
LOL on YT most sad. Palestine, Ohio. 1800 Sierra November Alpha Foxtrot Uniform.
Carissa Des.
Snafu.
Yup. Let's take a look at our segue, shall we?
Roger Foxdog.
Tommy Temper. That is a reference to an old adage a man's member was described as harder than Chinese arithmetic. I hope Big Dog Ma can make the Butler rally. Nuts, give it up, I'll never play with your balls, or lack thereof, move on.
Popcorn, anyone? Paige?
K9 intelligence agencies funny like that. It's Portland, I'm sure Ninja and Blue were there.
Guns down. Don't bring your gun to town, son.
BCP.
Leave your gun at home, son.
Any Haitians in here, I would like to hear your thoughts.
He didn't ride all the way off. He only rode.
Well, that's what they're doing here. You see, it's this here.
Robbie
okay,
CSC.
the branch here is the branch that like rounds up illegal aliens, right? So what it is Antifa doesn't like the government
Thank you, Darren. Likewise,
interfering with illegal aliens. Is that what this is all about? I don't know. Anyone have a take on what the exact thing is going on here? I think that's what it was about, wasn't it? Because this is like a detention facility, and they go out
MS,
to
that
these
saying has
people
nothing to
see
do with balls, however I like the way you're thinking, baby AY.
Aliens. So
They're shopping
the
with
protesters
cards.
don't like that. I think.
Maybe you could share your recipe.
I'll be your tyranny tour guide today. Taking you to the protest of
It was
an inch
left. You couldn't let me have that. Did you see?
Rocky Mountain oysters.
See how petty it was? It was like this much cider.
I can't say hype Sean SLOL.
Who's poking my butt?
EBT cars.
Poking my
I gotta
butt.
make a watermark for me, guys. Pretty
I'm
crazy.
good, but like I feel violated now. Like,
And I only say that because
I noticed the meter is pretty much at full scale.
Other people who don't.
That's the chat meter.
And my paste is in the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah. Tom Wilbert says, "Get a job."
Which
you wet
taste better, cats or dogs?
Actually, no.
Get a job, pal.
Starbucks, how dare you?
You know something? I talk more shit.
I know, turncoat or what?
I know, right? Just for marriage.
Carissa, your voice is
It's like once in a while I'll drink a Coke too. You
Can
know?
with the intent of causing harm, which, like I said before, is violence.
Yeah, I should get rid of this cup. But I just like it. It's just sort of a
VOOP
double-walled cup, I
true.
think, you know.
react to the pin donation information.
I think it keeps
truly
stuff
appreciate
cold for
you
a
guys.
while. So that's why I like it.
Letting others know that it's a worthy cause. In the
like
event
a
anyone
thermos
wants
type
or
cup.
wishes to make a donation,
But I don't know if
grab
it
my
really
Venmo,
is or not.
Cash App, and PayPal pinned to YouTube and Facebook. YouTube. But don't.
Do you marinate or just put on barbecue plain?
Yeah, guys, let's not do personal attacks.
Barbecue plain. Once in a while we'll buy
Patience,
something
you
that's
can't eat
pre-marinated.
domestic animals in America.
But I'll sprinkle some stuff on it.
You are right, sup.
And maybe put a little barbecue
Marinate
sauce
salty,
on it at
then
the
lots
end.
of smoke.
Behind the messages.
Salt, it's all about the foreplay.
Barbecue sauce too early. Otherwise it'll burn that sugar.
Thank you.
Lots of smoke. Yeah, close it
How
up and
long you
smoke it.
cook and what temp?
Well, I'm talking about like a barbecue outside. So it's like full blast. Depends what I'm cooking.
Here ducks geese are.
10 minutes aside for burgers, for example. I don't know. 5
Whenever
minutes,
she
5 to
says
10
she
minutes.
s done body blue raised arms.
Oh, Jenna, wouldn't it be awesome
Maybe
if
that's a little
Crackhead
long.
Barney was there?
You just you look
That
at it, you
would be
watch it. I don't time it.
Jenna, Crackhead Barney, and I'm
Arson
hoping that
falls
you guys
within
got
the
that
category of violent crime. It certainly involves property, but it isn't considered property crime.
What's this here
Just
right
cook
here?
the same
This
as
looks
beef or pork,
suspicious.
low and slow. Cam just asked Diddy.
Oh, cops!
What happens with that? do we find out?
Cops are bastards! All cops
Canadian
are
geese are thinning out in Ohio.
All cops are bastards!
Remember at the
I
mercy
thought
of,
Tommy was
the
talking
internet.
about cooking cats, had me wondering for a moment.
Oh, cats, is that what you were talking about cooking?
I'm a real
I thought
Nike
you were
stamp
talking
tone
about like burgers or
technologies.
something. Asking me how
Over
long it should
500
be
dead thus
cooked
far
for.
in today.
Look at
AMC
it
Yet
froze.
Park.
Something happened. I wonder if he threw that at the building or what. What the heck's going on there?
I thought we talking chip J's.
Yeah, Mark, it was.
But dude doesn't know that this froze right here. Okay, there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tommy Temper Love Show. Show your love by hitting a thumbs up. It's free.
Yeah, hit that thumbs
Cam
up.
Diddy, you're a man.
How many thumbs ups do you have? Let me look. 26, I see. I'm going to give it 27.
Keeping an eye on.
Nuts and crackers in there. Edward Cam in there. AMC,
Why those people so
Hammer.
mad? Tommy
Sassy
Temper
pants.
Network restreams with comment. The best of the internet. Send tips via super chat or PayPal me Tommy
Yeah,
Temper.
you got that. Thanks for that advertisement there, Nuts. Master Troller in there. FAFO.
FAFO and smash that like, share, and subscribe button. All genders are welcome in the Tommy Russian Temper Show.
That's right.
Tommy
Russian
Temper, did
temper.
I tell you Canadian geese are greasy and good for my joints?
No Russian funding. The Russians can fund Queenie, okay?
I
over
hate
there.
a greasy goose.
Queenie is always promoting the Russians over there.
Or a dry goose.
Watch, Queenie will show up in the chat.
Super BLM Tiffany needs more $1 million home.
Because I mentioned her.
Pause the stream.
This crowd might have got bigger.
Sean, what's that YouTube like?
He said her
Okay, I'm
name.
going to turn that down.
We have Canada geese here in San Diego. They are huge.
They've
Nuts
got 'em
laugh
right
my
here. They
ass
come up
off.
here in the wintertime and land over here.
No
And
Taco
summer,
Tuesday
I
for
should
me to
say.
many missing cats.
Summer up here and then they winter down there. But they're all flying that way right now. I see them actually in V formation. I'm starting to see them right now. So they're starting to fly south. They know when it's going to be getting cold.
AMC
smart,
Kingdom,
those
you're
birds.
welcome.
Don't go near them though, because they'll bite you. I got bitten by one there a couple of years ago.
Kick off another hour or so.
Eric, good to see you, brother.
Went too close to it.
The
I was trying to
Canadian
get a good
geese are
picture,
leaving
good
here.
photo.
You guys want flow?
Yeah, they're flying south. I don't know where. guess
Cam,
they
I
fly
enjoy
to
our
San
discussions.
Diego
We
if
can
they
do
stay
this
there,
without name calling. Someday we should get on panel
south for the
together.
winter.
SHHHH super salty.
They're eating the
They're
geese.
eating the geese.
They're eating the dogs. They're
Everyone
eating
is
the
having
cats.
supper.
They're eating everything.
Well, I haven't checked on the geese since the Haitians showed up. I will have to go see if we still have some.
And by the way, you know I sit on
Lamb
the
fries.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Or, you know, anything on the computer is shit. I don't even
I just had some of my delicious vegetable beef soup and cornbread.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Yes, indeed.
Cornbread.
if anyone can
Dogs, cats matter. We have a wild turkey tormenting a neighborhood here. I saw this morning they attacked two.
it may be getting recorded on Woke. Thank
Might be able to get myself a Wendy's meal with that.
so much for modding for me right off the
There you go.
You sassy, they can get mean.
Was that Biden?
Haitians go by McDonald's.
And the trolls
I do too.
speak
No winners
time.
or losers, just two people exchanging ideas and maybe coming to the same conclusion.
Gonna need something to eat. No doubt
Turkey
about that.
sandwich.
Love show shorts. Oh.
Go crazy! Go stupid!
Yeah, sure, Nuts. That's for you.
Go
Go stupid. Oh, go
Once the
crazy.
dinner
Yeah.
hour has finished, Tommy Temper will be getting into his love show shorts. K9, he is huge too, lol. It is remarkable how many people fail to recognize and acknowledge that our governments, us, we are creating the very refugee migrant problem the propaganda drunks whine about constantly, lol.
Wow, that's true.
Tommy S. dating show The Love Boat.
Yeah.
Turkey got it. We have them parade through our backyard all the time.
Okay, just hang on to your back.
Of course.
Oh, okay. That sounds pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Just here to instigate. We've got medics on scene. Not even going to give him the
take the message up. I was trying to read one about us. Nobody wants to watch us.
Boy over there trying to instigate.
Brett, thanks for all that great knowledge, lol. Brett Camelto is our border Khazar.
Oyo. We're in business.
Yeah, too bad no one ever bloody listens.
Antifa headquarters in downtown Seattle, right?
Can't do.
Okay, good news. The stream is going to continue on.
You can always count on Brett teaching shit. Indeed. Prefer to wallow in their ignorance and whine about crap they don't even understand, lol. Confucius said if a cat gets up and walks away after eating it, you need to improve your eating skill set.
Likely what happened when it got thrown back.
People keep calling the police for the turkey. I guess now they are going to move him to a safer place. Hey Troy. Brett Broccoli, I'm tired of listening to the same SHYT. Troy knocked up AP. Imo Brett is the kind of guy that loves to whine about how hungry he is without doing anything about it other than whine. K9.
Adam Costello and
Yemi 2 AMC. LOL, that's funny, sassy. I live near border. Open border policy has definitely had a huge impact here in San Diego.
I'm moving around. Okay, I'm going to forward this a little bit here. See if there's any action.
Troy.
You're right, that chat is no longer active.
Moving to action scenes
So
here.
when my software went down, I
See
had
if the cops come back out.
A second or two too long.
Looks like they're just milling
Let me
around.
end the stream.
On Venmo, it's now Grace Media.
Troy GTSY.
There's the cops
Nuts.
inside there. You can see him moving around.
Troy knocked up Q according
What's
to
going on? Why do they have
MSM.
that face mask on there?
Brett Broccoli, can you put it on LP please?
What's that? P.
Hi Master. All being
Portland
done on
Broadway?
purpose and y'all are falling for it hook, line, and sinker. What are we watching? It is K9. People
Watching,
can't drive down the
Portland,
road or
Oregon.
get out of their cars,
Vintage
lol.
footage from 2021.
Hello
January.
K9 GTSY also. San Diego is amazing, a beautiful city. Noodling is better. Super true that y'all were told it's coming. MT. I've never thought Brett was a bad mod, he's always been fair ho. AMC. Brett Broccoli, yes, I'm falling for it behind my front door, lol.
Yeah, I thought that
It's a
too.
love fest.
You know, but you know, some people just come in here to attack Brett. So if you want to do
Brett,
that,
once
and
you
use
can
my
come up
channel
with an
just to
equitable
attack
solution
Brett,
without whining
well,
on and
don't
on
do
about it,
because
people
Brett
might
will
listen, but we know that will
maybe
never
give you a
happen.
timeout or something like that, you know.
Troy, hey.
Adam
Troy, we
Costello.
watching old Portland videos. MT.
Hey, you can see the list of the streamers right
Rebel
there.
Squad, front and center.
Armed with umbrellas, folks.
Right there. Pause, pass. See who else is in there. Oh, there he's going right to the Twitch feed.
T-Lo, got you, brother. Thank you guys for your patience.
Behind the locked gate.
Oh, this is showing Tacoma.
Wilford, type in !notify. It'll automatically send a notification to you when I go live. If you're battling to find the stream, or you've been looking for 4 hours and just found out now. I have been having software issues and had YouTube go down tonight, but that was not due to that platform, that was due to me.
Hi Herman.
Aside from that, if anyone types in
K9 I was wondering, it's dark so I didn't think it was live. But Troy is my fav.
Didn't he ban the tear gas or something?
BLM Tifa Summer of Love.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what
Done
this
all
is,
that, see
Summer
people
of
don't
Love.
listen, rather wallow in their ignorance and whine and complain on loop. K9. Haven't he been on Twitch in a long time?
This is what this is showing you.
Brett, go
is,
work for the CIA and give us the inside scoop, please.
Them marching down the
Loopy,
streets.
you're doing it.
And
MT
this is
Autai.
where
Troy was
the
at P.
damage
Diddy's
happens.
parties
I don't know
partying
if it's
face,
gonna
I
happen on
heard.
this, bit here.
Soul
But
Luna was my
typically
favorite streamer.
You don't see the damage because
It's not the news, it's the method of delivery.
these guys did video for
Brett gets attacked after
you know,
he
these
calls
Antifa
everyone
type
names.
gigs, don't
Thought this was
video
an adult
any
chat. If you
damage
can't
happening,
handle
you know?
some razzing, YouTube may not be your thing,
So I
JS.
would not expect to see anything, but you
Liberals
might hear
RNT believable
if they're breaking
BTW
stuff, you usually
sassy.
hear windows breaking and stuff like that. So just
Oh,
listen.
dope.
But usually when they go and do these walks after.
Why
the
would
whole
I work
thing,
for you,
that's when the
SCIA? I'm
damage
not a
happens.
traitor, LOL. It would be CSIS,
sure if
Canadian
that's what's going
Security
on here.
Intelligence Services. Subbed up Herman. Remember, YT is fake news, not real.
So you notice that he's not really showing
Door knocker.
the crowd. But you can hear them though.
Nobody was attacking until the endless Palestine-Israel ranting.
But in their words, F Trump at Biden too, they don't give a damn about you. That inauguration day. It's on. Get ready for it.
Soul Luna has a beautiful baby now and a booming rising singing career. He has done very well performing for big name people. Attack of the Killer Tomato. With Brett Broccoli, the CIA worked with Justin Trudeau's father, Silly. Thank you, K9.
Trudeau.
Master Troller.
Fiddle. Fuddle Duddle Trudeau.
Reason they got out of the
Door
alley
knocker,
was
since
for
this is for
about
adults, will there be adult beverages and adult entertainment? He
Yeah,
kinda
grab a-
looks like
grab a
Joey
beer or
from
something.
Friends. Oh, my apologies for voicing an opinion differing from yours that causes you to attack on
Yup.
loop. Apparently
That's
you
right,
want an
Marie.
echo chamber of propaganda
Went
BS
down
to
right
spew
as
and
it was
regurgitate
happening.
uninterrupted.
What
Sure, Bob.
time they came out.
Tommy is necked from the waist down.
I could be, and you never know it.
I can't tell if that's Portland.
No, it's
The
not.
CIA is behind everything. Laugh my ass off. Thing is, Tommy S. party, ask him. Brett, try to be likable. A dog could give you some lessons.
DHS, FPS.
Nuts, I
and
just
Department
keep
of
my
Homeland
nose out of that.
Security.
Brett is very passionate about it, whatever. You mean like your channel, Brett, LOL.
Everyone's different.
LOL, credibility has been lost on a global scale.
But that's a nice thing about YouTube, is that you can, if you don't like what you get over on other channels, you can always
Brett has
fire
no
up your own
people
channel
skills
and
at
say
all.
what you want, you know. And usually the people that you want to hear you will hear you. You know, so it is what it is.
Because, you know, people can just run down the street. Which is what most people
Be good,
But
Dex.
it's like anything, you know, like going live is difficult to do,
nice facility.
and it can get to you to where you don't feel like doing it anymore. You know, like look at Fry, for example. Actually, I saw
Oh,
Fry.
yeah, say that.
Over,
What a waste.
where was he? Over on Charlie's channel there or somewhere,
Happy 420.
talking to Telescope.
But he
guys.
S.A. hoot at Christmas time. Brett Broccoli, whose echo chamber we talking about? LOL.
Oh yeah, I was going to mention that with regards to Fry. When I was doing all of my restreaming, I knew of Fry. I knew what he was doing, and I knew that he was a big channel, and I knew that a lot of people watched him. But I just wanted to do my thing, and I wanted to grow my channel generically with my audience without bumping off of other people.
The irony of Brett
you know
talking about echo chambers.
And I really tried my best to do that for the longest time, but eventually mods of Fry came over to my channel and then got me to go over and say hi over to Fry.
Door knocker, you heard the man grab a beer.
AI. And then he gave me, I think about 3 deep fries.
Right. If it wasn't for the perversion,
which got me a lot of subs.
Immaturity,
so for a small channel, it was a good thing.
I may get
Fry
okay with these.
Built up
the
lots
only
of
one
channels.
on the right I liked was Primetime Patriot Haven T. Seen him on YT nor FBI mod for him. But liked. Tommy Temper, I was your mod back then. LOL.
Yeah. There were a lot of people that were mods back then.
That's when I came over to me from Fry's.
Copy that. Yeah, you can probably mention some of the other people that came over were with you. You know, if you remember who they were back then. But
I'm pretty passionate about my whatever.
Of people to ban or
I
whatever.
like Fry TV. He is a good guy.
You know, and people are butthurt.
Guess I have to unblock Cat Puss if I want a sim to laugh at.
Oh, they got the leaf
negative.
I don't really drink just at weddings.
See that?
Anything negative.
Fry
spouted,
TV
you know,
needed
in
a
the chat
break.
about the convoy, and you were instantly
Now
banned.
was fun
and that's just
channel.
the way it was. So don't feel bad if you were banned back then by me or by Fry or by anybody else, by any of those mods. Because
That could
was
be
the
considered
protocol,
problem
was
drinking
to
if
close
you know
the
a
chat.
bunch of Brides to be.
Because the chat was going
Cox
so
is
hard.
clutching Mima's pistol so he
You had to
feels
get
safe
rid of the
in
bad
chat.
players like right away. So anybody that was, you know, like negative towards the convoy, they were like booted right away. Like I don't mean timed out.
I hope
like
he is
blocked.
okay. Maybe he moved to Rumble. I don't really do Rumble.
I don't even think they timed out.
AL, that is not a pistol.
Because I remember they had
Fry
like
TV just had a stream.
Blocked that I looked at my gas
LOL. I've never been blocked in any channel.
More people.
For knocker Aaron, to you really thirsty in between weddings.
Anarchy Princess, I blocked on her channel.
Bob
DOA, I
Cox,
blocked
are
on
you
his
stroking
channel.
that excuse for a mustache?
Other than that,
I
I'm
was
not
just
blocked.
showing off my baby D bag.
And isn't that funny that
Cox
those
blocked
two?
me cause I timed him out for 5 minutes the other night. Ha ha ha, what a pussy. Why does BLM Tifa love face diapers? LOL. K9 me neither, just kidding.
Okay, listen.
Fry is slumming with the trolls hanging out on Al and Charlie panel.
What does that
LOL.
sound like?
Oh!
LOL Sandy.
Does that sound like damage?
Oh!
Wait Bob, you're the daddy D-bag and you were showing
Sorry,
off
this
your
is
baby,
drum
I missed
bang.
it. Ha ha K9.
Hard to tell what's going on because, like I say, these guys don't show the damage part of the evening.
Oh!
Nuts, I'm not passionate about much, but nobody is going to
Oh,
tell
really?
me who to vote for.
Wow.
Lincoln Pissboy Kane paid many to unmod me, laugh my ass off. And Brett has nowhere to go, LOL. I was only blocked in 2 channels, ever take a guess where?
Yeah, that's where I saw him on.
Fry TV was on
there,
Charlie
and it
Al
was
the other night,
Telescope
check it
that was
out, Charlie
talking to
Cheese
their
Productions.
Hassle and
Tommy, what are we watching?
ex-wife and stuff.
Well, by God, by golly, MT native, I'm with ya. Could be worse. Fry could be getting the boot from people's panels and then firing up his own live to attempt to goad people from the panel he was kicked off of over to his channel. I know someone thinking of starting a new YT crafting channel. They may need a mod to moderate and read the chat. Anyone with experience. Last time I seen PTP, he had a barbecue stream going. It's been a while. I go where I want, and if it's going to be allowed for trolls and wrenches to sit here calling me names for hours and hours on end attacking in Tommy's channel, it won't be here.
That felt like CN guy.
Brett is Lincoln Kane's new butt boy.
Yeah.
No,
Brett,
you don't,
are hanging out
LOL.
over at Lincoln's here these days?
LOL, no you don't.
Oh, the murder.
Pretty
The
sure
murder
it's
gas.
I got tired of trolls' lies.
I don't know what Mosh is like.
The whole
I like it
Freedom
when Mosh
Corner
does
has me
his,
blocked, and most of 1,776 credence.
I like it when Mosh does his
You like it like that,
musical
Brett,
type
otherwise
stuff,
you would leave forever.
where he goes IRL.
Let us ask Arkansas if you can go where you want.
What's going on? That noise is that fog machine. The smoke
Where is
machine,
it?
I think.
I hear it.
But the guy that's doing this restream is showing this guy, but the audio is not coming from him. The audio is coming from a different stream. That's why you can't hear any audio from his mouth. Yeah, you'll talk to Canada. Yeah, I have a talk with him. He's a good guy. Like, you know, he's
right here.
You know, doesn't doesn't like everyone, but that's okay.
Party's kind of dead on it.
I'm pretty sure that's that. No, I don't know what that is. Not that fog.
Well,
it seems to be pretty
it does have the
constant,
option
whatever
to
that
blow the
noise is.
gas, and then also administer the gas as well. Yep, DS gas is right, Karina. So menacing. That looks like a Tesla, like coil. Lay your ass down too.
Might be losing feeds. In Portland, Oregon. Get a grip. So anyways, that's how the night pretty much ends. With the face covered. With the Antifa operative in Portland, Oregon. And that's it for that segment. We'll just move over to me in here and the chat. We'll just have to reload the chat in here. Actually, yeah, from the time I went live until now, that's how long the chat lasted. So that was 3.5.
Sassy, I think so too.
3 hours and 50 minutes that the chat lasted until it crashed. So that's a good
Brett
thing
S.
to know.
a legend in his own mind, as if anyone is here for you. Frosty B. Rocks insights aside from the MS of OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, where are you? What's happening outside?
Calling me a
It's
terrorist
nice
for
day.
hours on end. What use and purpose do you have in doing so?
It's a little
Brett,
bit
you
windy
look silly
out there.
hanging on that narcissist Lincoln Kane's channel.
I can tell by
Brett,
that
we are
little
all
thing
welcome
rotating
here
right
as is
there
you.
that it's windy.
Ha 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 ha. LOL. Wah.
What?
Black tape is a thing for Troy.
Black tape, yeah. The black tape, I like that one. That was funny
Wah.
when Daisy
Brett.
used the black tape there. I don't know if you saw that.
Door knocker Daisy, that black
Somebody
tape
should have
all
clipped
wrapped
that
up.
and posted it somewhere. The black
I thought
tape
he was
incident.
good when he put out the 1,776 grifting BBQs. There's a lot worse out there, LOL.
Black tape matters.
I hate
yeah.
the taste of black tape. Black tape matters. Duct tape.
Duct tape covers more. Sandy goes for duct tape. Use that black stuff that really, really sticks. You can never get it off of anything. Duct tape. The black stuff is crazy. I used some of it yesterday.
Yes, Sandy, duct tape is good for leg cracks.
Yeah. Yeah, what's that about the wooden...
Flex tape.
The wooden leg. What's that joke? Or the guys at the hostel? And
See,
there's a
some
woman
just have no purpose. They can say or do nothing
sleeping
that
in
isn't
the
attacking
bunk
people, picking
below
on
'em.
people, bullying people. What sad, lowly lives and existence.
And she takes off her
Gorilla
leg and puts
tape
it by
even.
the side of the bed.
Brett,
And
let
the
it go.
guy's
You
looking
bring it up,
from
then fuss
above,
if people
and then
say
she takes
something
her
back to
eyeball
you.
out and puts it by the
PTP mocked
nightstand.
me even though we were on opposite sides.
And then
Chat, I
she
think Brett
looks
is going
up
to
at the
lose
guy
it and run
says,
through
"What
his
are you
garage
looking
door
at? Or what do you
soon.
want?" And the
Drywall
guy says,
tape.
"You know what I
Every
want. Throw it
channel
up
needs
here."
a bad guy. You're it. You pretty much won that position. Hi, all hand pink waving, hand pink waving, hand pink waving.
Oh, it's Newfie.
Tommy, if
Speaking
I
of
knew, I
Newfie-
would tell you.
Speaking
Sandy
of telling
uses duct
Newfie
tape
jokes,
instead of wax.
Newfie.
Tommy got super turned on when he talked about Daisy doing black tape. Tommy, you have weird taste in women.
Yeah, must.
Brett believes he is the reason for Tommy Temper's channel success. LMAO.
Okay, I'm
Yes,
gonna do a
let
search
it go.
for,
You're feeding it
something here.
oxygen.
Let's see. Search for...
Sandy, your friends here. LOL. Manipulative FK nuts.
Okay, Newfie jokes. We'll tell a funny Newfie joke, okay? Hang
Brett,
on.
check your blood pressure. K9,
See if
she
there is
came
such
to
a
see
thing.
me, so I heard. I recall
Uh,
Nuts calling it the Nuts and Tommy Temper show.
Hey, Newfie,
Brett likes the attention since his parents did a bad job of doing that for him.
how can you tell if a
K9
Newfie is
in
gay?
person, I mean. Sandy, are you related to Daisy, who also loved duct tape? Just kidding.
How can you
Oh,
tell if
God.
a Newfie is gay?
I'm so happy
Because
to see
he
everyone
eyes the
getting
buys.
along.
Well, eyes the buys. Eyes the
Brett
buys.
S. Drama does
eyes the
help
buys.
Tommy's channel. That's just a fact. I find it entertaining. What's older than Dirt Newfie? Again,
Okay, I'll
over the
talk like
line
a
nuts.
Newfie, okay? Hang on. Hang on. You guys are ruining it for me. I can't
LOL.
talk. Too much chatter
Peachy
there.
Daisy is more your style, girl.
Hang on. Let me turn off the chat
Sandy
here
likes
for 1
wood
second.
screws. Even Salty knows LOL.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. What's this? A Newfie was going to Toronto on the airplane and started talking to an Ontarian. Newfie. Lord Thunder and Jesus, bye. What do you do for a living? Ontarioan. Well, I'm a psychoanalyst. Newfie. Psychoanalyst? What the heck is that? Ontarioan. Well, it's hard to explain, so I'll give you an example, okay? Do you own a fish tank? Newfie. Yeah, I got a fish tank. Ontario, and I'm going to do a bad Newfie impression, by the way. Well, I bet you like fish then, Newfie. Yeah, I like the fish. Ontario, and well, if you like the fish, then you probably like the water. Newfie. Yeah, I love the water. Well, if you like the water, then you probably like to go to the beach. I just love to go to the beach. I bet you like to look at the girls in bikinis while you're at the beach. Oh, you betcha. And as you're looking at the girls on the beach, I bet you think about taking them home and having your way with them. Oh, gosh, how did you know that? Well, that's what a psychoanalyst is. Oh, the Newfie was going back to St. John's and started to talk with another Ontarian on the plane. Newfie, how you doing? Ontarian, oh, I'm fine, I guess. Oh, I'm a psychoanalyst. Yeah, let me explain it to you. Newfie, do you own a fish tank? Ontarian, no. Oh, well, what are you? Some kind of... Oh, no, I can't say that. What the hell kind of a joke is that? It's, you know, what the hell? Psychoanalyst, what does that have to do with that? Oh, man, that's just a bad joke. I wish I would have read it before I actually said it live on the air here. Okay, we need some chat right away to take up the slack here, okay?
Like you care about hurting feelings, Cam, don't take it personal, kiddo. LOL, oh boy. Boy, Tommy is bad at this.
I know. It was
Okay,
bad.
no more jokes.
Hey,
LOL Tommy.
I was just trying to find it.
N bomb Troy, how s the number count on N bombs in
That
Dazes.
bad though.
Let's all move on.
It's not my fault. Not my joke. Take any joke.
Who remembers how the joke started?
How do you
Tommy
get?
is joining the priesthood.
How do you get a one-armed
Daisy
Newfie
not
out of a
here.
tree? You wave at him.
Drew, there was no joke. Yes, Sandy, move on.
I know, I couldn't say the last word
I
in that
definitely
joke
don't agree with his positions
it
too
was a
woke
bad
for me,
word.
but it's all in good fun. Multiple, I have no idea. I'm no longer subscribed to her. I thought you was telling a true story. Newfie smells like fish. Troy dumped Daisy, didn't he? He prob lost count of the N-word. Daisy has run out of beer money. Newfie, hi. The Gong Show.
Let's see. We
Canada
need more
humor,
Newfie jokes here. Hang on. There's more.
LOL nuts. N-word nudity. If you learn to like a joke, it will make you smile, and you may live longer, maybe too. Hi Hammer. I figured it out. Brett is taking credit for bringing traffic here. That's not so, because if people like nuts and others wasn't here, then Brett would just be talking about the same in his channel. Hey super salty. N-word nipples. Long cold winters must do it. Jeff has a big cock. Nook it. Now that's a joke. Preach it, Crispy B. No lobster rolls with Sandy Newfie princess. What is the difference between a woman and a refrigerator? A refrigerator does not fart when you pull out the meat. Necrophilia. But YT is not real. LOL. Holy fuck, people are dumb. LOL. Jeff Ross, how you doing, my friend? N-word number nuts and crackers. Rex, I bought 2 lobsters too. Cat Sandy, couldn't he afford one?
These Newfie
That
jokes
was
are
a
also
good try
long.
at comedy
They're
for
like
not wearing your
a
helmet.
full paragraph long.
Yo salty, how s it hanging ol salt nuts.
Newfie jokes.
So much so that she has to talk in other channels long after I'm gone, but it's about Brett. The new Tommy Temper Gong Show.
Yeah.
Newfie, how's that paid intel working for ya? Is agoraphobia contagious like mpox? Brett, their SA line forming so that people in chat will have the opportunity to kiss your ring and bow down to your dropout excellence. So keep taking the credit, Brett, but without people to sit in here and argue with you, then there would be nothing. Perfect, Sandy. More about her IDs say.
The Rock.
Tommy has monkey pox.
There's the Rock. You
I
can
am
see the
looking
Rock
for
on
love.
PEI there. Prince
I
Edward
noticed
Island.
mafajajaj. Haha. I miss the Gong Show. Cry cry cry. Sandy, go wax your leg. Tommy likes gay man sex. Car.
There's an actual book. Look at funny Newfie jokes. You didn't think so? There's an actual book by Bob Tulk. It's number 5 too.
Most sad loves it in the ear.
Book number 5.
Sandy, wax on wax off.
Amazing.
I know a guy that went on the Gong Show. Time to go take care all, and don't make Brett cry anymore. Sandy is at the cottage. FAFO and smash that like, share, and subscribe button. Those are good books, Tommy. Tommy giggles at fart jokes as nuts juices on his crackers. I'm not here to flip and argue. You're another manipulator. Twist crap to make it fit a narrative. All I have to do is comment on what Tommy is streaming, and I get called terrorist for hours. I have a hard on. Now Newfie, don't be bitter. I bet you had a great vodka. Good love words, Master Troller. I correct a piece of information and suddenly everyone wants my wrench taken and gone from channel. IDF smashing now, baby. It completely manipulation. I bet Brett was on the Bozo Show when he was little. I'm back feeling a little under the weather, but don't worry, I'm meaner than ever. Face blue, smiling face, fuchsia tongue out. I want a wrench. Lying manipulative sacks of shit I do not like. Projection.
Who wants a wrench?
Tommy Temper Network restreams with comment. The best of the internet. Send
Jeff
tips
Ross.
via super chat or PayPal me. Tommy Temper.
Jeff Ross.
Great
we haven't
vacation,
seen you
Sandy.
in about
Nice
a year.
province. I
What's
can
up?
use a tool. Hi, caught.
There's nothing.
Did this voice thingy just burp?
There's nothing bad.
Is
about
that
a
possible,
tool.
Colette?
Nothing wrong with the tool.
Here different would best for peg legs.
Oh, what do you think of this
Colette, he'll take care of you.
setup for camping?
SHHH Newfie, don't tell everyone.
There's a nice
LOL,
camping
that was
setup.
funny,
Look
Tommy.
at
Fun
that.
fact. Brett, you said you unsubbed from Tommy and you won't be back, but you're
What kind
still
of a trailer
here.
is that?
Hey there, K9 gaming face, blue smiling face, red heart shape.
And look at that.
Manipulating
neat-looking
who,
truck.
Brett? Duct tape is also good for butt cracks, but crack filler Bondo is better and permanent. That book is old enough to be about Newfie. Ron Valtz, he has said that
Look,
several times.
He's even got chrome
Hi, Colette
propane tanks on,
GTSY
there,
again.
on the front of that trailer.
All of Canada is beautiful.
That's
Hey
nice.
there, Frosty B Rocks Insights face, blue smiling person, turquoise waving. Very nice. Canada RV needs a wrench, Tommy temper. Same subject as when I left.
I took
Troy.
his wrench away because he wanted
Canada
me to.
is USA by itch. Driftwood best peg legs. Nuts, that's a prime example of what a liar is. Christy. Hey there, Miss Frosty, a beautiful day face, blue smiling face, red heart shape. Linda Lou, what topic shall it be? Airstream. Welcome back, Linda.
Looks like
Brett.
an Airstream. An old one, though. Hey, do you see the front of it? That wasn't as rounded as they normally are.
Brock's lies, don't you know? K9, thank you. Hey there, minion, most sad face, blue smiling person, turquoise waving.
Oh, look, it's a funny Newfie joke here. Look,
Linny Lou, I love you.
Newfie saying, "Hey,
Linda
them
Lou,
stars
seriously,
there. What
you
do you
wanna
think
talk
all
about
those
Brett?
Them stars mean?"
Wait, nuts, I read that wrong. They
What does
can't
it
not
mean?
talk about me, Linda.
Well, it means somebody stole our tent.
Troy, I, boobs matter. BBL dinner ready.
Boobs matter.
SSHHH.
Let's go outside. Yeah, boobs matter. Boobs matter. Let's sign. This
Brett,
is the
learn
one for-
English and stop
It's funny
using
that you
double
would say
negatives.
that
It
right at
only
this
helps our
time, too,
case.
because I got this one.
Damn
Check
it.
out.
Without some lefties in
what?
here to smash, what fun would we have?
Facebook deleted our profile picture
Hammer knows
again. I wonder
LOL.
why. Boobs matter.
Linny Lou, I
Yeah.
love you. Troy.
Okay.
LMAO. Most sad smiling face with hearts. Helen of Troy. Hey everybody, tell us what you had or are having for supper tonight. Apparently one can only deduce and conclude that my mere presence absolutely triggers the weak and insecure. Tommy. IRS fucked.
It's joke hour. It's joke hour on the Tommy Temper Show. And this is a joke. Right?
Barbecue homemade burgers. It's fucked. Looping Brett.
Good. Could be better.
I've never seen a more attention-starved person in my life, and I deal with thousands of peeps every year. Tommy Robinson. Okay, we have one barbecue burgers next. OMG, that joke. One could
Holy.
deduce several things, Brett.
Check this one out
No,
here.
we're making
Look at
progress
this.
here. Damn, Tommy can't even read a joke well.
I
Of
know.
your presence
It was
and its
bad.
impact on chat.
Well, look at this is Canada.
Super salty, that is totally
This is
a true
Newfoundland.
statement.
Or PEI.
Hey,
rather.
with barbecue burgers here too. Cat or dog?
They're having a little fight there. It's hard to keep the
I
camera
like the
still.
cougar one.
That's got to be two males fighting. Eh?
Tommy Robinson.
Or are they stuck
Newfoundland.
together? Look, there's a rope or something.
Moose fight.
Yeah.
That S2
Moose meat
barbecue
sandwich.
burgers
Time for a
next.
moose meat sandwich.
Burritos
He's
and
down,
tostadas.
but he's not out.
Was that Brett and Nuts going at it?
Crazy times in Canada. Dun, dun,
Over a
dun.
female. That's Brett and ABD fighting over allowance money. Ah, excellent, chill pill, yummy.
I don't know. I don't know
Horny
what's going on
bulls.
there, but Yeah.
Childish.
I'll buy it, whatever it is.
Is Charlie banned here? He is usually here during this traffic. Enchirito. Those moose are huge, they must be in rut. Tommy Temper, finish this joke, why can't Stevie Wonder read? LOL Enchirito. Absolutely immature. Tommy, what is the white patches on screen? We doing pancakes for supper.
It's the sun coming in my window and beating on
Nuts
my
and
background.
cracker, right? Kind of scary, very abnormal.
Thinking that it's
Tommy, is Charlie
that's
blocked?
Part of the show, you know, like my hand. So the sun on the screen behind me is, and there you see it went
Brett
away.
Broccoli, wear a blonde wig on Lincoln Kane S when he S-wasted, and tell him you are from the LGBTQ community.
Going in between there.
Some of the worst mods I've ever seen.
Yeah, I told my wife to embrace her mistakes, so she hugged me.
Raining here for next couple days. Facts. Liberal tears are flowing. Christy, Charlie and Cam having Fifi meeting. 10 pounds of titty in a loose brassiere twat that twitches like a moose's ear. You must be looking in the mirror, Brett. Mod derangement syndrome.
Aha. Let's see, where is it? This one?
Oh.
No. This one? No. This one, maybe.
These foolish things remind me of you.
Oh, yeah.
Christy B pining after a married man. Did Cam really hack Daisy's stream? Them's love words. Linda, yep. I just thought maybe Charlie Cheswick was blocked.
Keep this in your head.
It's just in fun, my friend. Chill.
Guys like that. I like it when she says, "What an ass." what an asshole. More
Hi,
like
hammer that S wild. Cam and Teleco King Cobra Striker.
Yeah, I like it.
Charlie is too Switzerland to be blocked here. Linda, hi. That's a good one, most sad. Unless a rogue mod got him. Tommy Temper, if LC offers you money to time me, I'll take it, LOL. And Pan now is live. Teleoz is her mom.
Why? What do you want to do?
Because I asked about Charlie. I'm wanting a married man, hardly.
You know,
salt,
I might
salt,
just do
salt.
that just to piss somebody off. You know that?
When Tommy says part of the show, the punchline is that this is a show.
Okay, there you go. Okay, let's get me off of there, though. Or get that off of there.
Salty Army is Legion Ree. Tommy. We know you wanna wash his back in the shower, Christy B. LOL. Cam and AL having guys night out.
Yeah.
LC paid Portland Andy $500 to unmod somebody last year, ha ha ha. Good one, Tommy.
There you go. There's my thought. You guys wonder why I don't get so upset, a bunch of stuff that's happening in the chat or whatever. There you go. I'm not
LC
very
is just a drunken
impressed
bum
by a lot of shit out there. So, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Once again, Tommy Temper wins, and the trolls lose big time.
Hammer fan cable hair ran staple blue to the sky. Squirters still impress me. Tommy Temper LC will offer you good money to take my wrench, LOL. Cam not
exactly.
cable blue eel.
Okay.
Aerosols.
There we go. 2 Newfoundlanders find a mirror in the road. The first one picks it up and says, "Lord Jesus, I know this face, but I can't put a name to it." Second one picks it up and says, "You stupid bastard, it's me." Oh, yeah.
Go crazy.
Most sadly thought you were a sprayer.
Go crazy.
Yeah.
Go crazy. Yeah. Go stupid.
I like it.
Tommy Temper Network restreams with comment the best of the internet. Send tips via super chat or PayPal me Tommy Temper show the love and hit the Oh funny he wants a hot tub experience with Queenie. I'm not about that, plus there is not enough money to CQ in that position. Yikes.
Let's have a laugh.
Body blue raised arms. TC has free speech, try it, you will get blocked.
Oh, what's this? Counting to 100 in French. What is that?
God? I don't know French. Does God know French? Probably knows French. What do you think? I know all the languages? Do you think I know French? No, I know New York. I'm from New York. I gotta tell you something about the French
Crispy
number
B,
system.
nobody
How
wants
they
to
count
gush
to
with a
100.
gash.
It's absolutely bonkers, man. You're not gonna believe it. Everything from 1 to 16 is fine. They got their
The
own
water would
names
turn
for
green.
it. It's like
Crispy B.
Dux.
I'm not impressed about how long it took
I
you
don't know
to
what
find
it is,
that
but
meme
it's
for the
something.
joke.
They got the same numbers
French
for
or
it. When you
English.
get to 16, for some reason,
Crispy
some
B.
arbitrary number like 16, they say, hey, the rest of it, we're gonna do some random now. So instead of 17, what you would expect, they go 10-7, then they go 10-8,
the thought.
and then they go 10-9, and then they go to 20. So that's fine. They have 20.
I am
so that's
impressed
cool.
at
But
Jeff
what the hell
Ross
was all that
Cost.
3 numbers before that? No,
Nobody
numbers
wants
like
a hot tub
21,
experience
22,
with Big
23.
Dart Trust.
Well, yeah, theirs is pretty much the same, except for 1, it's like 20 and 1. Why is there an and? I don't need to say and, it's just 21. And then they said, hey, you know what? We're going to be normal for the next 49 numbers up until 69, which first of all is hilarious because that's a sex thing. What comes next after 69? And I said, of course, it's going to be 70. You got some sort of stupid French word for 70, don't you? And he said,
Then
no.
talk to
He said,
Jack
instead
Hammer.
of
We have
70,
no power
then
to
we got a
block people
60,
in
which
TC.
is Soissons or
Jeff
something.
Ross Adventures,
And you
how
just
is the
add a 10
lobster
to it. So I
lobster
said, what,
season
you
going?
doing math now in the middle of your numbers? How the hell how do you keep track of it? So instead of 70, it's 60-10. He gets to 60-17 or what should be, and I forget that it's 60-10-7. Now we got 3 numbers back to back, and then we
I am still not working. I only work 70 days a year.
Great, it's 80, right?
I
He
love
said,
getting
no. So I
Ron
said, what
going.
is it,
He has some
60,
good lines.
20s? And he was like, no, something worse.
Still
I
working
said,
on
what?
drinking.
He said, it's 420s. Again, hilarious because 420,
420.
that's like a weed thing, right? And he was Canadian, so
420
he
is
got it
80.
because that's legal
These
now.
jokes
He gets
make
to
this
81,
audience
which
make
actually in
sense.
French means 420s,
You would have
and
to
then
drain
1,
half
then we
the
get
water
all the
out
way
before
to
she
what
got
should
in a
be
hot tub.
90. What should be so easy to just have a number followed by a T like we do.
Sassy
with
Pants
70,
been there
80,
blocked long
90,
time ago.
whatever.
Free
They gotta
speech,
throw
my
some
ass.
math into it. Nobody here is Eric
420.
Einstein. You think it was bad enough to have a number
LMAO.
in your language that actually had to be quantified in front of it? So hey, we got 420s. Now instead of having a number for 90, it's going to be 420s 10. Ketravandis. What is that? Just say 90 or something. Who needs
420, 10.
Ketravandis? We got
Ron has a
420s
great
10.
memory. It
And
gets
then
420s
420s
10 is
11
90.
for 91. Why not throw an and in there?
White claws for
420s
life.
and 11.
Holy
4
shit.
and
This one
20s
first.
and 11. And then the next one, you go 420s and 10
true.
and 12. Who cares?
Explosion
Just
gas
start
and a
saying
gut
numbers.
good one for
And then you
Karnak.
get to 97, 98,
420
99. It's
SASSY likes to
420s,
get
10
Jack
and
hammered.
7. That's 4
So why
goddamn
complain
numbers
to
in a
us how
row.
we have no
That's
control?
4 numbers for just
He
one
lost
number.
me.
Who the hell's got the time?
Thanks,
This is
Christy
the
B.
craziest part. Right before I dropped
TT
him off, you
is
know what
trying
he
to
said?
shut
He
out
tried
his
to tell me
family
what
with as
100
much
was.
noise as
I said,
possible.
listen, if
Pipe
you tell me
straight to
some
his head
stupid
via
shit,
headphones.
I'm gonna be so pissed. He said there's
Who
2
blocked
choices, and
Sassy
the 2
Pants?
choices are you got 250s
Volume
or
matters.
425s.
Well, Sassy Pants free speech, my ass change title.
Yeah, you should learn
Nope,
how
no
to
sad,
count
not
up to
jacked
100
or
in
hammered.
French. That's an interesting thing to try. Do it someday. Wow. Steam travel across Newfoundland is an actual thing. I didn't know that. Here's,
Tommy, check your blocked list. Yo, read it. It's fun to find out.
I don't have many people on my block list, I don't think. This is a
Okay,
train
gentle
going across
then.
Newfoundland. Newfoundland is mostly rock, right? It's like an island, rock, not much there, but you can see there is some trees growing there.
Hasn't he seen a mushroom cap ever that s horrible
Typical buildings.
sassy?
There's the island there.
Again,
View to the
hammer,
train.
not my channel, not my job.
Train station. Like a rock. Like a rock. PEI. I didn't. Okay, Clarenville. I don't know anything about PEI. I've never been there.
You should check it though.
Gander, Newfoundland.
AMC it ridiculous can't
that
then come
Newfoundland?
here complaining about bin block LOL. Brett Broccoli go tell
Gander
piss boy
PEI,
Lincoln I'm
Bishop
talking
Falls.
crap about him please. I've seen lots of shrooms, you should try some. There is no train in Newfoundland.
That's gotta
I'm
be
beginning to think
Gander.
Hammer belong on Sonal's channel.
Well, I don't know. Showing some places here. And a train. I thought it was
No
Newfoundland
trains in
and
Prince Edward
Labrador.
Island either.
Oh, okay.
AMC what can be said that hasn't he already been said?
That's what it looks
LOL Cam. Brett disappeared Ron. Just sitting
There's an
here minding
alien.
my own business. Sassy Pants didn't he say it's you?
Saw an alien shot there. These are some old pics. Okay. but
Eagle
anyways,
Sonal
kind
is strange.
kind of fun.
Somebody give Brett a cookie for being a good boy. There is a town named Dildo, that's the truth.
Oh, how about this one here? Okay, this is question. It's question time. Why are
Tommy
married
Temper,
women?
I hope I can bring in some dough for you LOL. Then quit
Thanks a
whining
lot.
LOL.
Appreciate that. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Here's the question for the chat.
Kiss my
First
made
of
in
all,
Canada
you try and
ass.
answer it, and then I'll give you the answer.
Sonal is
Why
mentally
are
handicapped, and so are the people he
married
runs
women
with.
heavier than single women? And we'll ask that to Nuts and Crackers because you're the guy that is more likely to know the answer to that.
Pennsylvania has a town named Intercourse.
Hey, I didn't come up
Made
with
in
these. These are
Pakistan,
just
you meant.
straight, right off of the internet. No pre-organization or anything on this, and the answer could be almost anything. But what do you think the answer is? Chat, come on, chat.
Hammerware esque your scorn hag Andrea, did she finally
Let's go.
get put in the padded room? More cookies in chat, please.
You can't touch this.
Not what
Let's
the
go.
tattoo on my ass says LOL. Sassy
dog
Pants
doing?
quite winning, wow, calm down.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's Brett's song.
I met a truck driver, one from Dildo. Did you get that ass tattoo in prison, Brett?
I've heard of dildo. I've never experienced dildo, though, to be honest with you. Being perfectly honest.
Their pockets are filled with hubby's money.
Okay, the answer...
Why am I not
that would be
surprised?
one. Hubby's
Who in the
money,
hell would
that's
bend a
good
grown
answer.
man over and put a tattoo on their ass? Sissy
Okay,
song.
let's see what the answer is. The
P.
answer
Diddy
is...
loves pink stuff. Once.
A single women come home, see what's in the fridge, and go to bed. Married women come home, see what's in the bed,
I escorted a lot of Canadian jerks LOL.
and go to the fridge. Oh, yeah, okay.
Sandy grows
bed,
oyster
bed.
mushrooms out of her kneecaps.
See what's in bed and go to the fridge. Yeah, I know.
There is also a
sounds
town
like a-
called Orgasm. Mossad wishes he lived there LOL. Maybe
Mossad.
it was a girl tattoo artist. Tommy Temper, I feel ya, you miserable sack of dog poop.
I know, it's bad out here in the real world. Oops, I keep hitting settings. Cancel that. I need to go into studio mode all the time so that I can bring these up here. There you go.
Everyone has seen the tattoo, Christy. It's old news. Sorry you missed that season of LOL. Peachy was an escort.
Peachy.
Volcano green, lava orange.
Why are
QY are divorced
still
women
heavy?
still heavy.
because they went to the fridge. And I thought the dryer made my clothes shrink. Turns out it was the refrigerator. Yeah.
Pay attention, Catamus Old Moose. My friend lives near Big Lick. I know a lot of men that are tattoo artists and would never shave and tat a man's ass.
Yeah.
Yes, I was a
Cataman.
pilot car escort driver, Catamus Rex.
Oh, we've got the Newfie word of the day.
Did he say as single women the meant answer? You know what escort I
here it
meant.
is. The Newfie word of the day. Caesar salad. Caesar salad is the Newfie word of the day. There's a Newfie, by the way, gonna kiss a fish there.
Is
See
that
the
on the
fish?
upper end of escorts? I
Newfie,
don't
have
know,
you ever
Catamus,
kissed-
which kind.
Have you ever kissed a fish? And if you did,
Diddy
what kind
loves
of fish did you
dingleberries.
kiss?
No, not that
And
kind,
this
but
guy's
had
gonna-
lots of
I don't know
offers
if
to
he's
be
gonna
10
kiss that. It
for.
looks like he's going to eat it. But the answer, the question is Newfie word of the day. Caesar salad. Make sure fatter
Hammer, are you missing your
puts
granny, Andrea?
oil in the skidoo or your Caesar
Sardines
salad. Or your Caesar salad. Yeah, make sure fatter puts oil in the skidoo or your Caesar
I
salad.
get so mad when Tommy picks on me.
There
Oh,
you
that's
go.
why she smells like fish. Biden read everything on the teleprompter,
Picks
and
on
he is
who?
no longer allowed to be president,
Pick on
JS.
anyone. Sardine, yummy.
Thirsty, you bet. Andrea
Nom, nom,
waiting
nom.
for the heat to die down around Daisy so she can come back in to be friends again.
Do.
Red Mama licks Red's dingleberries, probably the cleanest his ass has been.
Oh, next word. Carter. Newfie
Well,
word
she
of
is
the day.
thirsty,
Carter.
Cam.
Carter?
Sardines
Carter
and eggs.
is the Newfie
Those
word of
kind
the
of
day.
escorts don't usually wear a yellow light on top of their vehicle either.
Carter. I just
Cam,
checked
let
the
us
time.
hope so.
And it's Carter
Where
to
is
9.
Andrea?
Arr, Billy. Arr, let's
Crispy
eat
B,
that
show
fish.
us your tattoo of that rooster on your belly.
Num num. Rooster. Who's got the rooster? Yeah, these jokes are funny. But stupid.
K9, she has scorned Granny Hag and dipped. At least Tommy got that mim. Bob, healthy eating.
Oh, yeah. Oh, some of these are long. It's the drunk joke. It's not available. Okay, hang on. Let's bring it up there. I feel sorry for people that don't drink. When they wake up in the morning, that's the best they'll feel all day. Oh, look who said that. Frank Sinatra. Wow.
What is an epileptic's favorite type of salad? A seizure salad. Bah ha ha.
Caesar salad, yeah. I like, I'm on a seafood diet. If I see food, I eat it.
Wait, TTS say mim again. Weird P. Diddy sales up 20% now. Some good advice from Bernie Mac. Be yourself. 16 seconds. HTTPS YouTube alert me cut mu SIB 83 VSB3 U5 CNDH3 FC. Who in chat speaks
Dad, my
Canadian
legs are
and
freezing.
can interpret
Son,
this humor for
I
normal
have other
people?
problems.
Nuts, let us see that $100 bill on your dick. Mim
My
LOL.
legs are freezing. Oh boy. Bind. Another Newfie one. Newfie word of the day. Bind. Turn around. By. She's right. Bind ya. She's right. Bind ya.
Scumdog did LC pay Andy 500 to union mod someone.
Mafia. I'm all out of smokes. Can I get some mafia? I'm all out of smokes. Can I get some mafia? Yeah. You can. Oh, hang on. My background needs some fixing here. Hang on. Camera 2 needs to be adjusted to upgrade the video a little bit because it's looking a little dark out there today.
Linda Lou, not that I'm aware of, but I'm not hip to all the behind-the-scenes stuff either. These jokes suck like Brett.
Yeah, they do suck.
Linda Lou
Absolutely.
LC paid $500
Well,
to
they're off of
unmod
Facebook. What
Zizer.
do you expect? They're off the Newfie website. It's called Funny Newfie Jokes.
Boomer
on
Dad
Facebook.
Jokes.
Exactly
What
I'm
do
getting
call
it
a
from.
scorned granny hag Andrea Cheeks Kurt Fuffle?
Kraft pizza. What next?
Ah, well, there you go. AMC,
Okay.
thank you.
Here's
Chiron.
Newfie sunglasses. Newfie sunglasses coming up. Watch. Newfie sunglasses. Ah, I like them. Those are nice Newfie sunglasses there today. What do you think? Me thinks that they're pretty fishy.
Right, Ron,
They're
I'd
looking
rather
pretty
see
fishy.
who's on the blocked list.
I'll leave that
I
up
got
there for a
tissues
while,
for
okay?
you, Brett.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Could be worse, Ron. They could be terrorists like Tory.
Oh, yeah. Let's beat it. Beat it. Put it on a fork and eat it. It's fishy round here. We're looking at you.
Roll of paper, there is some tissues.
It's Christy B. You got
Crispy B,
some
I had the
issues.
tattoo guy use pennies. Cameraman number 2 is
Tattoo
fired.
guy uses pennies.
Tommy Temper, those are
Cameraman
sexy
is
glasses.
Number 2, the Tommy Temper. Those are sexy glasses. Looking like your asses. One day I'm gonna be a rapper.
Pennies. Jeff Ross
Around,
makes Lady S panties fall off.
A present. A brown paper wrapper. Pennies for your thoughts. Now I want
anchovy.
I want anchovy on my pizza.
Dang, Tommy got bars. He needed a large surface to hold them all. Anchovies, LOL.
How did this one stall? Tune in here. Wow, how did that song pop in there? That's weird.
Jeff
That's my
Ross
theme
is the
song.
king of IRL.
Jeff Ross, you're the fisherman. Hey, you like this one. This is for Jeff Ross out there, okay? It's the fisherman out there on the coast. Fish face.
Fish face.
I don't know how he got on our show, but he popped in there. Just kind of right in there from Newfoundland. Woohoo. Okay, next, moving right along. I know we can do better.
Puss
because,
face.
You know,
Jeff Ross Adventures, how do you beach a sailboat, LOL. Teleoz is going live from the local playground later.
yeah, what does this mean here? Like Newfie is in there. You might be able to tell us.
AMC, you
This
see
one
that.
here. This one here. Some arse on ya. Some arse on ya. Some arse on ya. What is that? What does that mean? What the heck? Some arse
I guess
on ya.
pennies are better than wooden nickels.
Some arse on ya. What does that mean? Is that like a saying or something? Some arse on ya, buddy. Hey there, boy. Some arse on ya? I don't know, but I think so. Me think so. Unknown quantity. It's a Newfoundland. It's a Newfie
Stop that before Telly Sparky starts crying.
sunblind curtain. Okay,
Sandy
it's a Newfie
Foster has
curtain.
been hoarding wooden
Here you
nickels
go.
for quick repairs.
Check out the Newfie curtain.
Jeff Ross
Don't get better
Adventures,
than
yes,
that.
with a male shift sailboat trailer, LOL. Bob
That's a
Tella
Newfie
is probably still hung over from his drunken panel rambling.
Oh.
Lobster. LOL.
Newfie's never going to
Tella
live
don't
this one
believe
down.
he
Once
is entertaining.
the likes of Cadamus Rex sees this, they're going to be going, hey, Newfie, have you got the toilet paper blinds in your house?
LOL, you've been me as since. Telescope and Brett aren't that different. Jeff Ross is the best guy on YouTube. Subscribe to him.
Nothing but the best bullshit on the Tommy Temper Show. Right here, you see it all, like you never see it anywhere else other than if you're on the Rock in Newfoundland, okay? Or I mean, Prince Edward
Tell
Island.
us still
PEI,
butthurt from
no,
the glory hole
Newfoundland.
action.
This is a Newfie joke day.
Nuts, I can't stand to listen
figure
to
out
him
those
laughing
places.
while trying to talk
Labrador's
like
different,
something
though.
is funny.
Oh. Uh-oh, they're brown on the end. Oh, no. They were used. You can tell they were all used. Look at the end there.
If you're not sub, you're a nub.
Oh, yeah. And your typical Newfies, this is a picture from here. This is what typical Newfies look like, right? Are there, Billy? What's happening? Yeah, we're heading out to the coast there. See if we can meet up with Jeff Ross Adventures out on the boat there. Are there, Billy?
Telescope's ego is bigger than his hemorrhoids. It's not funny, Crispy B. He's just so drunk he thinks it is. Cam and Saul Alinsky aren't that
We're heading
different.
to the bar later. Coming with us?
Wait, was that Tella I was speaking of? Cam might be right.
Look at where this came from. Look at the source. I like the source. CBC News. You see that? It's actually a CBC News. Hey, better not.
Either plays
don't,
nicely.
Give me
Daisy
copyright
just got excited and emailed Newfie about where she got those window blinds. Are those Newfie's brothers?
I don't know if they are. They could be. Yeah. Aren't they all? They're all related. Everyone on the island. You know, when you get to these islands, everyone on every island is related to each other, right? You know what I'm getting at?
I miss Telescope's Brett Broccoli Play-Doh figurines. Cod fisherman.
Got cod? Got cod.
Daisy doesn't know how to email.
You got cod? Got cod? Got cod? You got cod? I don't know. Got cod. Two pensioners. Oh no.
Telescope's bikini photos are wild.
Doing oral sex.
He's holding a cod.
Oh no. That's a bad joke. I was gonna tell this joke, but it has the words.
It was a real piece
oral,
of broccoli with Google eyes obsessed.
Sex,
Troy, I bet his legs are skinnier than his arms.
Badge. In the joke. All those words are in the joke.
You have been
so
lit 4 hours with this shit.
Hey, we finally found the Newfie Big Mac coming up here. The Newfie Big Mac. This is it. On the Tommy Temper Show. We found it.
Nuts words can't describe it.
It's the
LOL.
Newfie Big Mac. I'm loving it.
LOL.
We're loving it. The Big Mac. Oh, look, she's loaded too. Cheeseburger, cheese mac.
Disgust doesn't even come close.
That's right. The Newfoundlander. Newfoundlander.
Yes, with this shit, and no Charlie.
Can't make it up.
Femiaz said Telescope doesn't need to tuck. Beans and bologna, beans and bologna. Oh no, I hope
sandwich,
DP
yeah.
don't see this. Maybe he s at the track, Crispy.
Got a face on you like a slapped arse. That's what this other one. With the same picture. Buddy, who knits ya? Yeah, face on you like a slapped arse. Arr, Billy. When I used to buy
Crispy got it bad,
catches
Chaz, LOL.
Bring some home to Lizer.
He s gambling, I'm sure we all have lives.
What's up?
Didn't Tella
I
say
like
he was
this
like
one. This is a great
140 or 150 pounds?
this
That
one.
doesn't imply someone of large or imposing stature, LOL.
Me
A
heart
stretched tuck
is in
snaps back like a rubber band.
Newfoundland. Me heart is in
Postpartum to show off for
Newfoundland.
Charlie.
Me heart is in Newfoundland, but me arse is in Alberta. I like that one. That's a good one. I know exactly what you mean. You should come on back to Alberta.
Does he
Come
need
on
a
over to
large
Alberta,
imposing stature, or
where-
can he do laps around you
where there's
intellectually?
lots of
Frosty B
jobs
rocks
and,
insights.
and everything is cheap. Right,
Nuts,
right
who
here
is
in
saying
Alberta.
I got it bad, Queen? Why is
Everyone
Christy
likes
so
Alberta.
worried about Charlie? Seems obsessive. LOL. I believe so. Christy B. Hoglet strikes again. Brett 140 pounds wearing a soaking wet snowsuit while holding a couple cinder blocks maybe. Tello has nothing to tuck. Wahahaha, he knows full well he can't lol. I'm not only one who's noticed lol. Daisy runs
my
circles
God.
around Brett intellectually. Queen at Christy B fighting over Charlie lol. Oh, it's the troll central girls worried about me talking to Charlie.
For heaven's sake. Will someone tell her it's
Laughing
a
my
mushroom?
ass off, Troy.
Mike, are you still alive? Mike.
LOL.
Mike, are you still alive? Crazy.
Christy B as if.
These Newfie jokes are getting bad.
Anybody that does not do drugs and alcohol could run circles around anyone in this chat or show.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, don't give the
Troy makes
punchline.
Tella look
Patty's
like a
wife
god.
gave birth to triplets. How
Entire
in God's
stadium
name
on
did
their
that
feet
happen,
waiting for the
says
grand
Patty.
champion.
His wife replays.
No
"Remember
one
that
is
night I
worried,
was
just
very
wondering
dry
why you
and
are
we had
obsessing
no
over a
Vaseline?
married man.
So you used 3-in-1 oil? By Jesus, says Patty. I'm fucking glad we didn't use WD-40.
LOL. Who would I want to run in
Oh,
circles around someone?
These jokes are getting bad.
Christy, yep.
Very bad. And here-
We've
this is
seen you,
apparently,
Troy, LOL.
This is what it looks like jogging in Newfoundland, apparently. Oh, that's a weight loss ad.
Then you know.
Salt
Sassy
beef.
go
They
fry
like
some
salt
eggs
beef,
or
too.
something. Al Munson Gavin Newsom
I don't know
called
about
and
that.
said you left your
Salt
pink
beef.
bicycle at his house. Talk about third grade Troy. Muslims for Trump amaze balls. LOL.
What? Okay. Yeah, I gotta head out for a bit. I'll just leave this on here. I'm not sure what this device is. You guys can figure it out.
Uh-oh, Escobar stealing your thunder.
That's what things are like down there in DC.
I wondered how long it would take for those swooning troll central baby mamas would start to get upset me and Charlie talk. No thanks, Christy just had supper. Al Munson is scrambling to remodel his freak-out room before the feds get there. Great poop bucket, exactly what we want to be left with. Daisy used to be able to run a circle, then she met nicotine. I think it's Brett's panties.
It's a redneck toilet, apparently. Redneck.
Telescope uses that when he S-bobbing for apples. Trump redid my freak
you guys
room.
are insinuating that they were
Gash
using down
tang.
at DC. You know, Santa and the gang at DC.
Troll Central baby mama's has to put cement board over 4 drains. It's a good looking poop bucket, but come on. Those pics of Epstein, Diddy, and Trump are great. That is definitely a sex toy. Nuts and crackers, it's too late, they are already watching Al Munson. Funny ISNT it cat LOL. Al Munson got so excited on his first visit to Diddy's freak out room she crapped all over the white curtains. Is this the new code for bathroom break? ALS just happy he doesn't have to use a plunger anymore. LOL. Trump, Epstein, and Diddy, the axis of evil. Who is she referring to? Sassy Pants 420 LOL. I want one of those newfangled buckets. Poop bucket hype, hit the like. Good grief.
Okay, we're back.
That S8 comfy one.
And I don't know what you guys are talking about. Poop bucket. Oh, okay. Hit the like. Yeah, hit the like button.
So many watch Daisy, wonder why must be obsessive over Daisy.
Maybe more than that. 60 people watching, only got 20 likes.
Al is just happy and finally unblocked him.
The correct number.
And your nuggets don't do a deep dive into the cold water.
Hey.
Make sure you like, share, and subscribe for more poop content.
That's right. It's hard to
Cat,
get a like.
I have no idea. LOL, it didn't make sense.
Appreciate
LOL. This channel is a poop bucket.
Yeah. Turned into a poop bucket.
LOL.
Dun dun dun.
Who is voting for pedophile Trump?
Let's check out the
DOA
doorbell
poop
here.
bucket
What the heck
king.
is this all about? Uh-oh. Push the button. We'll hear ya.
We love you, Brocky Daddy.
Nice. I like it. Look how much it is. $15. Holy jeez. Those Newfie doorbells are expensive. Very expensive. Let's keep going. Hey, did my audio sounds weirder on this one, doesn't it? 1, 2.
If you like the poop on this channel, sub up to this one. https www.youtube.com Frosty Broccoli.
I don't know.
Poop Bucket Mafia. Yeah, hammer, but no one chats. All hate watchers.
Yeah, what do you call it? This is a good question here. On this one here. We call it supper, not dinner, right? I don't care what yous call it on the mainland. We call it supper, not dinner. What do you call it? Do you call it supper or dinner? Interesting question here.
Kamala wants to pardon Diddy. Typical demo PD. Wissy is the poop bucket king. LOL.
What do you call it where you live? Up here in Edmonton.
Let me go slower for sassy. LOL and block
supper.
Car.
We're going to eat dinner or we're going to have supper. So
I count 35 likes.
Both terms for the same thing. We don't really concentrate on one term or the other. Or how is it where you live? Or do you say You use one, but not the
Diddy
other.
gonna
Just call
put the
it
Trump
supper, not
tapes
dinner.
out.
So they call it supper in
I knew it
PI.
would only be time.
Newfie, you going for supper?
Make that 48.
Let's go for supper.
Sassy pants sad y'all need entertainment
know
must
what?
be boring in TC.
You go out for dinner. You don't go out for supper, right? You go out for dinner. You don't say, hey, let's
That
go out.
one more like than
Let's go
Trump
out for
has felony
supper.
convictions, which is 34
That
felonies.
doesn't sound right. Supper sounds like something you're going to have at home, maybe.
Diddy
And
gonna
dinner
be
is
dropping
maybe a
that
more
soap soon.
flamboyant
Christy
type
LOL
of an
yeah.
episode. Just saying.
With Trump in prison.
Trump. He's not in prison.
Until the
He's gonna
trolls
be
central women and baby mamas.
potentially the next
I think Al Munson fell in love with Lizzie
president
and
of
misses
the
him so
United
la la
States. You
la.
never know. You never know.
Kamala 1T get 50 million votes. Now we have a blast in the restream. We say vittles at the Chuck Wagon Freedom from Hygiene rally. Diddy just a distraction from Trump and Epstein. Dinner, lunch, supper later. Would be mad that me and Charlie talk in chats. Crispy B, I'm glad that they don't know about you and Charlie meeting up. OM. 34 felonies
say
deserves
I
prison
love you in
time.
5 languages.
Flamboyant dinner to hell.
I love you. Ja
Christy B, none of us in here from TC are baby mamas. You said wondered how long it would take for those swooning trolls central baby mamas would start to get upset. Me and Charlie talk.
What and then
Cam, you have trouble counting. A lot have been dropped. So sad for you. When it's dinner
Hang on.
time
What
for the
about in
DP,
Newfoundland?
just
How do they
say
say I love you
MOLO.
in Newfoundland?
LOL.
In Newfoundland.
Liberals are spiraling in fetal position. SMH.
Oh, Newfie.
None are baby mamas. That speaks volumes.
Highlighting tonight. Tonight's show is dedicated to Newfie Princess. I don't see her typing too much in the chat there, though. But
Who s mad anti no one mad and I'm not a baby mama you
They're
dolt.
a little bit funny.
Did Trump
Like this
fly
one in
on Diddy S plane like
This
he
is a
flew
little
on
bit funny.
Epstein S plane? Yeah, the babies are all
Say, I
grown.
love you.
UMM sure there is baby
Nice
mamas
arse.
there.
Get in the
Duh.
truck.
Republicans are all about law and order. LOL. Christy DC won't let you talk. Remember it, free speech, but block you. Catamus has never had anyone hit on her. Not what you said, Christy B. LOL. Common sense, not incompetence. Trump riding in Epstein plane now. LOL. Sassy, you the only female in Troll Central. Please, not everything is about you.
Hang on, what is this? Newfie ID. What the hell?
LOL. Cox has no sense at all. Hey,
That's a
Tommy
mirror
Temper.
right there. Yeah. What's up, Fry?
Boring TC trolls come here for attention.
I saw you on
LOL.
the troll channel there. What are you nuts going on there? Those guys are. That's the troll channel. You go on their panel there and they roast you.
Fry TV is in the house.
Roast you. What's the matter with you?
Agree on that
Meanwhile,
one
we got
hammer.
Newfie ID over here.
Like,
It's a
share,
mirror.
and hit that. It's free and it helps the channel.
Yes, by DOS.
Al Munson waiting for
No, I'm
that
just
all-white
kidding,
freak
Fry.
out
I'm
suit
kidding.
worn
I'm
while
kidding.
Diddy was arrested and only shot in once.
Good for you for going on there.
Al
and,
Munson
sticking up
gets
for
mail from P. Diddle Diddle.
yourself, and taking
Hey,
the abuse
AMC
of,
Kingdom. Imagine backing a felon, rapist, pedophile like Trump.
Now remember,
LOL.
that's a hit channel. That's
Christy,
a hit
tell
channel
it.
over there that you were on.
Hi, Fry.
I don't know if I'm going to go on the hit
Hey,
channel.
Fry.
I'm not being invited to go on there.
Everyone loves the
Charlie,
troll channel. It's
Charlie
always
and,
talked about.
Al Munson.
Hey, Frosty B rocks insights.
Like we're giving those
My
guys
babies
too much
are grown
relevance.
and doing well. I
you know?
don't know any other
You're
baby
helping
mama
the
SNTC.
competition who puts
Still
you down
FRYTV.
and talks badly
Brett.
about you. You're helping their
4
channel
trains,
grow.
2 buses just to have lunch with Anarchy
What's the matter with
Princess
you?
Desperate AL Desperate.
Where are we at
Hi,
in this,
Fry.
stage
Fry.
of the internet?
Fry
and
TV,
the
we
YouTube
don't want to hear
channels
about
here?
your nuts.
Well,
Fry
then on the other
TV,
hand,
remember when
who
you
cares
lost
if they
that
get
gorgeous
bigger,
woman
right?
by neglecting her for your obsession with a
They
Putin
need to
sim
get bigger. They
convoy,
need to grow.
allegedly.
Because the way it works is when there's a
TC free
when there's
speech,
a
my ass
relevant
blocked
channel,
right away.
there will be a bashing
I remember that,
negative
no.
channel, right? Remember that. see it all over the place.
Hey nuts and crackers, okay, can we talk about my Bolt?
Lolo. Yeah,
has
don't
fallen
talk
and
about
can't
Lolo.
get up.
Lolo.
Is that
wakes
why
up
you guys all watch DC
to call
24
people
hours a
names.
day? Oh no.
That's a no-no. Nolo. Lolo.
Sassy and Cat worried about me, please don't go talk about a trip to Walmart or something. Hammer, you can't even use your speech properly.
Okay, I'll check the gas tank. by the
LOL,
way.
yes, I feel like a
I
loser.
already mentioned that a while back. I'll check it. I'll read out who's in the gas tank. There shouldn't be anybody. Maybe somebody that has somebody's screen name.
FTC
is in
so
the gas
boring.
tank. I'll check.
AL24
Or how do you get
DC
there? You have to go
runs.
into settings.
I think they
and
come from
community.
TC to openly chat. It's actually kind of nice to
And,
see everyone chatting on both sides.
Yeah, Fry, you're a
Lolo
mod in
has
here.
admitted on a
You know why
Livestream
you're a
panel
mod?
that
Because
she
you
is
have
crazy.
a
Al,
substantial
stop
channel.
flattering yourself.
And you're a channel
Nobody
owner.
watches.
So that's
President
why you're a mod
Biden
over
is
here.
my president, bless. Lolo looks
know what
like
I mean?
throw mama from the train, LOL.
And you helped me with
Trump
my
was
channel.
right, Republicans are the
honestly.
dumbest voting bloc.
If you did
Christy.
harm to me, you wouldn't be a mod over
Newfie.
here, would you? If I thought
Al Munson
poorly
works
of
for the
you
NGOS to
because
troll
of things
channels.
you did that were
No
so
diggity, she left
terrible.
me cause I have small nuts. Al sounds like he has man parts in his
okay,
mouth
this
when
is
he
who's in
talks,
my
not
gas
just
tank.
a Trex bone he's chewing on. We know you do ABD, LOL. You watch non-stop Newfie Princess, don't lie. DP alert. Even shitbag Queena does, LOL. The fake grifter in the
Hey,
chat.
what's the matter with
Lolo
you
is
guys?
gorgeous, she looks like Marilyn Monroe, I simp. Lolo is gorgeous, she looks like Marilyn Monroe, I simp hard for
Lolo.
Lolo MMMM.
Yeah, but Lolo gets on there and just likes to use the like what are the words? The racist, the misogynist, the blah blah blah, on and on it goes. Which I don't even want to hear that stuff. If you want to say that, okay, say it over there, but not to me. I don't like that at all. Okay, let's go back here. And we'll see what's going on there. There we go.
I'm gonna ban her on. God, I'm glad I can't see the inbreds in this clown show, LOL. Hello, you're still live, did I miss much? I'll go pay some attention to your kids.
Okay, no, I messed up my window here. I went to the wrong window. Or
That's why there are only 3-4 extremists in her chats from overseas.
I lost my...
Good deal,
yeah,
nuts.
exactly.
Good deal, nuts.
Okay, these are the people that are in my gas tank right now. Oops, let me just zoom to it. Somebody called Prostitute Kitty XOXO. Somebody called Anna Maria's Wart Vids. And somebody called Tommy is a ballless freak. One that says Brett B is a blank blank. Twice the same name. And another kitty's something about warts again, awareness channel. Something called Wart Crotch Anamera. Somebody called Hitler. And somebody called Red Squirrel. So, any of those people, should they be released? Do you know any of them? Because that's who's in the gas tank right now.
Fry TV.
So they're not anybody that I know.
Christine.
Put it that way. All of them are some kind of an alt that's trying to defame something.
I have small balls, so don't feel bad, Tommy Temper, LOL.
And your
Hello,
screen name
Newfie.
doesn't cut it here.
Release Charlie Cheswick the bum. Kelly Nuts.
So remember that.
AMCAL watch Daisy all day. Hey Christy B. Christy. Hi Christine. Dean warning cuz that's what he does to his family. It's a very touchy tree stump family. Fry, that S your first warning. Fry TV HTTPS YouTube.com Frit now feature shared. Dean Wall needs more biscuit sauce. Okay, so Charlie is at the track, all good.
It's a
Release
two-story outhouse.
Newfie
Look at this.
LTNS.
Chevy owners
Got
on
it,
top
nuts
and
and
Ford
crackers,
owners on the bottom.
LOL.
Ooh.
I don't think Queenie After Dark is even charging for the gash flashing anymore, guys.
I don't know
No
about that
inbreeding
one.
in the chat, DP.
No
Release the
inbreeding,
beavers. Christy, yeah.
Yeah, you can see
Hammer
the,
LOL.
the sun.
Newfie
sun
simping
is
for
on the
red
screen right here.
LOL. Where S Groomer Nation Queen of the Cards are scared to come in here LOL. Yay, the whole drunk crew is almost here. Hi Q and Fry, we are pretty much only missing Daisy. LTNS Christine. Empty the entire tank, Tommy. Cheeks, Dean's husband is old and dry,
Yeah,
so
but
it
those
doesn't
people will all
surprise
come
me.
back again.
Read the pet
And they'll,
LOL.
well, actually, I should.
Is this a Vagisil commercial?
You know, but then those people will come
Sandy
back and they'll
Foster
get banned
is deathly
again,
afraid of beavers. Newfie long
Like,
time no
Brett
see.
doesn't like those ones. So
AL
I'll leave
got
them in
all
there.
pink paints. Hey Tommy Temper, take they all out of jail and give them a second chance. Mother Hen enters the chat.
Okay, I'll do
Oh,
that.
okay, Christine, LOL.
Okay, I'll empty the. I'll
Red
empty
can't go
everything.
anywhere. His bottom
Red Squirrel,
surgery hasn't
Hitler,
healed yet. 1 for boob
Wart
shot
crotch,
and 5 for gash over there at the
badge,
After Dark DP.
Abuser,
Nuts.
abuser.
I knew this was a
Lawless,
fucked up Monday, and this proves it.
prostitute,
LOL.
Wart.
Leave them there.
Save.
Oh, FFS.
No, I just saved it. They're all released. So
Tommy, why you
but
such a
change the
hater?
names on those. Don't come back
Sweet
in here
thanks,
with those same
Tommy
names.
Temper.
Like that's
Al
a
knows
bad
exactly how long it takes for bottom surgery to heal. Sandy Foster's legs were damaged by angry beavers. Dave Fuke is wrong with you. ABD, yet, but I want to come in and say, where Estella? Al, I bet wearing your rainbow
for
pants makes you feel
something
better.
different.
LOL. Hey Peter. You know what, really immature, pretending you're in a relationship with someone you have never met. LOL. Hi Christine. All of Brett's good work being undone. Newfie.
Wow.
Just like you and your wife
Look at
Al.
what's happening.
You come in anytime, Christine. You are love
Thousand
lady.
Oaks, California.
Al trying hard to get attention. LOL. Newfie tell Coke striking
The
right now.
Trumpsters are trumping it up.
ABDA1T stay long fita for sure. Imagine falling in fake love. LOL. I'll see you someday. LOL. Like, share and hit that, it's free and it helps the channel. Al Munson, just because ABD has a crush on me doesn't mean we are in a relationship. AMC.
There you
Christy,
go.
thanks, love ya. There's your chance, Hammer DC in the chat.
Oh, let's listen to
LOL nuts.
our
It's
good
hammer
friend,
time.
Waltz,
LOL.
talking about we can't take 4 more years. What?
Love you
we
too.
What? Let's see
Juvenile
what's going on
seeking
here with this
attention.
clip. Hang on.
Obsessed.
Let's listen to Waltz here.
We can't.
What? We can't what?
Al, are you pretending to date all of those black men from
We can't
Sambo S?
afford
AL
4 more
Tri-Pink
years of
Paint
this.
and rainbow
We can't
shocks.
afford.
The Frosties are so above
We
it
can't
all.
afford
Euchrozytic.
4 more years of this. We can't afford.
Hang on. Hang on.
We
This
can't
makes no
afford
sense at all.
You
4
boys
more
and
years
just
of
leave
this.
you know.
We can't afford.
If
more
you
years
want
of this
attention,
when
just talk about it.
We can't
LOL.
afford.
About 3.5
4
years
more years of this.
uh,
We can't
of-
Al
afford.
NTC is
the
really
Democrats.
obsessed with Brett.
And
It's
what,
we
really
can't
creepy.
afford
4 more years with the
Sassy
Democrats.
4 more
Pants
years of
TC
this.
boring. I know
We
too
can't
on TC
afford.
now.
Is that what this clip is supposed
If
to
no
say?
Halo
We can't
Vestige
afford.
says I do it.
4 more
Hammer,
years of
ha,
this.
ha, ha.
We can't afford.
Yeah,
LOL
exactly.
Fry. Juveniles can't get a job or a place of their own like you, Brett, or travel or afford plane tickets. LOL. That one does not count. Nuts and crackers. Newfie exactly. Peter. Blah 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 Tim. Fry TV Nuts loves me. Like
Oh,
your
look at
obsession
this.
with Sandy Foster Newfie Princess.
Look at this.
Fry,
On
I
the
understand
deal
it was,
with,
for example,
Oprah.
only you're safe. Newfie
With
exactly.
Oprah. This
LOL
is Kamala
Christine. Because we hop
Kamala
around,
Harris
numbers are nothing.
doing the
Thanks,
interview
nuts
with
and crackers.
Oprah. And look at the teleprompter
Christine.
right there. You see that teleprompter?
I can't
Now, I
stand
don't
Sandy.
know
She is the one
who's using
obsessed.
the teleprompter. To me, it
Nuts,
looks like
you leave
Oprah's
Fright
using the
TV alone.
teleprompter. You know, if anybody,
ABD,
because
if you
it's sort
ever
of
let Nuts
positioned.
smash, would you let Brett watch if he begged hard
but
enough?
I don't know how they were
Newfie
sitting
following
during the
Sandy
interview, but
around
look,
and
there's an
threatening to
actual
find her
teleprompter there, and
LOL
that's what
psycho.
that's,
Al Munson, look at
supposedly
Waltz, the guy
insinuating.
who S family is voting for Trump. LOL.
What's this one here all about here?
Unbelievable.
Okay, let's check her out here.
Fields and fields of broccoli in people's heads. So many fields.
Dreams
ABD
and
proves
ambitions
everyone right about
and
10C, nothing but
aspirations.
ignorant
We
hillbillies.
believe in
LOL.
what is possible.
We know you
we
love her
believe
and
in
want
what
to be
can
friends.
be.
Moof.
And
Christine,
we
as long
believe
as
in
he
fighting for
ISNT
that.
talking about his nuts, he
That's
is fine.
that's how we came
I
into
can't
being.
believe the turkey skipper
Because
and
the
Gilligan
people
thought they'd run
before
around
us
on a boat, and he
understood
did say it,
that
and
one of the
says we are
greatest expressions
FKED that SA all new
for the
extra.
love of our country, one of the
Timmy
greatest
called Harris
expressions
the
of
prostitute.
patriotism
Newfie
is
writes
to
Sandy
fight
obsession.
for the ideals of who we
Yes,
are.
nuts and
We are an
crackers, back
optimistic
off,
people.
or Christine will get your ass.
We are an
LOL.
optimistic people.
OMG, you are so
Americans,
gullible. You are a child.
by
Rex.
character, are people
LOL,
who have
nuts and crackers.
dreams and
She is
ambitions
not the boss of
and
me.
aspirations. We
Christine about to
believe
lose
in
her
what
house.
is
LOL.
possible.
That's
We
right.
believe in
After
what
dark,
can
how
be.
S you're
Pretty much
e-jacking
everybody
going
And
on
we
to pretend
believe
man.
in fighting for that.
Fry TV right.
That's how
Al
we
is
came
really
into
getting desperate
being.
for attention.
Because the
LOL.
people before us
Waltz and
understood
Tumulto can't take
that one
4
of the
more years
greatest
of this.
expressions
When is the next failed
for the
protest
love of
ditch
our
pig?
country, one of the greatest
Tommy
expressions of
Temper, there is usually
patriotism
3 teleprompters.
is to fight for the ideals of who we are.
Fight for
We
the
are an
ideals.
optimistic people.
This is really
We are an optimistic
to the
people.
point, very pointed.
Americans,
Look at it, she's
by
dazed.
character,
It's
are
like,
people who have dreams and
Have you
ambitions
met Brett's
and
girlfriend? Well, neither does
aspirations.
he.
We
LOL.
believe in what is possible.
TC is their own little.
We believe in what can be.
Well, you got yours, didn't he?
And
He
we
missed Frosty
believe in
Abe. You
fighting
don't
for that.
understand the point.
That's how we came into being. Because
How?
the people before us understood that one of the
The
greatest
people-
expressions
Wow.
for the love of our country, one of the greatest expressions of patriotism
Right. Yes.
is to fight for the ideals of who we are. We are an optimistic people.
Ideals of who we are.
We are an
and we're
optimistic people.
That's
Americans,
patriotism.
People in the audience
by
are falling
character,
asleep.
are
described
people
like
who
that.
have dreams
Sounds like
and
hoi polloi
ambitions
in the air,
and
a lot of,
aspirations. We believe
Al, can
in
you
what
go
is
one day without
possible.
saying Brett's
We
name?
believe
Lot of
in
fluff.
what can be.
FRYTV.
And we
substance to the,
believe in fighting for
Exchanging
that.
goods is the same as meeting IRL.
That's how we
Holy
came
jeez.
into
Kamala
being.
Harris never got past
Because
the
the
Barbie
people
day
before
making
us
leave life.
understood
or what?
that one of the
I think it's
greatest
looping.
expressions
Hang on.
Those walls
I can't
were
take
distant
it
cousins,
anymore.
you know, the ones you see
Okay, I
every
don't know if you
5
understood
YRS
that,
for a
but-
reunion. I love Hillbilly.
Let's get rid of that.
Frit now.
Okay, let's hear her say something reasonable.
Is she black or Indian?
This clip might be
WTF?
better. This might be better. We might have
Too
found-
many
found- I'm
PPL
trying to
talking
find
at one
great
sug.
clips of Kamala.
Who wants
right?
to watch either of those?
I'm trying to
AMC.
find a great clip of her.
Root
Just give
cause
me
a
break.
school bus is yellow.
Okay, this one might
No
be a
matter
better clip.
sassy, he is from the same bloodline.
Imagine being black and voting for Trump. No wonder some people were afraid.
Everybody forgot about Biden. He is keeping showing a nasty gash for free backstage and neglecting your child at home.
With
He is better off, you
agitation,
child
down
abusing
with
POS.
deportation,
Hey, super salty, hope all is well with you.
up with agitation.
Al blocked me in
like
TC
what?
because
Like
he
mess with the
SK chicken
government?
SHT.
Down with deportation.
Why is she
and she's
telling
singing along
Americans
with
what
it?
Americans are? Hammer laugh my ass off.
Give me a break.
Dorsey doesn't he know what else to say? You don't watch DC anyway, right? LOL. No one is interested. Curve. Her birth certificate
Wow.
says Indian. What a dumb chant. If you're black
No
and
kidding.
vote for her, you're going to jail.
Up with agitation.
And you're
down
boring Craig.
with deportation.
Can you imagine a world where Tommy could understand sound quality after doing 3,000
that is
quote
like,
unquote shows?
What does they
TC
mean?
free
Agitation.
speech, laugh my ass
Agitating
off.
what? Pissing
Al,
off
doesn't
who?
he your kid have a baseball
Messing
game?
with what? Agitating what? Who?
I have a
Sounds,
huge family
sus.
and don't like or associate with some. It's really not a big deal. Al
Sus
raised
at
another
best.
catcher.
Okay.
Don't watch TC so much if you don't like it. Al, you're so damn dumb you don't know who anyone is.
Okay, I'll show you a cartoon and you tell me who it is. Who is this person? Hang on. Gotta be able to see him.
She F'd her way to the White House. Nuts son can take me balls deep.
What's your plan for cleaning out the garage today?
AL free speech, my pink shocks.
In a middle-class family.
Your views are so low, it's on why you're simps watching.
Who is that? Your simps. Only your simps are watching.
Watching TC is like watching old people screw up.
Okay, this is a
Stamela Harris turned over California to Gavin Newsom after she blew her way to Washington.
If you want to grow your channel,
most military guys can. Oh, you're on vaults. Who were they all?
If you want to grow your channel, give out wrenches to good people, right, that support your channel. And people that don't support your channel, don't give them wrenches, right? Like, for example, who should have a wrench in this channel? Who should have a wrench that doesn't have a wrench? Like, you know, like we give a wrench to people that support the channel, that come around and say hi and whatever.
Brett has not slept in 6 months thanks to TC.
Whatever.
Al has blasted you fools single-handedly. Imagine needed so many mods, LOL.
Like do stuff.
Go back to school. Right here, dude. Like, share, and hit that. It's free, and it helps the channel.
Who is that in the
TCIS
chat?
soap opera telling lies and stories. I don't have a very big family, and we all get along. We don't argue, although we have different views. So no one then Ron. Scumdog should have a wrench. LOL.
Scumdog.
LOL preach Jack.
Scumdog.
Weak
Yeah,
bums.
I like that. Yeah, but you can't
You have a
say,
brain
give
right,
me
cat.
a wrench. Because right away when
I
you
don't
say that,
and don't
then you
want
don't get a
one.
wrench. Scumdog. You know that. You've heard people say that.
Al's
Never ask
ass
for a
was
wrench.
violated when he was in high school.
A
Me
wrench,
until LC
doesn't
pays
cut
you
it.
well, ha ha ha.
Like that. Oh, what's this one here all about? Trigger warning. Trigger warning. What's this trigger warning
Damn.
all about here? Hang on.
Who did Kamala screw all the way to the top? Ron Vaults. Scumdog
Some
needs a
story
wrench,
here. Trigger
Tommy
warning
Temper.
Story. Hang on. Let's see if we get triggered on this one. Let's see.
And went up to his table and let him know, hey, I know what you did, and you know what you did, and I believe all those boys' stories, referring to the Rolling Stone article about them. He looked me in the eye and he
There is
said,
TC, either bring up your
I'm
grievance
sorry you
or
feel that way.
STFU. I am not
So a
following
little
for that
backstory.
cat, do
In
better.
2017, I
Everyone
was
that
a
shoot
PA
the
on the
teeth
set
have a
of
wrench,
Hurricane
has a
Bianca
wrench,
2.
do who cares?
I'd gone out with the cast and crew a
I
handful
third
of
the
times, you know,
Scumdog
very
wrench.
excited to be around these popular drag
No one.
queens and on set, you know, in
See,
New York
thanks,
City.
Linda Lou.
It wasn't
TC
until
should
we
invite
finished
Diddy.
rapping and I went out with this one queen, one-on-one, that I had just isolated.
Whoa. Oh, hang on. Are you listening to this? Hang on. What's this story? This is the Kamala drag queen story?
Scumdog, you're welcome, smiling face with hearts.
All about.
I am
never heard
surprised
this.
Kerfuffle isn't in here and on her knees for a wrench. Silent
Munson,
Icy
have you
River
heard-
knows.
Have you heard about the Kamala drag stream?
You can't bait me
drag
like others,
queen
cat.
Story?
Hammer, you have no clue, fool. That video of
can't
Trump
believe,
boiling up Diddy is great.
I can't believe what I can dig up on the internet.
Camelto
and how
lover
ridiculous it is.
DHA
Okay,
liquors.
breaking. This is breaking news. We need the breaking news sound here. Hang on.
Babe, you I just asked for names, Ron Vaults.
No, that's not the
Who
right
did she
sound.
screw to the top?
This is it.
Breaking news.
Al has
Okay,
handled
breaking
us
news,
all
breaking news.
single-handed.
Another victim of
Troll,
drag
troll,
queen
that troll's fool. Trump's live in Red,
has come
Pennsylvania.
forward. Shangela is now accused of
I know what
assault,
you're doing, cat. I seen it.
Sexual assault by at least 6 people, and became the first drag queen to attend
It's all
an
bought
event
and
at
paid
the
by
official
corporations
VP
feeding
residence
NGO.
after Kamala invited
Al is such a
him
tough cookie.
to headline an event
LOL,
for her.
I like the first breaking news
Oh,
sound better.
Him. In other words, that's
Names
a him.
vaults.
That's a
Would
him.
like to hear the names. Also
And this guy
valid
here
questions
is
since
telling
the
story
comment was
about this
made.
whole thing.
He can't come up with any cat. He is
Hang
real
on.
mean.
Hang on, I gotta cut
Rip
the
bullets,
chat for a
rip bullets,
second.
and barbecue.
And let's listen to this. again here. I don't know. I can't play it from the beginning. It's about 2 minutes long.
Experience where I came to in a hotel room with them and another person having sex with me. I don't remember getting there. I don't remember where it was. I don't remember if this person was an escort, hiring them. And that night I was made to feel like, oh, you wanted this, but you wanted this. I also remember that night telling them, well, that felt a lot like work. Basically, if you're gonna treat me like a whore, pay me like a whore. This happened. I compartmentalized, swept it under the rug, you know. And it wasn't until the Rolling Stone article came out and I saw that there's so many other instances of sexual assault from this person. And so many people's stories were so similar to mine. And then, you know, I can't avoid them on social media. Even if I block this person, they're gonna show up on a For You feed, or, you know, they were just at a ceremony for a bar in West Hollywood being marked as a safe space, hugging up on the owner. And so, to the person who said,
yeah, pretty much,
I'm sorry you feel that way.
AMC.
DJ, I'm sorry you feel the way that you do. I'm sorry that you are comfortable going into our queer spaces and that every place you go into, you kind of threaten the safety of the space. I'm sorry that your name is going to be synonymous for the deeds, and all the projects you've had the opportunity of being on are going to be tarnished.
So basically, he's talking about this guy here, who's apparently did some kind of a headliner or something for Kamala there. So yeah, he became became the first drag queen to attend an event at the official VP residence after Kamala invited him to headline an event for her. It says her in the article. Well, it's the drag queen, her. Can't make this stuff up. Okay, I bet you don't hear about that on CNN. So that should, you know, like if you're not into the drag queens and you find that out, well, that's not going to be popular, put it that way. But if you're into the drag queen scene, well, I guess you're saying, well, but it's like, do some more digging on that whole thing. You know, like there has to be more that will come out on that whole realm. You know, we need to find out more on that. But apparently it's more people. And there's an article in the Rolling Stone magazine. So, you know, the guy's probably not making it up. He's just substantiating what has already been said about that person.
Queenie after dark flashing the gash for free or still getting paid. Hey, Jack. Does he still have a bolt and nuts Tommy temper asking for a friend? I'm kinda mad I blocked Catpuss aka Bean. Sassy Pants Daisy is taken sorry. At least I was born with my real parts Maxime. LOL. We don't get a lefty to vote forever. Fry TV LOL. Good evening Tommy and chat. Fry is a tightrope walker.
Oh,
Harris is more Republican than Reagan.
That's about the guy's mad at Kamala for he slams her for ignorant comment about the U.S. military not being in
LOL
a combat
nuts
zone.
and crackers.
That was that whole thing.
Not
So
my
there's
type hammer
lots of
she
people
s
who've come
gross.
forward
Yulin,
about
welcome
that.
to the Tommy Temper Love Show. Hi Yulin.
Oh yeah, there was a thing where it said she'd shoot trespassers too. You know, even though she's like the border czar that is letting people in this clip here, she, you know, talks
Queenie
about...
after dark, how come you look more manly every day though?
Let's see, I don't know why that... I can't adjust the...
Yulin, I hope you hit the
As
thumbs
many of
up
you
on
know,
your
I've
way
spent
in.
a majority of my career working to make the criminal justice system more equitable, and clearly there's a lot more work to do. Thanks.
Nuts trying to show Wissy he has no integrity or morals so he can mod for his big comeback, lol. Nobody watched Oprah's interview, lol fail. Sassy Pants, oh okay, didn't he no love talking about her, I see. Harris can't even pronounce Republican unless it's on the teleprompter.
Yeah, just has small clips. Actually, she didn't do too bad. You know, compared to, or no, when she was doing the Trump thing. Well, actually turned out
Al
not
Munson,
too bad
I'm doing
for
my
her.
very best impression. Glad you caught that.
She didn't blow it like I thought.
Kinda like
that
the
she
failed
would.
J6 Hollywood hearings.
But on the other hand,
Bring on was great guy.
was she helped with something or
Democrats should draft the NGO first.
Oh, let's watch this on her teleprompter thing here.
Since Joe and the Ho got into the White House, they have let in 12 million illegals.
Okay, this is going on the screen here. Is this part of... Yeah, I don't have any audio with this bit. Hang on, but if we stop it...
Okay, time for a movie and family night, kiddos. AMC exactly.
Okay, look at what it says out there. For the American we desire and deserve to live in.
Night, Christie.
To find out how or now. So maybe there's even more than
Ever
one.
notice
This
how
is
you
quite
never
far
see
away.
Wissy and Al Munson together? It's the same as Superman and Clark Kent.
It's if you look
Later,
at where the
Christy B.
teleprompter is to where she is there.
Good night, Christy B.
It's quite far away. She could
GN Christy
easily
B.
see that.
Ron, yet not one S we know about yet.
So it's not one just for Oprah, which Oprah is over on the left here.
Maybe this is the year California is supposed to fall into the ocean. Christy later.
So
Good night,
looks
Christy
like maybe
B.
a teleprompter was used there with that Oprah.
The corporate
interview.
owners would not need all these migrants if you lazy red state Republicans would actually work instead of leeching off the people's tax dollars.
You know,
G
like,
night,
look at
Christy B. I'll let Charlie know you were sniffing around for him.
the fight
AMC
for America we deserve to live in.
Good riddance.
That would not be something that Oprah would be saying. That would be something that she would be saying. You know what I mean? So that's a teleprompter for her with the words right on it. Yeah. Come on. You don't do that. That's what kind of
a
an
lot of
interview is
scams
that?
with African charities.
That just sucks because that shows that everything that she
Hammer
says
knows
is just
LOL.
scripted. Like, that's unbelievable. Well, it's not unbelievable. It's believable. But to
Can't
see that...
tell me why Elsie is smoking his cigarettes like
come
some
on.
gay French guy. AMC.
Look here's a woman blaming Kamala Harris for destroying her community on this clip here. Watch this.
Too much, but that's all I really can say because you guys, this is not too much. You can yell at them all you want. This is our president.
I'm sorry.
And that's how I feel.
I have a question for her.
But that's all I really
Brett
can
said
say
the need
because
to
you guys.
LC again. He is so desperate for a community. LOL. No cap. If Queena can prove it was born female and Wizzy can prove it was born male, the Matrix would officially be broken. You want to see the craziest yo ever? Diablo Kudo is live. Nuts and crackers. LOL. Grown men don't bend for attention. Brett.
Look at
She
this
is a real
interesting
black woman.
bit here.
Chicago or
That
mad
what
illegals
Trump
mad
says.
getting all the money.
I didn't hear this, but maybe you guys know this. But Trump in this bit here, Donald Trump announced that if he wins, he will lift sanctions on Russia and Iran. This is why Putin was paying millions
wildest
to
thing.
Republican influencers.
Cadians can't
He's
even
bought
drive straight.
Control of Trump.
So says Al, who has only
Trump's
about
party.
getting attention.
Retweet so all Americans see this alarming announcement. Yeah, okay. Let's listen to this announcement.
I had no idea that alcoholism makes you smoke your cigs like a twink. Al, are you that oblivious? Trump's live 20K on their feet.
Economic sanctions programs, particularly Russia, including the pipeline you mentioned?
Well, it's a great question. The problem with what we have with sanctions, and I was a user of sanctions, but I put them on and take them off as quickly as possible because ultimately it kills your dollar and it kills everything the dollar represents, and we have to continue to have that be the world currency. I think it's important. I think it would be losing a war if we lost the dollar as the world currency. I think that would be the equivalent of losing a war. That would make us a third world country, and we can't let it happen. So I use sanctions very powerfully against countries that deserve it, and then I take them off because look, you're losing Iran. You're losing Russia. China is out there trying to get their currency to be the dominant currency, as you know better than anybody. All of these things are happening. You're losing so many countries because there's so much conflict with all of these countries that you're going to lose that, and we can't lose that. So I want to use sanctions as little as possible.
His close personal friend Mosh. I will see all you fine Americans at the Butler rally
Putin,
October 5th.
You know, feeding money to Trump in order to get him to get rid of sanctions. He just knows what he needs to do in order to create peace, you know, and stop the war. And part of that is to get rid of the sanctions with those countries and create, you know, peace in those regions. That's the way out of those problems.
AMC Kingdom, keep your clothes on.
Oh, I see.
ABD always trying to get in my pants. I passed her to Brett a year ago at the ash hole pit. Guess Brett can do what he wants, Daddy AL. If you want cheaper gas and less migrants, lift the sanctions on Venezuela and let them get their oil to the open market because duh. Well, yes, sanctions are meant to be infinitely
on
perpetual.
Trump's side, talking
no
about...
P is coming, Tommy. Are not. Peace. Delusional as always, LOL, wishful thinking. Nuts, I will try, LOL, no promises.
On Trump's side here. Let's hear what he has to say.
And our message to Kamala Harris is, how dare you call people a racist for wanting to close down that wide open border. Our message to Kamala Harris is, how dare you call the citizens of your own country bad people because they don't want a flood of illegal migration in their country.
If you find Trump so favorable, take him to Canada. Oh wait, he can't cross the border with his felonies. Thanks everyone for spreading your love at the Tommy Temper Love Show.
The citizens of your own country bad people. You're a bad person for causing this border crisis. We are not bad people for complaining about it.
Brett should put that lid back up when ABD was all over me.
Well, you know.
LOL, nuts and
you
crackers, you're welcome.
Or you agree with them. What do you think? You know, it's like, it's these world leaders. That, you know, if you're going to be a world leader, do not stand up and call anybody a racist or any kind of a name. Okay, it's just, it'll come
obsessed
back
as
and
always.
haunt you forever. And that's exactly what's happening here, because she's obviously said it, which, you know, people on the left like to call people a racist. Like, when have I ever called somebody a racist? You know, like when?
Al Munson, I know this must be hard for you to watch.
I have never once called anybody
a flat earth
racist.
is a happy earth.
Even
like Brett was like, calm down, ABD, LOL.
All of a sudden, they're calling me a racist or anybody else a racist.
Tommy, but you hate on my channel, and I'm never even here.
It's just you.
A flat earth, LOL.
So ridiculous.
Yes, nuts and crackers.
So if you're a type of a person that likes to stand up and call somebody a racist, well, you know, maybe good for you, but you know, you're probably not going to be a great friend of mine. I'll put it that way. Because I don't like doing that. To me, that's like somebody that's pointing fingers like all day long, looking for somebody
main cause of
that
division.
They don't like, and to call them a name. Like, come on. Everyone is.
I have the VOD.
Everyone has certain faults, certain failures.
Lost the plot completely. Delusional
perfect,
FKS,
you know?
LOL.
Just because somebody's perfect, yeah, you're going to call them a name. That's ridiculous.
I'll let us see it then.
So yeah, I agree with him. That was Vance.
Oops, sounds like the boat sunk. Yes, hammer and talk radio. MS, yep. Linda, it's on our other live channel right now.
There's a black woman talking
the
about
love
Trump
boat nuts and crackers.
From TikTok.
Oh, shush, complaining about MSM when you believe every piece of crap in the MSM said about Israel.
If
LOL.
Trump was going to destroy America, he would have done it in his first term. If Kamala Harris was going to help out America, she would have done it in her first term, okay? Stop with all the lies.
Ooh.
Okay, thanks.
If Trump was going to destroy America,
this
he
is
would have
much
done
like
it
the
in his
love boat
first
in
term.
here.
If Kamala Harris was going to help out America, she would have done it in her first term, okay? Stop
I
with
want
all
to be
the lies.
Isaac.
Okay. We'll stop with that. Well, that's true, you know. That's true. Trump did not destroy America during his 4 years, and neither did, and Kamala Harris had 4 years to do what she said that she's going to do now. So why didn't she do that? Good question. Very good question.
Brett, don't watch MSM, just live stream mostly.
Crowd near where Trump is.
Tommy,
today.
temper the world sees right through this far left agenda lies.
See it everywhere.
She was gorgeous. Actually, yes, this all started under Trump. He completely dropped the ball. Scumdog, you're thinking about Sapphire, the uppity blues woman. She still has time, Tommy, temper, and she will not.
It's a Trump crowd.
AMC percent.
It's out where Trump was there today, apparently. Wow. Yeah, it looks like they are having a fun time.
The system is fixed for the
No
big
doubt.
Tommy temper.
Okay, here's more Kamala Harris. Let's see what she's doing on this clip here. Fox Bits here. Let's watch it from the beginning.
Being a part
AL, poor thing,
of the
we all
role
know
model
how
club
DEI. I
means
actually like the
knowing
love boat. This is
that
not
there are
nothing
people
but
who
mutiny
you
in here.
inspire even when you don't
Al Munson,
realize
your
it.
facts
It's
are
kind
shit,
of like
ha,
a
ha,
permanent
ha.
membership to be a part of the Role
Nuts
Model
and
Club.
crackers, I don't believe I'm familiar.
There you go. Congressman Role Model Club.
I don't care. And frankly, Maria, I don't think anybody else cares either. Are you going to fix the border? Are you going to help people thrive in our economy? Are you going to clean up the foreign policy mess of her boss, Joe Biden, which she was sitting shotgun for the entire time? Are you going to be able to negotiate with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping? Or are you going to give us word salad and phraseology and try to be a Hollywood starlet as opposed to a serious leader that our country needs?
Yeah.
The choice
All
is
right.
clear. The choice is Donald J. Trump.
Being a part of the Role Model Club means knowing that there are people who you inspire even when you don't realize it. It's kind of like a permanent membership to be a part of the Role Model Club.
There you go.
Hang on. The Role Model Club. So she's let's put yourself up on a pedestal and praise yourself, why don't you? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about that. It's like, obviously she is a role model. There is no doubt about that. But for her to talk about herself like that and be like part of some kind of a role model club, if there is such a thing, I never heard of that one before. It was, maybe there is such a thing. I don't know. Hey, look that up. Google that one. Role Model Club. See if she is actually a member. I don't know. Yeah, let's pass on that one.
A.L. Munson will be back after he slips into a clean depend. AMC, you understand that hillbilly jargon. Okay, I googled Sapphire.
Look at it's Trump at the supermarket. I think he's giving her a tip or something.
Brett will someday figure out how to ask a question, LOL. Methinks Nuts is reading TC again. Nuts, LOL. AMC.
Save on meat.
I ain't lying.
Save on meat. It says on their shirts. Who the hell comes up with a slogan like that? Save on. Hey, look at. We'll get everyone in our store that works there to get these.
She has been in
t-shirts.
office for
We'll
3 years. What has she done to be a
Long
role
sleeve,
model?
Black. And it says
TT been
save on
streaming
meat
5
on the
hours
back of
and
them.
not got up once to pee.
great
What s
idea.
up with that Tommy temper?
But Trump is down there at the Save on Meat
Thick
place.
ladies. Troll, yep, love them hillbillies.
What next?
She was a great role model for Willie Brown. LOL Catamus Rex. Al in 3 places at once, what a life. The Tommy Temper writing team wrote that save on meat line.
Yeah. I've got actually a picture of me with a sign that says meat
Tita
draw.
meat. Oh, that's not
Wow.
true. There was a whole poop bucket scenario.
It's Trump. It's a Trump rally somewhere.
Only thing she has done is get naughty knees.
Gee, it says it's
Troll
choice is
Central,
easy
yes
for
I do. We
everyday
have
Americans.
reload equipment, LOL. Hey MATER97. Almost 4YS but won't change what her Joey run on it, hurry louse.
Trump is being
PS
endorsed
probably
by
sitting on the
FOP,
toilet cat.
UAW, firefighters, police officers, truck drivers, farmers, and the American people.
Fry
Wow.
TV.
Pretty much the same on both sides. I'm
Dean
pretty sure.
LOL.
Yeah, these polls. Let's look at the polls, though. I don't know if I can bring up the polls. Yeah, not looking great
Kamala
in the
S
polls.
not a
What the
role
hell's the
model,
matter
she
with the
S a
polls?
home model. LOL tidy
You
witties
guys,
around his
what's
ankles.
with these polls? Look at this. Here's the poll right now. Look at. What's with this? Harris 48.3.
Doesn't he want to know anything
Trump,
about poop
just
buckets?
about 3 points lower.
Nuts. LOL.
What's going on with that?
Sandy
2.7.
Shades with a Stanley box plane.
2.7.
Modern only Sandy Foster has
lead
naughty
on that.
knees.
What does it say here? Updating average for each candidate in the 2024 polls, accounting for each poll's recency sample size. So this is actually many polls that they're actually looking at. And like I
I
was
see
mentioned
something worse
before,
than
there was
cat
a
pus.
time when Kennedy was in the race,
Grid.
right? So Kennedy was getting, something like 5% of the
DOA
vote
has
here.
best
And when he
poop bucket fits
failed,
Home Depot.
well, how come the vote didn't come up here?
Poop
Something
bucket new
suspicious
bathroom
about that.
indicator was about an hour ago in the stream.
Okay, here's
Love
the
the
one.
sexism in here. Bob just getting
let's
ready
see.
that S all.
Okay, this one here
Tommy
is.
Temper, it was
do voters
hilarious
want
when the media
Republicans or
asked
Democrats
Kamala
in
Harris if
Congress?
she was
This
his
is about
daughter, and
Congress,
she
okay.
said no. Brett, glad I missed it, LOL. That was the Cadillac of poop buckets.
Okay. Do voters want Republicans or Democrats in Congress? Democrats.
DOA had lost
46,
his code
Republicans,
hammer.
44. So it looks like in the polls they're winning.
Ready for the super duper L.
This is the one where do Americans have a favorable opinion of Kamala? So look at this. Holy jeez. Look at that. It ends up being
I am not a big Trump
almost
fan,
the
but
same,
Putin and the
46%
China gut will
favorable,
eat her alive,
46
and they both
unfavorable.
know
See that?
it. We become an easy
And look
target.
at how
Poop buckets
how
only
the
suck when you have to
favorable
empty and
has
clean them
come up
out.
in the last little while
FRYTV, yep, fussy coat.
since it was announced
All that work for nothing.
that she's going to be going for president. Look at how her favorability has risen. Compare that to Donald Trump, which Trump is showing
Crafting and coffee with Kelly, you are correct.
52% unfavorable Do Americans have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of Donald Trump? 52% unfavorable.
Bob, we have so many channels going right now. Do your due diligence.
42%.
Who loves the Camelto?
Favorable. So at the end of the day, it looks like Kamala is looking good in the polls. She's actually beating Trump
Tommy
in the polls.
Temper, that is fake Google surveys, LOL.
You would believe that Kamala is going to win the election by what I just showed you.
I was not polled.
Am I right or wrong by saying that? And of course, the people that like Kamala are going, yeah, you're right. You know, like, geez, what's the matter with you? Don't you see that? You know, but sometimes the polls could be wrong. Who runs the polls? You know, you got to start thinking that. Are the polls biased? Like, what's going on? I guess we'll see when
Cheating
the
only.
actual vote happens. And I wonder what the polls look like before the last election, you know?
Those are CNN polls.
Let's see.
Your hand open now is yours. Lil baby Kamala is only 5'2", not an imposing leader. Even Napoleon was taller than her. 8 on polls. Lie, cheat, steal, defeat Trump by any means. Tommy Temper, put your own poll up, please. Left-hard polls.
Well, here, I know, but here the poll would show 70% Trump, 30% Kamala. You know, like you guys know that. Just because the people in the shot here are
the best poop bucket episode was Wyckoff taking a face full while emptying.
You know what I mean? There are some people that are going to vote.
Imagine believing statistics de facto. Ultra fail.
But yeah,
she
you have to wonder
laughing
about the polls
stock.
that you see, you know. You have to
Evil sassy.
think, well, that poll that I was showing you is
LOL.
sort of an aggregator site that aggregates a whole bunch of other polls. So you know what I mean? It's not just one poll from people, but it's a whole bunch of other polls, and then taking them and then crunching the numbers to spit out what I finally showed you there.
Even my mom thought it was hilarious.
You'd think that
every poll is 70-30, especially black channels.
Poll because of being left-leaning or right-leaning, that would
it's not uncommon to have a poop bucket on a small yacht.
Work itself
Mega
out.
snowflakes melting over a poll, LOL. When you give illegals voting cards, their plan works. Don't interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. Russia, China don't have to do anything at all except sit back, continue to watch grow as the warmonger empire North America spirals. StreamYard. There. Tommy Temper, according to my analysis, YouTube polls have Trump winning by 90. Who's still PP intent?
Maybe.
Tommy Temper Newfie wants a panel to talk about her finances. Tommy, hurry up, Newfie want the panel up before she passes out. Is that like black jobs, black polls?
Okay, here's this clip here that looks interesting.
My SNT Trump still president Buchanan charts.
Resident of small town of Charleroi, PA, which you may have heard on the news here
Seriously
recently.
nuts. Is there any single women in this chat?
Our town is now filled with Haitian immigrants and illegal immigrants brought into taking our jobs away.
Half.
Yes, seriously.
That there is a nation-killing practice, which
You
is
know
brought
you
in
do.
by the federal
People
government
don't trust
and
the polls.
specifically
Everyone
the
knows they
Biden-Harris
lie about the
administration.
results.
And I'm here with a dire warning to every American. This isn't going to stop unless we can take our country back.
Not drinking.
Under the Biden-Harris administration,
Italians are the new
9.9
Venezuelans.
million immigrants have made it across the border since they have taken office. There is no pushback
Big
from the
numbers,
administration
no
to close
doubt.
or seal the border, which is
Newfie, it's
now
almost your
affecting
bedtime.
small-town America in my hometown of Charleroi, PA. And the biggest thing, and
Drunk
it's
all you
tattooed
want,
right
It's a
here
long
on
ways
my arm.
away from the border.
Newfie,
We
let
the
us take a
people
poll.
run this
LOL
country.
nuts.
And we
We the
have to
people.
remember
I've heard
and
that
tell
before
the Democrats
somewhere.
and Kamala Harris
that
that
a
we
convoy
run this
saying?
country and take it back and make America great
Hurry
again.
before the
Thank you.
Xanax kicks in.
It's a trucker.
I think Canadians just always sound and reason like they were drunk. I'm not drinking yet either, but that's gonna change here right quick. LOL. LOL. Love ya nuts. Funniest thing I've read all day, Drew Peanuts asking about single women.
Amazing.
Nowhere near drunk or high enough for this shit. LOL. Put your clothes back on, Newfie. Anybody under the age of 40. Being tied up on a stripper pole leaves lasting memories. I've heard.
Ooh-wee.
Beat LOL. Drink all you want at home. Why nuts? Brett LOL. Troy sounds to me like it wasn't raining hard enough. We know ABD is single. LOL. Newfie, I don't want you to step on her nips again.
Hi everybody, I am Laverne Spicer, and I just want to share my thoughts about Kamala
Tommy
Harris.
Temper Chat, it's been fun, but I have to
Kamala
bounce.
Was
Who S
a
nips nuts?
prosecutor.
Trump
in
completely
California.
shattered the radical left.
She aggressively tried people with drug crimes, and she
Your nips
went after
Memphis.
them. She had very
I
tough
thought Newfie
policy
had inverted nipples.
against marijuana, even though she was blazing like a motherfucker herself with the marijuana. She also locked up more
Tommy
black
Temper do a
people.
poll and
Over
ask, does NASA
2,000
ever lie?
black men that
Later
she used
AMC
for
Kingdom.
free labor.
Chicago
Free
mad cause illegals
labor.
are getting all THA
Okay?
money.
Even
Those
when it was
glasses
time
though,
for them
LOL.
to be released,
Brett and
she
ABD,
refused
I
to
swing
let
both
them
ways,
out
wanna play.
because that was free labor.
Nope, no inverted
for her.
WTF.
She also
Tommy
had a
Temper,
very
your brother
tough
woo woo.
truancy program.
Blazing like a watt.
And the lady Cherie, her daughter was sick with sickle cell. So by the child having sickle
Northwoods
cell,
Press.
she missed plenty of days out of school because she was
Hey,
in
Troy.
so much pain,
Fearless
sickness,
Fly
and
S sister.
agony that she could not
Northwoods
attend
Press,
school.
welcome to the Tommy
So
Temper
guess
Love
what
Show.
Kamala did for her mother? Kamala had her mother locked up. Her mother lost her home. She lost the roof that she did have.
No coat
for her
hangers
and her
for
child.
nuts.
She lost that. Do you think Kamala gave a fuck
Here.
about any of that? No, she did not. No, she did not. Okay? She held so many people
Northwoods Press.
against their will.
Don't
She
say nipples,
showed
Troy
that
can
she
hear ya.
had zero fucks to
Frosty
give
ya.
at all. Okay?
LOL.
So
She
now
wasn't
look,
very sensitive.
we have the highest gas prices. Grocery is at an all-time high. Rent is at an all-time high. We also
They're
have
hinging
open
on a coat
borders,
hanger, wow.
Okay? Kamala has been in office over 4 years. What has she done about any of that?
Nuts
Not
and
one
crackers.
motherfucking thing. The only thing she has done is ask the border czar, which she never went to the damn border, but she helped the illegals out. She helped them get a place to
Fry
stay.
TVs, yeah.
Now when they come across
But they
that
blame
border, they get a
Republicans for being
$10,000 card.
racists.
California, $325 million towards new homeowners.
Gas was
which you know they're
$198 4
gonna be the
YRS ago.
illegals. And
OMG
in New
nuts,
York,
you never
they
heard
get
of
a
that.
place to stay, luxury hotels.
Sub up to Northwoods
while
Press
our
here,
veterans are still
https
staying in the
www
streets.
youtube.com channel
Is this who you all
UCJQ1ZLP
really wanna
AQ9
vote
stream
for?
1DW.
And
No
for the
wrinkles
black
on
people that
hangers.
support her. If she did that
Black
for the
community
blacks in
waking up
California,
finally.
what the fuck
Hey,
you
nuts,
think she
use
gonna
the
do
link
for your
command
black ass?
for dropping links.
Y'all know she around here pretending
Or
to be
get a
black
person
just to
to type
pander
in the word
and
link.
fool y'all motherfuckers up. She don't give a fuck about none of
LOL
y'all.
Peter.
Because if she did, her policies would reflect that.
Because the bot
So actually,
doesn't
she
get
has
read
zero
out by the
fucks to
reader.
give about you.
Even California
And
will
what
be
Janet
red.
Jackson said about her is correct. She's pretending
Newfie,
to
I
be
always
black.
thought you caught them in your belt.
That's all.
Thank you,
she
nuts
never gave
and
a fuck about
crackers.
black people. So if you go and vote for her wicked ass, okay, You only have yourself to blame.
Oh, she is speaking
She
truth.
doesn't give a fuck about this country.
Yes, they are hammer.
She has a communist agenda. She has a Marxist agenda. That's what it's all about to her.
Nothing
if she
hangs
cared
your nuts.
about people, Springfield, Ohio, look at what you going through.
Yep, hammer.
Y'all think she give a fuck
Democrats
about y'all?
have been in charge for 12 of the past 16 years,
Think
and now
twice.
they are trying to
November
convince you
is
they gonna fix things
approaching.
wild.
I hope y'all do the right thing.
Hello, Kelly.
I'm Laverne Spicer.
Crafting high.
Out.
Tommy Temper Woo Woo, good to see you, bro.
Yeah. Good
Just
to see
sub Northwoods Press.
You bet. Northwoods Press in the house. Good to see you for sure. Yeah, just type the word link in there to drop a link.
Get her
because
on
then
Tommy
the reader
panel sometime.
doesn't read out the URL. If it's dropped by Nightbot,
Troy Excalty.
it ignores everything from Nightbot. So use that bot there for dropping a link. Rather than if you drop it, then the reader reads it all out, which, you know.
Northwoods.
Blah, blah, blah.
Hello, Northwoods Press.
But anyways, no big deal.
Northwoods. Hi, NH Mountain Girl Woo Woo. Hello, NH Mountain Girl. In charge of House and the Senate, Troy. Bought this. NH. Hello, Hammer. NH. Troy. Imagine still believing a lefty, yikes. Hen Northwood, let Fry pick your mods if you want your channel to be tiny like this one. That lady was on YouTube Diamond and Silk Show. GTSY Troy. Hey Troy, great to see you. Imagine believing either side, yikes.
Actually, you should have mods. And the more mods you have, the more people show up. Because if you're a mod in a channel, you're more likely to show up at the channel and say hi and whatever. You know what I mean? As
Miss
opposed
Frosty
to if you're not a mod.
GTSY.
Because I'm a mod on
I
some
guess
channels.
Troy
and I go
doesn't
over there
understand how governing works.
more often than I normally would.
Hello
I'll
D,
tell you
I
that
saw
right now.
that.
So
Hi
I know
Drew.
how it works. So it's good to have people as mods. Because then they come back and
Operation
say hi and whatever.
Northwoods 1962. Hi Northwoods. California is a dump. Hello
doesn't look
everyone
great,
in
does
chat,
it?
salute.
There's parts of Edmonton that look like this too. You know, like I'm pretty sure every major city has its own, you know, area where you've got people with no home trying to survive. You know, call them what you want.
Joey did 60 executive orders first day.
And the garbage is the worst part, because you need to have your city people come and clean up the garbage, because we're,
Wow.
you know, they're not on a program like
You
a
and
normal
hey.
residential.
California
house
is great.
where you
I'll
pay to
go
have
cry a
your garbage
river.
picked up. Here, nobody's paying to have it picked up, and it just piles up.
NH
everywhere.
Mountain Girl, glad you could join us today on the Tommy Temper Love Show.
It's like crazy. Yeah, good to see you.
Oakland is a turd hole, rent is high over there. We kicked Troy off our channel and Daisy adopted him here. He is all modded up. Troy was nut to butt every day on Troll Central, LOL. Hi MS Frosty. Believing either side of government has citizens' best interests at heart is bizarre AF IMO. Exactly, every major city has those same issues. D hello.
I don't know
Hi,
yet because I
NH
don't
and
have
North.
any details
Hi,
from
Tommy.
Harris. She has been
Toronto
all
does
sugar,
not look
no
like this.
protein. That's it, and
Has
it's
Ditch
become a
Pig
really
showed
big
up?
sticking point with investors.
Tell
We've got to
people how
remember
many
we have the
hours you
largest
hung out,
economy on
Troy.
Earth. Over 85% of our
California
jobs
is
are created
falling
by
to
the private
DHA
sector.
Ocean.
Business investors like
Troy.
me and leaders have to deal with who's
Nuts
ever in
and
the White
crackers,
House in
thank you, and
January.
hello.
So whoever ends up
I
on the
drank
6th of
pond
November
water
is the
and
new
became
mandate.
a flat
We'll
earther.
have
I
to deal
guess
with
he
them. So
didn't
we
he
need
change the filter
data.
that
We
day.
need policy.
Troll,
And
I
I'm
wasn't
getting a little
kicked, I just
critical now because I don't have any.
BTW.
So I need answers
KS
around
Gaming,
taxation.
yeah.
For example, if you tell
Delusions
me
of
the
grandeur.
taxes are going to be 28% plus
Hello,
state
NH.
taxes on corporations' headquarters,
K9 Gaming,
I'll have
hello.
to worry that they move to
Skid
Ireland
Row.
again, because we did that to them
Gov
once, and that
housing
didn't work
goes
out
to
for us very
immigrants, then
well.
rent
I
goes up
really need to
artificially.
understand the idea of
Most
price
of the homeless
controls.
got hooked
That
on
didn't
drugs
work in the
and
70s.
lost everything.
It doesn't work anywhere else on Earth. And this
Yes, Fry.
whole idea of
Troy, you
taxing
don't have to like a kick it
unrealized
here.
gains, I mean,
Gregory, hello.
You got to remember the #1 export of America is the American dream. This is a 200-year-old economy that's based on supporting entrepreneurship. That destroys capital formation.
Capital gains
Those ideas
idiotic.
are beyond non-starters.
Totally
They're crazy.
Hi,
and
NH.
so you have to get more
They had to use
details on
Narcan
that.
on Kamala
And
2 years
I'd like
ago.
her to sit down with a
You were our house
non-celebrity
hillbilly.
interviewer,
Troll
a
Central,
real
you should go back to
reporter,
playing good tunes. It was a lot better than I actually missed it.
This kumbaya stuff
Gregory.
with, pictures of kids and everything,
LOL, Jack.
it's great, and I get it. I'm not
LOL,
criticizing her
Peanuts,
for it
keep
because
it
it's
flat.
working
Sorry
for her in the
about the
polls.
pond
But
water. You
now
will
we
also
need
have
details,
small nuts
and we
soon.
don't have any.
NH Mountain Girl in the building,
He said
not
it
heard.
right to a T. And by
Yes,
the way,
D.
he's Canadian.
Troll, try expect
But
tough.
he's an investor. He invests in the United States. So, he has a lot to say about the United States. In fact, I don't even know if he's living in the States there now, but he's originally Canadian. But he has it right to a T with what he's saying. He doesn't understand
Who is
what
it?
Kamala's
Who's better
all
for the
about.
economy?
It LL be better tomorrow, Troy.
I don't know
LOL.
yet because I don't have any
Gregor
details.
the Cameraman 1970
have
I
any
Talk.
details.
Welcome
There's
to
no
the Love
plan.
Show with Tommy Temper. Northwoods LOL. Cheney trying to get blowjob from Kamala. Scorned Democrats are the worst. Love THA hillbillies. Capital gains in Canada is crazy. Troll absolutely. Funny Daisy doesn't he come here anymore. I'll be
All
darned.
sugar, no protein. Kamala Harris. That's a good one. Yeah, well, he's probably
Hey, D.
right-leaning. He's a business person, so he likes a business government, not
Hi, D.
a bunch of fluff, right? Sugar, a lot of sugar, no protein. That's what he's pointing at there, a lot of fluff. He doesn't like what's going on with Harris.
Hello, Fry. Hey, Newfie, you need to meet Kinna. You guys could be sisters.
Fake news. It's fake news. It's fake.
What S.
It's
Kamala
all fake.
policies?
Fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
Northwoods Press.
Yeah, she's pretty flip-floppy, too. That's another thing that I'm seeing a lot of, that people are pissed off about.
Newfie same as now,
said
but
one
worst.
thing and then turned, complete
Who S. Kinna
180.
Sandy, your sister-in-law? Not sure.
Like she was pro-oil,
Wait until
apparently.
Nuts tries to bang
Or,
Daisy
sorry,
again.
anti-oil. Anti-fracking in particular.
Only hills
And-
by me are
and then
overpasses.
just a year later, she's like pro because she's having to say something to support Biden, right? So she doesn't really say it about herself, but she says it about Biden. So,
Daisy
you
not
have to
here,
suss
so.
that.
OMG Tella in chat.
A lot of suspect stuff happening. Yeah, okay. So, I haven't seen Daisy in the chat.
Whatever
there
you
lately.
do, don't think about my
I don't know.
small nuts. It will make you a flat earth ER.
I don't know where, what the heck is going on here? Why
Being
am I
called a
showing
hillbilly
that?
when you live below sea level is comical AF LOL. Hoopus intense.
Ooh, it's looking a little bit darker outside there. I should bring that out. It's funny that went so dark. Weird, eh?
Remember when Teleo Z cried on live over a wedding that will never happen? Troy. LOL nuts and crackers, that one counts. Daisy should get kicked from the influencer house. Even Queena still makes the occasional cameo. Daisy just lazy. Thanks for coming in chat and dealing with my questions. FRYTV. Is Biden still on vacation? Basin Billy.
There we go. Oh, I need some light because it's getting so dark here. Notice that my chroma key is starting to fade out on me here. And let me just change my lighting setting here.
Hey Telescope, hope all is well with you. LOL. Newfie yep over half his time. Let S move Fryan and boot Daisy, they are pretty much the same character.
Yeah.
Biden's brain been on vacation for 10 years. I had fun chatting Telescope. Nah.
Okay, that's a little bit better. Now just let me adjust my my chroma key setting for this.
Daisy not here, poor thing. You only pissed me off one time, Telescope LOL. Biden in dementia ward.
Cam 1. Filter, chroma key. See if it goes that way. No, maybe it's as good as it will go.
Thanks, you too. I do appreciate you answering my questions. Everyone on these streets is afraid of it.
Okay, I think I have it set up right. Just trying to get that chroma key done up there. I think it's set up not bad. I don't know, right here. This is not good right here.
FRYTV, you can't talk to bum but LOL.
Glitching above my shoulder. If you look close, if I move. But other than that, it's not too bad. Looking good. You're looking good. Hammer's in there. Frosty B is in there. Bob Cox. Telescope making an appearance. Good to see you. Newfie Princess. Tommy, let's get AI. What? Al
Cashier
on the
at
panel.
7-Eleven said Telescope smells like urine.
Well, you want to get
yes,
that panel
I understand,
going.
Telescope. I love to talk things out.
I have fun
LMAO.
with the show here, but when I do a panel, it's like a
LOL
complete different
Hammer.
thing. It's like you got to turn the
Telescope,
chat
I've
off.
recently seen your bikini
Nobody can
pics,
say what
very
they want to say,
fashionable.
except in the chat.
Peter.
But if you get a good number of people in the panel, well, then it's fun.
LOL Troy.
So yeah, but if I drop
Did
the
Tella
link
get
and
married?
one person shows up and then it's just you and I talking, then it's not a
LOL.
great time because I'm not a great conversationalist. You know what I mean? Like I can listen. I'm a great listener. Put it that way. I'm
I'm
okay at
sexy
asking
in a
questions,
bikini
but,
and I won the contest. Troy.
Let's do that though. Let's drop that link. Stand by. Okay, there's the link.
Wrench does paid Newfie. Telescope
Let me,
married
pin that
Femios.
link.
https StreamYard.com WT6FQBT7P4.
There we go. Let me just.
You
pin
have
that
the
to
best
top
chat,
here.
Tommy Temper.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're the chat. You are the chat. You make the.
Thanks
the
for
show what it
going
is.
live, Tommy Temper.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that super chat there from Newfie Princess, and we had one from. Was it?
Who
Nuts
scared?
and Crackers. Thank you very much. On the stream. Appreciate that. Who's scared to go up?
Telecope, did you buy Urbiniki at Target?
Okay, I'm watching.
Thanks for giving up your waxing appointment to be here, Telescope.
The back. I'm not watching.
Oh
the back
wait,
chat
that was
here
just
to
a
see if
grift
anyone
for
comes
beer
in the
money
green
too.
room. Come on up into the green room. It's a friendly place. Don't worry about it.
StreamYard just opens up a yell fest.
Steve Tortola. Hey,
We
how's it
VE
going?
missed you, Tommy
What's for
Woo Woo.
lunch? Tortola Island. In the
Tommy and Brett sent you
British,
a tip as well, BTW.
Virgin Islands. Tortola is the is it not the capital of the British Virgin Islands? I don't know. Just a guess. Steve in the chat. And Mountain Girl too. Yeah, nice to see you.
Chop broccoli,
Big
LOL.
ups to you.
Tommy, it's getting colder in the North Woods.
NH Mountain
LOL.
Girl. Yeah, you can see what it looks like out here. It's actually, we got a little bit of a heat spell. It's going to be about
Smoking
20,
trick homes, if you
over
know,
20
you know.
degrees tomorrow.
Crafting and
let me
coffee
just
with
do a
Kelly,
check.
hello.
20 degrees outside right now. 25 tomorrow. 28 on Wednesday, Celsius. In Fahrenheit, that would be 82 on Wednesday. So we're a bit of a heat wave right here where I am. A little bit above normal, like what we call an Indian summer
Target has crop catchers for genders. Hate listening to AI and Tommy.
There you go. Well, yeah, I can take it because I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm talking over top of it so I can understand both things at the same time. But on the other hand, I'll turn the text to speech off if somebody comes up on the panel. So we'll see what happens.
Target has cute bikinis. I wouldn't wear them, but they are cute. We are at 56 degrees right now. Newfie AL
Target.
Kant has genders meeting.
Yeah,
Viva
this sounds
Italia.
like a cute bikini. Yeah, guys have like a slim
It's
kind
too quiet
of
when you turn chat off.
swimming trunk.
Hammer, you spell like DOA talks. Femios said Tella has nothing to tuck. Mass deportation will be epic. Hello NH Mountain Girl. Maybe Al went to pay attention to his kids. Roll of electrical tape, best bikinis.
I don't know where he went.
Troll talks troll.
Yeah, we'll just wait for somebody to come on the stream here. Here, I'll actually go like this. This will make it better. I'll just go like this.
Cheeks.
I'll go, yeah, come on on. It's the StreamYard thing here. You gotta come on to the stream.
Al Munson went to Robert S.
Ooh, that's a good thing. Oh yeah, I can tell how loud my audio is.
Target went bankrupt in Canada. LOL shit products shut all stores in 2YRS.
You can tell how loud the audio is there. Yeah, my audio is a little bit low compared to the your audio by the looks of the
Door knocker
The
tune
view-
into Tommy Temper next time and I will read chat in my best girlish craft channel voice.
the view
Al runs
meter.
several channels for us and is paid well. Newfie.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're coming on an A. I can
Don't
turn
be
A
jealous.
down a little bit. There, that's a little bit better. 3 people watching. Hey, we got some people watching on the other services there too. If you're watching on Facebook, good to see you. Trying to get a panel going here, get somebody to come on the panel. So, best way to do it is for
So
me
hilly.
to, fake it like I'm a sort of on a panel.
Jelly. Please remember to smash the like, subscribe, share, comment, hit all notifications.
Okay, I'll
Target
turn off
open
the
T
music.
support our troops.
We need somebody to come on the panel because if you don't have a panel, you don't have a show. And Newfie, you're the one that wanted the
You
panel.
drunk Hammer or just nervous? Newfie asked for a panel, hit dat.
I know.
Restored Republic via a GCR Monday, September 23rd, 2024 urgent.
Okay, I'll take off the speech.
Jealous of what? Jealous of what?
Jelly. Troll, I'm jelly. Hit the link. Yeah, somebody hit the link. Helmet, restored to Republic via GCR Monday. Beep, 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 beep. I'll just leave it like this until somebody comes up here on the panel. Oh, it's Newfie Princess, I think. Newfie, is that you? Let's see your face just to make sure it's really you and not Telescope with a porn bomb. Just to make sure. Just put your camera on there for half a second. Because I don't know that that's you. Okay, I'll bring you up and just listen to your voice. How about that?
Hi, guys.
Hey, Newfie.
It's been a while.
Right on. There you go.
Hey,
Look like
I
you're
spent,
looking out of a window.
yeah. I spent a week in Nova Scotia.
Right on.
And beautiful province. And Cape Breton.
Cape Breton.
Beautiful.
Sounds like fun.
Cape Breton did the Capit Trail.
Right on.
And yeah, couldn't find Sandy Foster.
Why, were you looking for her?
No. Are you fucking kidding
okay.
me? Seriously.
Well, you never know. You know,
It's,
you're on the same side of the country.
I'm central.
I'm out west here by myself. Well, not by myself. I'm over here with Brett and Queenie over here in Alberta. I don't know who else is a streamer out here. Not many. Mostly Facebookers, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to hit, as well as I like to travel other places. I'm trying to hit almost all the provinces.
Right on. That's a good thing to do.
Well,
there's lots to see in every province, you know, like there's a lot of history, stuff like that, you know, different. I like to see natural type things, you know, like mountains. Out here we have the Badlands with the hoodoos and the dinosaurs, and you can actually go and search and find dinosaur bones and stuff like that are still out there.
I've done Alberta.
Yeah, that's lots of fun.
Yeah, I've done Alberta already, and that's about it for the West. You know, I'm doing the East right now because I'm an East Coast person. So there's
lots to see out there too. Labrador, Newfoundland,
Yep.
PEI.
Yep. My next one is other than, you know, tropics and that. Next one is New Brunswick, Bay of Fundy, and PEI.
The Bay of Fundy.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. My wife is phoning me. Just let me put you on hold. You can keep talking, though.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I can go to the Caribbean half the price it is to travel within Canada. It's crazy prices. Crazy prices. But that's okay. I want to see my own country. And, you know, I'll spend the money spending it here than in Europe or somewhere else right now. Plus, kind of busy with weddings and new house and all that kind of shit. So just wanted to stay sort of somewhat local and, yeah, nobody goes to the Caribbean at this time of year unless they're fucking poor and they want a cheap trip. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that.
You can go to the Caribbean at this time of year and it's dirt cheap, but you're taking the risks of hurricanes and shit. And I was a little concerned, you know, because it was a while since I booked the Nova Scotia one, and I know they can get some of the Atlantic aftermaths of hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
But it worked out perfect. Never had a day of rain. It was great.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So you had fun traveling anyway. That's good.
Oh, it was nonstop. When we did Alberta and then now we just did Nova Scotia and Cape Breton.
Well, I never saw it. When did you do Alberta? You must have done it before you met me on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I did Alberta.
Otherwise, I would have met you down at the West Edmonton Mall or something, you know.
No, I didn't go that far north. The furthest I went was Jasper.
Okay. Yeah, well, Edmonton is right by Jasper. We're just east of Jasper.
Jasper is I'd go, unfortunately.
Jasper burnt, though. Half the south part of Jasper burnt, apparently.
And it breaks my heart. My heart.
It's a nice...
Because so far, Jasper...
Actually, I stayed in a house there that actually burnt.
Oh, wow.
So like it's that close that I know the area that close. I actually lived in, stayed overnight in one of the houses there.
Yeah,
But but it's
like
nice territory. The mountains are great to see. You know, a town can be rebuilt, but at least nobody died, that kind of thing. But there's a lot of trees that died because of the pine beetle. And if you go there, you see it. And when you look across the fields, you see kind of brown trees along with the green trees, but a big patches of brown trees, and they're all dead trees. So there's tons of dead trees out there from the pine beetle that kills those trees, and they don't get rid of them. They just leave them all standing, and that's just, like ready for a fire to start. And,
And you
that's
know
what happened.
Tommy, when I was out there, and I was especially up near Jasper, I said that to hubby. I said, what happened? These trees, I thought it was a controlled burn. I thought it was a something because there were so many sections, and then I was told it was because of the beetle.
Yeah, because
But
the
it was
beetles
really
will kill the tree, and then you know what a pine tree is like when you throw it on a fire. It's like gasoline. It's like gasoline throwing on the fire, So it doesn't take much to start that. And then once those trees start, whether they're green or brown, doesn't matter. But fire will start more on the brown dead tree. And then once the fire builds up, it'll start burning everything in its sight. So that's what happened, unfortunately.
Oh, nuts. I'm not passing out. Fuck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what happens where you start your stream and you're going hard, and then all of a sudden you go like lackluster, and then all of a sudden, where are you?
What was that, 3 months ago?
I don't know. Like I've kind of seen it happen myself, maybe 3 months ago or whatever. So yeah, what happened?
Busy. Can't people be like?
We're hard hitting with the questions tonight, Newfie, because we're going to look at the chat, and there'll be questions from the chat for Newfie or me. But you don't have to answer if you don't want.
I have no problem. But
if it's too personal.
Leave a stream, I leave a stream. Like,
who is Ant? Yeah, Ant is the best promoter out there with a YouTube channel.
Who?
Ant.
Oh, DOA.
DOA.
Scott.
Dead on Arrival.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's on his own. He's got the girlfriend now. He's got the yellow girlfriend. And they're bombing around in her truck and whatever, her van, having fun. And, it's like, I don't know, the hippies or something, doing something there, jumping around. And he's got his channel, so people are super chatting like crazy. And he's got money coming in to live high on the hog.
I'm on benzo. What the fuck is benzo?
Benzo?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Some drug. But we can't talk about stuff like that on the channel because we can't talk about.
Well, Edward Cam then
getting weird.
Edward Cam needs to be removed because he's talking about it.
Yeah, he shouldn't. Well, if he's talking in the chat, not too bad. But if the content of the video, our content here, we shouldn't be talking about drugs and stuff. Regular stuff. But they're insinuating. No, they're insinuating that you're taking something that's making you nod off or something. I think that's what it's all about. That's what the insinuation was, right? So maybe that's what that does, which they would know that because they might have taken it, so they have, experience with that. Just to throw it right back in their face.
Oh, well, Nightbot. I don't have any of that.
Legend in your own mind.
I don't take drugs. I don't smoke drugs. I don't take drugs.
Find the Restream live channel. What's that one? Okay, we need somebody else to come on to the panel. So,
come on.
Maybe anybody else want to come up?
To see if anybody else had any balls.
Yeah, before I start. Otherwise, we'll single people out. Newfie, this is what we'll do.
Nobody's got any balls, I'm leaving.
We'll single out somebody to come up here, okay? Who should we single out to come up? And it has to be somebody that will come up, because if it's somebody that won't come up and you single them out to come up, they're not going to come up.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I believe Nuts would come up if he wanted.
Nuts would come up. Yeah, Nuts and Crackers right there. You're a legend in your own mind, he says. So that's a nice comment.
Yeah, I love
very
you,
nice. I
I
appreciate
love
that.
nuts so much. None of TC will come up.
Troll Central says, I'm a nobody. What's Troll Central doing here? I don't even know who that is. Is that Al Munson with his actual channel name? Is that the real Troll Central?
G will come up. Nuts will come up.
Let's see if that's the real Troll Central. I'll have
They
to
have some
check that
balls.
channel.
They have some
Probably
balls.
is. I'll
But
go to channel.
Nobody else in
Yeah, it's the real Troll Central. No
Is that
kidding.
Jack?
Hang on. While I'm over there, let's see what they're talking about. I may as well go over there while I'm there, verifying the channel. Let me see what they're talking about there. No diggities over there. Cannabis Rex, Hillbilly House. Oh, yeah. Come on. They're all triggered. Al Munson. Nobody's triggered. Cannabis Rex. Newfie wants a panel. Okay.
Newfie got a panel, Kat.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Okay.
Tommy. I'll be
I
back.
knew the chatters in Tommy's chat would not accept that Kamala is doing better than Trump and is more favored in the country than Trump. Hey, I showed you, She-Hawk, I showed you the statistics and what the polls were saying, and I'm just serving it up the way it is out there, and people can believe it or not believe it. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you have people that favor Trump in my chat, well, obviously they're not going to favor Kamala, even though she's doing better in the polls and stuff like that, right? Makes sense. But anyways, that's what's happening over in Troll Central. Yeah, Ant has a girlfriend. She's an ex-Scientologist. She's tall, skinny, blonde girl. I don't know if she's real blonde, but she's blonde and yellow outfit. Likes yellow. Lots of yellow. And she's an artist. She's a singer in a rock and roll band. No, not a rock and roll band. In a eclectic type of performance that she does at kind of different venues. It's weird. It's strange. If you see what's going on, well, you'll go, yeah, that's pretty weird. But whatever. Does that make sense? It's my interpretation, anyway. Newfie, where'd you go?
Sorry, I had to go get smokes.
Oh, okay.
G said I'm slurring in that. I actually follow a couple channels that do StreamYards and that.
Yeah.
And it is crazy when he does StreamYards. People think he had a stroke or he's drunk because his words become extremely slurred.
What's that? Who are you talking about in particular?
Sorry?
Who are you talking about?
Oh, it's a channel called, it's an animal channel. I'm an animal freak. So
Animal Channel.
Yeah, it's called Longhorn Luster. It's a ranch in Texas.
Oh, yeah. I know the channel that you're talking about. Yep, the exact channel. Yeah.
So
I don't really watch him, but I'm subbed to him, and I have tuned into him, and I'm actually amazed that it's kind of a dry channel, but it's where he is and what he talks about and stuff like that. But he has a huge audience, so
Massive.
big channel.
But when he goes StreamYard, he sounds like he's had a stroke or he's drunk.
Really?
It's
weird.
crazy. And he keeps telling people, like, if you follow him. But anyways.
Longhorn, yeah. Longhorn Lester.
And there's Suits to Boot. They have 4 or 5 channels. And their properties they own are just amazing. It's an animal rescue, right?
Oh, okay.
But anyways, besides the point.
Yeah, anyways, you're talking about the StreamYard makes people sound different. I don't know if it does or not, because I run my whole show through StreamYard, you know. I'm always using StreamYard. I could always drop a link and have somebody come on as a guest, because the way I run mine is I've got a computer running OBS software, which allows me to switch stuff off and on, and then I feed the output of my OBS over to StreamYard, and then set up my streaming of where I'm going to stream to on StreamYard. So when I go live, I'm, you know, streaming from StreamYard.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but yeah, there's some channels I've watched when they're on StreamYard, and but they're not on a PC. They're mobile, right?
Yeah, and it's easy. StreamYard is easy to do off of a handheld too, because like you don't have to have anything. You just come on, or you just start up the StreamYard on your phone.
But what I'm saying is,
you don't even have to have your camera on.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying is the speech. When you're not on a PC, you're mobile because you're on a phone or an iPad.
Yeah.
You're not on an actual PC. So that's where the speech on StreamYard can sound so different.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like I can somehow
pretty much agree with you. You know what I mean?
No, but it's a serious thing. But anyways, who cares?
It's serious. It is.
And G, come on up. You're in here. You seem to have a lot of things to say in the comments.
Goospa.
G, you're not scared. Come on.
Yeah. Don't be scared. Come on up.
Can you imagine if we ever got Sandy Foster up here?
Oh, no, not Sandy. Not peg leg Sandy.
No.
No. She looks like a school teacher.
No, that's Kat that works for the school board that has all the fucking time in the world to be on YouTube. That's Kat.
Oh, Cannabis Rex. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just home from school. You gotta get in there and it'll mess with the people on YouTube. Nothing better to do.
Yeah. She works for the school board, that one.
Yeah, school board. Yeah, one of those radical lefty school board people that are, you know, brainwashing the children.
Yeah, crying about, you know, their money. They only work 10 months a year.
Oh, yeah, but they want a full year's salary, but they only work for 10 months. Yeah, give me a break.
Yeah. Depends on her union. She's probably collecting unemployment through the summer.
You never know.
Yeah, I know. I know all about her. How's the intel working there?
AI.
So anyways, I guess they're scared, Tommy.
Well, no, the thing is that I rarely do a show. And sometimes when I do a show, you know, a person comes on and then somebody doesn't like them. So they come on to say something about that person. You know what I mean? So then somebody else comes on to say something about that person. So then it ends up to be a bash fest because you got a whole bunch of people that don't like each other that come on the panel because it's the only time they have a chance to bellyache at each other.
So they must all love me because nobody's coming on.
Exactly. Nobody's bellyaching about you. We need somebody on here that's more controversial. So who would that be?
Sandy. Rex.
Brett, good answer. Yeah. Hang on. Where's the Brett song? Hang on. Where's Brett? Brett, your theme song. Come on, get up here.
Yeah, like what? I'm so sick of talking about Palestine and Israel and
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Sick
I
of
know.
it.
I had to
Sick of it.
throw away my beepers, my pagers.
Yeah. I mean,
And
we
any
had
walkie-talkies.
walkie-talkies to walk around and get rid of those.
Yeah.
Used to have those when my son was young and whatever, and it was, exactly.
Motorola. It's not working right.
I'm so shocked, G. Like, where you been, G?
Exactly.
Daughter's back in school. You got a lot of free time. Where are you, G?
Yeah, where's G?
What the dog doing?
G. Oh, hang on. We already heard Brett.
I'm so impressed that I think Mr. G a few months ago,
Mr.
when
G.
I talked to him, they kind of, G, calm down, because I actually talked about doing stuff like this with a child.
Mm-hmm. What? With a
Learning
child?
from their parents being bullied. And that's what they did. And that's what, like Al, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got
What,
two
you're
young
trying to
kids.
say that you feel bullied?
No, they're teaching their kids to do this.
Oh, yeah. If they bully people on the internet when their kids see it, well, then their kids might think that that's okay to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. That's kind of why I don't like to be in a situation where people come on my panel, on my channel, and then they bully other people. And I'm not really one to bully people. And then they go, well, you get that person on your panel, whatever. They're bullying somebody over there. So it ends up being a big shit show at the end,
Well, exactly. And unless they attack you, or not you, me or you or whoever. But when you're on these panels or chats, because the panels are going away.
Yeah, but the chat, you mean like when you're sitting in the chat, just typing to people in
there. The chats are there. And you got somebody like Al that has two young children. And what is he doing for these two young children? Like, could you imagine if Al's children were doing what he's doing? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And is he teaching them?
It's bad. Don't do that, Al.
And plus, they play baseball, they do this, that, and all he does is he goes into chats, yelling at people. And
hey, Doofy, how do you know so much about Al?
I saw 3 comments, and I can pick it out.
Is it just that you're hanging out over there in Troll Central and you see him chatting and talking about going somewhere to visit his kid or something like that?
I can't stand Troll Central.
Yeah. You can't stand Troll Central, but do you go over there at all?
No.
You don't? Not at all?
Once a week.
Once a week. Yeah, but is that like you go through all of their streams for the past week just to catch up?
No. You can go over there once a week and you see the word Brett. Like, they are obsessed.
Brett.
No, seriously. Or you can go in there and see Sandy say Newfie. And I just back out. I never went into Troll Central the whole time I was in Nova Scotia. It's a nothing channel. They have
it's a nothing channel.
10 people watching,
It's IP coming on.
Which are those people chatting with the troll people in there, right?
Yeah.
That's all they have. Their own followers. It's like a fucking cult.
Gotcha. IP, is that you?
It is. I just have a statement. Leave children out of it. I have no idea why you have to bring up other people's children. It's none of your business. So leave it alone. Stay out of it.
Excuse me, IP?
Ooh.
Do you know who she is?
Italian princess.
Do you know her?
I don't know her personally, but I do know of her the lot on the internet here.
Oh, there's lots of stories.
Like I haven't, IP, like you and I have never really had a personal conversation. I don't backchat anyone, but I have restreamed restreamed her like I restream everybody else, like driving down the road or doing stuff like that. I know that there's an awful lot of background between her and an awful lot of other people, other streamers and people chatters and stuff like that, So, she's a player on the internet here. Okay, she's back again. Hey, go ahead.
Dumb fucking bitch. You know nothing about my life. You know nothing about anybody's life. So stay the fuck away. Stay out of my life. Stay out of everybody else's life. You have no fucking right.
Go cry over Jeff's grave. Go. Bye, honey.
You have no right to talk about him. You are a bitch.
Yeah, that's not good to say anything like that, Newfie.
It's not good, but
That's
she's
hitting pretty low.
attacking me. She's attacking me.
Well, why are you bringing up Al's children? You have no
Are you an Al simp now?
Anybody's children.
Are you an Al simp? Are you an Al simp, IP?
Hey, I see it.
You're bringing up children. Stay the fuck out of it.
No. I'm not coming up here not to defend, stay away from children. But I get attacked about my kids on a daily. So it's okay for them to attack me about my kids, and my kids are fine. But then you guys all pile up on her when she has her concerns. Fuck you, IP.
And fuck you too.
Exactly, IP. IP's a nothing. Like, seriously? That bitch hasn't been around. Like, do you know her background story? With the convoy? Like, that's bad news.
Doesn't sound good. I don't want to go there, but yeah, she's been around for a while. Obviously, she doesn't want people bringing up anybody's kids, regardless of who they are. Whether it's Al Munson, it was Al Munson that you were talking about, right? Which he's pretty much a lefty troll, from Troll Central. It doesn't get any radical left than him. You know what I mean? So for you to mention something like that, to me it was like a non-issue, because I heard him over there talking about going to visit or do stuff with his kids and whatever, but big deal. I don't care.
Al talks about it.
Yeah, well, maybe he shouldn't talk about it. But on the other hand, I bring my kids on my stream once in a blue moon. You know what I mean?
How do you think I know about Al's kids playing baseball? He brings it up.
Yeah, but at this point, I think we should drop talking about him and what he does with his kids or stuff like that.
He's sitting at a ballpark field on fucking a channel, slamming everybody, not even watching his own kids. But yet he'll criticize everybody else about their kids. Right?
Yeah, you got a point.
Yeah, there's a point, Tommy.
I agree. I just, I don't mind bringing once in a while, Luke will pop his head into the screen here, and smile or whatever. Or I'll be videoing something in the family's type event or whatever, stuff like that. But I don't promote my kids on my stream where I, do a segment and here's my kids and whatever, stuff like that. I try and just keep that off. This is more of an adult type thing. And, we just don't need to involve anybody's kids in anything that we're talking about.
No, and we're not involving the
But no, what you were talking about was just incidental. You know what I mean? Like you were just speaking about something. You weren't talking about his kids on purpose, other than somebody came on here and then gave you hell for talking about kids.
Exactly.
Here's G.
Like, we're not... They've talked about their children.
Is that really G? I don't trust you.
It is me.
It is
Okay.
her.
It's the KGB.
Hey, G.
G.
How you
What's
doing,
up?
honey?
KBG. You sound like a
How you
Russian
doing, honey?
operative. No funding from Russia on the channel, okay?
No, don't worry.
How you
Fuck
doing?
that. Let's go,
So
Russia.
Nuvi,
Let's go, Putin. We got this.
No. Oh my God.
Russia sucks.
Missed all that.
A message from the government of Canada.
So
We're
Nufi,
doomed.
when you were a kid, did you get in trouble a lot for doing the same thing other people were doing because you thought you could, or?
No.
No, I actually influenced other people
No.
to do stuff that was bad, and then they did
So-
bad stuff, and I got away without doing bad stuff.
No,
Are you-
G, I was an angel.
Are you perpetuating the problem by continuing it?
I'm an
Okay,
angel.
so right now, you're saying that. Right now,
I
you're
was
saying
an
you're
angel.
talking about
I
Al's
would
children because
never
other
have
people do
done
it.
any
Well,
of
you're not
this
now.
shit with children. And I still, if I had
Okay,
a
but
child,
you're doing it.
I would never have done this. I would never be here if I had a child.
Oh, you're saying be online. You wouldn't be online. Don't you have a child?
He's an adult.
Yeah, we all have
Oh,
children.
so it's just children.
Gee, you have
Right.
children,
I mean,
don't you?
Tommy has children that are.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do actually. You have children that are under 18. So what are you talking about, Nufi?
I don't have children under 18.
Yeah, but you're criticizing those that are participating online that have children
Wait a
under
minute.
18.
Are you
Tommy,
fucking drunk? Are
Who?
you, Nufi, are you drunk?
No.
Okay.
No, this is just her normal. Clean kids. So
Totally sober.
what's your fucking point? So do you think adults that have children that are under the age of 18 don't have alone time? Is that what you're trying to say?
Have a
You think,
what?
do you think teenagers like hanging out with their parents all night long?
My child hung out in my house.
Yeah, in your home, but are they in the room with you at all times?
Yeah.
Really? I feel sorry for your
He's a
son.
mama's boy. He's a mama's boy.
Ooh, the entire time when he was a teenager too?
Yes.
He was up your ass?
Yes.
Wow, that's weird.
And he still is.
Is he gay? Is he gay?
You're a fucking bitch.
What?
Hang on.
What makes
Hang
him
on.
gay?
What kind of a question is that?
Well, I think it's
What
great
makes him gay?
if he is.
Like, you don't
If
just
he-
come out
if
of
he's
nowhere
gay,
and ask somebody, is somebody's child gay? Like, where does
Well,
that
not.
come
We're
from?
bringing up kids, right? She said it's
Gee,
okay.
It's unfortunate you've never had a
She said
boy.
it's all right to
Stop.
do it.
It's unfortunate you haven't had. Do you hear about daddy's girl or mama's boy?
Oh, no, I think it's really. I think it's awesome.
Are you
if he's
a
gay.
daddy's
I think it's
girl,
really great.
G? Is your dad molesting you?
Yeah.
Are you
No.
fucking telling me my son is gay? Because he's
No,
a
I'm not
mama's
telling
boy?
you. I was
Are you
asking you a
saying
question. Well,
your
isn't
fucking
he
daughter
your
doesn't
stepson?
have
Wait,
the
wait, wait, wait.
closest relationship?
Hold on a second.
Come on.
Isn't he your stepson?
No,
is he not
he's
your
my
stepson?
fucking son. No, he's my son.
Oh, so that isn't your stepson. That's your son. And isn't he
It's my son.
25?
Oh, he's 35.
And he's 25.
He's 35.
He's 35 and
Yeah.
he lives with you?
Yep, and I'm 80.
Okay, now you're just being facetious. That was a
Well,
legitimate
you're
question.
fucking
I'm not
stupid.
trying to be mean.
You're a fucking stupid bitch.
What if he was gay? There's nothing wrong with that.
Sorry?
There's nothing wrong if he was gay. I think it's cool.
Is your son gay? Is your daughter gay?
No.
Is your daughter gay? Is she a daddy's
No.
girl?
I just said no.
Is he
No.
fucking her? Yeah. Okay. You
Excuse me?
fucking cunt.
Oh, this bitch is crossing the line. I didn't say
Yeah.
anything about that. So you can take
Stupid question.
Jeez, man. Better watch
Throw it
out.
back at you.
Ooh, jeez, man. Better watch out.
Oh, poor G. With her only fucking
going.
daughter.
Keep going.
Is your fucking daughter close to her father?
Yeah, as much as a teenage girl could be, I suppose.
Are you close to your daughter?
100%.
Oh, I doubt it.
You doubt it?
Well, you know what? I think you're probably grooming her. I think you're grooming her.
Yeah, most of Troll Centrals are groomers. Just throwing that in there.
I think you're grooming your daughter, which is absolutely
just a little
disgusting.
FYI out there for you
What
guys.
would I
They're all
be grooming
groomers.
her for?
You're
Grooming them for
her
what?
to be a you.
How so?
Which is disgusting.
How so?
Because of what you are.
How am I grooming her?
Oh, gee.
No, go ahead.
Seriously,
How am I doing it?
Don't play games, bitch.
Am I grooming my child by being informed of her rights, of being informed of
what is
social
her right?
issues going on in our country,
So she's gay?
of being informed on how to vote?
Is she gay?
What are you talking
rights?
about? Is that the only social issue that you know of?
What is her rights?
Rights as a citizen? You know her rights as a
What is her
citizen?
rights as a citizen to do?
Well, there's
Are
many
you
of them. There's
speaking
many
on
of
her
them.
behalf?
What?
Are you speaking on her behalf?
For what?
Her rights.
No, I'm just talking about her inalienable
Her
rights that
right
she has.
to do what, G?
To live.
Oh, well, we all fucking live. So what is her rights, G? Is she running
What are you
around in a
talking-
tablecloth? Crying the river for Palestine? Does she even know what the fucking river
No.
is? Oh, really?
She knows what's going on.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And if she
Really?
had a mother like you and watches your streams?
Well, he would definitely know where she
doesn't
lives
watch
because mom doxed
She
herself.
doesn't watch that. Aw,
Hang on, we got a
Gigi.
question for G from
Really? Is
Bob
that why you
Cox.
can't find me?
Bob Cox is asking, can men
I
get
don't
pregnant
want to.
still?
I stay away from groomers. Thanks.
Okay, that's why you hang out with Sonal. Trans men, yeah, they can get pregnant if they haven't removed their uterus. Sure.
Men. Biological men.
No, biological men cannot have a child. That is science.
Well, that's Bob's question. G.
Well, and I just answered it.
Okay, good.
Troll Central says,
Yeah.
Bob Cox, go try.
It's just disgusting.
I'll be
As a
back. I gotta
mother.
go. I gotta go talk to main man. I'll be back.
What's disgusting?
It's disgusting as a mother to a daughter. But
For what? What do you mean?
you know, daddy, she's closer to daddy.
Okay.
And I pray to God she didn't get your genes.
Meaning?
Meaning, do you not listen to yourself?
Oh, you mean when I'm being funny and fucking off
Have
on
you ever listened to yourself, G?
Do you think that well, I kind of do just talk like this on a normal basis, but I mean, do you ever gauge your personality, or maybe perhaps the way I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm chewing on chip. Or perhaps the way that you engage with people, do you kind of change that, your tone of voice or how you speak in accordance to who you're speaking with, or are you just like this all the time? Which one is it?
I'm like it all the time, honey.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate for you because
No, it's not.
there's probably a lot of people in your real life that can't stand you.
No, in my real life, people love me.
Oh,
and I'm very successful.
Sure.
So I don't
Oh, of
care
course,
about
of
somebody
course.
online.
So
Like
you don't know how
you.
to have a professional manner. manner
Oh, I
about
do.
yourself when you're
I'm
engaging in a
very successful
professional manner.
for that reason.
Uh-huh. But you just said that you
Maybe
don't change
call me a
you don't
lawyer.
change the way you speak. You don't change the tone of your voice. You don't change how you're speaking to someone in accordance to who they are. You just speak like you're doing right now is what you just said. So which one is it?
Okay, G. Okay, G. You've spoken to me 2 years ago very calmly.
I still am.
When we used to talk and your daughter was going to get the car for the first time and you were nervous and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did we speak?
That's all you know. You do realize that. You just said the same thing over and over again.
G, it went on for weeks. Do you not remember that?
What went on?
Conversations.
Oh, I absolutely remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Before
do
you
remember that. And then
a troll, G.
and then that was it. No, I was a troll then. That was a troll channel.
You can't accept
Sweet Pea. I was trolling the J6ers. What are you talking about? Or the TPCs or the whatever else they were. That's who I was trolling.
Why are you here, G? Why are you involved?
I'm drinking Diet Pepsi. It's delicious.
Sorry?
Why? What do you mean?
Why?
Involved in what?
Like, you weren't involved in Canadian Convoy, American Convoy, 1776.
How do you know
Why
that?
are you here?
Whoa. Hold on a second. You think that I wasn't involved in trolling 1776?
Okay.
I had the entire TPC crew thinking that Black Lives Matter was coming to meet them at the gate. And they all believed it. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been trolling these motherfuckers for years.
G, that is so irrelevant. I'm talking about before that. You're talking to 2 Canadians.
What are you talking about?
Hello, honey. You're talking to 2 Canadians.
Fry TV, I was in your chat too. So, and I don't care if you think I'm a nobody. I really don't care. But I was in your chat as G Abbott. So there you go. What were you saying?
Yeah, but I saw what the trolls were doing or what the trolls were attempting to do. It's like, okay, let's fake sending some sandwiches from the sub shop to him or something, as a joke. Or like you say, some rumor that 500 trucks are coming from Texas or whatever. But, did the trolling or all the trolling that happened, did it really change anything? Did it change the world? Did it change people? Did it change their lives? Did that happen? I don't think
absolutely.
I don't think that it really changed anything.
You know what?
But it's good on you for trying to change people or trying to change the outcome of something. But did it really make any effect?
You don't think the outcome of 1776 was changed by trolling online? Those people were going insane.
Yeah, but I think that it was what they were doing was kind of destined to failure from the beginning because they're trying to do something to encompass everybody, but yet bringing religious, flavor or whatever into it that of course is going to jade a lot of people from it. So it was destined to fail from the get-go.
I understand that. What about TPC? Do you feel like that was destined to fail?
Tommy?
It was destined to fail because, again, with the convoy, there was no end game to any of it. It was, let's do a convoy. Okay, great, yeah. And, you get a bunch of leaders together, whatever, but they don't have any end game. It's like, okay, now it's over. Now we're clean up the mess and it's over. You know what I mean? There's never any end to the whole thing. It's just, okay, let's go to D.C. Yeah, we're in D.C., whatever, Hagerstown. And then you go over to L.A., and then you come back again, and you got some people that stayed, some people that left. It's all fragmented all over the place. Mm-hmm. And it's like it never did have an end game. It just kind of petered out at the end. It fizzed out. People ran away, took the money, whatever, and then Santa stepped in to take over to revive the convoy again, you know what I mean? But with the big religious flavor to it. In fact, the convoy itself had a lot of religious people in there giving speeches and stuff like that.
Exactly.
you can't do that if you want to have something.
A lot of
Canadian
people that were
convoy didn't do that.
interested.
But it's hard to involve everybody. Some people are religious, some people aren't. So you can't, say you can't come, you can't give a speech, you can't do whatever. So it ends up being a shit show because you've got a lot of people that want to get involved, and then you've got people that just hate the whole thing and think that it's stupid and want to just plain kill it.
And Canadian convoy,
Yeah, I know. I was one of them.
didn't do that.
Yeah. And we had the same thing in Canada. For example, in Canada, a Liberal shows up with a swastika flag as soon as the convoy gets there to discredit the convoy. You know what I mean? That was a trolling thing that happened, and it's still talked about today. I even hear Munson, those guys talking about it today. Yeah, it convoy with a bunch of, Nazi flags and stuff there. Yeah. Well, yeah, you didn't know that was the one Liberal that shows up there to discredit. Any of the stuff that was bad with the convoy is usually stuff from the trolling part of it that caused it.
There is nothing that compares to the Canadian convoy.
It was big.
Nothing.
Like if you watched my stream earlier, I showed the as the convoy left Calgary, I showed the video. If you go back to the beginning of my stream here, you'll see where I showed a replay of that. And it got bigger and bigger as it went across Canada. So, yeah, it was huge. It was a lot of fun. It was great. It was
and it
history.
What did that accomplish?
And it wasn't the American
What did it accomplish?
bullshit. It wasn't
What
the
did it
American
accomplish?
bullshit.
The convoy itself, effectively, did it make any change? I don't know. Did it make any change? Did it? I don't think it did. It didn't. It didn't in the sense that the government snubbed the convoy. The government didn't want to meet with the convoy. The government called the convoy a bunch of terrorists, before it pretty much even left Calgary. And the rest is history. We're talking about it today. So, yeah, it made a difference in people's lives because people are still talking about it today. Yeah. It did.
And
But did it change the government? Did it change what the government did? Like BLM? BLM did a protest too. Their protest ended up defunding police departments right across Canada and the United States, right? So do protests work? Yeah, that shows you that protests actually do work when the government listens to the people that are protesting. In this case, Trudeau is a real, he doesn't listen to anybody. He does his own thing. And there's no way that the convoy, in fact, he already dealt with one convoy that went to Ottawa back in 2019. And that was a convoy that I was in as well. And he snubbed that convoy. So I knew damn well that he would snub the convoy right off the get-go on this one. I knew it. And for that reason, I wanted to go. I wanted to be part of the convoy because I wanted to see him snub the convoy and be the guy that looks like blackface that he actually is. Here's Brett.
Hey. Hey,
Brett, stay on topic,
well,
please.
can I just ask one question real quick?
Hold on, I want to just add on to the whole what did the convoy accomplish thing. I caught a little bit of what Tommy was saying, but it also changed a couple other things. Whether people like it or not, I think governments did start to realize, the provinces realized it before the feds, but it did change. I believe that, while we were protesting, they were trying to set up checkpoints to travel from province to province where you would have to, you're basically entering an era of papers, please. Right? So that was, exactly. They were literally, they were trying to do that as we were protesting. They were still trying to implement more restriction of freedom, etc. But also on top of, also another thing that happened and took place is we changed.
Like, you couldn't go to province.
There was social
you're in
media.
a bad cell there, Brett. Bad cell signal. You dropped out for a second.
Number one.
There was also, hold on just one sec. Let me just finish up here. We also changed the conversation entirely, where there's major social media influencers such as JP Sears or Russell Brand or whoever that are now talking about the World Economic Forum at length. They're going much deeper into discussions and having discussions that wouldn't have normally taken place. And honestly, that's what a protest is supposed to do, is bring awareness to a situation and problem, right? And in that regard, highly successful.
Goon.
Highly successful.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, there were some big pluses, big bonuses. It brought a lot of awareness by people right across Canada. As the convoy went across Canada, people were out on the street corners cheering there were 5,000 people on one area of Winnipeg that was cheering the whole thing on. So, it was a huge success in my mind. Like if you weren't there, you didn't see it. You just thought, oh, well, it's just a few trucks rolling down the road. But the people that came to see the convoy as it rolled down the road was the big part of the whole thing, because social media was huge. People were following, looking at the lives and cheering it on, and it was great. It was awareness.
We know there's an election coming on, right? There's an election.
At some point in Canada, yeah. For sure in November of 2025.
And that might be sooner.
It might be, but probably not.
But this fucking communist leader needs to
Trudeau.
go. Needs to fucking go. So you got an American bitch that doesn't worry, and she loves, and she doesn't care because she doesn't make enough money to fucking pay more than 50% like we do.
Who are you talking to?
You.
What? Oh, you're not in the 50% tax bracket. I don't think in Canada we get taxed to death. Their tax brackets are lower than in Canada.
Exactly. Tommy, we'd be bazillionaires in the United States.
It actually, the United States is probably the best place in the world to live if you want to, make some money.
Hey, when I worked and we were buying commodities, which is zinc, for the automotive industry, I mean, when it was par, we were buying $1 million. And then that supplier was like, oh no, we want to go back to another currency. He was like, no, you're not fucking doing it. And do you know how much money I bought when it was par? Yeah, a lot. The stupidity of people is just mind-boggling. Like you don't even have to watch. Like the company was $1 million. We bought $150,000 par. And that's what we could, but the company was, and we used some up, and then we sold it back when the exchange went up. I don't understand.
Zinc. Wow, that's interesting. What did you use zinc for? For coating metal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because you're selling automotive, selling to the manufacturers parts.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Have you changed assembly or still following that business at all? Have they moved into building electric cars or anything?
No. Electric's not going there. But
I think G drives an electric golf cart.
That's
I mean, Tesla.
What? No, I don't have a Tesla. I have a Volvo.
Oh, a Volvo, but it's an
battery, Tommy.
Volvo.
Tommy.
Okay, yeah.
That's a battery. Let me educate you. Every fucking part of a car is called electroplating, zinc plating, or powder coating. We don't do powder coating.
Yeah, heard of it. It's like electrostatic type powder application. Scumdog.
We don't do that. But electroplating, zinc plating, zinc Our tanks are filled $100,000 every 2 days with zinc.
Oh, wow.
Or, you know, if you want to go on and on and on. I've been in this for 30 years. Hubby's been 45. Automotive is very generous. When you can make Ford, Chrysler, every fucking name under the book money and have never had a recall on anything we've done, I'm telling you, millions of dollars. I don't know.
That, you know, like your
very
business and your supplying the automotive industry is like old school, but now you've got companies like Tesla that are like what is called a vertical integrated company, which means that they try and produce everything in-house and not buy stuff from outside sources, do everything, batteries, build them themselves, or control, you know, precisely where they come from.
Batteries, Tommy.
And everything else, the production, the frame of the vehicle they build, the doors, like everything. They try and do everything. They try not to outsource anything for the reason that,
Tommy.
sometimes you can't trust outside suppliers because of the supply chain and the supply chain breakdown. So those companies that are vertically integrated do far superior. And General Motors has even come out and said, man, they can't compete with Tesla because of their vertical integration. Now they have to rely on outside sources for parts and stuff like that, and they get hoodwinked, and then their stuff isn't done in the supply chain.
Yeah, hubby went 2 years ago to Carolinas. I don't know, north, south, wherever. BMW factory. We support all them.
Well, not anymore, right? You're not doing it anymore, right? I thought you sold the company.
No, he's retired.
Oh, well, then you're not supplying it anymore. So why don't you start talking about your new life? What are you going to be doing?
Oh, I'm living life, traveling, building a new house. Thank God the automotive industry gave us our life.
So in other words, you're like a boomer living high on the hog off of the backs of the working class. G would like to say. I'll say it for her, though.
You know what? My husband started, or my common law, or my fucking whatever. He started at 14 at two of our original factories. And you know what he did? Cleaned bathrooms. He had to fucking pick up tampons and pads.
What did you have to do? What did you have to do when you started working?
Well, I was younger than him.
Yeah, how did you grind? Let's talk about.
I started as a
your grind.
Answering phones.
And did you end the same way?
I started 28 years ago answering a phone, G. And
how'd you end?
I was very fortunate. In that accounting, he was
accountant. Answered the phone for an accountant.
He was manufacturing. I was in the office. Don't tell me, G, when he was negotiating a raise and he only wanted a 2% and I was fucking pissed off because I was only getting a 2%, but he's making a lot of money. Gee, don't let me tell you, there was issues.
Is this, you're talking about your common law?
47 years and 28 years.
Oh, so you two met at the,
No, it's
office.
the same company, G. It's the same company.
Well, you met there.
Fucking bitch.
That's where you met. Is that, you met there, right? Because
20 years
together
ago.
for 17 years. Oh, you were married for 17
years. 20 years ago, bitch.
Right, but you were married to somebody else. You've been separated for 17 years. So how long have you been with your common law? Years before the separation?
Uh-oh.
Doesn't want to answer that.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah, not answering. We're in trouble now.
Lamont's getting on her case for being in the garage smoking too many cigarettes. She'll be back.
Oh,
there
I need a sound of a car starting up or something for being in the garage. Don't have that. Oh, there it is. What was that? Vibrator. It was a vibrator.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I am all out of gum.
Let's go.
It's garbage day.
It's garbage day. What was that noise? Sounded like a vibrator.
Garbage day.
It was like a brrr.
Are you going to answer the question?
Brrr.
I am.
You did not.
What's your question?
Was your meeting of your common law, Lamont, did that result in your separation? I mean, was that why you got separated?
No.
From your husband?
No.
Okay. It seems very close together. The time frame there.
6 years.
6 years what? Because you told us that you were with Lamont, your common law, for 17 years.
What is your point?
Well, were you getting freaky deaky while you were still married? She keeps muting herself during these questions. I'm not sure why, but I'm trying to mix it up, Miss Frosty, okay? I'm sick of hearing about the same fucking story every time. All right? I'm trying to add a little spice. Newfie, come on. It's not happening. All right.
Yeah, I kind of don't give a shit about.
Yeah, I know. It's all boring.
I did have a problem with what she said. You know, I didn't like all the talk that was happening about kids. That was not okay.
No, neither do I.
Yeah, I heard what you said there, G, towards you, and I was like, that it was out of line, like totally out of line. Come on.
Well, that's what happens when people don't have anything else to talk about. They have to go to that. So that's her thing now, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't okay.
Well, on that note, Brett, I'm gonna go. You have a wonderful evening. You too, Brett. Chat,
right.
have an awesome. See y'all later.
Ciao. Sorry, I was getting a beer refill. So yeah, I Cam, I don't understand why it's so hard to understand that, without Canada, you would have a different life. Let's just put it that way. You need the Canadian oil and gas and electricity to build your jets and your missiles. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that you are unable to acknowledge that you can't just do it all on your own.
Okay, we came back. Had to pause for the cause, but we're back. I see we lost G, we lost Q, so we're up to the Three Stooges here now.
Excuse me.
I have a squeaky chair again, so.
No, Cam. Cam doesn't even. Yeah, you don't know, Cam.
I washed my hands, Nuts. Come on up here, Nuts.
Pardon me.
Hit that link. We need some comedy up here.
Easy now. Easy now.
I just vote for me. Fry. What are you doing? What's the vote for?
I just popped up because of what was being said about the convoy there and what it accomplished and stuff. And
yeah,
taking it out of context. So.
I feel like putting that back on here again because I was showing that, you know, of what was going on. Oh, yeah. And then we got into the Antifa stuff there, too. Portland.
Yeah, right.
But, yeah, we did have the convoy stuff that was going on there. Oops. Hang on.
Yeah, there's a reason that weapons manufacturers are located in like northeastern Washington state. And the reason for that is because they get electricity from British Columbia and natural gas from Alberta. Literally, the US cannot manufacture their jets, their missiles, all that shit without Canada. So instead of fighting that, just recognize it and say, hey, Canada, thanks, we couldn't do it without you. And I'm not even, I'm not happy about it because we don't want to be bombing, you know, people on the opposite side of the planet for wars that are not ours.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, let's see here. Why did that? There we go. This is the scene when the convoy hit Ottawa. This is what it was actually like there.
No, I need a real dog, not a fucking hound dog.
You know, so if you want to see what it was like, it was like a big. It wasn't like a bunch of mad people, or you know, people with placards that are like protesting. It was like a big party, you know, like look at it. This is what it was like. That's what I experienced. That was all food right there that was brought, donated by people that came to the convoy. And you can see all the food all over the place there. And the guy was cooking hot dogs and stuff like that. Everyone was eating there. Stuff like that going on at various street corners all throughout that downtown area. The theme was F. Trudeau. As you can see. And yeah, it was a real thing. It, you know, if people ask, yeah, did it make any difference? And I said initially, well, maybe it didn't make a difference, but it didn't, you know, maybe it did, you know, get the government to change some of their mandates. I don't know if it did. I don't know if anyone really checked that to see that, you know. Ryan Phoenix, I don't know who that is in the background there, trying to get on the panel. I'll bring you up here. Hang on. Okay, Ryan Phoenix.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, how's it going?
So as far as man, it just started my shift tonight.
For the amount of crowd. Ah, right on. Thinning out. So you're just watching and you're checking in.
Yes, sir. No, it's the first time I've been out on this side of your world.
Yeah, share this
but
out, okay? Thanks a lot.
I enjoyed the time that I spent up there when I was about 20 years ago. I lived in Alberta for a little while.
Right on. Right on. Sounds good. Okay, we got Brett on here, and Ryan Phoenix is, when you say, oh, you're a truck driver from Texas, it says there. So, yeah, gotcha. So you're just driving around there. Yeah, in Texas, in the chat is Fry. I don't know if you know Fry TV. He's down there in Texas as well.
Hey, Fry, how's it going, man? Now, I've seen some of his comments. It's interesting seeing what everybody's saying on here. Yeah, a little bit about what's happening in Canada, a little bit what's happening inside the United States. It's just kind of blows my mind. Man, it really does.
The two countries are very similar.
When I lived in Canada, it was amazing to see how much information Canadians knew about the United States, and especially the TV program that you guys had up there. And then coming back here, seeing how little the information that Americans have as they grow up. We may have had history classes and whatnot, but it's interesting to see that other nations are more interested in the United States than Americans are.
Yeah. In fact, I would say that me being a Canadian, I have a pretty good knowledge of how the United States operates. You know, the different segments of government, who's doing what, who the main players are. You know, just because, hey, if you watch the news, which I watch, you know, a lot of American news, the different channels. Well, you see what happens, you know, whether you like it or not. And then I get the Canadian of what's happening up here in Canada, whereas you guys probably don't really see too much of what's happening here in Canada, other than you hear, well, Trudeau's the leader, and yeah, these guys don't like him, whatever. They want to change the government. He's more of a left, liberal leaning. Well, he is a liberal, just like the Democrats in the States, you know. So, you know, in both places, you're polarizing the people and deciding which side you want to go with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do. Man, okay. So when you mentioned that, he brought multiple things to mind. I'm going to throw out a few different things that came up. One was a trucking deal that went down in, what was it, Ottawa? Was it Ontario? Wherever it was that the trucking convoy went, and Trudeau got upset, goes on vacation, is gone for a couple of weeks, comes back. You know, my bad. He had COVID, right? Anyway, comes back. The truckers are still there, closing down bank accounts. All the tyranny, just right on tyranny. I'm in Texas. I started selling bumper stickers that said "Mandate Freedom" with Canadian colors on it, and was sending money to the truckers that were up there. I know that. What's his name? The psychologist. Is his name Peter? PB? No, I can't remember his name.
Phil?
What's that?
Dr. Phil?
No. This is a Canadian. He was at one of. I forget his name.
Yeah, I don't know. There were a lot of guest speakers, whatever. There were doctors and stuff like that. I know that much.
Well, he said that nobody cared about Canada and the United States, and I kept on, raising my hand. It's like, well, I do. But you see what's happening, and it's not just Canada. I have a brother that met a girl in Australia, and he moved there, got married to her. Same stuff is happening in Australia. And what is interesting to me is how the United States, the people here received edited, propagandized media. It is restricted in our searches. Google restricts what we know. Whenever you do searches in Canada, you can find more information about our presidential candidates than we can. When my brother in Australia does searches, now, of course, his information is also filtered too, but he can find more information, more videos, and current events about what actually is going on in the United States than I can. Now, on the same note, in Ukraine, Ukrainians want, as a majority, as a whole, they want President Biden or Kamala Harris to win because they say that Ukrainians will get money from Democrats and Republicans won't give them money. They're afraid that they will not help them with Russia. And without getting into that too much, and I shouldn't be surprised by it, but when you look at what the laws are that our nation was built on, and you look at what's happening in the world, it does not add up. It just doesn't. Our laws are being broken. Every single law that we have here as a whole, and I'm sure that people will be upset by this, but every single law that we have has been broken by our own government that has sworn to protect and preserve it in one way or another, whether it's by fining people for attending church or whether it's censoring information that you can find, look up, government-controlled media, infiltrating our social media and not allowing people to have a voice and censoring speech, our own government censoring speech. Yeah. On one level or another, it's there.
Yeah, all governments do that. All governments do that. They, to a certain degree, censor the population. Some governments are way worse. Like imagine Moscow and living in Russia right now and not being able to say anything, and all of your competition is gone. There's only, one voice, and you're being told what to do. Like at least, over here, you're able to say what you want to say to a certain degree. Although now the government is coming up with hate laws in Canada, so be thrown in jail, whatever, if you say the wrong thing. So we're going to have to be extremely careful Those things are coming into effect now. That's the government putting strangleholds on us and our so-called free speech, which is not really free speech to begin with, because, you know, there's lots of things that you can't say. Like, for example, you can't talk about doing somebody in, you know, on social media because you're going to bang on your door and maybe go to jail for a while. So, you know, there is no such thing as actual, real free speech, but it's being slowly clamped down on, you know, a little bit at a time. And by the way, the video that we're watching right here is the convoy in Ottawa when it arrived, the day that it arrived in Ottawa, the evening.
That is so cool.
And you'll see the trucks right there that are all lined up on the streets there as I'm walking through the streets.
I see that all these people are acting out and are really violent and burning down buildings and whatnot. You could look at that. You just saw the Canadian flag. That might be a symbol
That's
of
the Parliament building right there. Yeah, the flags all over the place. It was a fun time. It was like a party. It was a party in the middle of winter. And everyone was having a lot of fun. It was extremely cold. It was like I don't know. I remember it was like 18 below or something like that. Like really cold.
Oh wow! You know, if I was in
Celsius.
Canada, and I know it's different when you're there, when you're in the middle of it, but I mean, my buddies know me. You guys will figure me out eventually. I'm Phoenix Tide in the chat. I'm the same guy.
Yep,
I don't
right
use
on.
my real information. Nothing I share online or even my names, my date of birth. Nothing I put
interesting.
online is real.
It's interesting what you were talking about with regards to the government not following its own laws. Like, for example, there are laws for how to deal with people that enter the border, at least in Canada. But I know the people are filing in. They're being helped by the RCMP. They're carrying their bags across. They're being led into hotels, fine living. Meanwhile, you look at the people, there's people living in tents on the streets, you know what I mean? But the people coming in through the borders get #1 hotel treatment. Like, there's stuff like that is just not fair in the world, you know? I see that in Canada, and we're seeing it in the States as well.
And so now I've been down to the border. I have not seen people crossing immediately because I wasn't at those locations. I'm not too far from Eagle Pass. I'm a truck driver. I drive all over Texas. I'll put it that way. I spend most of my time in Texas, but I go to Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana. Sometimes I'll touch Kansas or go out to New Mexico, but for the most part, I'm in Texas. I don't see. Well, right now I'm on my way up to Amarillo, and around Amarillo, which is up in the Panhandle, the northwest corner of Texas, up at the top, maybe 2-3 years ago, all the towns that I drove through, if I ever stopped to get out to get gas, almost everybody I saw was just locals. It'd be country, white, black, Hispanic, whatever, but you could tell that they were all from that area, mainly because of the way they dressed, the way they talked. But over the last year or so, and it's not, I don't know anything about what, you know, people are doing or who people hire, but I can say that over the past year, most of the people that I see now are Hispanic, and they aren't from the United States. And they might be from I can't say it. I don't know. I didn't ask them outright, but they don't speak English. And that's a pretty big tell sign. And the way that they look or dress is different. You know, maybe, I don't know. It could be just about anybody. It could be somebody who that's just the way how they grew up or how they're living. But the difference in look and appearance from, I just put it this way. There's a lot more people that are here that are Hispanic that previously were not. I personally haven't seen anybody who's Asian come over.
Some people are like, they see that there's a whole bunch more people around. If you have a job and you're successful, whatever, it's not going to bother you. But if you're like a young person, that's looking for a job, then you look and see, well, what is the job vacancy like? And I think it's something like 18% or something for youth where I am here, that they can't get a job. So, you know, if you're just fresh out of school, you're competing with new immigrants coming in, right? And they're the ones eating up the jobs, and the young kids in school, you know, aren't getting the jobs. That's kind of what part of the problem is. But the elites don't really see it that way. They, you know, because we know that populations are decreasing over time, like in North America. So North America does need some influx of immigration, but you know, unfortunately, they've overdone. It's been overdone to where, the way I see it is, it ends up where the fabric of the whole country completely changes to now it's a whole bunch of new people that have arrived, and it's changed. It's, and you know what? It'll no longer be. You can't just kick the people out like Trump wants to do or says he can do. Of course, you can you know, find out who's illegal and say, hey, you're out of here. But there's going to be a lot of them that are going to stay, and it has effectively changed the fabric of your whole country, right? And you can't put it back.
There needs to be, in my opinion, just as how I see it, there needs to be some kind of recognition that this is being caused and done on purpose. You know, I was saying in the chat earlier, like, if you want cheaper gas and you want less migrants, lift the sanctions on Venezuela. Let them get their oil to the free market. Let these people have, you know, their economy back, and, you know, be able to access food and medicine, etc. Like, they wouldn't want to migrate if they were selling their oil and their country was, you know, benefiting from it. Their citizens were taken care of. You would have cheaper gas, and there wouldn't be as many migrants. Like, we are literally causing the very problems that people like to complain about. It is absurd to me.
And one of the things that it's not an accident,
you know,
that
I see it as being loose borders.
illegals,
If you have a government policy that allows loose borders, that in itself is your problem. And we have liberal governments that are allowing loose borders.
It's not only that. These people are giving told information on social media platforms how to do it, where to go, from government outlets and stuff. And like, it's being done on purpose. They're being told where to go, where to cross, what to say, what to do.
That's right.
It is all being orchestrated.
You got gangs
and done
too,
on
where
purpose.
they're paying thousands and thousands of dollars to gangs to facilitate as well.
Let me finish.
Tommy's right too.
Just let me finish. They're being told where to go and how to cross and how to come in. It is literally being done on purpose. And the people in Haiti, I mean, they experienced a natural disaster. They had 750,000 people stripped of Dominican citizenship. And people from Haiti also had you can look up what I'm saying here. They had the UN was operating a sex ring there, and they were trying to trade freaking sex with kids for freaking food and aid and stuff. So a lot of people fled Haiti. There are people from Haiti that would have legitimate claims. And it just blows me away that instead of people fucking blaming the people responsible, like the UN, like the Western powers, etc., they blame the immigrants. The very immigrants and refugees that we are causing. And it's being done on purpose, just to be used as propaganda to make you hate your fellow citizens on planet Earth. It's fucking ridiculous.
Dude, we could talk for a long time about this. I love this stuff. That's everything you said is true. And it's not an accident that they're dropping the immigrants inside the states that they're dropping them in. It is being ran by the United Nations. I got a buddy in Idaho who works inside of immigration. He's an attorney, and so is his wife. And I've had these arguments with him multiple times, and he agrees with most of it. But once we start getting into things that interfere with his income, he immediately starts to bring up arguments to say, oh, no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So the immigrants are taking up the jobs, but the United Nations and the people behind the United Nations are the ones who are controlling where the people are going. There's on average 12 different countries that the people are funneled through. And the money is going to the cartels, and the money is getting used to be paid to the government officials, not just cartels, to bring the people over. They have packets of information, IDs that they bring with them, and they discard it just before they get to the border so they can say, oh, you know, I'm from such and such country. I don't know what
it's
to
funny
do.
that they throw away all their ID, you know, just before they cross the fence, the border.
And then one more point to back up what you were saying about the children that were going missing, the United Nations and the Army who was showing up, literally taking the children and bringing them into the sex trafficking deal. Was it Tim Ballard? He's the guy who had that movie about child sex trafficking, right? I don't remember what the name of the movie is called. I have a friend who lives in Utah, which is where Tim Ballard's from.
Oh yeah,
I've got a friend
that
who
was
lives
probably
in-
one of those movies where you couldn't talk about it, and you can only see it on Rumble. I know the one you're talking about.
That is, yes. And it was difficult it was inside theaters where I live in Texas, right? Some of my friends went out to go watch the movie Sound of Freedom, and they were told that the movie wasn't showing that at that time at night. A lot of different theaters would have the movie posted, and something would happen and they weren't allowed to watch it. And the thing that's crazy about it is that movie is 5 years old. Today we have 400,000 kids a year that go missing on the border, and mad cow disease. We were able to track down which cow mad cow disease originated from, but we don't know where 400,000 kids a year are going missing. We don't know where they went.
Yeah, we got to be careful with giving out actual numbers on the show here because we don't want to give out misinformation.
We have tracking software.
That's an estimate.
This is not. I love that estimate. Right, around 400,000. Could be less. It could be more. But you can take a picture of Tommy, right? There's information you could use. You could take a picture of anybody's face. Take a picture of my face. And using technology, you can determine where I have been and shown up over the past 2 weeks, over the past month. You can find out where I've been over the past 2 years or 20 years, or not 20 years, but over the last 2 years. But we don't know where these children are disappearing to, supposedly.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's, things are happening all over the place that, are affecting people's lives, and, we need to do something about it. I don't know what the solution is about the border, though. Yeah, you're in between having loose borders and just letting anybody in, and letting people in for their humanitarian reasons. And remember that if there are Haitians, for example, that are fleeing Haiti for reasons because they're being persecuted, they can enter through any border. They don't have to border cross illegally, whatever, or go through a fence. You know what I mean? But the thing is that you're seeing people that are coming across that are criminals and whatever, unsavory people that are getting into the country that generally, if they probably came in through a normal border crossing, would not be let in. They'd probably a little more vetted. That's the whole deal. That's all we're saying, I think.
The most messed up thing I've seen from any of that as a truck driver, I was in San Antonio, and there is a tractor trailer that pulled up in front of me, and about 20 to 30 people climbed out of the truck, not the back of the trailer, just out of the truck. Well, when I stopped to go on my lunch meal or whatever. And they were all 20 to 30 years old. You could say that to me, they just looked like kids. They didn't look like, military age men. Yeah, sure, they're military age, but they didn't look like anybody who was coming over here to try to go to war for anything. They just looked like people who are trying to, I don't know, get into the United States, I guess.
Well, generally speaking, most people coming in are what you call economic type immigrants, where they want a better standard of life, where they're living. It's they don't have much. There's nowhere to go. There's not much expansion. Very few jobs. So why not go where people are saying, hey, the borders are loose. Come on in. And that's what's happening.
Yeah. I can't get past the kids thing though. I hear people talking about fentanyl, and some people know somebody who has died from it or is addicted to it, or you can find stuff all over the place if you look. But what bothers me is that we got people talking about dying from fentanyl, and you hear the president, the people running to be president talk about it, but they don't talk about how 4 times as many children, are going missing on the border. And the people that are trying to come into the United States, that gets me.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of investigation that needs to be done. Find out what's going on and get the government working on that.
Yeah, and that's just the kids. But that's not even, the border. I don't know. Hey, I don't see how we're going to pick up 11 million or 10 million, 20 million, whatever the number is, pick and choose, throw a dart and find out whatever million you want. I don't see how the U.S. would be able to just go, if Trump makes it, I don't see how he'll be able to just stand up and go, hey, we're going to ship everybody back. I don't know.
There's, like we were showing earlier, there's ICE in Portland, whatever, that, there are different operations of the government where they can go around and investigate where illegal aliens are in the country, check their documents, whatever, and if they don't add up, well, they can ship them out. So you can do that, but it's pretty limited. Like the number of people that have come in to the United States anyway are, in the millions, and to be able to go out and find people where they are, where they're hiding, where they're living, where they're hanging out. Of course, it might be easy. You go to New York or whatever, and go to where the shelters are, and you'll find a whole bunch of people there, and find out if they're in the States legally or not.
Yeah. One of my biggest concerns, I got a handful of things that because I'm a truck driver, I got all the time in the world to sit down and learn about stuff from different, my brother, friends from different nations. I got a buddy in China, just people around the world that I talk to. One of the things that bothers me right now is, economically speaking, how the government is spending as much money as it is. And we don't have the money. And there's a lot of things that I get an opportunity to learn about and look into. I'm genuinely concerned about our nation going into hyperinflation, and I don't think that people realize or understand what would happen if that were to actually occur, and how close we are to hyperinflation in our nation.
Yeah, exactly. You look at other countries that have experienced that, like probably Venezuela right now, even over in, where the heck was I going to say? But anyways, there's lots of other countries that have experienced that, and it's kind of a fine line between you're having a buoyant government that's able to support itself, and a government that has so many social things and expenditures that it has to support because of bad governance, where there's a fine tipping point between everything operating nice and smoothly and all of a sudden there being electricity shortages, fuel shortages, food shortages, housing shortages, and all of a sudden people are living in tents out in the street. It's a fine line between these governments operating nicely, and look at how many cities have gone bankrupt that over a course of time, like over the last 50 years or whatever. It happens, but you've got support systems for cities. You've got the federal government that supports cities that go bankrupt, but when a whole country goes bankrupt, your tits up.
A lot of people in the United States have this, or they've heard that how California goes, the United States goes. And we can see how well California has done. Stores in California are starting to put up plexiglass over all products because of theft. I remember looking at a sign yesterday that said all products in our store cost $951, because $950, anything below that, then you can steal it and walk out and you'll be fine. So they have a sign. Yeah, go on.
I noticed at a local 7-Eleven that I went into just a couple of days ago, I went over to the back part of it where you open up to get, juices and stuff like that out of that area, like a refrigerator. And as soon as I opened up the door, this loud beep, big squealer starts squealing louder than hell, so that you can only keep the door open like for a really short time, and then you have to close the door to get rid of the squeal. Every door on the whole back of it had a squealer attached to it, so they do stuff like that as well.
So this sign said everything in our store costs $951. Discounts will be applied at checkout. Everything was priced that way because they wanted the people to be prosecuted, because California does not prosecute. I remember there's a famous lady who was a prosecutor.
Different amounts of their theft.
That's
if it's
right.
a low value,
That's exactly right.
They don't prosecute. Well, even if they do prosecute, you're right. And that's called your sanctuary city. Sanctuary cities, they don't prosecute for low-level theft. They're open drug use, no problem at all. People get away with crime all over the place, and it's just, hey, move along. Somebody's, trespassing, living in some place where they shouldn't be. It's just, just move away, just get out of there. But no fines, no trespassing fines, it's like without fines for people, you don't have a society, in my mind. You need to prosecute people for wrongdoing. Otherwise, what have you got? Well, this is what you have.
My sister lives in Portland. I have my wife used to live in LA, and her sister lived in LA, and they recently left. They had $1 million something home. And I remember when I went to go visit them, what surprised me, they had $1 million. It was, 1.5 million. A house where I live, the exact same amount of everything that they had where I live probably costs $200,000 to $300,000 right now.
Yeah, the problem is real estate has gone up, but wages have not gone up. And right now, is real estate going to come down? No, it won't. It's going to stay where it is. It might, drop a little bit in some areas, but the only way that you can catch up is by wages increasing. And, wages increasing is going to drive inflation numbers up, you know what I mean? Which then, in turn, makes governments want to increase interest rates to combat that.
You're exactly right. And my sister in California, or my wife's sister, stepsister, whatever you call it, in-law, what also surprised me too, this is back in face masks when everybody tried, telling me I had to wear one. When we were in California visiting, her sister said that they keep their keys in some sort of a locked, safe, guarded thing inside their house, because people would drive up and down the street scanning for codes, and they would use the codes from their keys to unlock their car and steal their cars out of their driveway.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's a real common thing that the thieves do. So yeah, definitely put in some kind of a metal box or something. At least if, like a tin can. If you dropped your key into a tin can, that would probably be sufficient. You don't really even have to put a lid on it. But yeah, they scan the code on your key, and then it's history for your car. It's for that reason, what I do is I've got a steering wheel lock. The steering wheel lock that you put on your wheel, and I just on my vehicle, any vehicle that I've ever had, I put that on, and I've never ever had anything stolen. Meanwhile, other people around me have had their vehicles stolen. So I think people also go for the easier thing to steal as well. They don't want to saw off a bar on your steering wheel when they can steal something that doesn't have that. So definitely put that bar on your wheel.
I used to have one of those clubs also.
Yeah, that was the name of the club.
I'm just grateful that I live in a neighborhood now that I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Like I leave the door of my car unlocked all the time. My house unlocked. I don't have to worry about it. If somebody needs something, they can come over and I'll help them out with it. I don't got to worry about that where I live.
It's not like that
my
here.
next door neighbor my daughter got married last weekend. So he ended up I bought some brisket. He cooked it. He was a DJ, came over, DJ'd my daughter's wedding. I mean, this is stuff is just normal where I live.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't want to participate, and that's why I'm concerned about hyperinflation, because I can see a lot of that changing. I don't want to be in California where I have to worry about everything that I do, where if I look up or if I look in the wrong direction, somebody's trying to steal something off of me. I don't want to be in a space where everybody's going to break my window because of the possibility that there might be something in my car of value. So I have to leave the trunk open everywhere I go. That's just stupid. I don't want to be in that type of a space.
Well, we haven't really experienced hyperinflation, but we have experienced, kind of a mid-type inflation where the prices of almost all of your food and things that you buy, mechanical things, everything is really shot up in price like tremendously. So to the point that I think that, wow, anybody that's just trying to start out in life right now that has nothing is going to be in pretty rough shape, because you're going to have very few shekels to pay for all of those things that you're going to want to buy,
I think that there's there's this guy I follow. He's on his channel's Adapt 2030. He used to go and buy coffee beans around the world, and he noticed some changes in the way that, well, let's just say that the climate, how things are affected. Anyhow, but the only reason I even bring him up is that the cost of food, he noticed that there were floods in places that floods had not been in centuries, maybe 1,000, 2,000 years. There are places that the climate is changing in different locations, and he's trying to find reasons for it. The closest thing that he could find that made any sense was, well, I'll just get straight to the end point. My point is going to say with him was that I was going to say that he suggests that prices on, just say, the Happy Meal or the number one at your local burger place will probably be between $40 and $50 within the next 5 years. Now, if food costs are like that, I'm sorry, I've got ADHD, my brain goes everywhere. I just had another squirrel that showed up in my mind. I find it interesting to me that as a culture in our world, how we pay people like teachers and firefighters, police officers, farmers, less money than, for the things that are necessary that we are actually in need of. It is interesting how we pay people less money for the things that we have to have versus the things that we don't need. You get your sports stars and players, and they get multi-millions.
Oh, yeah.
But if you don't have food, you're going to die. But
well, it's the society that we live in, it can be altered, that's what governments do. They alter, whether, people get more or less at different sectors of the society. Hopefully the governments provide for everybody at the end of the day, and unfortunately we have to pay taxes and support those people that don't work or don't have a job, and that's just the way it is. You can't change that. And, some people are like, that's actually a good thing. And actually, if you've traveled the world, which I have, and seen people, like sitting out on the streets with their hand out with no money coming in, no money from the government, and only relying on, people, donating a coin in their hand or something through, then the whole day they're sitting there like that. There are a lot more people that are way more unfortunate in other countries, and the way things are set up here, at least there's a social safety net called socialism, and a little bit of socialism is okay in my book. But in order to go full-blown socialism where you make all jobs owned by the government, I think that's like going too far.
Well, I wasn't going to get into this topic really, but it's something that I know that some people aren't going to be happy about when I say it. And it's okay. I invite all questions. I actually enjoy the discussion. When it really comes down to it, the difference between the things that we're looking at, ultimately it just comes down to good and evil. And that is it. It's what's good and what's not good. Not good, what's evil. We could say, choose a religion you want, Christian or not. It comes down to being good and evil. And in my personal opinion, how do I put this?
Well, and
all right, I'll go
don't
here.
mess with my life, kind of a thing, you know. Don't mess with me. Let me live my life in peace and harmony, you know, and don't come and attack me or mess with me, you know. That's all that I want.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
happy.
yes. Well, you know, why do people anyway? Yeah, I agree. That's me too. Yeah, that's actually yes, that's me too. I'm a constitutionalist, and I prefer to people stay out of my business, just let me live. And I think that might be the reason why. Reason why 3 out of every 10 Christians vote, because they want to just be left alone. You can go and do your governmenting or whatever you want to do, and let me eat my pie or the food. I'm growing in my backyard. Just leave me alone and let me live my life. Let me be free. And those people don't realize that their life isn't going to be free if the changes that are happening keep happening. The bigger government gets, the more tyranny exists, the more that their lives will change and they will become enslaved. The difference between a good government and a bad government is very simple. It's very simple. And it has to do with control and not, it has to do with people having a choice and not having a choice. As long as people have a choice and they're not forced, things end up going very well. We end up prospering, and the people are capable of developing and improving everything in the world. The evil ends up staying subdued. But yes, people go to jail. Yes, people still make stupid decisions. It is their right to make stupid decisions. If you do something dumb, you get to pay for the consequences of it. But when government gets so big that the people no longer are capable of making choices themselves and they're being forced into something, that is when evil begins to reign and rule. That it has been that way for all of history. It's not going to change. And ultimately, when it comes to good and evil, it's really more so of being able to have the free choice and being forced. Forced is what Satan wants. Choice is what Christ wants.
I view it more such as right and wrong. What you say good and evil, I view as right and wrong. And there's,
and so along the same,
I'm like common sense. Right? What's the end? Well, if you look at something, at some sort of a problem, just use common sense, and you should be able to come up with some kind of an answer.
There are a lot of people that want socialism and communism, and it forces people to do things that no longer allows them to have a choice. That is what Satan wants. And people won't agree with that, and that's okay.
Sure, Marxism is, I think, what is being pushed right now. And
you're saying Satan, and I'm an atheist, so it's
okay.
It's
right and wrong. So that's wrong.
And it's more about right and wrong. And Tommy, what you were alluding to, something I've been noticed. I don't know. Here in Canada, we have our society is very, especially in Alberta. My mom, she's lived around the world. She's lived in Brazil and Chile, and she's lived places. She's in BC currently, and she wants to move back to Alberta because everywhere she's lived and been in the world, there's been no society that she has been in more where there's a live and let live attitude. Just live and let live, man. I'm gonna live my life. You live your life. Don't shove your shit down my throat. I won't shove my shit down your throat. If you're a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or an agnostic or a Buddhist, or nobody gives a shit. Just don't shove it down anybody else's throat. Live and let live. Treat everybody with respect and dignity and equal rights and equal opportunities.
That's right.
It's very simple, straightforward. Like we don't judge you based on any of that. It's more simple. Like, are you an asshole or not?
No, but that's known. We're known as rednecks here, and that's like a redneck attitude. To have a little bit of an attitude, but also have respect for people and things around you, and you want to have your little bit of space and live your life.
Gosh, yeah, I really like living your life.
Society. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say the video that I'm showing is a documentary, and if there's any reference to COVID or signs like that referencing COVID, it's just for documentary, and don't watch or believe anything that you see here.
Yeah, guys.
There's a lot of conspiracy signs.
There is, isn't there?
Disclaimer.
Anyway, sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's a very live and let live society in Alberta still, a lot anyways. I mean, it's, I guess in the past couple of years, especially since there's been, some rises and some other beliefs and ideologies, and it's like they're taking nationalism to a whole other level type deal stuff. But I don't know. For the most part here in Alberta, it's very much live and let live, and again, don't push your crap on me. I won't push my crap on you, and everybody can get along.
Mm-hmm. If you look at this video, by the way, I'm not just walking in one block. I'm walking, and what you're seeing is just I'm walking and walking and walking, and it is like all over the place, all over Ottawa. And I didn't even show even half of it, but that convoy was huge, and it was those trucks were blocking a lot of that downtown area. It was epic.
I wish I could have been there.
This is the Bank of Canada building here, right here.
Yeah, Bank of Canada, the bank that assisted the tyranny of your PM.
Yeah, I don't know if that's who adjusts interest rates in Canada, but that's their museum, which of course lots of windows and stuff like that. But if you put your camera in to see something, there's nothing to see.
When it comes to money, historically, whenever interest rates drop the way that they have, we are going into recession. All indicators that suggest what's going to happen in the future, they're all saying recession. Some are saying depression. The numbers are multiple different variations, all worse than what it was in 2008. We've already had more bank failures than what happened in the great financial crisis. We've already had more money and volume fail. If currently at the current state, we just recently had a reduction in interest rates. Historically, when this happens, gold and silver will decrease in value very quickly, as well as the stock market. The difference is that the stock market will keep going down, but silver and gold after that little dip will shoot up, and they'll go up for a long period of time. So I'm not a what do you call it, financial advisor. So a disclaimer, I'm not a financial advisor. It'd be a good idea to buy silver and gold if you're able. Anyway, sorry.
See, Ms. Frost,
I don't know what's going to happen.
We're going prospecting. We're going gold prospecting.
Yeah, gold prospecting. Okay, if you want to talk about that, I will say that I have actually visited up into the Yukon, and if you want to make some money, go up to the Yukon. Go to Dawson City, and go and meet some of the people that have claims up there. Get a job working on a claim with somebody. You can get a job. You just go up there, a little bit ahead of the season, so that you hang out at the bar. You know what I mean? And you get a job. Find out how to do it, how to get a claim, and before you know it, you might even have a claim up there, and you're doing your own gold mining. And there is lots of gold up there too. I've been on lots of guys' claims up there, and I've got a lot of gold from up there.
It's been talked about. I already know people that have claims and are in the industry and stuff. So
yeah, but that's one place that if you live in Canada or North America, that you should go up to the north to where they're actually doing that, and they're actually getting gold. Well, you see the stuff on TV, right? If you watch the TV programs, well, it's just like that. But there's lots of people doing it, and there's lots of smaller people where you can go and meet up with them and work on their claims and stuff like that, and have a lot of fun with them.
That sounds like a good time. I've been to Dawson. It's
a learning experience up there, If you and really honestly, you could make money up there. If I wanted to do that, I would be up there doing that. Like, I know enough about how to do it to be able to go up there and get a claim and actually do it. But whether or not there's enough gold on your claim to make money is a different story. You know what I mean? There's lots of people that go up north and, bring D9 equipment, whatever, heavy equipment, and do mining and end up getting nothing, and it's like a bust thing. So there's good places to mine and bad places to mine.
As beautiful as that country
also
is.
Flooding has impact as well when direction, like if a river gets cut into a different direction and stuff like that during a flood or something happens, the gold deposits will start to show more in certain places. So
yeah, there was one guy that we were on his claim. Jerry McBride is his name. He was featured in Reader's Digest magazine. His claim was like really high up on the, kind of like a mini mountain type thing. And the gold that he was getting was like a really crystalline kind of a gold. Like normally the gold that you get is like river washed, where it's like a nugget, like a roundish nugget. But the gold that he was getting was like crystalline, like it would come right out of the quartz, and not flow down the river yet, because he must have been really close to where the Nether lode was there, being on the top of the hill there. But you never know, because Earth changes, and something that's the top of the hill today, might have been a lot lower down before, so the mother lode might be somewhere completely different.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, but that type of crystalline gold, that you're close to the source when you're getting that. But he died now. Jerry McBride. He lived in a little shack. He had a little solar panel. He listened to the radio, didn't even have a TV. He worked with, because the ground is like frozen, he had a steam generator type thing where he pumped steam into the ground to you loosen the ground up, because it's all permafrost there. Hang on, I got a phone call.
So I have never looked for gold. I've looked for crystal. They got some crystal mines over here, but I've never looked for gold. I've only purchased it.
Yeah, if there's tourist attractions in BC and stuff, you can do with that as well. There's all in Barkerville.
Are you from BC?
I'm from British Columbia, yes. I live in Alberta, but I was born and raised in British Columbia.
Okay. What part of BC?
I was raised in Prince George.
Yeah.
So like right in the middle of BC.
Nice.
Mountains every direction you go, pretty much.
Good old PG, Prince George. Yeah, I remember going to the roughest bar in town in Prince George, and my wife, I believe, got on a table and was dancing on a table there. That's what I remember, Prince George.
Wait, what?
My buddy's dad probably owned it.
So are both y'all from Edmonton?
I'm from Edmonton.
I live south of Calgary now.
Okay, like Carthage.
I've had family in Alberta ever since.
I'm sorry. Oh gosh, why can't I remember the names? I remember who founded it too. Lethbridge, I think is one of them.
Oh, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat.
Yeah.
I'm in High River, the place that flooded in 2013.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had family in Alberta ever since my family came to Canada as refugees during World War II. My great-grandparents were farmers from Romania.
Where'd they come? Oh, wow. Yeah, that'd be a little bit of a change.
And settled in very northern Alberta.
Grand Prairie?
If your background is Romanian, where does your connection with Palestine come in then?
My dad's side, like my father's side of the family is from Britain. Like my real dad was actually born in Britain, born in the UK. So the question about the connection there, Tommy, I guess it leads back to what the gentleman here was saying earlier about right and wrong, and it's about right and wrong. It's really what it comes down to. Yeah.
So you don't have like a direct family connection with like Lebanon or Iran or some place like that.
Ethnic cleansing is bad no matter who is doing it. Like genocide is bad no matter who is doing it. So It's, it's supposed to be never again, right? So,
Agreed.
yeah, never again should be never again for everybody.
That's true.
And it's not okay what's happening. So,
yeah, it's interesting to see the wars that are going on and who's backing them, and how, Russia, Ukraine wouldn't even be fighting right now if the United States took their, butted out of it. It just blows my mind.
And
I mean, it's
Canada.
intentional. Majority of the people in government are corrupt. It's both the right side and the left. And anybody who thinks that Republicans are all good, just look at who they voted for to put into the top of Congress. Because that guy who they put in at the top of Congress, who was voted for a majority, was the decision maker to allow the United States government to spy on you. And anybody who thinks that Democrats are not majority corrupt, look at who they put in as leader of the House. So Nancy Pelosi isn't your best friend, especially when her family and her grandfather were all her family, her grandfather, her dad, they were communists, actual card carrying, and they pushed the same, anyway, I'm not going to get into it. But yeah, no majority is here. I'm sorry, I'm Joe, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Fry, where's that raid coming from?
Our deputy prime minister here, Chrystia Freeland, her grandfather was a Nazi propagandist from the Ukraine. So, I mean, that's common knowledge. That's not, me speaking any kind of conspiracy or theory or nothing that isn't true or already well known. Everybody in Canada knows that, I'm pretty sure.
But with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, what do you perceive as the ultimate solution that you'd like to see for that conflict?
Oh, do not ask the questions for which you are not prepared the answers. Are you prepared for an answer to that question?
Let's go.
Well, like a simplistic answer. Like for me, it's like, okay, you guys have a peace agreement and quit bombing each other, and if there's something to do with some land, come up with an agreement over land.
But that's not the plan of Israel. That's never been the plan. They've never wanted that. They've always wanted all of Palestine and more. That's why they took the Golan Heights, and they're wanting southern Lebanon. That's why, if you look at a map of the Greater Israel Project, there's Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, all surrounding them. There's a bunch of chunks of land.
So what you're saying is that they were given a certain amount of land, and they've been slowly encroaching on other areas, and nobody's really doing anything about it.
No, certainly not enough. That's for dang sure. But I mean, even Netanyahu there the other day, he showed a map of the area, and they had completely erased and wiped off of the map Gaza and the West Bank. Completely wiped it right off the map. They no longer even cared to show it, because they're trying to take over not just Palestine, but parts of Syria, parts of Lebanon. But look at the Oded Union plan. It's very clear what their intentions are and have been right from day one. And I'm sorry, but in my mind, in my opinion, it's extremism. It's complete extremism. They're creating a theocracy of extremism that is stealing land and driving people out of the area because they have a superiority complex or some kind of thinking they have some kind of divine right. It's just absurd. It's in my opinion, it's complete extremism. So to me, you asked a question, I'll give you an answer. I think that this failed experiment referred to as Israel needs to come to a drastic halt and end. And if Jews and Muslims and Christians want to live in peace in that area around the Holy Land, then it needs to come back under Palestinian control. The Brits had no right to break up the Ottoman Empire for Palestine, for the Zionists, all that crap. So it needs to, this whole Israel thing needs to stop. And if, people want to live together in harmony with Jews, Muslims, and Christians and whoever else, it needs to go back to the Palestinians, in my mind.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, so I got a question. I'm not disagreeing with you yet. I just need more information. So where, before the war, before World War II, a lot of Jews were living in what, Germany, Europe? Let's just say Europe. So
also the U.S. and Russia.
Yeah, not so much though. For the most part, they were in Europe. But then during the war, when they got displaced, they came to the United States. Oh man, that just opened up a whole nother like. Okay, so this one is somewhat conspiracy. I think I need to stay on topic.
No, that's inaccurate. It was actually the U.S. It was the American Jews that enacted the BDS movement against Germany to boycott, divest, sanction. BDS? Boycott, divest, sanction. American Jews did that to Germany for what was happening there. There was the Jewry was actually more prevalent in the U.S. At World War II than I think you're showing appreciation for.
Okay, but
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'm just curious about the whole history because what most people are familiar with is that Jews are in the Bible, right? So Jesus Christ time, Israel, Israelites.
Israel was a person.
Jerusalem.
Israel was a person in religious texts, never a place.
Right, but you have a person and his offspring, right? So you have
the land of Israel. The land of Israel was the land the person Israel watched over and took care of. There was never any country or place named Israel. Israel was a person.
So in Jerusalem, during Christ's time, when Rome had control of Jerusalem. So you're saying that there never was a time, place, area ever for Jews to be that they could say, yes, this is our nation. It has historically always been a people.
That was no. You're talking about like Judea, like a long time ago.
Okay, was Judea? If we're going, okay, so like this has been one of the arguments I have with people when they say, oh, we need to give the United States back to the natives. I'm like, okay, cool. So where do they get it from? So I mean, as so long as we're being,
from
fair
the caveman
and real about this, right?
And the natives were the colonial people that pretty much expropriated the land from the cavemen.
Sorry.
Like how far back do you want to go?
If you'd like to, I can't speak for the U.S. I don't know what deals the U.S. have made with their indigenous people. I can only speak for Canada on that matter.
I know a little bit of it. The United States has broken all the laws.
In Canada, technically speaking, this still is indigenous land, and we, lease it off of them.
It's called ceded land.
Essentially, we lease it off the indigenous people. It is technically still their land, but
the leases aren't being paid. Like majority. Okay, I'm talking about the people in southeastern Canada. I'm not talking about like what are they? Inuits and the people up north.
It's definitely still a lot of segregation, and there's still it's gotten better, but I mean the population is so decimated that it's the biggest genocide in history was the American First Nations Indigenous people. Biggest genocide in history.
Yes.
Right. So that's why when you see things like the history of North America and the genocide of the First Nations people, you see things that happened in World War II. You see the Armenian genocide. Like you see you see these things, and it's people say never again, but then we're literally standing by and watching it happening again. And people literally cheering it on, etc. Like we live in a fucked up world with propaganda and misinformation ruling the day.
Well, before Europeans came here, the land was not owned by anyone. It was shared among all the people. That was how they lived. So it was just the natives here. In their minds, it was not theirs. It was everyone. They could take and use however they wanted. And there were wars going on when Europeans showed up here.
Yeah,
the Europeans disrupted the war, and then ended up, because the diseases killed off millions, especially in South America. But anyway, there's something called the
my own take is that you really can't turn the clock back. You have to start with today. And you have to say, look, this is where we are today, and in order to move forward, we have to work with what we have today. So if Israel has territory that was given to them or taken from Palestine to give to them, they're there now. They built up cities and towns and houses and everything there. You can't say, no, you have to go somewhere else or live peacefully with somebody else or rename whatever it is. That's their thing. They shouldn't be encroaching on other property by trying to take over, like the Golan Heights, like you're saying, or other areas. And the watchdog of the world, the UN or whoever, needs to be watching over them to make sure that they're not encroaching and to stop fighting each other and to try and live in peace. I don't know if you can really do what you want to do, Brett, which is to change things over to this is Palestine now instead of Israel, and everyone needs to live in peace in there. I don't know that that's a solution.
Well, it's very interesting because there are certain prophecies, and trust me, the craziness of the fact that I'm an atheist and I'm literally helping forward biblical prophecy it's not past me. It's not it weirds me out that I see that even.
But it's entertaining.
But there's a prophecy said, and people saying Israel is a safe place. Yeah, they're out of their damn minds, because the what's written about what is supposed to happen there. Yeah, it ain't going to be safe. And with the constant provocation and escalation, and it's just constant provoking all the time by Israel of their neighbors, like the pager terrorist attack against the Lebanese people, where this wasn't just in quotes Hezbollah that had these pagers. They were also like medical personnel, because it went through the government, because in Lebanon Hezbollah is part of the government. They aren't just some militia or terror. They're like integrated into the government, etc.
Yeah.
So these were government issued pagers that went to medical workers and etc. And there were innocent people that were clearly killed, and everybody's cheering it on. Well, I mean, if you're in the US or Israel and you have thousands of pagers go off killing your medical personnel, you're screaming terrorism all bloody day long. So the hypocrisy is quite, frankly, disgusting, where people are cheering for this gross shit. And meanwhile, if it happened to them, they'd be freaking the fuck out. And they expect no retaliation.
Didn't Israel...
Is Lebanon supposed to just sit there and take that terrorist attack and do nothing that killed 3,000 people? That's basically Lebanon's 9/11. And it was done by Israel. They bragged about it. They called it Operation Below the Belt. So is Lebanon supposed to just take that and do nothing? Or are they not supposed to respond in some kind of way?
I think if it was anybody, it would be, they're not going to sit there and take it. But what is their ability? Their ability to do anything to thwart that attack is being limited, because a lot of their top people have been taken out. Now, that's not to say that any large country can't replace people, but it's very difficult to do that. And it was, let's face it, a military type operation designed to take out key leaders in the operation.
No, we need to be specific about what it was.
Civilians that were taken out with it.
Terrorist attack.
Yeah, I know that is what it would be classified as. Some people think of it as that. Other people look at it as being very selective in who they actually targeted. But of course, you don't know
intended for-
exactly who got the pagers. And there were children killed
It was actually
as well.
it violated international law because it was indiscriminate killing amongst civilian populations. I mean, you have, say you're a government representative and you have an aide, right? Like you have a secretary or an aide that picks up the pager and kills them. They're a freaking innocent bystander. They're not, some high
if it's a short term.
Yeah, but the problem is you have a war
those beepers were
and then you consider that as being
Israelis.
Collateral damage, which happens.
The problem is that is a violation of international law, and you're not supposed to have that indiscriminate, untargeted killing. The targeted killing was I don't know. I mean, I could go on and on and on about Israel's targeting of healthcare.
Well, yeah, but you have the same thing. Let's say that you were to target somebody that you wanted to kill that was in a building. There's obviously going to be a few other people in that building, so you hit it with a aerial bomb or whatever, and you're going to have a few other people that maybe weren't part of who you really wanted to get, and that's collateral damage in a war, and that happens.
Could you imagine in the times of the IRA, we've been talking about this lately, when the time of the IRA was happening, and oddly enough, the Palestinians and the Israelis both got fucking training from the IRA, which is really bizarre. But in the times of the IRA, when they were wanting to target somebody to kill them, could you imagine if it's like, oh, this person's in the hospital, so they bomb the whole fucking hospital? Like, no, it's not okay to do that. Just because you want to target somebody and you know they're in a hospital, you don't blow up the whole damn hospital.
Well, no, not something like that.
Right? Israel is purposely doing that. So, again, violations of international law. It's not my opinion. It's not propaganda. Go read the damn laws. Violation of international law. I don't get my information from bloggers or.
Well, I would just like to see that some kind of a peace agreement.
If I want to find out if a law is being violated, I go look up the damn law.
Presented to both parties, and that some sort of peace can come. Because there was a peace that was ongoing for quite a long time. Sure, there were little skirmishes on the borders and stuff like that, but not until this big thing came where Hezbollah made that big giant raid on Israel and really apparently pissed off Israel. And Israel said, hey, you know what? We need to fight back against that. And they came up with this pager beeper ploy thing.
Well, Hezbollah...
Which, you can ask yourself, was it effective? Or was it, did they just kill too many innocent people? Or was it an effective thing?
No, it was definitely not. It was... I can't help but think that the U.S.
there you're
going
to get opinion,
I think the U.S. has to be really upset about it, where it's blatant, and they're even bragging about, Israel's bragging about doing this act of terrorism, and they've really put the U.S. in a tough spot because their image is already tarnished. They weren't doing good on the world stage, like they're losing support every day, and people are seeing what's happening. And then they go pull that stunt to try and provoke Lebanon into a larger attack and draw the U.S. in. Like, that's what they really are trying to do, in my opinion. They keep pissing off, Syria, Lebanon, what they're doing in Palestine right now. I think really they're hoping that somebody will do something against them, because I think that they, for the life of them, want to, really get the U.S. involved in a full-on major escalation and have the U.S. go fight their wars for them, and have the U.S. go into Lebanon, have the U.S. go back into Syria, it's...
Yeah, but the problem is you've got Iran that's involved in the whole thing, and you can't move into Iran.
Thank goodness.
That's like too big of an entity. Well, I guess you can. The states took over Iraq. So, but that's way too much wastage of manpower. You don't need to take over any countries at all. You need to broker peace deals. That's what needs to happen. And that's why I keep saying the U.S. needs Trump, because Trump is a deal broker, and he can work deals with Palestine and Israel. He can work deals with Russia and the Ukraine and keep the U.S. out of wars. But the Democrats, they keep funneling more money into all these wars that are going on, and they're just going to keep continuing if people vote Democrat. People, you need to change. You need to do something different.
Hey, you know what? I was mentioning that in the chat earlier about how there's all this talk about China and Russia, and really, like, what did I say? Don't interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. And the fact that the U.S. is dumping all of this money into freaking, all this military operations and, fighting other countries' wars for them and, sinking tons of money into destabilization. I mean, let's not forget on September 10th, 2001, Rumsfeld announced that there was, trillion, I think it was a couple trillion, wasn't it? That was missing from the feds. Like, they just misplaced all that. Like, oh, okay. Like, China and Russia aren't really a threat. They're not going to bother you. You guys are like, you're fucking up. If you're fucking up and like tanking your own country, what do they have to do? They don't have to do anything. They're just going to sit back there and watch. And by the way, under Trump, there was military operations and engagement in Niger, Africa. It's not like military operations just ceased because Trump came into power. Don't be ridiculous.
Wow, yeah, but he can go in there and talk to the different people, and he has a little bit of power where he can say, look, we don't want to do this. Why don't you do this so that we don't have to do that? Why
Trump's a good deal maker?
And remember, the U.S. has a lot of sanctions against different countries like Iran and like Russia, and that's two of the reasons why both of those countries are pissed off at the U.S. and trying to fight at anything that the U.S. has to do with anything.
Look at that. Iran, Russia, Venezuela. U.S. and Canada have sanctions on all of them, and they are major influential oil producers in the world. I wonder, would the U.S. be number one in oil producers in the world if Iran and Venezuela and Russia were allowed to refine, market, and get their oil to an open market? I mean, sorry, the chat, we were having a discussion in chat there a little bit ago about oil in the U.S., and people kept being like, U.S. is number one in oil production. And it's like, that's because they import it for refining from Canada and Saudi Arabia. And being that there's sanctions on Russia, major oil, Venezuela, major oil, Iran, major oil. Like,
well, yeah, but don't you usually think
that they just happen to rise to number one after sanctioning all these major oil producing countries?
Don't you usually think of oil production as being barrels coming out of the ground and not refined? But yeah, U.S. could have a big refined number because they have a lot of refineries and they are refining Canadian crude. Okay, I'm going to eat this burger. It's a famous star. Where does a famous star come from? Carl's Jr.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I got to pause for a second. Dude, run.
Mukbang. Yeah, this is the mukbang part of the show where I eat and talk. Okay? It's very good.
I'm out here in the Panhandle, and it smells like somebody is moving pigs and horses and cattle thousands ahead. It smells something nasty. It's terrible. Man. It smells like a diaper genie.
I'm watching that on Netflix. If you watch Netflix at all, There's
What's that?
A Wyatt Earp type Western show on there that I'm watching, a kind of little series. Really excellent, worth watching.
Well, I'm going to bring this topic up. I don't know if y'all are going to jump in on it or not. I know that somebody in the chat, because I just went back to it a minute ago, was saying something about, well, let me just put it this way.
I'll leave this.
If you were to go down to the southern tip of Australia or South America or Africa, South Africa,
screen, that's what you get.
and you look up in the sky, you will be able to see something called the Southern Cross constellation. You cannot see it from North America or Europe. You cannot see it from Russia. You can only see it on the southern hemisphere. For you guys that was talking about flat Earth, I only got 2 points. That's one. The other point is if I took out a really powerful telescope. Well, here we go. An object that is further away is smaller. So the further away it gets, the smaller it gets. It doesn't make any sense that the sun or the moon stays the same size or gets bigger on the horizon other than that little curvature effect. If it was really going further away, it would get smaller, not bigger. You could also take out a telescope and see it if it really was flat. You'd be able to see the sun or the moon from the United States in another country. You can't. But forget about all that. I know your guys that talk about this stuff and the flat Earth theories, whatever. Watch their videos. There's a few of them that are actually good, but the math doesn't add up. And when you look up in the sky at the Southern Cross, and you can see it from those different countries at the same time, which is supposed to be impossible. Whenever you hear these guys talk about and trying to explain the reason behind that, do yourself a favor and go online and look up the location of the North and South Pole. I'm not going to go into it too deep. Just if you're into this stuff, look up the location of the North Pole and the South Pole, and that will explain everything that they're telling you and help you to understand that they're wrong. I'm not going to get into all the flat Earth stuff. It doesn't really matter. That's as far as I'm going to get into it. I just been seeing this flat Earth stuff popping up all over the place, and if you got any comments, cool, I might address it, but that's as far as I'm going into it. Somebody else was mentioning something about Tommy. What you eating?
What's
he's
that?
having a burger. He's having a burger, but I'm not sure where he said it.
Carl's.
He got it from Carl's.
Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr. Burger. Famous star. Pretty good. The American franchise.
We have one in Calgary too.
Oh man, I love Taco Time. I wish we had those in Texas. I wish y'all had Chicken Express. That'd be nice. But anyway,
I don't know if you take a flight, a long flight at high elevation, you can literally see the curvature. So I've been there, done that. I don't understand people.
Well, I have a reason to argue that too, and the reasoning that they have with it, you can take a flight that goes around, you can measure the distances. They have a lot of explanations that actually make sense. I'm trying to take really, really simple, basic, really easy things that can be done that are very common sense. You can just go, oh, look. I'm not going to sit down in here and argue and say, hey, the space landing happened. I don't believe it did. If you look at the reverse negatives of the video that were made, to me, it's obvious, very obvious, that they didn't land on the moon in 69 or 60, whatever that was. But that's a whole separate topic. That doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying, is all these arguments that they bring up does not make the Earth flat. It doesn't mean that the Earth is round either. The landing on the moon has nothing to do with whether the Earth is round or not. Anyway. But there's
what makes you think that the moon landing was faked?
I actually have a question.
It could have been faked, but what makes you think it was faked?
There's actually lots of arguments to be made as to why it would be fake. But I have a damn it, fucking me, forget what I was going to ask. Oh, yeah. My question is about the private space programs. Like Elon Musk and etc. If
it's playing on the video.
wouldn't these private people be like busting NASA for lying to us type deal thing? And being like, oh, you guys, they, like, we went up there, we checked it out. Yeah, they're totally lying to you. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
the number one reason why we can't go to
traditionally,
Mars.
it's always been, space travel has always been government oriented, right? So if people want to call lies and bullshit on government, hey, I of all people can appreciate that. But if these private people who are doing private space now, including Elon Musk, and, you know, it's all supposed to be, you know, they're going to, you know, he's great, he has freedom, blah, 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 blah. Wouldn't they be saying, oh, you guys, NASA's been totally lying to you. This is what's really going on. Like,
the reason why Elon Musk is not going to Mars is because of the space radiation.
Hold on. If they're not doing that, that means they're either in on it or that's not the case. Right? That is the only logical conclusion, essentially.
I wasn't going to put up the argument for flat earthers as to why, but I could.
Like, Brian, I'm not an Elon fan. Trust me, Elon's not on our team,
like Elon.
I had to make the point.
I like him, but I like him because he's one of the only people who has the balls, that has the money, that is outing people. And the people that he's outing are really, really pissed. And so they're producing more propaganda to try to make him look bad.
Latest outing, ABC.
Yeah, ABC, government officials, massive, huge government deal. There's a whole bunch of stuff that and the government has made it impossible for him to follow the law now. They said, you need to do this or you need to do this. Whichever one he does, he's going to break the law anyway on a big scale.
Oh,
that's why he's against Biden.
Oh, your ass. You guys are both full of shit.
Explain.
Well, we've been listening for the last half hour.
I don't need an explanation.
Let's go.
You guys are full of shit.
Let's go. Let's go. Like I hear people all the time that say stuff like that, but they don't got anything to back it up. So let's go.
Yeah, this guy's been sitting in the chat all day calling me a terrorist for hours on end, so I have nothing to hear or say from this fucking douchebag.
If you are not capable of producing any substantive argument, then you're truly just outing yourself as being full of it. Like, you don't want to believe it. Just because you don't want to believe something doesn't make it true. Doesn't make it false either. But you have to be able to supply some type of substantive evidence in any degree to say somebody's full of shit. Be like, hey, here's why. And I'm good for it. I'm like, let's go.
You know how I came to that?
What's that?
You know, I came to that conclusion that you guys are full of shit.
I'm waiting.
Well, I've been listening for the last hour, and you guys are just full of shit.
Okay.
There you go. That's all I need.
Straight up, don't give a fuck.
You must be the guy who's the member of
this
Q
troll's
that
input does not matter to me in any way, shape, or form. So nothing but a troll.
Shut up, Brett. Big pussy.
Not you joining forces with Troll Central, Charlie and Al.
Me?
So basically, your best argument is I don't know because I don't have anything I can share with you that means anything.
Well, I have a lot of stuff. I don't need to share it with you because it means something to me. But what I do.
Well, basically, I mean, the biggest conclusion that people who are listening right now are coming to from the comments that you can make like that would be that you have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, let's put it to a vote. Tommy, you can put a poll up real quick. But are these guys full of shit or are they not full of shit? We'll see what the chat has to say. Chat wins.
Again, you've not presented a single argument or like nothing of substance to like back up your claim. All you're doing is like they're full of shit. You're not offering anything knowledgeable.
Yeah, that's like
it's
way too broad.
Like literally
way too broad. You have to, hone in a little bit with the question.
You're missing the essence and the beauty of this
sounds
conversation,
to me that
Brett.
It sounds to me that he's afraid.
Who, Brett?
He's a fucking troll with a wrench. I don't know how he got a wrench, but he's a troll with a wrench.
Scares the shit out of him. Scares the shit out of him. He might lose his wrench. That's it. Tell him, Brett.
I really could give two fucks.
Start crying. And by
Less
the way,
responsibility sounds good.
You better get your little link
Less
dropping
blame
ass
for shit.
out there and start dropping some links.
The best part about this is that it
You ain't done
gives people something to listen to.
Let's get back to why you think we're full of shit. What about what we were talking about the government, about the moon, about everything like oil, like what were we full of shit about? You're offering nothing here. Be more specific.
Let's disagree with you, Brett. Therefore, you're full of shit.
You definitely have the freedom to say dumb shit and make mistakes and not be smart. You have the freedom to do that.
Just like anybody has the freedom to say anything. All right?
Yeah.
So suck it.
That's one of the things I love about the Constitution is it gives us all the freedom to be able to say stupid things like that and not get in trouble for it. It's great. I actually like it. I appreciate it. And I defend your right to be a dumbass.
See, Ryan, you get it.
No, I'm talking to you, bro.
Brett doesn't have a funny bone.
Well, I defend your right to be a dumbass. Like everybody has that right.
Sure, absolutely.
Some people are just a lot better at showing it than others.
Are you better at it being a dumbass than me? Is that what you're trying to say?
Absolutely. Sometimes I really am.
Show me. Wait, you already did.
Hey, bro. You're doing a really good job. So I don't got to worry about it.
You already did.
You're set, bro.
Yeah. Get it, Tommy. Play something
That's
hot.
one of my favorite things about the Constitution is everybody gets that freedom. I love that, and I defend your right to be dumb, and that's okay. But I genuinely am interested. If you have any input that has anything that can go beyond name calling, I'm all ears.
I love it. Just go right ahead, man. Preach on. Somebody might actually agree with you out there in the chat. I'm saying most of them don't. And the chat will tell you that they think both of y'all are full of shit.
They are free to disagree just as you. They can call us full of shit just as you. I don't think that's what's going to end up playing out, but I've been known to be wrong. So freedom.
Why is that a problem? Why are you scared of that?
That's probably why my eyes are brown.
Why does that outcome bother you?
Just because I'm so full of shit.
And say, this is just a bunch of bullshit, and I don't agree with any of it. What happens then? Oh, you guys, gig's up, and it's over. Party's over. You can't be sued.
So what is your solution to the election? How should that, who do you vote for?
Paper ballots.
Oh, I actually like that.
Ballots. And that's it. If you can vote, you get there, you vote. If you
and
want to
ID
vote bad
too,
enough,
right?
You'll find a way to get there.
You know, the governor of Texas, Texas was trying to pass some laws that were related to that for people who are handicapped. And he said no, he would not sign it. And people are now outraged until they realize that our governor is in a wheelchair. And he called bullshit on it just like you are right now. So I agree with you. I agree with you. Paper ballots, ID, period.
Okay.
I don't understand where people get this idea of how that's a racist thing, because that's dumb shit being regurgitated. 50 to 100 years ago, yeah, I can understand that. But what the bullshit that was happening back then is not happening today. Everybody has an ID. Everybody.
It's
are you
different
going to
bullshit
tell
today.
me that? Yes. It's like you're going to tell me that you can't get an ID or you don't have an ID. And if you don't have an ID and you live in the United States and you're over 18, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay.
Like, where
if somebody does not have an ID, who are they most likely to vote for and why?
Kamala Harris, because they're illegal. Next question.
Okay. So that in itself, proves that there's a reason why they're allowing voting without ID, right? And obviously the Republicans are the people that are against that because they know that it's votes going to the Democrats because they've got loose borders.
And it maybe to a degree, I'd say maybe 30% of both parties have people that are like that. But I would say that the majority of Americans as a whole are completely against the idea of not having the IDs. They're against having the machines, because the machines themselves were in Congress. The guy who wrote back in around the year 2000, there's a gentleman who was asked to write a program so that they could intervene and change the results of the elections in other nations, like in Thailand or around the world.
Okay, remember, this is all hypothetical. So
this is not hypothetical.
Not for educational purposes.
Congress.
Just okay.
This guy walked into Congress, testified in front of Congress, in front of everybody, and showed them how he made the machine work, how it worked, how it produced the results in the middle of Congress. So this is not like a fable story. We still use those machines today in the United States. We need to get rid of all the machines, get rid of the computers. States are passing laws to ensure integrity in the elections, but they're still keeping the machines that have already been proven.
Right. We are not saying the election was stolen. The election was not stolen, but you're saying that there is a possibility of something have happened to the machines because they're playing using machines. Yeah, they should just use paper
all I'm saying,
and get away from the machine completely.
Exactly. I'm not even talking about the election. I'm not going to hypothesize about the election being stolen. I have my own opinion. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying we absolutely 100% need to have paper ballots so that we can ensure that it is legit.
Okay.
Be more transparent in the future. Make it more transparent. Better.
I was kind of wrong about.
You were wrong. You were.
Hang on there.
It's okay.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. He's up, big cat.
It's okay.
Ryan, honey.
What'd I do?
I'm sorry.
What?
That I said.
By the way,
full of shit.
I have on this camera.
But you're just partially full of shit.
Oh, it's okay. You can tell me whatever I'm full of shit about. We can go. I'm all about it because I'll tell you this.
We already went.
The things that I'm talking about on here, I can back up, and that might be the difference between me and you.
No, I can back it up. I'd rather.
So there's a whole lot more. Like I actually love this topic.
Find
Am I full of shit?
Particularly entertaining to back it up.
Me, I get all my information from memes on X.
I'm here to support Tommy.
It's all legit.
Oh, okay.
That's where that comes from. So I'm
the only thing Nuts backs up is his Fiero into the handicap parking spot. That's all he backs up.
Nuts, do you own shares in CNN?
No. You got some? You want to sell?
Just asking.
Unload?
I think it does.
See, Brett spends a lot of time in Troll Central, Tommy. You heard his little Fiero remark?
That's news to me.
Guess where he got that from?
I just heard.
Guess where he got that from?
Troll Central?
You've done whatever, man.
Al Munson.
I'm sorry that I know shit, okay? I apologize for being aware and knowing things. I'm a neo-noticer.
I'm sorry.
He knows it all!
Here, I got to represent the check. There's a lot of people in chat that don't get on panel. Okay?
Oh, that's good.
They don't get on panel for different reasons. Some are handicapped. Some are not
represent your fellow trolls, yo.
I'm representing Americans and people that are Canadian in the channel.
Oh, good.
So for those that don't have the ability to get on the panel, I am proud to say, Brett, just shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to listen to your bullshit.
Yeah, that's a hard no and a great big negative. Sorry, Ghost Rider.
It's all fake news.
Don't kill the messenger.
Stuff. It didn't happen.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. People have been trying to get me to shut up and cancel me and get me run off of shit for years. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. Cry harder, okay? Cry fucking harder that I talk and know shit.
You cry harder than any grown man that I've ever known.
All right. I'm actually standing on the side of Brett here. You know, you're saying he's full of shit when he was talking about Palestine, but let me just, if in this short narrow time span that you've got for
because
your
we've been hearing his shit
inside of Palestine, when
afternoon.
they attacked Israel, it was blasted on the news, and everybody goes, "Oh no, they attacked Israel! What a terrible terrorist event!" If those beepers had gone off in Israel instead, it'd be a whole nother, like you said, 9/11 in Israel. People would lose their shit, and they'd start going after Palestine and using that as an excuse to attack him again. They would. they'd use this as an excuse to attack him again. So what he was saying isn't not wrong.
I personally don't give a shit.
But we're all over here
about what's going on way over there.
Yeah, but in either case, you have
to what's going on.
Clearly do, because you won't get off my fucking dick, and you keep calling me a terrorist for hours on end. So go fuck off. Get off my dick and go do something useful. Go polish your Honda.
I'm not going to say
go fucking wax up your Fiero. Go spend time with your wife.
You can't leave the country.
Go fucking have a life. And
Tell us
fucking
why you can't leave
drop
the country,
my name
Brett.
out of your mouth, bitch.
Tell us why you can't leave the country, Brett. Tell us. Tell us why.
I can leave the country. I can
you
leave the country. You don't know fuck all and nothing. That's the whole point.
Do first?
You talk about shit all the time that you know fuck all and nothing about.
Do you have to kiss
it's
before
amazing.
you can do that? Do you even know?
How you talk about shit you know nothing about. So just
do you
stop,
even know
get off my dick.
what you got to go through?
Go fucking spend time with whatever toy you have. Your wife, your dildo. I don't give a fuck.
Instead of what's going on
just
in
get
Israel
off
and
my dick,
Palestine.
okay? Because you're literally adding nothing useful, nothing insightful.
Now,
I was going to play this, but I'm not going to. But I think we will anyway. Okay, here it goes.
Get off my
dick. Couldn't resist.
You get the point, Brett?
All right.
We're tired of hearing it.
So here's the thing.
That's the point.
You get the
What
point
he was
yet?
saying, and
I
then
don't
what you're
give a
saying is
fuck.
that nobody cares about Palestine and Israel right now. I hear that.
Well, if you live there
I
and
hear
you're
that.
getting bombed or decapitated
here,
or whatever,
and
you,
I'm not
you
getting
care,
bombed.
and it's not good. I would like to see peace. Just come on, you guys, come up with
It's a love
solution,
show.
a
It's
peaceful
about
solution.
It's a
And
love
whatever we
show,
say
Brett.
isn't going to have any effect on that either.
Show some
But
love.
I
And
understand
people go,
that you say
oh
it's
yeah,
boring.
they've been fighting for eons or whatever.
some
Well,
love.
yeah,
Not
but
wrong about what you
they
said.
can also have a bit of peace too.
Show us some love.
It's actually not true as well.
know
Muslims,
you know what love
Christians,
is?
and Jews lived in peace for hundreds and hundreds of years
know
under
what love
Ottoman
is?
rule
No, they didn't.
Or
in
just-
Palestine.
or just
It's only
They
been
didn't
in the
live in peace
past,
for hundreds of years.
being a
It's the foundation.
120
Palestinian preacher.
years that there's been problems, and that's because of a whole other entity. I'll save that for my channel and not get Tommy's channel in
Okay.
trouble. But
Well, hey,
yeah,
Brett,
that's
you're right
a
about
whole
that.
other entity.
The United States did have a step in and do that, but there was
Taliban.
no peace for hundreds of years.
Oh yes, there
And
was.
the
Oh no, there definitely
Oh.
was.
I
Yes.
remember a picture of a caveman with a club in his hand, pulling the hair of a woman behind him. Like stuff like that happened like eons ago. Caveman stuff.
That's
I'm not
happening
saying
today.
there was not any
Have
skirmishes.
Brett
Always
show
been
you his
fighting.
club.
Under
Brett will show you his
Ottoman
club.
under the Ottoman Empire and Ottoman rule, the Jews, Muslims, and Christians lived in Palestine
show
and
you his
Jerusalem
club.
for
What year was that?
hundreds and hundreds
Grab
of
a chick
years.
by the hair.
Neighbors,
That is actually very
relatively
possible. I'm not gonna argue
issue-free
with that.
and
Well,
in
yeah.
peace.
But didn't the Romans take over that area
What year?
too? Wasn't that part of Roman territory at one time? So effectively, Italy
some
can come
point,
in and go, "Hey, that
Rover
was our
took
land
over.
too."
Hold on. Like you're taking it back thousands of years. I'm not going there. I'm talking about since the introduction of Zionism with Theodor Herzl.
Yeah. Oh, that's
since that
that's so
happened,
interesting, Brett.
prior to
Brett, that's-
Zionism, which
that
came
is
about
so
1897.
interesting.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
It's
so
amazing
wait.
that the nuts can't
So
let me
impressive.
talk
Oh, yeah,
about
but you can't
hold on,
say-
hold on. Right?
This is
Yeah,
where I
this
want to
is
so
start,
impressive.
but not where somebody else wants to start on looking
Well,
at
it's
history.
So impressive.
No, I want to start at one point and go back, and then you can come forward. Like it's just I'm just picking a random spot, and this
How about
is it's
shut
a
up?
pivotal one. It's a pivotal one because
Shut
prior
your little
to
Palestinian
1890,
mouth.
let's
Dude,
say
don't be a
for
dick.
prior to 1890, for like
Yeah.
600
Don't
years
be a,
prior,
don't be a dick, Brett.
Muslims, Christians, and Jews all lived in Jerusalem relatively issue free. Like it wasn't
You've got a
until
mental
like
issue.
1897
You
and
really got a
thereabouts, in and
mental
around the
issue.
late 1890s, that there was this new ideology that came about, and that has led us to where we are today. And that's what
Shut
I was
up,
trying
Brett.
to get across in chat earlier with knowing your history will explain why we are where
Okay,
we
but
are
there's
now.
more to that history.
And not enough people know the history.
There's more
thought
to
you
that
were
history.
Canadian.
You're leaving out what the religious books when they were written and when it became a mass belief among the people of the nations
Miss
that are
Frosty,
there too.
get up here and defend your man.
I can comment on that totally.
Will he let you? Will he let you?
Judaism says quite clearly that Jews are exiled for not heeding the word of God and are forbidden from gathering and forming a Jewish state. That's not me. That's not my opinion. That's not what I say or think. That's what Judaism says.
So
that's what rabbis say.
3 is not
I like
enough.
hearing. I like
I'm
hearing what's going on from different sources and different opinions, because
What about
gives
that
you better
poll?
insight. And you can't just look at it as going, "Oh, this country is fighting that country, and this one's good and this one's bad." Going back on the history of the whole thing and see how Israel actually evolved to be a country is interesting. And of course, it applies to where we're at today. And you can't just
100%.
go, let's start today and forget about everything that happened in the past.
No.
When was
I can talk all about that. I just wanted to pick that point. I mean, Tommy. The history is important because where it began kind of leads us to where we are today. And I mean, if you look at the history, I mean, the place was born out of terrorism and extremism ideology based on a theocracy.
All right.
It's exciting, Brett. Keep going. Please keep going.
When was the Quran written, and when was this uprising the Jewish people there? You said that all the conflict began when Jews did what?
The Quran.
So I want to look up when the Quran was written and when this time frame was, because if
I'll tell you when it was written. I have one right here. Hang on.
Hold on.
Should say on the front page here.
Whoa.
Patent pending.
I don't know how all of a sudden the conversation shifted to the Quran, but historically,
here we go.
Historically,
Chapter
just
1.
so everybody knows and is aware, the Christians expelled the Jews from Jerusalem. It was the Muslims that brought back Jews to Jerusalem, not once, but twice. Traditionally, Jews have always been welcome in Muslim countries, and it was a majority Muslim and Christian country of Palestine that brought in all these Jewish immigrants and refugees from Europe at World War II.
Okay. Quran was written around the early part of the 600 century, 610 to 632. All right, when was this? You said that the conflict or not the conflict, the Jewish people started the conflict when what happened?
Yes. Dory votes 1. I vote 1.
With the introduction of Zionism in the late 1890s, you began to see ethnic cleansing of Palestinian villages.
Let's put a 1. You think
by what you're saying there
is a boring son of a bitch.
I'm sorry. Myself and another gentleman are trying to have a conversation about historical
if you don't
things
care.
that took place.
The reason why I'm bringing this up is because if you pick up the Quran,
and the troll with a fucking wrench up here is doing nothing of any importance or relevance.
Don't troll him so much.
I mean, I'm just trying to say, with the introduction of Zionism in the late 1890s, that's when you started to see militias going in and ethnically cleansing the Palestinian villages. This started way the hell before World War II or World War I. There was, with the introduction of Zionism and this extremism of some Judaist nationalism.
Nobody cares. Again, you're talking about shit.
Everybody cares.
Nobody cares about. Brett,
it is the number one most important
go to your
news
channel
media
and talk about
article
that shit.
On the face of planet fucking Earth. Everybody cares, you moron.
Not
Fuck,
you.
you're dumb.
Shut up.
You're just a troll idiot. Everybody cares. Now, with the introduction of Zionism,
they don't want to hear you anymore.
World War I. This guy's just, I swear, he's like a chaos agent or something. He doesn't want people to hear me talk. Prior to World War I, you were seeing militias going in and ethnically cleansing the villages in Palestine.
Just your girlfriend.
It was happening prior to World War I.
We've got the.
It's just that's facts. That's history.
It was
number
before
one
World War I. It was
multi-streamer
before 1890.
joining the chat. Who could
It was
that
in
be? Number one
1700s.
multi-streamer.
It's not just.
I have no idea.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking is because
I know who it is.
The history
Yep-tooth
goes
girl.
back further, and I don't have a lot of experience, and I'm interested.
Oh, it's Fry.
What book would you recommend for
Fry,
me to read
Yep-tooth
to
girl.
understand
What's the
the
difference?
conflicts that Jewish people have that they push on other people? Because I've read the Quran,
I like
and the
the
very
studio,
first chapter,
Fry.
I only got halfway through the first chapter, and it's like I was in an abusive relationship
Space
with
Mountain.
my ex again. It talked about it is conflict. It's like
Again.
a wolf in sheep's clothing. They talk about peace and how it's a peaceful
Wait a
people,
minute.
but
Wait
if
a
you're not
minute.
peaceful, but if you
I
don't
have
follow
none of
their
that.
religious structure, then you could end up being put to death. And there's an actual step process through this. I mean, don't just call bullshit straight at that. I'm saying that there's an actual process
I
that
feel better now.
when you read through the first chapter, just even through the first, it's a really long
Five.
chapter.
Entered orbit.
Who's missed
All I'm saying,
landing
it is very,
instructions.
very. It creates a conflict. I can't imagine. I'll just say this: I can't imagine that there's a state
approach control.
I'm sorry,
Come in, approach control.
where the Quran is the
TT.
main book.
Good to
I
see
can't
you.
imagine that there is a nation that is not in a conflict with itself, with its own people. And if it's not at a strong conflict with its own people, then it is warring against other nations that have a religious belief that's different than what they have. Because I can stand up and I'll ask a sincere question because I want to understand. That's why I started reading the Quran. I want to understand the religious belief that's there, but from the very, very beginning of the book, it sets up a stage to where if you question the belief in the Quran, then you're evil.
Hey,
And
Ryan,
if you're evil, yeah, go on.
how many times?
Same thing
Have
goes
you ever-
for Christianity.
Hey, you know
I
what?
mean, if you
You know what?
if you put
I'll
the-
tell you
It's
this
not the
about the
same.
Quran. That there
Hold on, I'll
are
let Tommy go.
completely different versions of the Quran. Because I
Okay, that's
recall getting a
All right, I'll
copy of the
step back.
Quran
I-
like many, many years ago. I'm talking like 20, 30 years ago at a garage sale. And I remember opening that book up and reading the very first chapter. And I was like appalled at what I read at the, negativeness towards, what I perceive to be Jewish people, right? On that very first part of the Quran. And the Quran that I have here is not the same. It doesn't have the same verbiage in it that Quran had. So, there's different versions of it as well.
That's what I was going to say in regards to being the same as Christianity.
Ryan,
where
I was asking
there's been
Ryan.
many-
Hey, Brett. I was
there's
asking
different
Ryan
versions
a
of the Bible,
question before you butted in and started fucking yapping. Shut up, Daisy.
Hey,
Jesus.
asshole. We're having a conversation here. It's not all about you.
No.
This is not your channel.
I was
okay?
asking Ryan
You're
a
not
question,
doing anything of use
and
or value
you
except trolling
did not
me.
shut up.
Fine. If Fry would like to
You're
speak,
like
we
fucking
would
Daisy.
like to invite
Just
Fry
like
to
drunk
the panel
Daisy.
to speak.
You can't
Sorry,
shut
we were
up.
having a conversation.
You
Troll
just
piece
keep
of
talking,
garbage.
and you never shut your mouth, just like Daisy. Blah, 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 blah.
And yet when I
was
talk,
asking
you
Ryan
can
a
never
question.
shut your mouth. Blah, blah, blah,
Do I
blah,
have to
blah.
turn on more lights to have a
You just
word?
run your fucking
Yeah.
mouth.
Do it, Fry.
Well, to have a proper
I got-
panel, you have to have at least one troll. So,
I got my lights on, the sirens. What else do I need to do? Do I need to
Let her rip,
turn
man.
on my PA
Let's hear all of
system?
it.
Here we go.
Can I-
What's that
can I
thing
talk
in the
right
middle
now?
going around?
Every
nuts,
bit of
learn
it.
to
Can I get a
fucking
word in
shut
over
up.
here?
Shut up, Brett.
We got a
Suck
CB
dick.
set going. 10-4 again, buddy.
Oh man, I wanted to talk about flat Earth.
Oh, the flat Earth. Yeah. Yeah, that's a topic that we got a few people that are proponents
Can we
of
talk
it here
about
already.
flat Earth on the CB?
Check.
Let's
Get
have
some
a little
trucker
bit of
in
fun here. Let's
Texas on there.
modulate and have some
10-4
squealing.
good, buddy. Okay, I'll get
It is
my
hurting the ears a little bit.
trucker voice
I'll
on
stop.
here. Hang on. Battlefield Radio coming up.
I only have a few comments about the flat Earth. I'm not here to
10-4.
change anybody's mind or anything, but I want to state one fact that is
Go
a
ahead.
fact. It's a
Blue leader,
scientific
can you hear
fact.
me?
And water is always level. It always finds a straight, flat path, no matter what size dish you put it in. So you can take and put a
10-4.
water in a bowl shaped like this,
Coming in at
concave.
2,000
It can
feet.
have rocks on the bottom. You can put
Especially a
water in a
raindrop.
pipe. Water's always going to find a level.
The call.
Nuts! Shut the fuck up and let Fry talk.
See how it is, you dumbass.
Hang on, Fry. What about a raindrop? A raindrop is not flat.
It's not flat until it comes to rest. When it comes to rest, it always finds its level. The reason why it's not flat is because it's going through the atmosphere. The buoyancy is taking effect.
Is the Earth at rest?
Yes, the Earth never moves. You'd never get any sensation of it moving.
Hang on.
How we're going to do
the
this?
Earth is not at rest to begin with. So, how, like the premise of it being at
the
rest,
river to the sea,
you got to go with that before
I
you
will
can determine
run to
that it's
take a
flat.
pee.
Come on.
All right, 10-4. Yeah. So it always finds its level. So that can't be disputed. And I need to.
Getting some feedback. Turn that linear off.
Hey, Ghost Rider, you're overmodulating.
The oceans.
There we go.
The
I had
oceans
to turn off the power. I had 250
probably
watts
got a high
worth of
echo
in my
there.
system.
If you look at currents, waves, the oceans are definitely not at rest. Very much moving, and gravity also plays a very important role.
Oh, thank you for that. Gravity is important.
I'm just
learned,
stating
kids.
facts, Brett. It's a fact that the Earth
We learned it.
is not
Gravity
moving.
is
You cannot
important.
feel it. And gravity
Thank you
is a
very much.
theory. It's just a theory of gravity. It's not been proven. What has been proven is
Thank you.
buoyancy and density. That's what's been proven. So, Fry, what about the other planets? The other planets are actually lights. I have a telescope.
hold on.
I've looked at
They're
them.
lights.
Yes, there are lights in the
Brian,
sky.
I'm trying to follow your logic with the water, but
Hang on.
I'm still stuck on the water thing because I mean, if you have atmosphere, which is providing pressure, and you have gravity, why wouldn't water bend when it's very malleable?
Water cannot
And it
bend.
has
It's never
that
been measured to
room and
bend.
space to do it.
That's the reason why they use water canals. They use water canals for that specific purpose. It's because they're straight, like a laser. You can shoot a laser down a water canal, a water pipe, a bridge. It's always going to be completely flat, straight across. You can take two buildings. Here's a perfect example. You can take two buildings, take them an inch apart, 10 miles apart, 50 miles apart. Now, if the Earth was a sphere, the tops of those buildings would eventually have to be further apart than the bottoms. That's a fact. If it was on a sphere or a ball, the bottoms would be closer, the tops would be further apart. I'm talking about two buildings, two towers, however you want to
If
think
the
about it.
lasers were mounted on one of those
And they've
buildings.
done these tests, from 50 miles to 20 miles across lakes. The tops of the buildings and the bottom of the buildings are the exact same distance. There's never, ever any curvature involved at all. Whether it's a bridge, water canal, anything. It's always level. That's why they call it sea level and an airplane. It's flying over a plane. They don't call it an air sphere.
Well, the only thing I can say to that is
You're
that
full of shit
the
like a
amount
Christmas goose.
of curvature of Earth at that point is not measurable. So that's why
what
you're
is the
unable to
curvature,
really
Tommy?
measure it.
What's the curvature according to NASA?
Wow, I don't know the details on it.
I do. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Now, if that's the case, you shouldn't be able to see 30 miles. You shouldn't be able to see 50 miles.
As you're approaching a large city, the very first thing you see is like the top of a high rise, right? From
That's
a really long ways
perspective.
away. And as
If
you
you were
get
on the
closer,
ocean,
you start
all
to
right?
see more and more of that high rise because you are going over a sphere. If it was flat,
that's perspective,
you would,
Tommy.
as you went away from
All right.
that tower,
Tommy,
you
let
would
me
still be able to
comment
see
on
the
that.
entire tower
Tommy,
for
okay,
as
yeah, we
long
got
as you
that
went away
point.
from the tower.
I got the point. Tommy, let me comment. Lighthouses are designed on a flat Earth map. A lighthouse, they're positioned so far away, it would be impossibility to see the lighthouses the way they do, the distances they are far apart. And if you take a telescope or binoculars or a high zoom lens, you know that ship that you think's going over the curve, all you have to do is zoom in and you go right to the bottom of the ship. Same with the lighthouse. lighthouses could not exist on the oceans as far apart as they are if the Earth was 8 inches per mile squared. And that would mean that there would be visible curvature on the ocean, and there never has been. You can take a telescope and look as far as you want. People have been seeing hundreds of miles across the ocean now. Water tells the truth.
I don't know
Water
what to say
is
there.
the key to the whole discussion. If you study perspective in water, buoyancy and density, it blows away NASA's lies. All this NASA stuff, they get billions of dollars every year to lie to us and funnel that money to all their crooks and all their shills like Elon. Elon's being paid. You know, Brett, you're talking about privatization of space. Space has never been privatized. It's always the big boys. Think about it. It's Virgin. It's the Bezos penis rocket. It's Elon's bullshit. And it's NASA's lies. It's never been privatized.
Where's all the fried TV rockets? That's what I
don't disagree. It's not like I'm an Elon fan or anything like that. I was just making the point. I guess I was playing devil's advocate, where I was making the point because there's a lot of people out there that are like, "Oh, Elon, like free speech, and like he's so great and he's so wonderful," and it's like, is he? Like, I don't know. I'm familiar with Yuval Noah Harari from the World Economic Forum and talking about AI revolution, and who's at the front door of that but Elon Musk with OpenAI, who does Chat GPT and stuff. I'm not an Elon fan. Okay, I don't think he's on our side. I was just kind of making the point that all these people that think he is some kind of the Elon freaking Simpson fan club, where they think he's so wonderful. I was like, if he is, then it's like, and he is like telling the truth and exposing the truth, and if he's doing all the space stuff, wouldn't he be telling you that NASA's full of shit? Like, so again, either they're in on it or that's not the truth, right?
Elon gets a ton of money from the government. And as a matter of fact, Elon was shooting rockets up and was trying to get straight out of the firmament and kept hitting the firmament. And that's when they stepped in. If you notice, Elon was going broke with his space gig. And then when Elon, you can see the footage on YouTube, Christy. I see your comment. I never lost my audience. I just quit live streaming. So thank you very much. You can see the footage on the internet of the rockets hitting the firmament.
All right,
you can see the footage.
Well,
and as soon as he started,
Fry, on this video that I just put up here, which this is supposedly an actual video taken from the space station, you can see
fake.
the Earth.
That's all CGI. There is there's never been any actual footage of the
sun,
Earth taken.
And you can see the curvature of the Earth.
That's where the satellites then. There's supposed to be 17,000 satellites. There's never been a single satellite photographed or videotaped in the world in our lifetimes. It's all CGI. Look it up. That's a fact.
That's not true.
That's a fact.
It's not true. I've seen it myself from the ground, dude.
No. You're not seeing satellites.
Oh, really?
Satellites are also fake. Space
UFOs,
is fake.
What do you call them?
Satellites are fake. Everything that comes out of NASA is a complete lie.
You don't know what it is. It's a UFO.
It's all
everything
fake
coming
news.
out of NASA
It's
is a
phony
lie.
stuff.
All right. Okay. Look. Let's go back to this because this is actually a thing. All right. So, how large is a particle of water? You say
I have
you're
no
saying
idea.
that when it comes,
it's a raindrop.
Take a guess.
It's a raindrop.
Raindrop forms on a piece of dust.
So small. Would you agree that it's so small you can't see it?
I have no idea.
Piece of dust is what a
That does
raindrop
not prove
is
or
formed
disprove flat Earth or globe Earth. It does not.
No, but this is going to be really easy if you want to get to a really basic thing. You said when it comes to
This
rest,
sounds more like a
what shape is it? You
handyman
said it's flat.
question. Go ahead.
Yes.
Brett.
But when you drop
It's
a drop
level.
of water onto a surface, it's rounded. It is not
You know
flat.
about raindrops been falling on your head.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
absolutely
if it was really coming to rest, it would be such a thin sheet that you would not.
Yeah, that's actually a really great point.
Even conceive
I hate
how
to say
flat-
this, but I rarely ever discuss flat Earth with people that have, I'm not going to say low IQ, but haven't looked into it.
Hey, bro. Hey, I'm right here. I'm here. This is going to be a good conversation because you don't even know me, bro.
No, I like.
no idea.
Okay.
Did you say
So
low
these
IQ?
are actually the.
Phoenix.
There's actually good points with
I
that he just made about
Yeah,
water
I
on
left
the
out
table.
small
Part that I
penis.
enjoy
Yeah.
most
Killing
about
me,
this is
Smalls.
that I
It
can literally go
molecularly
walk into
holds and
Mensa
has shape and
and apply
roundness
and
to it.
be joined
And
into
also
it.
Tommy's
So I'm not
comment
even
about the
gonna.
raindrop with the
Yeah.
molecularly
It
holding
has
and
nothing to
shaping
do
and
with
roundness.
perspective.
It
Okay,
does.
look up
It is
this.
important. I
Look
agree
this
with you.
up.
Water is the important factor.
Water is the key. Look this up. Astrolabe is another key. Astrolabe is an ancient instrument that you use to measure the stars. To this day, it's still accurate. That would be impossibility that it could pinpoint all these star constellations if we're going through this, like, study it. We're supposed to be going around in circles about 1,000 miles an hour. We're supposed to be going around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. And then that's supposed to be going through the galaxy at some crazy amount of speed that
All
you
right.
can't imagine all at
Well,
once.
let me ask you this.
No, let me
If you
finish.
get on a- if
Let
you
me
get on a
finish what
plane
I'm
and you
saying.
start-
Let me
you start
finish my
walking on a
fucking
plane.
comment. I didn't come on here to get talked over.
If
All
you
right?
get on a
So-
plane and you start walking on the plane, can you feel the difference?
What does that have to do with flat Earth? I'm telling you the
Kind of
facts.
plane.
Look up the
You're
instrument
going
called
700 miles an
astrolabe.
hour?
Stop talking
How-
over me.
how
Look
can you
up
stand up?
astrolabe. Look
How
up
are you able to
astrolabe.
stand up in a plane and walk down the
Okay.
aisle if you're going 700
See,
miles an hour
this is
in the
cognitive
sky?
dissonance here.
Okay,
This is because
Ryan,
you've been
just let
lied
him
to your
talk for a
whole
minute.
life.
All right.
And you can't stand the fact that you've been lied to your whole life, that NASA's lied to you, you've been brainwashed.
Dude,
Before
I
you
agree
learn
about
something, you have to unlearn something first, okay? And that's a fact. So
You're
unlearn
right
all the
about NASA. I'm
brainwashing.
not even going to argue that.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying and stop talking over me. Everybody look up astrolabe. Astrolabe. It's
Wait a
an
minute.
ancient measurement instrument. And then
I
look
need
up
to
sundials.
turn on my
Sundials can only work if we were on a flat stationary plane. There's even sundials that are accurate down to like 15 seconds that were built thousands of years ago. Huge sundials. So all this stuff could never operate on a NASA model where we're spinning and moving and all this nonsense. We don't feel any of those sensations. We don't feel 1,000 miles an hour. We don't feel 67,000, 65,000. We don't feel 1,000,000 miles an hour. We never have. Look up rock stacking. People stack rocks as a hobby. You could never do that if the Earth was moving. Go try to
You could
stack
also
rocks on a
stack rocks
bus.
in a plane, couldn't you?
I've heard of silver stacking.
You couldn't stack rocks on a plane. You couldn't stack them on a bus. You couldn't stack them on a car because they're moving. The Earth is
You can
not
stack them
moving.
in a plane.
Breathe. I'm starting to sound like Brett. No, I can't sound like Brett. Brett
Easy.
takes the cake for
Easy.
fucking ranting. Brett rants the best.
That's
I'm gonna
okay.
go
You're
ahead and
doing
take that
pretty
as a
good.
compliment. Thank you.
I don't know.
But yeah.
The only thing that I'm thinking of, Fry, this is a question. If the Earth is in fact flat, like of where you're standing and I'm standing, then what does Earth actually look like if you were to look at it in a picture,
Okay.
if it's flat?
If I was prepared for this, I'd show you some maps. It's actually way bigger. There is an Earth inside of another community of continents and quote, planets is what you would call planets. And here is another fact. If you always head south, you're always going to hit Antarctica, no matter where you're at. This is a fact. If you went straight south, you would always hit Antarctica, and that's only possible if you were on a flat Earth. And guess what? You can only circumnavigate east and west, because if you try to circumnavigate north and south, you're always going to hit Antarctica.
Well, and likewise, if you head north, you're going to hit the North Pole. But is that only possible on a sphere? How can that be possible on a flat Earth?
On a flat Earth, you're going to always hit the ice wall, which is Antarctica. The UN map. Brett, you were talking about UN earlier, and I said comment in the chat. The UN map is the actual standard flat Earth map. That is a fact. Look it up. And the wheat rings around the edges is the Antarctica. That picture you got behind you, Tommy, is not what we live in. That's not what the Earth is.
Starfleet Command.
Live long and
Guys,
prosper.
This is Air Fox
Majority of the arguments I've heard from flat earthers that
Captain's log,
actually
Stardate
have good
3541.9.
information, because most don't, that actually have stuff that does add up. They've got good arguments. But the reality is it's not flat. It's easy to prove that. It is
Tommy
actually
Temper to Captain
Houston,
Kirk.
we got a problem here.
Come
we
in,
got
Captain
a
Kirk.
glober. We got a globetard. Houston, we got a
Come in,
globetard.
Captain Kirk.
Tommy Temper, I
What is
read
a man?
5x5.
But that lofty spirit,
Please
that
refrain
sense of
from
enterprise,
blasting any music into
that
our
devotion
ears
to
as
something
we
that cannot
From one
be
globetrot
sensed,
to a
cannot
flat
be
earther.
realized, but only
I gotta say,
dreamed. The highest reality. Brilliant! Bravo! Bravo! Captain!
Captain,
in earnest,
I'm not a doctor.
if you're actually interested in it, I'm not here to destroy people's world. Okay, I'm not. I don't have any interest in that.
Pull up, man.
What I do like truth, and since we're here talking about it, and I probably shouldn't have brought it up earlier, but since we're talking.
Oh, I'm here to take your ball away. So that's the difference between me and you. I'm going to take
That's
your
the worst
ball away.
thing that ever
People don't
happens
like to
a
have their balls
spaceman
taken
is
from them.
when they fart in their space suit, they're trapped like rats.
I don't know what to make of all this. Okay, this is my thought. How many dimensions are there?
Hold on, I want to comment on a Christy chatted in the chat room. She's for some reason she's having cognitive dissonance and she can't handle the fact that I'm saying words that could be different from the way she thinks. She goes, "Before you stop streaming, did you run this across your followers on your channel?" I had flat earth freaking panels all the time. Yeah, and everybody loved it. What's wrong with discussing this? Because we're all learning here. If we can talk about politics and religion and all this other health, nutrition, why can't we talk about the fact that we're being lied to? We can leave this quote.
Oh, holy
Earth.
shit. Wait a minute. You're telling me that I'm supposed to be learning something from this show tonight?
Well, if you have an open mind, you look into it, you'll realize that once you go flat, you can never go back because that's
Tommy,
the facts,
are
Jack.
Are you brainwashing us with these
No,
crazy,
I don't get
crazy
paid by
theories that
NASA
you're having people on
like
this
Elon
guy's
does.
crazy. He's obviously crazy. Look, he's got an old hubcap hanging above his head.
That's
There's
a
some dolls
bicycle
up
wheel,
there.
man. Get your shit straight.
His boyfriend just left him and he's all crabby. Get off his
My
ass.
boyfriend left about 30 minutes
come
ago or I
on.
would have been on the panel.
That was a long time ago.
And now he gets to play in his room just like his boyfriend promised.
Here's my boyfriend right here. and sometimes I cheat on my boyfriend with this right here.
Just a troll with a wrench. I said,
Where
don't see
is
that
the
one.
Southern Cross constellation,
Nobody
brother?
want to see that.
The North Pole. That's a good
Shame on
fact.
you.
The North Pole.
Wait, wait.
never-
What'd your mother say? You doing stupid shit.
You
like
said
this.
this Southern Cross constellation is the North Pole?
No, the North Pole. You can always. It never moves in the sky. And that's
Okay.
another fact that makes it's a fact that the sky is spinning above us.
Uh-huh.
If the North Pole was moving, if the Earth was spinning around the sun and around itself, that star would always be moving.
That's
but it
not
never
true either.
moves. No, that's a fact, man. Think about it logically, man. Come on, use
I
your
did.
brain. No, you
All right,
didn't.
Look, take a ball, right? Put a spike through it. Hold on to the spike on both ends, and then rotate the ball. Is that spike going to move its position?
The
Rotate
spike is
that
not going
ball,
to change, but the star is like millions of miles of thousands of light years
Okay.
away. Okay,
Now-
and if we're
now
moving,
pretend
let me
that
finish.
the-
If
that
we're
the
moving,
North Star is
that
where
star-
the spike went through.
that star would never be in our line of sight ever. We
Rotate
we
the
should
pod.
never see all
Al.
the constellations. Nuts. Give me a second here. We should never see any of the same constellations
The North
ever.
Star, or Polaris, is not
After
an especially
one
bright
season,
star.
we would never see the same constellation if we were moving through the galaxy like NASA tells us. We're not. The sky is moving above us. That's a fact. The North Star is in the Bible too, for all you religious people out there. That's
See,
a
that's
fact.
where God lives.
What
That's
time
Whatever
was
you
it?
want to
What
think,
the
but I'm telling you, the
religious
North
aspect
Star
of
never
flat
moves.
earthers, that's where God is.
The perspective of the North Star is always in the same spot in the sky for anybody.
What
It
time
never
was it?
moves.
Yeah, that's true.
Quiz.
I've seen
Guess what? Guess what's
videos,
also
you know,
true?
of the sky,
The Southern
and everything
Cross
else
stays in
is
the same
rotating,
position in
but
the
that
sky
North
at all
Star is
times,
always
too.
staying in the same position.
And so does the Southern Cross.
It's aliens. I'm telling you.
And why is
aliens.
that? If you take
The
a
aliens
camera
did
and you
that
put it down on the ground in Australia or South Africa or South America and you look up at the sky, you can see the Southern Cross because you're in the southern hemisphere. And according to the flat Earth map, it's not possible. But it's there. And if you put a camera on it at night, the Southern Cross, the center of the Southern Cross constellation is always in the same spot. It does not move.
Yeah, right here is the example of that.
There you go. Tommy's got the picture. So all you got to do is set up a Timelapse camera, and that's North Pole, and it never moves. That would be an impossibility if the Earth was spinning and going around with all its seasons. It's just a fact. But I want to address something in the chat here. So Danny Wayne said Fry's definitely. Hold on. Let's interact
like I was
with
saying,
the chat.
You gotta question everything. If you choose not to, whatever.
Yeah, I question everything. Trust me. I don't believe
Sure you
a
do.
damn thing. I know things, and if I don't know it, I don't. I question it. So I want to address Wayne. Danny Wayne in the chat says Fry is definitely cool in my book, but he won't address our serious issue. What issue? Am I reading that right? What issue, man? I'm reading the chat more than anybody.
You probably are, but you're avoiding.
Yeah,
the
anyone
Southern Cross.
really give a shit about this?
I don't know anything about what you're talking about. I can state facts, man. I'm not sitting here up here with bullshit. I'm going to state facts with Astrolabe. I'm going to state facts with the sundials.
The next time that you're online and you're looking for actual facts, go look up the Southern Cross and then go, why can I see it from all these countries at the same time? Why doesn't it move in the sky? And then figure out why that happens.
Because we're not moving.
Okay. Are the stars
Well,
moving,
I think it's because we're spinning, and we're spinning on that axis, and the axis is from the top, from the North Pole to the South Pole, and we're spinning on that axis. So where we're looking at something, if there's something that is directly north of us or directly south of us, that will appear to be stationary, as everything else around it appears to rotate, as you can see in this picture right here that was taken with a camera with a long exposure, so it shows how everything is moving except for the North Star.
All right, here's a good
the
one for
four
you, Tommy.
corners of the earth in the Bible was not referring to actual corners on the earth. It was referring to the location where the land was divided among Noah and his sons, which was the Euphrates River and another river in that area.
I never said
and
that was a data
dispersed.
point.
Okay.
Okay, so Phoenix, the four corners thing in the Bible is not a state of something you can measure. I only stick with things that you can prove currently, not hearsay. Currently, I'm sticking with you can shoot lasers across water. It's always level. That's a fact. Currently, I'm sticking with the North Star never moves. I'm sticking with we never have any sea level is always the same everywhere. That's how you can measure sea level. You can never measure sea level on a sphere. It would never work. Sea level is the same across the earth. Anywhere you go, that's how it works. I have one over here that I got it in an airplane. I'm about 500 something feet above sea level right here. It's right here.
But you can measure sea level because you're measuring it.
Hold on.
Because that's where it is on the ocean.
If I can interject just for one moment. If you have water, in a sphere, what you're trying to make the argument for is that if it was a sphere, the water would just fall off, essentially, or what I mean?
You can do your own experiment, Brett. You can take a ball and pour water on it, and it's going to sit flat and it's going to finally fill up and go above the sphere. You can do a simple experiment.
No, I get that, but does the ball have its own force of gravity?
No, I think gravity is a theory. That's why it's called the theory of gravity.
Hold on. I know you've talked about, I heard what you said about gravity, but in my mind, as much as water plays a huge important role in the equation, gravity does as well.
There is no such thing as gravity. If gravity exists,
but what do you call that force that holds you on this planet?
That's buoyancy and
density. That's what I was getting at, where if the world is spinning and it's a sphere,
I mean, obviously on water.
All the water's
there you go.
I'm on water. I'm standing on Earth.
Right on. There's got to be some kind of
pulls me down to this Earth.
Okay,
Right.
I'm gonna wait. So when y'all are done. Okay, airplanes couldn't fly in the sky if there was gravity, like we're told. Boats could not float in the ocean if there was gravity. Look at the big ocean liners and the big cruise liners. Those things are buoyancy based. They're displacing water. There's more air than there is water. It's displacement. If there was a constant pull of gravity down on that sheet of metal, it would pull it straight down to the ocean. Trees, if there was gravity, like we're told, would be going across the ground. Things couldn't float up in the air. It's all buoyancy and density. Study perspective and buoyancy and density. Study water. Study the stars. And study the fact that NASA is a shill and lying to us.
I just figured it out.
NASA's hiding this too. NASA gets paid big money. Why do you
is the key?
Why do you think NASA is such a big industry? I've worked with NASA contractors before. All right, I know how the system works. There is no satellites like you think up there. They're bouncing the signal off the dome. That's how it works, and we're receiving it down here. That's a fact. And have you ever heard of a satellite mechanic? There's no satellite mechanics. Those things would have to be repaired daily. There would be spaceships up there repairing satellites 24/7.
I have a picture of me with the satellite in my hand.
Yeah.
The satellite that the university here put up, right? We invited them over, and they brought their satellite with them, and it was a little cube satellite that they were, getting put up by, I don't know, by Europe or something like that. But the university
I got a refrigerator
made the little miniature
porch.
satellite, and
So
I actually
50
had it
years
in my
old.
hand. Well, not the actual satellite, but it was a replica that they brought with them.
Tommy, Troy's got a question in the chat. Who is the original? I think Disney and the Nazis started NASA. And the satellites actually came, the satellite concept came from a guy writing
And the
comic
CIA.
books. And the comic books. The satellite's a science fiction comic book writer. There was never anything. Think about this. When Facebook was launching its satellite, you remember this, years ago, and it was going to be the biggest deal ever where they were going to do this coolest stuff. They always blow up these really popular satellites so nobody can have to sit there and simulate this. You think the reason why helium is such... Who uses the most helium? NASA. NASA is the biggest consumer of helium because everything they have to fake, they use helium to do that. That's a fact.
Okay, wait a second. Here's a good question.
Let me state one more thing, Tommy. The reason why they couldn't bring those people down, the astronauts that were on the, quote, space station, is because they said there was...
8-day space station, yeah.
Yeah, they said it was a helium leak. Why would you need helium in the vacuum of space or an atmosphere up there? Why would you need helium? Why? Ask that question.
Well, they do experiments on board.
You're not breathing it. No.
No, but they're doing experiments. That's the whole idea, is for them to go up there and do a whole slew
The
of
only thing
experiments.
helium would be good for is sound deadening.
Burning.
If you want the best sound deadened room, you surround it with helium. That's not what they're using it for. Look it up. You can answer that question in your own time.
Helium would not make the best sound deadening?
Yes, it does. It makes really
No,
good
it-
sound deadening.
Okay, when? Do you thicken it up so it turns into liquid? Air
hold on.
does not.
Breathe it.
I looked up
sound
the
like
answer
that.
real quick to Fry's question. Google. I just Googled it real quick just because, and it says that nothing compared to NASA. Single biggest buyer of helium. NASA consumes approximately 75 million cubic feet annually to cool liquid hydrogen and oxygen for rocket fuel.
Yeah,
that's what Google
That's what they
says.
tell you.
I'm just saying what it says.
Yeah, and there's no rocket fuel to cool up there
And
in
why
the
would you need
space
to
station.
cool it if it's in space when it's 200 degrees below zero?
Yeah. So my point being is I don't want to get into all the little bitty
I would
niche
imagine
things. I want to
it's
stay with the
probably
big
more
stuff.
aligned with firing rockets in Earth's atmosphere.
Well, okay, so Fry, what's your explanation
I don't
for...
know. I don't know. I'm not trying to know. I'm not pretending I know. I'm just
For,
playing devil's advocate and telling you what's available for.
But helium doesn't, air doesn't reduce. I mean, dirt would be more effective than helium.
No,
Fry,
helium
what's your
is more
explanation
effective
for
Sorry,
Starlink?
Tommy.
What do you think of Starlink, and how can you explain Starlink with Elon Musk putting up many, many satellites and of which they're like a string of satellites. And if you look at it in the sky, and if you've ever seen it, it's like 10 or so dots all in a line, satellites, and lights in the sky, all moving in unison above us in a supposed arc, look like an arc. And people can actually receive satellite now in the middle of nowhere, whereas before they weren't able to.
And ask the question, how can they do that?
Starlink is the only internet that is being used in a number of countries, including Australia.
Yeah, with Flat Earth, how can you explain Starlink and how it operates and how it supposedly circles the Earth?
Okay, this is a fact. However, Elon is scamming people to pay him $170 to $130 for an internet connection has nothing to do with Flat Earth. But I can tell you those little bitty things you see zipping across the sky don't need to be there for you to get internet. T-Mobile, Verizon, and all these companies will send you a router for free, and you can get internet at your house anywhere there's a cell connection. So,
and where do you think
anywhere where there's a cell connection. But Elon Musk's works where there's no cell towers. Like there are places here in Canada where I go where you don't get cell. Your cell doesn't work.
And he's bouncing it off the
people do have a Starlink that receives the satellite signal.
Yeah, he's bouncing it off the ionosphere. He's doing something. I don't know exactly how he does it. It's a very hush-hush. But here's the point. That has nothing to do with Flat Earth. But I can tell you for a fact.
Well, saying I don't know is a fair comment, guys.
I'm serious. I can tell you for a fact, I'm in the communications and the radio business. I've been doing this since I was in my diapers. I'm still in them. And the fiber optic cables going across the ocean are the 99% of all of our internet communications. All of our internet is based on the ground. There's no reason to have a satellite. The satellites, the internet does not originate in the space, in the sky. The only reason for a satellite is to bounce a signal off of it. It's a mirror. That is the only thing a satellite is for, is to reflect a signal, just like a ham repeater. So there's no reason to have any of these fake science fiction devices up there that, quote, never have to get serviced or never anything. Think about this logically. If there's 17,000 of these satellites above our head and they're launching more every day,
they don't last forever. They do drop out of the sky. They don't stay in the sky forever. They drop out of the sky eventually.
There's been some up there, according to NASA, for a long time, Tommy, and they've never had any maintenance, okay? There's no space shuttle driving up beside them, and then mechanics get out like it's NASCAR with a little pit crew and working on them. Never has happened. I work in the industry, and I even called all these satellite companies in the radio business, and I got all the way to the top, and I said, who can I talk to about, I'm going to go with your network, with the radio station, but I want to make sure that y'all are maintaining your satellites. How do I know your satellites aren't going to go down? Who's your mechanics? And there were always, the buck would always stop right there. They could never tell me any of their mechanics. They could never tell me whenever the astronauts are repairing them, because it never happens, because they're not there. It's a fake thing. It's in your head. NASA.
Well, they're not repairing them. There's no doubt about that. They're not sending up, if something breaks, they just, send another one up. In fact, they've got multiple spares set up in case one does fail, that they have a backup one that they can bring right into service.
Tommy, all your knowledge of satellites comes through the screen and television. You've never seen one personally up there. Neither have I.
My own personal experience with satellite is selling satellite television systems, setting up satellite television systems, seeing where the satellites are in the sky, aiming satellite dishes, getting programming off of the satellites from around the world. Back in the old days, it was like free for all. Nothing was encrypted. So yeah, I played with a lot of that stuff. So like, I believe that the way the satellites work is the ones in geosynchronous orbit are up quite high. And those satellites have rockets on them that actually keep them within let's say a 50-mile box, a rectangle rather. Sorry, not a square.
Tommy,
a cube.
You said you didn't want people to spread disinformation on your channel, and you're doing it right now. So be careful.
No, I'm not.
Disinformation
because that's exactly how the satellites work.
The
ones that are in geosynchronous orbit.
Spread disinformation.
Yeah,
and then you've got
satellites.
the rest of these ones that you see at nighttime flying by that are only about 150 miles above the Earth.
Yeah, you can see those, Tommy, for sure. You can see those.
Any night you can see them flying by.
I would like to. Fry does make a good point about satellites, talking about, when you see pictures of the Earth. I mean, honestly, Fry's correct. There should be a lot of space junk up there. There should be fucking thousands of satellites orbiting the planet, and when they take pictures, you should be able to see them. I mean,
something.
And here's another fact.
You can. Hey, you guys. I mentioned this the other day. I have a camera. This camera here is a low light camera. This here is a night vision type camera. Not really night vision, but it's an actual optical camera. But a very, very, very low light camera. One of the consumer ones, about as low light as you can get. I've got some really interesting video that I shot this summer on my SD card that I got to pull out of here. And then when I come up with the videos, I'll show you. There's some little things that there must be a UFO. There's UFOs and all kind of stuff flying out there. I'll show you that one day.
There's a video that's on YouTube that you can pull up where somebody took a camera and sent it 300 and something thousand feet up in the sky. And it's continual recording from the ground up to the sky. It was a GoPro and it came back down. You can go online and look at it. There is a curvature, but you cannot see it until you get a stupid distance, much higher than 50,000 feet. Now, back in the old days, they used to call 50,000 feet being in space, which I call BS on. And I agree that a lot of things happened in the past, the whole NASA, blah, blah, blah. I get that. I'm not arguing that. But there's a lot of factors that you've mentioned that don't add up, dude. They don't.
Everything I've mentioned is a fact. The water always finds its level. You can live in your own fantasy land. That's okay.
If the reason why the
fact.
particles don't spread out is because of electromagnetism, and they stick together. When it comes to rest and the stuff sticks together, using water as your example simply doesn't work. For a number of reasons.
Yes, it does.
Here's one.
Man,
here's
you're
the
so
reason.
naive.
Let me
you're in the
give you
trucking
evidence.
business. You're in
evidence.
the trucking business. You should know shipping.
Hey, if you don't want me to tell you the evidence, I won't.
That's not evidence. You're in the trucking business. How do you think you get the stuff that comes on your truck? It comes on a ship. And then those shipping canals are all based on a flat, stationary plane and level water. And that could not exist and work. Boats don't go over a circle, a sphere. Boats don't work like that. Planes don't. I've flown planes before, have you? I never had to pitch the airplane down to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. That's never the case. You got a flat thing that you measure across the plane, and you stay where the horizon is always at your eye level, even on the gauge of an airplane. No matter how high you go up in an airplane, the horizon always comes up to the middle, and it stays that way. If we lived on a ball or a sphere, the horizon would be going down eventually when you go up, and the horizon never goes down. It always stays at your eye level because the Earth is so vast and so flat, you'll never see it go down. That's a fact. And you're talking about these space flights. You can look at these people shooting rockets in the sky, and they shot the rocket in the sky when it's nighttime, and all you can see is the moon, and the thing goes so high up that you can start seeing the sun again when the sun was supposed to be on the other side of the Earth, or the moon was supposed to be on the other side of the Earth, which proves that it just got up in the perspective where it could see the sun and the moon again. That's all it is. The sun and the moon go in a circle, and it's out of your perspective. And eclipses, study this. Eclipse could not work properly. Think about the lunar eclipses we had and the solar eclipses. Whenever there's a solar eclipse, they tell us it's the moon blocking the sun. That's complete bullshit, because if that was the case, we'd be seeing a full moon come straight up to the sun, and it would be bright as shit. We never see anything. It's always a disk that masks the sun. It's not the moon. It's another lie.
Fry, what was the name of that map that you mentioned? The Flat Earth map. I'll do a quick search for it.
It's actually a real standard certified map. It's called the Standard Flat Earth Map. And it's actually certified to be legitimately legal. Uh-oh. Hold on.
So you use the word sea level. Can you tell me two seas that are the same level?
Hold on, my battery's dead. Hold on.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Okay, I'll see. Oh, yeah, Gleason's new standard. Oh, that's on Amazon. I don't want that.
I know what I just said doesn't make a lot of sense, but if you go and look it up, the water levels are they're not constant. They're always at different levels. There are channels where two oceans will come together, or land masses in between, and the sea from one side and the sea from the other side, and with the land in the middle. People have cut out channels, and one level is higher than the other. But it's how they get boats across different areas, is they will actually send them through, fill up one because the level of one sea is higher than the other one. And
that's not true. That's complete
really?
bullshit.
Go look it up, bro. Look it up.
No.
Okay.
The sea is always at the same level. We had 3 beach houses.
Ask Google, ask anybody. Look it up. Do some research on it. Anything. Like, look up the Southern Cross. Like, you're sitting here telling me about you can shoot a laser across. But if what you're saying was actually true, if it was, the sun and the moon would get smaller the further away it went from us.
I'm really not here to debate with mental midgets. This is starting to piss me off. You're just talking crazy right now. The water is always level. Look up shipping canals, man. Seriously. There's a reason why they call it sea level. Tommy's got the flat Earth map.
Okay.
There's the North Pole.
So the flat Earth map shows the North Pole. Where's the South Pole?
The South Pole is the edge, the pizza crust. That's why I was telling you, if you head south, you're always going to hit Antarctica. Antarctica is the circle around us. It's not a big continent. It's the ice wall. And the North Pole is the center.
Like, if you look at this map, it's like, okay, if you were to, on the mass, it looks like the largest distance that you would travel is the circumference of this map, right? And that would be the South Pole.
Yes, but there's land outside past the Antarctica. It's called the Promised Land. All right,
Promised
so you can
Land?
go out there. Sarah, you laugh at me. Okay, you can look at. You need to look. They've
isn't that over
discovered
and above flat Earth?
No, Tommy, they've gone past it, and the people have been silenced and shut up. But in the '60s, they went past the Antarctica ice wall, and there was other worlds out there. We are in a destroyed cesspool of hell. That this planet, this Earth, has been. The trees used to be giants, Tommy. There used to be giant trees. They were mined. The movie Avatar was based off of that theory. Okay, so look up. There are no forests on Earth, and there's a proven fact that the trees used to be up in the skies, miles up in the sky, like maybe 60 to 20 miles in the sky. Huge tree canopies, and the climate on the Earth used to be constant, like a rainforest. And when those trees were mined by whatever entity, then the Earth's atmosphere got destroyed, and that's why probably they're spraying chemtrails in the sky to try to block the sun for some crazy reason. They're either trying to kill us or something. But there's the perspective of the sun. You can see how everything works. And it says, as it is, and you can look down there, that map was certified and it's patented. This is not some conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat goofball living in his mom's basement that made this map. These maps were
I used to live
actually...
in my mom's basement.
Well, we don't have basements in Texas like that. But anyway...
well, I don't... Oh, you're from Texas too?
Yeah, I'm 20 miles east of Austin. You know us. The new.
Okay. Yeah, you're not too far away from that Gigafactory that's 5 times the size of the Pentagon.
I'm 15 miles from the Gigafactory, 15 to 17 miles from the new Samsung plant.
Tesla.
No, listen, I'm 17 miles from the Samsung plant, the world's biggest plant, going to be soon. I'm the same distance from that to the Gigafactory, and the new headquarters of Twitter is going to be in Bastrop, which is about 12 miles from me. They just announced it today. So this place is growing like crazy. They're taxing us off our land. I could rant about that all day. Yeah.
Most of the states are getting they're losing economics. Like they're losing jobs all across the country. Most other places.
Right. All right,
At
so
least Texas
Tommy
is doing something.
So Tommy, you can look this up too on the YouTubes. If airplane flies on the flat Earth map as far as the way it goes, so if there's an emergency landing for an airplane, it kind of blows the whistle about how the map that they're flying over, because the route that they're taking is the flat Earth map. But if you look at an airplane on a globe map, it looks like they're going out of the way to get where they're going. But if you look at an airplane on a flat Earth map, they're always going in a straight line. These are facts. So look up the airplane paths on a flat Earth map versus a sphere, and they're always flying a straight pattern, as point of least resistance on a flat Earth map. But if you take the globe, they're always, it looks like they're going out of the way because they're actually flying on a real flat Earth map.
All right,
and
now
there's
keeping the
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that is true.
And I want to say this: the jet streams are going a circle, and they start going in a circle. They are in a perfect circle on a flat Earth map. A jet stream on a sphere, they're waving up and down and all this crazy nonsense. They do all this stuff to make it work. Jet streams only work on that flat Earth map that you're showing, and that's a certified map. You look at a regular map, it will never show that it's certified and as is, and it doesn't show you the distance from the Earth to the sun, and that map actually tells you the distance from the Earth to the sun.
So if the flat Earth looks like this, what would happen if you were to drill down on this?
We haven't drilled down that far. We haven't gone very deep.
Magma? Is there something hot down there? Way down there?
It's so hot that it burns up the bits. That's how they use the geothermal. You don't have to go that deep to do geothermal. But yeah, their bits start burning up, and they have to do crazy stuff to get so deep. I think it's 8 miles is the deepest well the last time I checked.
Yeah, I don't know the exact
Which
depth,
is not that deep. So the knucklehead in the
eventually
chat room.
on the sphere type.
I want to
Earth,
address
you
the chat
eventually
rooms.
Hit magma.
There's a knucklehead in the chat room that thinks he's
core.
hurting my feelings, and he's actually true. So he keeps telling me that I'm a clown. Well, my mom was a professional clown for about 10 years. So I was never an official licensed professional clown, but my mom was. So you're kind of right about that.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't know that.
Yep, she used to do. Yep.
Well, the flat Earth theory is kind of interesting. I haven't really debated or talked to many people about that. I knew that it was something that you were interested in for sure, and I knew that it was a topic that is interesting. And I'd kind of thought about making a show specifically about this flat Earth and all the different theories and the different things. But yeah, you've definitely brought up a lot of things that I had not ever heard about. You know what I mean? So what brought you onto this? Obviously, it wasn't like you grew up and right away at school you learned about the flat Earth theory. Obviously, you were what do you call it, a globalist?
I used to be the biggest globetard. I had NASA everything. Yeah.
Globetard,
This is no joke. In 2015, we were the last. Here's what happened, Tommy. On 2015, we were the last station to play Art Bell, and we were the ones that were actually helping produce his show. So we were his flagship station, basically. So I was working directly with them, and then Art Bell interviewed a flat Earth dude on his show, and this was before I was even. I always questioned everything. It never made any sense to me. I just kind of went along with it. But, at the time, I knew 9/11 was an inside job. I knew the moon landings were a hoax and all that stuff. But I never really thought about flat Earth that much. Well, I heard that flat Earth debate in 2015, and I started looking into it, and I looked into it for years. And I got stacks of files and footage, and it's undeniable, factual. Like, I would say right now, if somebody had a thing that says, okay, is the Earth flat? Or if it's not, if you're wrong, we're going to kill you. If you're right, you live. The Earth is flat. I'm living. Okay? That's a fact. That's the bet I would take. That's how much I don't believe anything, Tommy. I don't have this belief system. I'm not here to sell anybody a DVD. I'm not going to tell you to 1-800, blah, blah, blah at the end of this. I'm telling you, look up flat Earth. I'm not here to do anything but take your ball from you. That's all I'm going to end up doing. If you ever look into flat Earth, honestly, and put your cognitive dissonance off to the side, unlearn everything we've been brainwashed, because it took me a second to unlearn all the shit that I was brainwashed about. And then I studied water, buoyancy density, astrolabes, all the stuff that show that we live on a flat stationary. The constellations prove that we're not moving. because they come around the same every year in the exact same spot. And an astrolabe measures that. It's an ancient instrument that's all mechanical. You point it at the sky and you can see all the constellations. A sundial is the exact same thing. We are in the same spot. The sky is spinning above us, and that is just a fact. The Earth is stationary. There's a firmament above us. The reason why Elon is so rich is because he kept hitting the firmament with his rockets, and then NASA finally says, okay, we're going to give you money to shut up and quit hitting. And notice how as soon as Elon was hitting the firmament, he switched to that different model. I'm going to launch a rocket and re-land it, but I'm not going to go up so high. So he switched to that model. And then he told everybody, okay, now we got that going on. Now we're going to go to Mars. Well, that's not going to work. Let me launch a Tesla out there for all the stupid retards that think that I'm going to launch a car in space. That was so damn fake and staged. People thought he really launched a car in space. Even Elon, if you look at the footage, you can see rats and shit on some of the space launches on their plastic bags and all their fake simulations of launching rockets. It's so freaking fake once you open your eyes to it.
Well, sounds like an opinion. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. I'm not here with any opinions, Tommy. I'm only stating facts. I stand behind everything I'm telling you. Is not me wanting you to join a cult and be a flat earther. And I'm not a flat earther. You can't label me that. But I know that we don't live on a spinning globe. I know that NASA lies. I know that the moon landing stuff was all a hoax. They're never going to go to Mars. They're never going to go to the moon. Why can't we go back to the moon if we were there before? We got supercomputers in our hands. I got supercomputers all around me, size of a damn cell phone. That's a supercomputer. Can't go back to the moon? Oh, you know what NASA tells us? They destroyed the technology. Bullshit. You don't destroy technology once you invent it. You never destroy it.
Hang on, I have to put a disclaimer out here for the show tonight. There may be some conspiracy theories on the program tonight, okay? Just saying. Don't hold me to anything that you hear. This is so I don't get a strike, is what I'm saying this, okay? I don't want to get a strike.
All right, Tommy, I'm reading your chat. So somebody said, Fry lost it when his wife left me. We were not married, and she knew I was a flat earther way before then.
Yeah.
So she left me because I have small nuts, and my boyfriend was coming over too much.
Valid reasons. I would like to point out that if humans were serious about space exploration, it's pretty dumb that we wouldn't have been back to the moon by now if we had been there to begin with, and be doing some kind of operations from there, being that it's our, closest celestial body, as it were.
Hey,
if
Brett.
we had been to the moon, you'd think that we had been back by now. And if we were serious about space exploration, we would kind of have a base there, or, something it's,
Let me ask a question. Alexa, what's NASA's annual budget?
I don't know that.
Alexa, how much money does NASA get every year?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, for fiscal year 2023, NASA requested $26 billion and will receive $25
NASA gets $26 billion with a B, as in boy, Christy, a year in their budget. And that's just what's on the paperwork. That's not the dirty money that's funneled under the table. With the contractors that I used to, I've worked for, okay? So I've been on the inside. So Christy B said NASA shut it down because there was no funding, I thought. NASA gets more money than any fake agency that I know of other than Big War and Big Pharma. But NASA gets billions of dollars a year. Now do the math. Do 23 to 26 billion divided by 12 months out of a year, and you'll see how much money a month NASA gets to lie to us about space. And with that kind of money that they get now, they didn't have that budget in the 60s when they supposedly went to the moon with this paper mache lunar lander. Look at the lunar lander. It's a paper mache studio thingy. It's not a real rugged round thing. If you're going to go through space, you need something very aerodynamic with lots of steel or some type of ceramic around it or something. That was a paper mache studio prop. Even the band Rammstein makes fun of NASA lying. It's called We Are Living in America, and the whole premise of their music video is the moon landing hoax. And they do the whole, look up Rammstein America, and you'll see the whole music video is them making fun of NASA's lying about the moon landing hoax. So go down the moon landing hoax.
Good job, Russia.
Yeah, there's so many lies out there. I don't drink at all, Mike, in the chat. I don't even drink coffee anymore. So your teenage comments in the chat just shows me that you're mental midgets and your cognitive dissonance is kicking in and you can't handle being presented with information that might prove that you've been lied to your whole life. And I know the ego gets in the way of learning new things. When the ego gets in the way of you learning new things, you're never going to be knowing things. You're always going to have to believe in something. And remember, when you believe in something, you're wishing to hope that it's an absence of information in the subject that you believe in. So if you believe in this or if you believe in that, you don't know for a fact. So why would you want to make any decision on a belief? Why would you not want to empower yourself and make a decision on knowing? And when you know, the truth will really set you free. Not my version of truth, the actual truth that you realize with your real eyes, that you can see and prove.
Okay, can you pull the door open a little more? Right.
Tranquility to base. We're going to do a fake moon landing. Houston, we got a problem. We got a whole bunch of people waking up, and we can't do this, so we're going to have to stop the moon. That we're going to have to blow up the space shuttle. We got to blow up the space shuttle because we can't fake this anymore. People are figuring it out. We're going to blow it up. All right, we're going to blow up the space shuttle, and we're going to act like it blows up some people, and we're going to get people emotionally attached to it. And then they're going to go, okay, we can't do this anymore because we're not capable. And then, well, we don't have to fake this anymore. So, all right. And if you look it up,
if you look up the space shuttle that blew up, most of the people that were in that shuttle are still alive today. So here's another fact. Go look up the space shuttle that blew up. Look at all the people that were on it. And they've all been spotted and interviewed to this day. And one of them didn't even bother to change his name. They look exactly the same as the people that supposedly blew up in the space shuttle. There was nobody in that space shuttle that blew up. That was another emotional hoax. They get your mind around things emotionally, and it solidifies and impregnates your brainwashing, so you get emotionally attached to that event.
Simulations on the ground. Absolutely no trouble to walk around.
It's called social conditioning and social engineering.
Okay, like a shot like this would be pretty easy to fake because it's blurry, it's like out of focus, it's like underneath the spacecraft. It's, you know, could easily be anywhere. It could be in a warehouse or anywhere.
Rays emanating from the descent engine, but very insignificant amount. I'll step out and take some of my
Nuts and Crackers says, Fry, please send mushrooms now. I can't read it. I can't keep up with the chat, Tommy. All of them are addressed to me now.
Roger, Neil. We're reading you loud and clear. Let's see, getting some pictures and the contingency sample.
If this was faked, they sure went through a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they did. And actually, the same person that helped them fake that filmed a lot of movies. Stanley Kubrick was the one that did all the fakery. He did Space Odyssey, 2001, and all that.
I remember that, yeah.
He was behind all that, and he put a lot of hidden messages in his movies. Christy, I didn't ask Alexa for the truth. You can Google it. You can look at every NASA budget. That's how much money they make. So don't get all butthurt because I'm stating some facts and spitting some truth at you. I'm just telling you that NASA has so much money, but yet they can't go back to the moon. They can't keep a space shuttle from, quote, blowing up. They can't fix a seal on a rocket. They can't stop this thing from leaking, quote, helium. Why would they need helium? But that's a whole nother story. Cage match, fries versus broccoli. That's funny. And nuts. Nuts. That would be 3 of us. Yeah, Tommy, that would be cool. It'd be put nuts and crackers, broccoli, and fries in the same cage match.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys.
Think down more than quarter of an inch.
Oh, door knocker. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm an asshole. So it might sound like I'm talking down to you.
You wouldn't want to be locked in the cage with me. Just saying.
Yeah, door knocker. I'm an asshole, man. It might sound like I'm talking down to people, but that's just the way I rant. I'm not talking down to anybody. If I call you a mental midget, that's just...
Don't you try and take my fucking asshole crown. I'm the biggest asshole. Fuck off.
Fuck you, Brett. The only thing you got on me is fuck all. That's your term, so...
Life support consumables still looking good.
Everybody knows I'm the biggest asshole. This is known, okay?
Well, I'm a big asshole for ranting.
Stay off my damn turf.
If you watched any of my streams with the convoy, you know I was known for ranting.
Hey,
I'm not on.
You said I was the best.
You know
ranter,
what, Fry?
So.
This does look like it's television, like it's video being transmitted.
Yeah. Look up the technology they use. They would not allow the feed to come straight to the TV stations. What they did is they went and recorded it on a fake TV, and then they retransmitted that out to all the other televisions so they could control everything.
Yeah, I can see that. And
they had a time delay.
Like the premise here is that they went to the moon and they've got a radio transmitter on their thing beaming the signal to Earth. They got a television, whatever, black and white TV thing there. So it's done by a radio. It's back to Earth. And from there, they're recording it. Yeah, and then probably distributing it to the people. And people are thinking they're watching it live. They may very well have been watching it live or recording. I don't know.
All right, somebody in the chat asked me, I can't remember, what do you think about the Coriolis effect? There is no Coriolis effect. That's a fact. You can look at any military-based ammunition system for shooting rockets, drones, long flying bullets, and they never compensate for the Coriolis effect. Nor does any type of people that survey your property, you can talk to surveyors, they never compensate for curvature. Surveyor always surveys on a 2D plane and never compensates for any curvature. And trains could never be laid out the way they are if we lived on a sphere, because a train would have to be laid out almost in a straight line for the most part. If there was curving on a train too much for a long distance with a long train, the centers would have some issues.
Well, this looks pretty legit. Look at this looks like the moon right here.
Yeah, like I said, Tommy, everything we know as far as like people that think that we've been to the moon and all this space stuff.
The moon is flat. You see that?
That's a stage, but everything that we're showed comes through a screen, Tommy. It's all through television. It's telling you a vision. It's a television program. It's a program that's telling you a vision. It's to brainwash us.
Television.
Lies, yeah.
I don't know, but I've never. I remember seeing this when I was a kid, right? I saw this happen, but to the other extent, I don't remember all of it. You know what I mean? Like they didn't show all of it. What we're seeing here is like way more than I recall on the TV.
All right, so I'm 53, Tommy, and this was right before I was, I was born in 71. I'm 53, so that means you're in your 60s.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. When this was on, they showed just a little bit of it on TV, the landing, whatever, gets on the whatever. But this here is like extra footage that I don't remember seeing on the original one.
Sorry, Tommy.
Okay, I'm gonna move it.
This is from NASA, right? Because obviously they recorded everything that came down, right? But we only saw a little bit of it on national TV, right? Because it was
right. So I was reading the chat and actually gut laughed out loud. Sorry, I should have hit my mute button. But AMC in the chat said, "How thick is the ice wall, Fry? And
Look at
can
that.
we make?
What's that? Right there.
Yeah. And he says, "Can we make a bridge with the libtards to get across?"
Oh, jeez.
Okay, now this one's right down straight west.
It's almost like the moon or the Mars footage.
It's always
actually
fake.
not bad. But you can but look, you can see the raster here, like
the studio line, and there's never any stars.
Horizontal lines, yeah.
Here's another thing, Tommy. Think about this critically. Put on your critical thinking hat. If we can see stars through our thick, polluted atmosphere, all right, I'm going to say it one more time. If we can see stars through our thick, polluted atmosphere, even when the sun is setting, we can start seeing stars. All right, and look at that. They're out there with no atmosphere and the vacuum of space, supposedly. There's never a single star.
Well, yeah, but the explanation for that is that it's daylight. It's the middle of the day on the moon, and you're trying to look out with the sun beaming right down on you. So it's
but it's not. It's not, Tommy.
I'm trying to see the aurora like in the middle of the city, and you've got all this light all around you.
Tommy, put on your critical thinking hat. The sky is not blue, so the sun is not beaming down on them.
Well, no, it's not blue on the moon because there is no atmosphere. But
right,
there's
so
still
you should be able to see the stars
beaming down.
Yeah, but they never have seen any stars, whether you're on the space station or whether you're on the moon. There's no satellite, there's no stars. They can't. Now they'll simulate stars sometimes with their footage on the space station, but they've never.
One star right there
on the ground.
Oh, no. It's something with the video. It's always there.
Is my mic too hot? Somebody says I'm yelling.
Look at do you see how long that shadow was, though? Did you see that?
Yeah.
No, your mic's fine, Fry. Your mic's
Okay.
super long. The sun
Tommy,
is like,
Tommy,
that
that's
way.
another thing. You can look at videos on YouTube how the angles of the shadows are from different directions on the moon, because that's impossible if the only light source is supposed to be the sun. They don't have studio lights on the moon.
Yeah, I've heard of that. But I've also heard that it's because you get reflections off of the spacecraft, reflections off of the spacesuits.
No.
And you get like different lights.
That's not how light
coming
works.
From different reflections.
That's not how light works. Light is always from the source.
But look at what we're just looking at here. That shadow looks pretty long coming off of the spacecraft that you can see right above my head going that way.
Yeah, but anyway, you can look up all the documentaries. You can see the props. They have rocks labeled. One of them was still labeled C. They forgot to turn it over.
What's the gravity on the moon? Look at how he's walking. Is that walking on Earth? Or is that walking on the moon?
They had cables on the back of their harnesses to hold the weight of those outfits. By the way, there was a cable to hold them up because it was too heavy.
He's kind of almost floating a little bit. Look at
and there was tension on those.
Step and he's like,
and there was tension on those cables, and a lot of the footage they slowed down to make it look like they were hopping.
Solar wind experiment now.
And trust me, Tommy, I'm a professional video editor. I've made TV commercials.
Look at these guys.
I can tell you all the tricks they use.
They look almost like they're in outer space the way they're moving. You know what I mean? Because of such a small amount of gravity there.
Yeah, it's all fake.
Well, you can say it's fake, but on the other hand, this is the way it would be on the moon.
I think some people are mistaking your enthusiasm and, you know, you're obviously passionate about the topic. I think they're mistaking that for yelling. You're being assertive, but it's, you know, I don't think you're
Right.
yelling. So
Yeah, I
you're fine.
probably am passionate about it because it's the truth, and that's why I speak the way I do, with conviction and not sitting here questioning what I think I know. I know the facts, and I would never mislead anybody.
Yeah, and you know, I can
You would never
appreciate that.
intentionally mislead anyone. Meanwhile, what you're talking about is 100% polar opposite of what we're seeing. Come on.
No, that's
Like,
100%.
well,
No,
either
Tommy.
one thing is right or the other. Both
No,
can't
Tommy,
be right.
Your
Yeah.
words are not correct. I'm not saying what I'm saying is opposite of what you're seeing. You are seeing a fake moon landing. That's a
Well,
fact.
yeah,
I will state
agree.
that's
I
the
agree,
fact.
which is 100%
Okay?
opposite of,
Yeah.
of there actually being a moon landing.
Right.
Okay, this is the reason that I believe that it actually happened. Because remember you were talking about radio amateur operators and stuff like that. There were amateurs that received the signals from the moon, right? And the only way that you can do that is by beaming a satellite dish on the Earth up towards the moon to receive that signal, right? And the signal had to be coming from the moon.
No, they bounce the signal off the moon. You can do that all the time. That's how a repeater
Yeah,
works.
but to bounce a signal off the moon, it takes so much more power, and the signal is so much weaker. I don't think they could have done it with a television signal.
No, you can bounce right now off the moon.
Oh,
The
yeah, you
signal.
can. Oh, yeah, you can.
I
But it
got
takes-
radio equipment that I've shot skip with only 200 watts on AM. Well, I was on upper lower sideband, so I was probably hitting 400 watts. But I was talking to Australia, Hawaii, Winnipeg, shooting skip.
Well,
And
yeah,
the only way
skip off the ionosphere, but that's not off the moon.
And that's exactly how satellites work, Tommy. Okay, because my antenna was omnidirectional. I was using a Starduster. It had 3 elements. It was an omnidirectional pattern. All right, listen. So it was bouncing wherever the ducting was happening, wherever the ionosphere, wherever the conditions were allowing
Right.
it to. Okay? Now
Usually
a satellite,
about 1,200 miles away from you.
right, and I was only using 400 watts. A satellite is a very narrow beam with a very pinpointed thing that it's pointed to, and it's receiving an LNB. All right, so that's how that you can that's how you can get satellite on a satellite system with such low power, because it's a very narrow dish. So that's the difference. So
Oh yeah,
they're-
exactly. Like in the
they're
old days,
transmitting-
the satellite, like I remember back when the first days of satellite, the signal from the satellite would be a very, very wide pattern, like cover all of North America. And then they got into what they called spot beams, where they'd beam into different areas like California or New York or
and
whatever.
then you got phasing,
And they would
where
be
you could-
like a higher power beam. They could concentrate more power, which meant that you could move to a smaller dish. Remember, they used to have consumer dishes were 12, 10-foot dishes.
You're
then
talking-
they moved to the
right.
smaller dishes because they concentrated the power, higher power transmitters.
Technically, if you want to know how that worked, the 10-inch dishes or the 10-foot dishes were analog dishes. So those had a lot of noise. And so that when they started doing digital, they could do phase shifting on the LNBs and split the channels. And that's how they started adding all these channels to your satellite system.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
and if you look today, satellite companies are hurting. They're going out of business because they can't sell a high-priced product for something you can get from T-Mobile for $55 a month. You're getting the same internet
because
connection.
of all of the fiber. All the fiber has kind of bypassed the satellite industry by you don't need the satellite to get the signal from, let's say, California to where I am. You don't need a satellite anymore. You can do it by fiber, cheaper.
Right. Yeah, I got fiber here. I got 360 up and down both directions, and I pay $55 a month flat rate. That's it.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, and now you get unlimited, on your phone, where you can go out and do streaming and stuff like that. So it's gotten to be where it's really easy to stream and stuff, and it's more fun.
So, Tommy, you'll dig this. So, the radio station, we're moving studios in about 15 days. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So I'm taking over the radio program from the radio station. We're going to move it from California to my Studio B here in Texas, right here. This new studio I've built out. And I'm going to have the programming all controlled from this studio for about 4 or 5 days. So I'm going to be running both radio stations, the AM, the FM 106.5, 1050, the internet stream, the TV feeds, all the video streaming, all's coming from this studio.
The flag, part of the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Hey, well, I'll be your guest host on the show there, okay? When you get a show on there, you can have the Tommy Temper show.
Well, I can't change the programming.
On the station.
I can't change the programming. It's going to be the same schedule, but it's going to be coming from my studio, and then we'll have to transition back to the California studio.
Oh, I hear it, and I thought that it was my chance to get into the big leagues. Jeez.
You can get a show on the radio station. I can get you a show really easy. All it's just costs you a little money.
Well, yeah, exactly. Okay, this is the flag thing, remember? There was some sort of conspiracy theory with regards to the flag and the flag waving, or that it can't be waving if there's no atmosphere. And it looks like it's waving, doesn't it? Is that what it was all about?
Yeah, but you don't need to even look at the little things like that. You can just look at the more broad things. Look at that lunar lander. Google a picture of the lunar lander that they supposedly took with the Hasselblad camera. And they interviewed the owners of the manufacturers of the Hasselblad camera, and they specifically said the cameras that we gave NASA for the moon mission would not withstand the Van Allen radiation belt or the temperatures experienced on the moon. And look up the facts of what NASA tells you. I'm not saying this is the temperatures. NASA will tell you the temperature extremes can be way higher than you can imagine for any kind of equipment. It would just melt your phone. It would melt the camera. And the film that's in a Hasselblad camera would never withstand 200 or 300 degrees. And it was hotter than that in some parts of the moon. So the whole thing...
I don't know how hot it would be right where they are right there, but they're obviously in direct sunlight. But the thing with that flag, though, is that there is a rod on the top edge of that flag that, is keeping it taut, keeping it out. It's not like there's wind blowing on it. And the whole business of that flag blowing in the wind, like right now, you can see the thing is stationary. Absolutely no movement whatsoever. But when whoever it was putting the flag in place right here, it does in fact look like wind is blowing it or something, but he's messing with it. He's messing with the rod, with the pole there with it that it's hung on, until he finally gets it stabilized and quits moving it. Then the flag is just motionless. I don't know. I don't see it moving after he lets go of it. What do you think?
Oh, I've seen all this footage, Tommy. I own all the DVDs. I looked into the moon landing hoax about 20 years ago, really big time. So I've seen so much footage you can't even imagine. Look up a documentary, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. And then that'll send you down the rabbit hole of
Hey, I remember seeing the original where there was cheese and the guy was flying the moon to the moon and it was cheese on the moon. Remember that?
So Nuts and Crackers ask how much would it take to get on the radio. It's a pay-for-play radio station. We've been on the air for 24 years, since 2004. And I'll send you the link. I'll put it in the chat, and you can find the media kit on the station somewhere.
That's funny,
so,
Nuts.
There. So look for I'll look for the media kit and I'll send it to you, Nuts. Let's see, hourly rates. Here we go. All right, I'll put the link in the chat of the hourly rates here. Found it, Nuts. All right, Nuts, there we go. There's the hourly rate chart. And just to show that who you're talking to, everybody in the chat, if you want to check it out, instead of people thinking I'm a clown, this is the staff of the radio station, and you might recognize somebody on that page. So that last link there, I put kcaradio.com staff. If you look 1, 2, 3, 4 pictures, I'm right beside Gary Garver, and he used to be on the Howard Stern show, and I talk to him almost every week, and I help him with his tech stuff. And as a matter of fact, I'm working on a project that with Gary Garver. It's going to be a 50-50. And can you hear me, Tommy?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, sounds good.
So
Garver,
I have 4 years of never heard of before, never aired Howard Stern on reel-to-reels, on 10.5-inch reels in my house right now. So I'm looking for a reel-to-reel machine that will play 10.5-inch reels, like an Otari, not Atari, but starts with an O. I'm looking for an old reel-to-reel player because it's stuff that they could never air because the FCC would not allow it. It was that bad. And it's
Howard
from
Stern, which is probably okay to air today.
No, it's not. But
really?
I'm gonna put it out on some. We're gonna figure out how to put it out there to try to monetize it and stuff. But it's 4 years.
Rumble or something like that.
It's 4 years of content that was never aired on the Howard Stern show that I have to master. And Gary Garver used to be the sidekick on Howard Stern, and he's one of our sales guys, and he has a show called Control Chaos on our radio station as well. But I'm right there on the staff page. It says manager of IT systems. That's just one hat. The IT stuff is the easy stuff. I do about 19 to 18 hours of programming on the station every day. So I'm responsible is the correct term of about 19 to 18 hours of programming a day on the station. And whenever I take over the programming when we're moving studios, I'll be doing 24 hours a day. So I'm going to be running around the clock. And I have to program and edit those shows. That's why I can't live stream anymore. I just finished my workflow whenever I jumped on the panel.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't give you much time to do much of anything. Well, at least you're keeping busy and working while you can, because you can't work forever.
And I don't know if you know, Tommy, but I broke my back about in May, right when I was getting back into filming. And I can't feel my top of my right leg, and the back of my arm is numb.
Oh, yeah, I heard you say that on Charlie's show there. Yeah, I was wondering about that. That's
from nerve damage.
That's
so
like a bone. Where did you hurt your back? Whereabouts?
I was just doing normal stuff, working with solar panels and lifting batteries. And, I was in a bad car accident in '93, and I've always been kind of compensating for back injury and never had surgery. And it caught up to me, and I couldn't move for 3 days. And
Where was your back injured? On the top or the bottom?
It's L5 was crushed completely.
Okay, so that's near your head.
Yeah. No, L5 is the lower part.
Well,
and
back
that's on a nerve group that goes across the front of your leg. If you look at the nerve groups, that's why that part went numb, because it's either a pinched or cut nerve. So I'm technically disabled as you can get. I can't lift a car battery anymore.
That's bad, because if that happens, that could even progress to even worse than that. So you
paralyzed.
Gotta be very careful.
Yeah. I could be paralyzed, and I'm borderline.
Or
any
half
day
of your
I
body
could be
paralyzed.
If I move wrong, I could be in a wheelchair. Yep.
And even if they were to go in and operate too, they could actually make it worse. So it's like you almost have to live the way you are, rather than risking further damage from.
I've been dealing with major, how should I say, depression and reality shifts. The pain, I've experienced more pain in the last 4 months than anybody can imagine, with my back and my arms.
Oh wow! Oh, look it's Boss Money. Banana Zed in there too. What? He's talking to you, Fry.
What's that?
One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return.
Talking about your the Howard Stern thing. Yeah, that's not just knowing somebody. That's he worked in the industry.
Hey, Boss Money. I'm not making up this shit. Go look at this link. Are you kidding me? There's the staff page. I'm right beside Gary Garver. I'm the IT manager, and more than that. at this point. I have Gary Garver on speed dial on my phone. He texts me every day. Do you want me to show you on the screen? Here we go. Tommy, let's do this. Go ahead, Tommy.
Hey, don't be like doxing personal messages. That's not okay.
No, it's nothing personal. It's about
Okay,
it's about
just,
work. It's
don't
about
be
work.
like-
It's just talking about shows. All
Hey,
right.
Don't move into selling text messages that are
Okay,
private.
I got you on the big screen.
No,
Keep
but
it
I'm
flat.
just gonna, I'm gonna stop
Keep
the
it flat.
trolls. But here we go. See the top right there?
Gary Garver. Yep. I see that. Yeah. So obviously you text message with him and
Every
yeah.
day. Every day,
Right on.
because I edit his show when it's done, and I convert it to WAV files and make sure that it's normalized. And I do tech support for him, so I help him with other stuff that he works on, his TV shows that he's on. So if
Right
you need
on.
some file converted or whatever, but yeah, daily he'll send me a text that says show is up, and then I'll send him a thumbs up, or we'll talk. Yeah, so it's a small world. In the radio business, it's a small world. I've worked with Roseanne Barr before. I know y'all probably heard her name. I used to work with her son, building out her studio, and guess what? She plugged us on the Johnny Carson show whenever she was on there. Jay Leno took it over, but she plugged KCAA on live TV that day. I've worked with the guy that started Love Lines. Okay, I know you've heard of that show before. The Poor Man. He's the one that started Love Lines. I've worked with, let's just go on across the line here. If we're going to name drop and you're going to call me.
I've heard of Roseanne Barr for sure. Absolutely. She's pretty big.
Yeah.
Really
Yep. She
big.
used to be on our radio station exclusively.
Wow.
So I'm just going to start name dropping if that guy's going to be a jackass. If we're going to play
Well,
that
yeah,
game.
it's it's the thing is it's easy for a troll to walk in here and just try and belittle.
All right, I've worked with
something
Art
that
Bell.
somebody is saying, but
Yeah. Okay. Art Bell. I know everybody's heard of that. I've worked with him.
Yeah.
And we were his flagship station right before he died. I've worked with the Mars guy. Oh God. I'm going through the list here.
Yeah, I love listening to Art Bell. I really like to do like an Art Bell type show, like that is the cat's meow.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Richard Hoagland?
Yes,
Right?
absolutely.
I used to
Hoagland, yeah.
help. We used to produce his show. We still run his show on the station.
You know what?
And
I can hear it in his voice because if you've heard him recently, he's getting pretty old. You can hear it in his voice. But Hoagland, yeah, he's been around for a while.
I was his right hand man when it come to doing his DAP system for taking all the money for selling his podcast. And I helped him with his show and everything. Yeah, so I could keep on going down the line.
He was big on what was his big thumb? What was the moon thing? Saradona or Sarah something?
He's big on Mars and all that stuff. And,
Oh, Mars, yeah.
Yeah, his thing is all about the faces on Mars and all that stuff.
Right,
I'm not going
right,
to take anybody's happiness from them, but whatever. Yeah, so I could keep on going down the line. So yeah, I'm not making stuff up there. Troll in the chat room.
What about the other the woman that used to be on his show? The heck is her name? She's still around too, doing stuff on her own podcasting.
I worked with his producer and him, but down to the point where I'm tech support for their working on their computers and logging in. Like I literally log into their machines and do shit with TeamViewer or UltraViewer or whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to.
Yeah. You know what I would like to do? I would do a show like almost daily if somebody organized what the show was about and what the clips were. You know what I mean? Because you know how I bring up stuff from X, whatever, the little clips. But to actually bring up clips or organize clips for a show, and then I would actually do a show where I'm bringing up the clips and talking about the stuff and doing that. But for me, it's like it's too much out of my day to have to organize something like that in order to do the show. It's more easier just to do the show if somebody else is behind there organizing. And that's why my show really hasn't gone anywhere, because it's all a mishmash of a whole bunch of crap and no organization at all,
Yeah, I'm supposed to be working right now and setting up more systems for the move. I got 15 days to get it, well, if I'm lucky, to get all my, because I got to have backup systems. So if my automation system fails, I got to have another backup system ready to go. Same way with my encoders, my video systems. You can't just have one system on a radio station. You got to have backup. So I've already got my main systems built up. Now I'm working on backup stuff. I got computers behind me, on the walls, over here, machines down here, over here. And I got a lot of them running on DC Direct, Tommy, so you'll get into this. I don't run like off the grid power or my solar power. I'm running straight off my DC battery banks.
Oh, so, right. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you put me full screen, I could probably point to it.
Yeah, you are full screen right now.
So I have 12-volt battery banks here. I got a positive rail there, negative rail there, and then I got all my switches where I can turn my stuff, my LEDs, the lights, everything here. I got a straight up 12-volt rail. So, you know, with a 12-volt system, it fluctuates from 11.7 to 14.5 when it's doing its charging. Well, I have a regulator that keeps it at 12 volts that I can use for stuff that needs just 12 volts, like a monitor or a different type of power supply. And the power supplies I use on my computers the range of them is 8 volts to 32 volts. So it'll take anything down to 8 to 32, but they're like $160. You know, they're not cheap, but you can find them used for like $100 on eBay. But, you know, it's a gamble because the capacitors are old. But I have 2 of those. So that's the stuff that I'm using. So I'm completely off grid. So if the power fails, I can run these computers for weeks on end and still be fine and not have to even tap into my big battery banks to have the inverters hooked up to them.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to set something up, you know, with the mindset that you're going to be running it off of batteries and what the battery voltages are that you're dealing with to get everything all, you know, most of it running off a battery and not have to go to an inverter back to 110. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
that's where you lose
monitors that are 12 volt or whatever, or, you know, everything around you, like all the lighting and everything, 12
like
volts.
Like these blinkers that are blinking, that's 12 volts.
Yeah.
All this all is 12 volts. I have monitors that run on 12 volts. And like you said, my audio system in here is a stereo head unit. You can't see it, but it's a Kenwood CD player. And over here is a Kenwood. That's a Blawpunk over there. And then I have DC amplifiers right here. This is a DC amp, 12 volts. And that's what runs this cloud LED thing up here. So that's flashing because I'm playing music.
What's that? It looks like a wind vane spinning around.
That's a bicycle wheel. I used to make windmills just for decoration, and I have it running on a little string with a little Fry TV logo, and that's a gear reduction motor that I've down converted to 5 volts, and that's how I'm getting the slow speed. And I made this with the cardboard box that Katie shipped me and some plastic and CD. I hot glued CDs to make a pulley.
Oh, so I'm trying to figure out how that. So the motor is the part that has the cup spinning right there.
Yeah, that's the motor over here. It's called a gear reduction motor, and I got it out of a PTZ high-end surveillance camera, and it's running at 5 volts because the motor's actually running pretty fast in there, but it's gear reduced. You know, like it's got a transmission in it.
Yeah.
And when I'm running it at 5 volts, I'm getting that speed. And it also gives me a 5-volt rail that I have, also a 5-volt rail over here and over here that I can plug in smaller appliances that only need 5 volts, like a DVD player, a Sony DVD player like this.
Right.
This Sony DVD player you get at Walmart. If you take it apart, it only runs on a 5-volt rail. So it takes this 110 power, and it has a 5-volt rail, and that's it. There's no 3.5 or 12 volts. It's just 5 volts. So I could run this DVD player straight off that 5-volt rail.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, that's where you're pretty inventive to be able to get into what you've got there and modify it to work with your lower voltage DC rather than having to invert.
And my CB radios all run off of 12 volts as well.
Copy that.
10-4.
I got a JVC 4-head DVD player, CD, VCR player. Down
VCR?
here
That's pretty new technology.
It used to be in my truck about 20 years ago, and it still works to this day. And it's a 12-volt only 4-head stereo recording playback, and it actually has 2 sets of composite outs and 2 stereo outs and mono channels.
Holy.
So I'm going to be converting a lot of.
Its day.
Oh yeah, you can't find them on eBay either. It's like I looked, you can find one broken one with holes drilled in it for $45, and it's somebody's butchered it. I'm serious, because I want to buy another one. You can't find them, but it's a high end. It's made for in the specs. It's made for high dust, high heat, high vibration, because it's made to put under the seat of your truck. It was a mobile VCR player. I used to have an entertainment system in my truck. I had a TV screen that came out with 4 antenna tuner array, a VCR, a DVD player, had a mobile hotspot. I was streaming live out of my truck. I know you've heard the stories. Like 20 years ago with a 3-com webcam back in the day. You remember those 3-com webcams?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I had it hanging from the mirror. I was streaming right before Justin TV got on the ground, and I was using Windows Media Windows Media Encoder, and Real TV encoders, and I finally ended up just sticking with Windows Media Encoder to do live streams out of my truck.
Oh, wow. That was real IRL. Well, not really foot type IRL, but in your vehicle. Early. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I think I had a Learjet cassette player in my car. Or no, yeah, I forget. Well, maybe it was an 8-track player. Yeah, Learjet 8-track player.
I don't have my other cameras hooked up, but I have a 19-inch comm rack right back here, and it's got a radio CD deck, left and right, dual CD, with pitch controls, with the cue up, everything, you know. And below that, I have the dual cassette deck. Below that, and then below that, I have an Audio Technica record player, and
Audio Technica. Yeah, I remember.
And then
that
I got
brand.
all my records, and I'm slowly mastering one record at a time. I've mastered the other night my 40-year-old record, Freakazoid by Midnight Star. Remember that song, Midnight Star Freakazoid? I got that on 45.
Wow.
And I got Rockin' Radio, Wet My Whistle.
Sing that a little bit. I don't remember it.
Let me see if I can play it. I'll give you a strike.
Get a Freakazoid strike.
Yeah, let me see if I can port that here. Hold on.
Right, is your email
Just do
on
8
your,
seconds.
On your page? On your channel?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What's that?
You want time slot.
Email. Is it on your channel page?
If you want to send me a personal email or one to the station.
Well, a personal one, I suppose.
Send it to frytvnow@gmail.com. FRYTVnow@gmail.com.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, let me port this.
What are you looking for? A spot there?
Let's see.
I'm gonna buy in.
All right, Tommy, see if you can hear this.
Yeah. I can hear it. Look at me.
Oh yeah.
All right, you're gonna get a copyright if I keep playing it.
Oh yeah, okay. I get the drift. I don't remember the song though. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, so that record was 40 years old, and it played like it was brand new, and it was scratched up bad, but I got a decent needle that's not, a new needle will play through most records.
Wow. Sounds good. Some random group.
So that guy in the chat room that was calling me a liar, he says, Fry, you got a wild setup. It just blows my mind. You don't think that we hit the moon. I guess he went to the moon. It's because I looked into it, I like to know stuff. And again, I don't have anything to sell anybody that's watching the channel. This is Tommy's channel. The only reason why I jumped into the chat is because y'all were bringing up Flat Earth. And
Well, there's other channels. I've been to actually other channels where they've talked about flat Earth. There are actual. Well, you know that. You get
Oh
me.
yeah,
You get me
dude! I know all the big
double echo,
channels.
by the way.
I've been on the panels with them and all that stuff back in the day. When I was first in the flat Earth, I'd be on the panels with the big channels. Like, you start naming them, and I was out there, hanging with them.
CBS.
No, those people are obsolete now. The CNNs, ABC, CNNs, and all that, they're obsolete.
Fox.
Yeah.
Review.
Why am I echoing? I know.
Oh, are you echoing?
Oh, Fry. You give it us a double echo.
Sorry.
When
That
you
should be
hooked
gone
up
now.
that,
Yeah, I did that when I was playing music.
sound.
I thought it was me. Okay.
No, it was my bad. Sorry. I had to port the audio over to play that. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought that was necessary to play that on your
Voice Meter is an amazing piece of software.
Voice Banana.
I just downloaded that the other day. I've been messing with it.
Voice Meter Banana.
Yeah, I love it. I've been using it.
I'm using as few pieces of audio software as possible on my system here. I get way too much trouble with crackling and all kind of crap that enters in there.
You need
Tommy,
some, bigger drivers, not drivers, RAM for your computer, Tommy. Better processor.
If you really want to get a good processor, get a Xeon.
A Xeon. Well, actually, the problem that I'm having right now is when I port my audio, let's say from Windows into my Rode device that I can manually adjust the sliders, and then I port the audio back to my computer, that's where it gets some crackliness in it. But if like right now, my microphone is going into the Rodecaster, which is going into the computer, and there's no crackling on it. So that's where I'm having a bit of problem. It's when I port the audio from a cable into my Rodecaster, it somehow develops crackle, which is weird. Only I can fix it. And I fixed it by just plain routing the audio into the cable ABC right into OBS. But then I have to run the sliders on OBS instead of on Rodecaster. Not as convenient.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe the system I'm running on right now. This was my first system. I'm not even running on my fast gear anymore. This is a 4th gen. Yep, Intel 4th gen. Let me get you the exact specs. So it is the i7 4770 3.4 gigahertz. It's not even a K processor, so it's not overclockable. 16 gigs of RAM and an NVIDIA 960 2 gig with four video outputs, and that's it.
That'll work.
And it's actually it's trugging along pretty good. I mean, I'm right now doing all this at 24% CPU, and I've started a virtual camera on Prism. That's how I'm doing this, and then I got StreamYard here, surfing the internet there. When I used to live stream and have 9 truckers on my screen at once, I was only using a 6th gen system. So you don't need the newest stuff. As a matter of fact, the new Intel stuff is garbage because there's actually a hardware issue where their processors are eating up and burning up themselves. So I would not buy any newer generation Intel processor at all. Just a tech tip there.
That's always a good one. I mean, you really need to buy something new about every other year at the minimum if you're going to be using it a lot.
If not, if you're an IT guy, I have this, like I said, look up 4th gen. Look how old that system is. Let me see when that processor came out. Alexa, what year did Intel 4th gen come out?
From TechGamesNews.com. The 4th generation of Intel processors called Haswell was released in 2013.
2013. That's how old this processor is.
But it's the same like new cars. You know, some people, doesn't matter how many miles are on their car, they're going to trade car every year.
Yeah, well, you can't put bloatware in your system. You got to keep it up to date. And an SSD is, if you want a system to run fast, make sure you got at least 8 gigs of RAM in there, minimum. But I would suggest minimum of 16, really. And a 240 gig SSD. I would do a Samsung or a SanDisk or a Kingston or a Crucial. So those 4 are pretty decent. Look for the best management software, and really Samsung has some of the best management software out there for SSDs. So I would kind of stick with Samsung. And SanDisk is made by Western Digital, same thing, and they have really good management software. So if you get a computer, make sure you install the SSD management software on there and let it do the firmware updates on the SSD. Make sure you keep all your Windows stuff up to date. Keep the bloatware off. Don't go on the porn sites. Do that with a Linux box. If you want to look at porn,
I was with you up until you said no porn.
I don't do any of that stuff, man.
No. I say hell no.
I have a Linux box that I BitTorrent with if I want to get some software package or some kind of.
No. I never looked at any porn at all. Oh my goodness, no.
I did back in the 90s.
Throwaway box.
I did it back in the 90s. Yeah, I used to look at ALS Scan. Have you ever been to ALS Scan?
No.
Oh man, don't go.
So thank you.
But this was back in the 90s, before I was even married.
Yeah, we used to bootleg the
just blow a
XXX stuff
load of smoke up my ass
off the satellite there.
So, I've never ever looked
we
at
used to
porn.
sell
Decoders
for it.
No, I was heavy on it. I was heavy on it, nuts. No, I still have a little collection that I don't look at anymore, though.
But like I say, I thought the way things have been going, and you've been fairly serious. And I thought you were just going to blow right through that one and try to see if you could slide a knuckler by us.
I remember my mother gave us boys a copy of Playboy magazine to make sure we stayed on the straight and narrow,
Your mom gave you one?
Yeah.
Did she tell you what you should do while you're looking at it?
No, she just, gave us the magazine.
Figure it out.
Make sure that we
Don't
didn't
ask me those
deviate,
stupid questions.
Oh, Tommy, I'm disappointed. I'm reading in the chat. The Phoenix guy you had on your panel says, Fry never addressed a single point I made on the flat earth lie. What do you mean? We debated the whole thing. We were debating the whole time. What do you mean? Everybody said I needed to calm down. That was me addressing everything that you talked about.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. All I can say is look up water and it's always finding its level. Water is always the measurement of, if you want something level and there's no wind, water is going to be your flattest surface, period. If there's no wind and nothing's moving around it, water will be perfectly level. And that's why they use water as levels. In the construction industry, if you're going to build a bridge or a foundation that, spans miles apart or whatever, use a water level or laser. Laser shoots straight. Water is a level. That's how
I know I've seen that where they're building some kind of a tunnel or something through a mountain, and they want to see where it is on either side of it. But still, it's a theory. You have to admit it's a theory, and not everybody is going to agree with you.
It's not about the ego, Tommy. I'm not here to argue. I'm stating facts, and if you want to look into it, you will know that it's the truth once you look into it completely with an open, critical mind. That's all I'm saying. I'm not pushing any religion, no belief systems here. I'll say it like this. I'm not about any religion. I would never call myself a Christian, but I live Christ-like. There's a big difference. I live Christ-like. I know there has to be some type of creator. We didn't come from an explosion, and here's how I can prove we didn't come from an explosion. We can take all the people in the town that I live in, let's dig a hole, and we'll all jump in that hole, and let's blow that son of a bitch up. And then what's going to be left in that hole, Tommy? Dead meat with maggots eating us. And the flies were already here, so that's where the maggots came from. So we have to take the flies away. So again, we didn't come from an explosion.
They're not going to eat through the dust and the dirt to get to the meat first. There's a meat going to be on top.
Okay, well, we got a super chat in there from Phoenix Tide. Thanks a lot for that super chat.
You're full of shit.
Phoenix
man.
Tide. For
These other guys. Full of
you
shit.
never explained the Southern Cross constellation or why the sun or
Bullshit,
moon
I'm telling
doesn't
you.
get smaller the further away they get.
Yes, I did. I told him I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm not going to talk about something and blow smoke up somebody's ass to sound like I'm high IQ. I'm telling you,
not necessarily the truth. It's just your truth.
You talking to
Right?
me?
You talking to me? You talking to me?
Are you talking to me or Phoenix?
Yeah, he's talking to you.
Yeah, I'm only stating facts. I'm not here to tell you my version of truth. Okay. That's not what I'm about. I know for a fact that the Earth is stationary and flat. You can think whatever you want to think. That doesn't make you an enemy of mine, or we're going to disagree, or I'm not going to be frustrated with you. I was a globehead, a globetard, whatever you want to call it, before 2015. Like I said, I had all the NASA trinkets and I got DVDs and all that bullshit. And I ate it up because it's a fun fantasy world to live in.
NASA badge on your jacket.
Well, what about what about the chemtrails?
Yeah, what about chemtrails?
Now, chemtrails, geoengineering is a real thing, and it does happen, and it happens a lot. And the weather has been modified to the point in the last 20 years to where it's not natural anymore. So
well, yeah, even I would agree with that. Like chemtrails, they're not a conspiracy theory. Well, when you look up and you see a chemtrail, it's not necessarily some, jet spraying crap, because jets do leave contrails, right? But some of what is happening up there is absolutely spraying, seeding, silver iodine, like all kind of stuff that they're spraying in there to either prevent hail from happening, to start rain happening, multi different purposes. Yeah, absolutely is it happening.
Okay, what they're spraying, it's been tested, it's barium, strontium, and aluminum. And there's been high aluminum counts in water, snow, and mountains and soil tests all around the world now. It's barium, strontium, and aluminum. Now, the fact is, if you see those planes crisscrossing in the sky, download an app called Flight Radar 24. You can download it on your phone. You can look at it through a web browser. And do this for yourself. It'll blow your mind. Those planes that are spraying are not on the transponders that are on the real Flight Radar 24. And every commercial airliner has to be on that transponder network that has an N number. So there's going to be an N number for, even if it's a Cessna, it's going to have an N number. And you will not see any of those airplanes on Flight Radar 24 that are spraying the skies. They're in all different directions. Sometimes I have footage on my website of 5 planes side by side spraying at the same time. You could get on Flight Radar. They don't show up on Flight Radar. And that Flight Radar is it's like a real-time network. And that's what everybody uses. So look up Flight Radar 24, and when they're spraying the skies, even if it's at nighttime, you can see them spraying sometimes. They mostly spray during the day to block the sun. And if you see them spraying at night, they're trying to keep the thermal heat in. So if you see them spraying during the day, they're trying to push the heat out. And if they're spraying at night, they're trying to keep it hotter at night. And they also use geoengineering, is what the proper term is, Tommy, not chemtrails. They also use geoengineering to steer hurricanes and weather events and high and low weather patterns. And you can always tell when there's a hurricane brewing somewhere, like there's one brewing in the Gulf right now. They're going to start spraying around that hurricane so much that we will not be getting any spray here in Central Texas. And that's the best time. The cleanest air that we have around here is when there's a hurricane, because they're never spraying over land here. They're focusing on that hurricane for some reason. And I see it every single time.
Yeah, interesting.
And I'm not bragging or making this up. I have gigs and years, probably 24 to 25 years worth of pictures of chemtrails that I could show one night on a panel of them spraying the skies. And if anybody wants to contact me about anything I'm saying, we'll just do this right here. All my
Yeah.
personal contact info is right here. Copy. Paste.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Yeah, well, the business of the spraying, like that is pretty much legit. Like there's lots of articles. There's even some countries like, I don't know, like maybe the United Arab Emirates and, countries like that don't get all that much rain that really actively do a lot of spraying in order to try and get some rain on their territory.
Right. So that's my website there, Tommy. I hope you didn't mind I put it in the chat. So I have on my website, you can kind of see more what I'm about. I'm more of an artist at heart, even though I'm into all this tech. But I used to do TV commercials. It's even been on cable TV before. I used to do music videos, music, graphic art. All the artwork you see on my webpage there, I did every single graphic in every single video for the most part. Even the little Wait For Me stuff I did with earplugs, music video. And that Departure song, I did all that. Every single thing is just all my graphics there.
Right on.
That's what I'm passionate about.
How
not
can
flat
that
Earth.
aircraft make the eye wall? Because all of it is just an airplane, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Solar activity, yeah, and the ocean. You need pretty much an ocean for a hurricane. You don't see hurricanes starting over land. So the hot, warm water is definitely a part of it.
No, the hurricane plane is not making the eye wall. That plane that flies in the hurricane is just, it's a way for them to measure wind and pressure. They're measuring
Monitoring.
pressure more than anything. The lower the pressure, the faster that thing's going to brew up, the more intense it's going to get. That airplane is also flying way above that storm to where they're not in the winds. So no, that plane is just for dropping. They drop these little bitty measurement devices that measures wind speed and pressure for the most part. They're not ginning up the hurricane. They have the ability to look up HARP and look up geoengineering. You can watch a documentary called oh God, what's the one about the HARP system? Oh, it's been so long.
But I think that HARP thing is a little bit overblown. Like, I know exactly what HARP is up in Alaska. Set up a whole bunch of antennas and a whole bunch of transmitters trying to manipulate the ionosphere. And it was run by the American government and then subsequently handed over to the university up there to run up
If you
there.
look up geoengineering
I don't know if they're still
conference
actively
in Germany, you
doing
will
it.
see that they're very open about geoengineering. It's very open. Like, so just type into your whatever browser, look up geoengineering in Germany, and you'll see conferences and plans, and it'll lead you down a rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, well, it's a big thing, and you can imagine that if countries think that it's a necessary thing. It's like fighting a war, fighting what's happening with the atmosphere.
Yeah, so Phoenix in the chat, you're probably not listening to the words that I'm saying correctly. He said hurricanes are caused by solar activity, not chemtrails. I never said the chemtrails are causing the hurricane. I said they can alter the hurricane with geoengineering. I never said causation. Big difference.
Yeah, well, they can try and alter it. But whether or not they're actually capable of altering it is a different story, I guess.
Well, all they have to do, Tommy, it's not that difficult. So they're spraying the ionosphere with barium, strontium, and aluminum, which makes it more conductive. So you're with me on that, right? It's like putting salt in water. Water is more conductive with salt, okay? So they're technically putting aluminum and salt in the air, and then they take these frequencies, whatever they are, to heat the ionosphere. So when they beam these frequencies up there, it works kind of like a microwave, and it's some type of phase array that excites the particles up in the ionosphere, which heats it up, which when that heats up, that causes a high pressure. Somehow it moves the storm or can alter it. Now, I'm not up there to witness any of this, but I can logically think it through my mind how it could alter any type of storm or change a weather event. But I'm not saying they're causing it. I'm just telling you they're altering the weather. The weather is never natural anymore. When you see those planes spraying in the sky, those are not condensation trails. Those are chemical trails purposely sprayed with airplanes that are off the transponder network. And that's a fact. They're off the Flight 24 transponder network, which means it's a military or some type of deep state project.
Do you think that they're trying to hide it? Why would they hide that from the people? Because, you know, if they're doing something, regardless of it has some negative consequences, do you think that it's the negative consequences that they're trying to hide? Why else would they hide it?
No, I don't think if they were trying to hide it, then why would they have patents on it? Like Brett said, they're openly admit that it's being done. Even Bill Gates talked about it's being done, and Bill Gates is actually saying we're going to do it. Well, they've been doing it for 20-something years, really hardcore. They're just slowly getting people used to the fact that we don't have natural weather anymore. There's something wrong with our atmosphere, and it goes back to what I was originally talking to. There used to be giant trees on our Earth that have been chopped down and mined because they were a different type of tree than what we see today, like the wood trees that we have. It was a completely different species of a tree. And the movie Avatar is based off the giant trees. And if you want to look at those facts, you have to watch a documentary called There Are No Forests on Earth. I'll repeat that. Watch this documentary. It will blow your mind. There are no forests on Earth. And watch the good one. Don't watch the one that somebody's jacked with and put memes on and all kinds of jokes and shit. You got to find the original. It's a true fact that most of the Devil's Mountain, you've seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Tommy. I know you have. You know that mountain in the movie that's called Devil's Mountain. Well, it's actually a tree stump. Devil's Mountain is actually a tree stump. So Close Encounters of the Third Kind is also based on the giant trees that used to be here, and they have the aliens in the movie and the giant tree. It's all kinds between Close Encounters of the Third Kind and what was that other one? I just said it.
Well, Fry, you might be a good one to ask this.
Avatar.
You know, thinking
Avatar.
Getting into Close Encounters and things like that. What do you know? Because you've had a really close relationship with the Coast to Coast show and things like that. Do you have any inside information, or what are your thoughts on the government doing some kind of reverse engineering on spacecraft, that kind of thing?
All right, I'm going to state some facts here. The last time I talked about this on the radio, I talked about it on Gary Garver's show, Controlled Chaos, on the radio station. The last time I talked about too many things, Tommy, my house got struck by lightning and I lost $3,000 worth of equipment.
Uh-oh.
Was it a coincidence? I'm sure it was. But I'll tell you this. I know for a fact that there are extraterrestrials among us. Not aliens. There's a big difference. So extraterrestrial is from a different terrain, terrestrial. Okay? So if you look at the flat Earth map, it's easy for them to cross the ice wall. Because there's not just the Earth here, Tommy. If you expand that flat Earth map, it goes way larger. There's Earths over here and there and over there. There's just land everywhere, past the ice walls. And that's what they're hiding from everybody. And that's the different species, the extraterrestrials, that come over here and visit every now and then. Now,
Fry, sorry, I don't mean to interject. I'm just curious. It struck me before earlier, and it struck me again right now when you were talking. Would it be fair to say that you're kind of relating Earth to a petri dish?
Exactly. Boom. Yes. There's old flat Earth maps that show the actual land around the Earth ice ring, which we know as Antarctica, but you have to look at a flat Earth map and it looks like a pizza crust. It's the outside ice ring, but there are walls that you can go get out of that. So if you can, and it's an actual treaty, and did you know there's a law you can't travel so far because they don't want you to leave this Earth realm because they want to keep us in this prison planet. This is a fact. You can only go so far. They will get your ass. Look it up. It's government treaties. All governments have signed that. All these UN, the world is run by the United Nations. The United Nations logo is a flat Earth map.
Get your ass treaty. You violated. We're gonna come get your ass.
Yeah. Hey, look up. Man, I could go all day. There was a
hey, nuts. That's a nice AI generated fucking fire you have. I have a real one.
It's a fucking
the
AI.
bird
It's
here
the
in front of
same
the camera.
fire
There you go.
you've been using
You got
for
a bird
years.
for nuts. Sorry, go ahead, Fry.
Same fire video you've been using for months.
And also look up Admiral Byrd.
That's funny.
So Tommy, you can watch a documentary. It's about Admiral Byrd.
Build a fire.
And it was he did this. They went past the ice wall in the 60s, and they interviewed him on television. They got shut down. They were funded at first, and then when they came back and told everybody what they were going to do to go back, some weird shit happened to all of them. Look up the documentary with Admiral Byrd when they went to Antarctica and they made it past the ice wall, and it was like a paradise, green, lush land. It was like living in a rainforest. They said it was past the ice wall. It was warm. It was the promised land. Now, all these big leaders like the Pope and MLK and Obama and all these, quote, what people call elites, and I call them scum, they all get to go to the promised land. So they get to go to that, is what I'm told from the insiders that I know. But there's not like little green aliens that are in spaceships going like people think. But there are extraterrestrials that kind of look like humans.
Oh, nuts is pride. That's so
You
sweet.
don't know
Aliens
what
that
Barrow
look
is,
like humans.
Brett? Are you that much of a moron?
Do not activate my inner troll. You will fucking pay.
That
Sorry,
you don't
Tom,
know.
Hang on. Here's a depiction of the flat Earth. If you can see this here, and if you look close, it's got a couple of balls on it here. Do you see this ball right here?
That's the sun and the moon.
A moon. Sun and the moon.
Yep. And as a matter of fact,
a globe here, and then there's your flat Earth inside of this globe. But if there is a globe, I guess the globe represents the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, and guess what, Tommy? A sundial and a clock is modeled off of the flat Earth actual map. So the second hand and, the whole, if you have a watch, anything, everything is modeled off of the flat Earth map. They took the clock, they put the flat Earth and put it on the clock, and a sundial works the exact same way. That's how a sundial works. That's the world we live in. But Tommy, if you look at the edges of that map, you'll see where there's no ice in certain spots where they can get through there. And certain times a year,
I can see
the
that,
ice
like over here.
At certain times a year, the ice will completely disappear, and you can make it through there. And that's what they do.
The ice is all the way on the perimeter.
Yeah. And a certain time of year, you can make it through there in a ship. Now, civilians can't, but these so-called elites can. You got to be a big shot to leave. They don't want us to know that there's land out there.
For the big time.
So AMC said something funny in the chat. Where is it at? He said, "Geez, Fry, we're in a petri dish and no Pornhub." You can still have your Pornhub, man.
There's the sun and the moon again there.
Yep.
Brett, I've chopped more firewood than you
Hey,
burned.
nuts, I don't give a fuck.
Well, I didn't think you would.
He's chopped more wood than a woodchuck can chuck wood.
Big bad backwoodwind.
I used to chop wood with an axe and everything, and I can't do anything since my back injury. So I'm doing my best not to get fat and just cry in my beer, and I don't even drink beer every day.
Yeah, it's
so
fun.
I'm lucky to maintain my weight. I haven't gained hardly any weight since the back injury. I can't even ride my bike anymore. That's the thing that freaks me out. Like something so
That's
simple.
not good.
Yeah. Well, when I move my spine a certain way, that's when the pain comes up. So what happened was at 3 o'clock in the morning, right before I was supposed to do a documentary for the city, doing the first music fest, it was a paying gig. 3 o'clock in the morning, my right leg is on fire like 1,000 scorpions are biting me right on the top of my leg. I had no idea what was going on, man. It was crazy. So I get up and like move my leg. I thought I was getting bit or something, but the pain was deep inside my muscle. And I thought I was having a stroke, man. So I get up and I drink cayenne water because that thins your blood out. I put a whole bunch of cayenne in some water, and I'm kind of jogging around, and all of a sudden that pain comes back in my leg. When I moved I was like, what the hell? I was like, this is a nerve thing. And then all of a sudden it goes numb, you know? So then I can't feel it. I'm like, okay. So then I can't even move and step around after like a couple of minutes. And then for days, I couldn't even step the wrong way. The pain would be so intense. So I was laid up in bed for like 3 days. I was literally peeing in water bottles. Yeah, it was a nightmare.
I think you need a witch doctor.
I was ready to put a fucking bullet in my head, man. It was hell on earth, man.
I want to talk about the cayenne water, because that's like you're bringing fire water to a whole new level, like without the payoff.
No, I'm not joking. I literally took a whole bunch of cayenne, like a big ass tablespoon, and put it in a shot glass and just stirred it up like damn near clay, and then downed it to where I was gagging, and then just down some more water to what that does is that thins your blood really quick.
I think the gagging changes your mind.
You mentioned, I believe you mentioned the firmament. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, that's what Elon was hitting with his rockets, and this is a fact. Anybody can look this up.
Yeah, so tell me about that. I've never heard of the firmament before, but what's the background?
So it's basically what keeps our atmosphere pressurized. We're inside of the water below like it is above. It's technically water above us.
I swear resistance is the key. I'll be right back.
Well, however you want to explain it, but it's buoyancy and density. You know, that's why they call it pressure, barometric pressure. And everything is a lot simpler than people want to think about it. But
is this firmament theory or whatever you want to call it, which I've never heard of before, does it have to do with the replacement of gravity?
No. Oh, check this out, Tommy. So you bring up the firmament. Everybody listen clearly. The government and NASA were trying to break through the firmament back in the 60s. Look up Project Fishbowl. Project Fishbowl, because they know that we live in a firmament. They were shooting nukes up there trying to break it. And you always hear all these elites hinting to the glass ceiling. We're going to break the glass ceiling. No, you're not. Elon couldn't break it a couple of months ago. Y'all couldn't break it in the 60s. You're not going to be able to break the firmament. And that's what these people are trying to do. Look up Project Fishbowl. And you can see footage of them back in the day talking about it and doing this stuff where they're shooting and blasting up the firmament trying to break through it. And that's dangerous as hell, man. You start breaking through the firmament, man. If there's water up there like people actually think, you're talking about like Noah's flood type stuff. It would be kind of like this. Red alert, red alert. We're breaking through the firmament.
Oh, yeah, okay. Operation Fishbowl, high altitude weapons effects. Fishbowl.
Yeah, so look how I stand now. I stand like an old man with my back messed up. I look like the hunchback, Tommy. That's why I hate standing up on camera.
Let's see. This here.
Operation Fishbowl. There you go. They were trying to break that glass ceiling years in the 60s, and they're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, like I've heard of that, where they've actually launched nuclear missiles into the atmosphere and exploded the missiles up super high. I've just heard of that recently, that they were doing that. but I didn't really realize that that was happening. I knew that they were doing them underground, whatever, in Nevada. You know, there's islands, Bikini Islands, of course, Hiroshima.
Yeah, Bikini Island was a different thing, but Project Fishbowl was, they would actually hit the firmament, and that would cause the bomb to go off. They weren't not igniting the atmosphere. They were blowing up that wall, that firmament, whatever you want to call it, the glass ceiling, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, okay. I get the picture.
Do you want me to break dance?
Yeah, this whole clip is you know, from eons ago, where they're showing them trying
I can still pop and lock.
send missiles up into the atmosphere.
Still have my arms.
Blow them up.
Yeah, I can tell you to look up.
You're not just standing there with a shirt on.
No, I have shorts, dude.
I don't want to look, but I'm just saying.
No, I'm not in my underwears.
Because I thought maybe he's getting ready to porn bomb Tommy.
No, I don't do that kind of stuff. It just,
we don't know that. We don't know that.
Just standing up is not fun anymore.
It's not like a good setup to a porn bomb.
Yeah, that's actually a thing. High altitude nuclear weapons test, fishbowl phenomenon, and fishbowl XR summary. So this is like in the 1960s. Let's see. What year did that actually happen?
Yeah, so think about this logically, Tommy. Now let's reverse engineer this. And to everybody in the chat that says that I'm crazy because I think we didn't go to the moon. They're trying to blow up this firmament to get through it. To try to go to the moon? Or what? Yeah, see, there you go. That's an explosion on the firmament.
Yeah, this is the nuclear explosion.
That's exactly what Elon's rockets look like, too, when they hit that damn thing. They just don't show us anymore, but you can see some of the footage. But look up some of the rocket launches from Elon. He was trying to get up through that firmament, and he couldn't do it. He gave up. Because the rockets kept hitting the damn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, space is not what you think it is, man. They've lied to us so much about everything. Brett says, I definitely have more clothes on than usual. Yeah, I don't really run around. I can't do stuff outside like I used to. I used to run. I still am barefoot, but seeing how my steps are not as stable as they used to be because of my back, I stump my feet on the shit more because when you have a nerve injury, it throws off your balance and everything. So when I reach down, it's like I'm 80 years old because I have to go straight down because if you do it in an angle, you could pinch that nerve in your back or something. So my gait is all fucked up now, and it's driving me nuts. I used to be so damn mobile and like athletic, and I would ride 16 miles a day on 106-degree weather after work, man. And those days are long gone. And I'm only 53, man. It sucks. But
yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, they could do something for you, you know, if you would.
Well, I've studied the back surgery stuff, and I've talked to a lot of people, and that's kind of a temporary thing. And you still, with the back surgery, you have limited mobility. So
well, depending on how much they can actually fix you, you know.
Yeah, but
if they can,
you're never going to be the same.
No, that's what they say. So you better live life to its fullest while you can, you know, because we're not here forever. Look at there's even people, streamers and people like that. Look at Jeff. Remember Jeff, the streamer?
Yeah, look at Jeff.
He died.
Look at Diego. I mean, we don't know that he died, but he disappeared.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's who I was thinking of. He was that Diego was actually a mod on my channel, and he came from your channel.
Yeah, he was on my channel a lot. He was a mod there too. But
yeah. And then he started up his own panel show.
Camel Toe died. What, last year?
Camel Toe, right? Yeah. That's another one.
Shoot, there's probably 10 or 20 of them. If you start looking at, if you talk about everybody in the convoy / streamer internet people that we've met. And somebody in the chat earlier was saying, I think it was G Abbott. She said, what did the convoy accomplish? Well, we would never be doing any of this if it wasn't for the convoy, because it got everybody together to talk about shit and to do stuff.
That's true. Yeah. There's an awful lot that of good that came of the convoys, as far as bringing people together and forming new communities and new friendships, that kind of thing. And yeah, there's lots of little channels too that spun off from that are, I have a complete list of them. In fact, look at down below here. Look at my little ticker tape that I have on there. You'll see a lot of streamers there that were from the convoy. They're either still doing their thing now. Outlaw Reform Ministries, I think they're still doing their thing. Polish Agnes, she's still going strong, doing her stuff there on Facebook. I think she said she couldn't upload a video on Facebook there, her last thing that she said. Beta Boys, remember him?
Oh, yeah.
A lot. Jersey J.
Beta Boys lives in Houston. He's about 2 hours from me, a couple 100 miles.
Yeah, he resurfaced again there not that long ago. With one of the other convoys there.
Betty White in the chat says, Fry, would your surgery be like a fusion? It would probably have to be fusion to lift, because in 93 I was in we ran off a bridge. I was riding with a girl. This is no joke. I was looking for trouble, and we were leaving, and she was going 70 miles an hour down the road. A black cat, no joke, ran across the road, and she dodges the cat. We were in a Ford Ranger single cab, and she didn't know how to drive, so she overcompensates, and the truck starts going into a and then
Ford
finally
Ranger.
Here's the bridge, and it goes off the bridge, and we hit that embankment, and the truck just crushes, and that's when she flew, and her steering wheel went under the dash, and she went kind of under the dash, and that's what kind of kept her from going through the windshield. And I made a mistake of reaching up like this with my right elbow, and I was reaching towards her, and it ripped all my right arm rotator cuff muscles. So that's why my arm is still messed up, and I couldn't move my right arm for like a year. And then my nerves were so crushed because it crushed number 5. I was spazzing out in the truck, and I finally got out on her side because my door wouldn't open. And I laid in the back of the truck for I don't know how long, and I'm just sitting there spazzing, and I was kind of in shock. All the nerves in my body were just like, because when you have nerve damage like that, your brain starts shorting out. The pain is just so intense. It's like shorting out a robot. Imagine taking a robot and start stabbing it with a knife. That's what it felt like. And I went through therapy for a year or two, and the pain was so intense. The fire would shoot up my back, like somebody was stabbing me in my spine and pouring alcohol in it and rubbing it with sandpaper. It was just the craziest feelings.
Wow.
So yeah, and that's the same kind of stuff I get now in my leg. So the pain moved from my back. It still tingles. The nerves are so dead, to my right leg. And I'm kind of numb under here. I have a numb spot under my arm here and the top of my right leg, which this is what concerns me more about anything, because that's a different nerve group, this numbness under my arm here, than this is not L5. So this is a different one.
That can happen though, where it happens where it's on the same side of your body. It's nerve damage, and it'll affect your arm and your leg at the same time on one side of your body. So yeah, that's typical.
Yeah, so I'm kind of terrified. I'm like, okay,
and
I'm the wrong step.
Do you feel pain at that vertebrae?
A tingle. So it's hard to explain. I used to feel major pain, but I think the nerves finally got burned out.
Because that's where you'd feel the pinched nerve right in the vertebrae. And then the effects of the pinched nerve are going to be the numbness down your leg and arm and what have you.
But my brain has kindly neutralized that pain, so it's a tingling now.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
And
compensate
that
for
major
it.
pain I had that night was where that numbness is now. So whatever was happening when I was sleeping, it was really weird how it happened in my sleep and not when I was doing something, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I'm going to take a break for half a minute. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with Brett.
All right, Brett, sing me a song.
I came on full screen instead of...
I need to take a water break. I need to drink something myself.
Oh, don't you know that's the sound of... my voice is fucking hurting today. Sorry.
Giddy up, pop,
I was being a little fucking raspy and screechy earlier. Sorry, my voice is a little harsh today.
Yeah, I look at my posture now and I look like an 80-year-old man. It's like, what in the hell is going on?
In your head, broccoli, in your head. Actually, I've been doing another one. At home, drawing pictures of mountaintops with him on top. Lemon yellow sun, arms raised in a V.
All right, so hold on, Brett. So
pools of
God Rides a Harley said, Fry, I posted a question about GTSY, by the way. What is GTSY?
I'm singing an interlude and I get totally cut off. How disrespectful.
Yeah. Well, damn it. The chat room's more important than your karaoke sessions, man.
Hey, I was asked. Okay.
I asked you, but not whenever. Above. All right. Okay. Question for Fry. How do
the saying
asteroids...
goes, Fry, just so you know, the saying goes, people are thrust into greatness, okay? I didn't ask for any of this. I've been thrust into it. So just saying.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question, God Rides a Harley. So here's a good observation. I want Tommy to come back. I'm going to wait for Tommy to come back before I talk about it. I'm going to talk about stars. Not so much asteroids, but stars. Fries, you talk a lot. Laugh out loud.
Miss Frosty's probably just busting your balls because she likes when I sing.
Well, they're very small, so you got to have a good aim.
Don't fuck around with Miss Frosty and Pew Pews. I'm just saying, just don't go there. Like,
no, I don't want you to shoot me in my nuts.
Yeah, no. We don't want any target practice. You're like saying, like, I dare you. Like, don't do that. Like, this is yeah.
No, not taking a big dump.
And Pew Pews. She's a Southern woman. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, Tommy, I've been told in the chat room by Miss Frosty that I talk too much, so I'm going to say this about the flat earth stuff, and I'm going to jump out. I'm all butthurt now.
Oh, don't be butthurt.
No, I really do have to finish some work stuff and kind of ease out of my day. But God Rides a Harley had a good question. How about the asteroids? How do you explain them getting through the firmament? So this doesn't really address that as much as it does address falling stars. Now, everybody here has watched Falling Stars. Now, when you look at a falling star, it always kind of shoots across the sky. Put me full screen, Tommy. All right, we're going to do this animation here. No, that's Brett. All right, a falling star will shoot across the sky like that, and it'll shoot that way. You've seen them. Some of them last long.
Right.
They're always falling down, right? They're always going sideways or down. Sometimes they go straight across. Sometimes they go down. But you never see a star coming from the ground up. I have never seen a star from the ground up. They call them falling stars. Now, if we lived on a ball or a sphere, if those falling stars were coming from all different directions, which they have to be, we would see them coming from the ground up all different directions because they would be coming from all different directions because of the sphere, correct? Yes, but we never see them coming up and straight up. They would be shooting all different directions if we lived on a sphere. This is a fact. but we live on a flat plane. They can only go across the sky and straight down. That is a fact. Nobody's ever seen a star come from the ground and go up. And now if we lived on a sphere, we would be seeing that phenomenon where the stars will be coming all different directions. So I can't talk about the asteroids busting through the firmament because I don't know exactly. I've never seen an asteroid. I don't know exactly what they are. The theory is, God rides a Harley, that asteroids are pieces of the firmament that are breaking off.
Well, hang on a second. Where is this so-called firmament located? Like, at what height? Like,
it's been measured about 70...
Hang on, let me pull up a thing here of the atmosphere. Let me just pull up.
It's been measured to be about 77 miles or higher. It depends on where you are on the Earth.
Let me Google that.
It does vary a bit. But it's not like somebody can take a tape measure and measure it, but that's just...
Yeah, but, you know, average, whatever.
And see, that's what I'm saying, God rides a Harley. It's all in the stars don't come from outside the firmament. They're inside of our firmament, whatever they are. And some have said that it's part of the firmament that's breaking off.
Well, there's also something... it's like a biblical, the term comes from a biblical thing. The rabbi viewed the heavens to be a solid object spread over the earth, which was described with the biblical Hebrew word for the firmament. Two images were used to describe it, either as a dome or as a tent. The latter inspired from biblical references, though the latter is without an evident precedent. So that the whole idea of the firmament is back from the days of the Bible.
Right, and God Rides a Harley says the ISS is 144 miles above the Earth. That's what NASA tells us, but actually the ISS is in a big water swimming pool in Houston. That's where they do all of the tests, and that's where they do all the simulations. The ISS is not what you think it is and not where you think it is. That's another hoax, just like the moon landing. You can't tell me...
Firmament. The dome created by God, separating the earth from the heavens.
Now, think about the corporations that we have in capitalism. Everybody think about this. Don't you think that there would be a service that we would subscribe to where we would have a subscription instead of it being Netflix? It would be Satellite Flix, and they'd launch a satellite where we could have a view of the space station, a view of the moon closer, a view of the Earth. But we don't have any of that. With our money-grabbing corporations, you would think Disney or Netflix or somebody would, quote, launch a satellite where we could see any of that stuff, and we don't have it because they don't exist.
Yeah, it's there's live channels. Well, we can watch live broadcasts. We can watch stuff from the space station, coming down.
No, you can't,
pretty
Tommy.
much live now.
No, they're showing you it's a feed on the internet. It's not an actual camera from Disney, Netflix.
Well, no, I understand that because there is nothing live on YouTube. It's all with some kind of a delay, either
but there's no satellite
or a transmission delay.
What I'm saying, Tommy, is there's no satellite with a camera up there pointing at another satellite or pointing at the Earth. There's nothing like that. There's no camera views that we can access like that. And you would think 2024 we'd have something like that.
Yeah.
So another question here. So what do I see with my eyes passing over? I have no idea what you're seeing. I've seen it too. Now here's another scam about the ISS. There is an app you can download that shows where the ISS is supposedly over the Earth at all times. Okay, and it's a tracker app for the ISS. And you can look at that tracker app, okay, and it'll come over your house, but you won't see it. It's like, okay, what's up? Why didn't I see it? But then the news, this is a fact, about every 6 months, the news will say, my local news, the ISS is coming over Texas, so everybody go out and look at it like a bunch of kids. But wait a minute, it does that every time. I see it on the map, but why don't I see it? It's because they're flying something, because NASA gets paid $26 billion with a B a year to do these stupid fakeries. So they'll spend every 6 months, they'll fly that sucker over, and you'll see a, quote, space station flying over, and you think you see the space station. Well, why do I only see it that night and not the other parts of the 6 months whenever it shows it's going over my house every damn night or every other night? It's because they're not going to fake it every night.
Okay, well, how do you fake something like this, for example? Here's just a quick example. Check out her hair here.
Gravity, I think, plays an important part.
Okay, her hair's, that's hairspray, Tommy. That's hairspray. If you look up a parabolic flight, the vomit comet flights. Look up parabolic flights where it's the zero gravity flight and you experience no gravity for 30 seconds, Tommy.
Yeah.
And look at the female's hair compared to her hair. That's not what hair looks like in zero
Her
gravity.
hair looks pretty legit. Like, look at, come on. And look at the guy. Look at the microphone. Did you see him pass the mic?
That's hairspray.
They're
That's
like in
hairspray.
zero G. Zero G.
and-
Look at the guy. Look at his head. He's like floating up and down there, you know,
No,
as he's standing
they're upside down, if anything.
Maybe,
That's why the blood is rushing to his head.
No, well, there is no right side up or upside down with zero G.
Yeah.
It's just a reference to the inside of the spaceship.
That's
you know?
all fake crap, Tommy. Do you realize when they were building the International Space Station, there was no footage of it being built? And don't you think if they have the ability to build it, they would have the ability to film it? But we never see any footage of it being put together. And guess what? We're never going to see any footage of it being taken apart. You know what they're going to tell everybody, Tommy? They're going to tell everybody, oh, it's got a problem. We got to send it into deorbit, and it's going to just dissolve in the sky and disappear magically. It's a bunch of lies, man. You watch. They're going to decommission the ISS. That's what all this crap is about the problems with them coming back down. They're going to say, we need to focus on going to the Mars or some bullshit. And they're going to say it's going to evaporate in the atmosphere, which is absurd. That thing, as big as it's supposedly supposed to be, would not be able to evaporate before it hits the ground.
Well, I don't know. This looks pretty legit to me. Like, look at this. Isn't just the vomit comet, because if this was the vomit comet, they would be up there for how many minutes do you get with zero G on the vomit comet? That is the only thing that is really comparable to being out in outer space. And look at them, how long they've been live, passing that mic back and forth and stuff, messing around, doing a complete interview.
Yeah, this boss money guy in the chat definitely has a problem with critical thinking. Look, up the term
I know.
cognitive...
Well, he's a gamer. His channel, whenever I see him on the channel, he's gaming. So, you know.
Well, he's obviously, I'll say this, not a critical thinker. That's okay. Not everybody has that ability.
Definitely not. Yeah.
And look up the term called cognitive dissonance. And that's the reaction you're having currently whenever I'm presenting you with information that you do not want to hear. Because what happens is your ego first kicks in and goes, holy shit, that's bullshit. He can't be telling the truth because that means I've been lied to my whole life, and my ego won't allow the fact that I can't be a fool for 53 years. I'm not a fool for 53 years. I have to think whatever NASA says is true, not what this Fry guy with these spinning things in his studio.
Yeah, it's all fake news.
Yeah,
it's phony
all
stuff.
fake. So cognitive dissonance is what you're experiencing there, Boss Money 84. And that's okay. A lot of people experience that. But you have to let go of the ego in order to learn
it's okay,
stuff.
Boss. Relax.
I'm not
Apparently
hating on
Boss
you.
Money He was somebody that was following the convoy, I hear. I don't know, but he wasn't very vocal while the convoy was going on. But he was kind of on that left side of the fence, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and it's sad that we have this left and right thing that separates people, because I
All
guarantee
you guys bring up that left and right, you know.
Yeah, I
Jeez.
guarantee you that
Trigger,
boss
trigger,
money,
trigger.
that boss money guy. Yeah, I knew that would trigger you, Brett. I knew, but that boss money guy, I guarantee you,
boss money guy.
he wants the same things I do, and I'm not right or left. I'm not
Right
a
versus left is
libtard.
stupid. This just
I'm
did.
not a right wing. I just, if
You're
I'm
not
going
a
to vote,
leftard. Okay.
I'm not either one. I focus on what gives me the most freedom in life and the least amount of pain, because I've been in a lot of pain lately. So if I can wake up and be without pain and have the freedom to do as much as I can with my limited mobility now, that's all I want. Okay? And luckily I still have my thinking skills to be able to do my job, and I can still use my arms. But boss money, 84. Let go of the ego so you can unlearn all the stuff you've been brainwashed about. Stop listening to the bullshit coming through your radio and your television, and start building up a bullshit filter. You first got to build up a bullshit filter and make a lot of mistakes. And once you build that bullshit filter up, you can filter out all the bullshit, and usually it's people that are trying to sell you something or get you to join a church or a cult. So...
Yeah, boss money.
Honestly,
which cult are you a member of?
Once you can start to see through the propaganda, it's blatantly in your face. Like, it really is. Once you see what's happening and going on, you cannot unsee it. And like with, every week, every day, whatever, when news press releases come out, you will see propaganda. Like, once you can see it, you can't unsee it.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Can you pull up the flat Earth map instead of showing my hunched back of Notre Dame?
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Yeah. I'm very self-conscious about my posture now.
Yeah, I see. I'm playing something else here in the background.
I don't stand like I used to. As crazy as that sounds.
Eat a damn cake, man.
Yeah, I don't know where that map went, but anyways, this is better.
Eat a cake.
Oh, can you pull up the that flat Earth map again? Because somebody made a comment in the chat I want to address.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out here. Hang on.
Sorry for being so demanding, Tommy. But I never get to go on your panels anymore. I work so damn much.
Oh, yeah. Well, I rarely have a panel. Like, usually I'm doing some kind of a live stream for a little bit, and then, after that, not so much, And then I got a strike there the other day for false information.
Oh, you'll definitely get one of those.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. It's like, this is like the conspiracy theory special, like 101 conspiracy theories in one show. Which one do you want to give me a strike on? Like, take your pick. Well, it's like, geez, it doesn't get it. Like, really, I have to say, this is the, Fry, this is one thing I was going to ask you. What is there about conspiracy theories and you that makes you so attracted to conspiracy theories?
Okay, I'm a truth seeker, so I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a truth theorist. So I have theories on the truth. All right? So a conspiracy, if you look up the definition, means that somebody's conspiring on you or something. So you're being conspired upon. So I don't like that term. I think DARPA came up with that term to brainwash people more. So let's talk about just facts in front of us. So somebody in the chat room made a comment. So, okay, that doesn't make the Earth round anymore because it's flat. No, the Earth is actually round. Our ecosystem of Earth inside the ice wall, if you see that white thing around that map, that's Antarctica. Okay, that is round. But, we have hills, mountain, and water in between there. And the Earth, our system, inside this bubble, this firmament, is made up of like 77 or 71% water. So there's way more water than land, if you can even imagine that. So look how long Antarctica is all the way around. That's a long ways if you were to try to go out there all beside the ice. But anyway, back to the point. The Earth is round. It's not a sphere. That's what I wanted to say. It's round, but it's not a spinning ball. And it's a fact. The UN map, the United Nations, the people that run the world, the whole world, it's a flat Earth map is their logo. It's all in our faces. The flat Earth map used to be in the libraries, Tommy. And until NASA took over with all this other garbage, it was commonplace to find a flat Earth map in a library. You can look at the dates on those maps, the certified flat Earth maps.
Okay, sounds good to me.
There is no side, God Rides a Harley. There's no bottom side that we could go to. And I could never... They've only drilled down about, 8 miles? So who would know?
8 miles. What is that? Like 1.4 kilometers, 1.32
Okay,
kilometers?
so Bossman84 says, explain why that sub was crushed. Well, because it was a piece of shit, number one, run by a Bluetooth game controller, just like this that I use for video and audio editing. But it was actually Bluetooth. It wasn't even wired, from what I remember. And it was not built.
I asked GPT earlier the depth of Marianas Trench, and the answer was 11 kilometers.
Trench or well?
Marianas Trench in the Pacific.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. I'm talking about a drilled a well drilled by man.
No,
like
Marianas Trench is like the deepest point known to humankind, according to what we're told.
Right.
Yeah. In
Marianas
the
Trench is the deepest point in the ocean. It's 11 kilometers underneath the water.
So the reason why that little Explorer submarine crushed is because it couldn't handle the pressure from the ocean. That goes back to everything is buoyancy, density, and pressure, and electromagnetism. Gravity is not existing on this. There's nowhere in the world we can measure gravity. There's no tool to measure gravity. We observe the phenomenon of buoyancy and density, which has been labeled gravity. So the phenomenon that you're observing of this ball falling is buoyancy and density. If there was water right here, when I drop this ball, it would float because it's got more air than it does rubber. So this thing would probably float. But because there's no water, the air is less dense. It's going to go and find its equilibrium. And this ball is trying to get back to equilibrium, which is its density, which it's going to stop on the floor. And that floor is the closest density it can find. If it hit water, it would go, oh, okay, I'm right here, and it equalizes. Everything wants to get back to equilibrium. Remember, I have the most sophisticated, long-running airlift system. Nobody's ever done one like I have. If you look on my YouTube channel, I've pretty much kind of got the world's craziest airlift pumps and the ram pumps. I have my own designs, and it all works off of buoyancy and density, and the airlift system could not work on my water well if gravity exists like we are told, because it works off of buoyancy and density. And that's how I can take a little bitty compressor that I run every night, and it only runs at 17 psi. My well is 68 feet deep, and I'm pumping 10 gallons per minute 24/7. with only 360 watts with a 110 compressor. And the compressor...
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, in other news, a California man who has said he wanted to fly to the edge of the outer space to see if the world is round. He was a flat earther, basically. He flew, and here's his flight. It didn't work out well for him.
That guy was a fucking idiot.
There you can see him coming down.
Yeah.
I don't know what this was here at the beginning. There's something there too.
He didn't feel no pain. He had a malfunction in his system there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I've flown airplanes before, and I've been in a lot of commercial airliners and personal Cessnas and shit. And my father-in-law had experimental aircrafts. It was fun to be up in the plains for a while, but I like being on the earth, man. I like my feet on the ground.
Yeah, I've flown a few places in my life, and it's one flight in particular over the Atlantic was really bumpy. So that, and I can think back, was kind of one of the hairiest flights that I've ever had, where I was sitting over the wing and looking out, and the wing was just flapping up and down like a bird's wing because there was so much, turbulence. And like I was crapping my pants thinking that wing was going to break right off. But, apparently those planes are made to handle that kind of stuff.
All right, so I'm going to address one more question, and I promise I'm done. So God Rides a Harley had a question. How can there be no other side of a pizza or coin? That map that Tommy's showing is not just the size of our vast universe. Our universe is not space out there. Our universe is land. So past that ice wall is tons of more Earth-type